Ignore the alternating voice change and enjoy the last part, and subscribe to my channel.
I suggest you don't break through to the saint level yet. After all, you plan to go to heaven next, and no one knows what heaven is like right now. The stronger you become, the more conspicuous you will be in the eyes of the gods. Once you're in heaven, and there's no risk of being discovered by the gods, you can advance in rank there. In fact, advancement will be easier in heaven, since hell has a seal that acts as a barrier to the laws. Sumu understood what Xiao Yuan meant. No one knew what heaven was like. Perhaps it was a world divided and occupied by gods, or perhaps the gods were seriously injured after the War of the Gods and fell into a deep sleep. What he needed to do now was not to become stronger, but to become weaker. Only by being weak enough, indistinguishable from an ordinary ant, can one avoid attracting the attention of the gods. Becoming stronger will only lead to a faster death, because no matter how strong one becomes, it is useless. In the eyes of the gods, one is nothing more than a slightly larger ant. As the pinnacle of the mortal realm, the saint level is already considered the largest among ants. At this moment, a question came to his mind. What exactly is the law? Gods are the embodiment of the law, so aren't they equivalent to living divine laws? This question clearly touched on a blind spot in Xiao Yuan's knowledge, leaving her somewhat bewildered. I don't know what the law is either. I only learned about the law from the extraordinary beings in the dream world. Perhaps Xuan Tian had some memories of it, but he has long since disappeared, and his memories are incomplete. He has no memories of the law. Perhaps you'll find the answer when you go to heaven. After all, that's where you're closest to the law. By the way, you can't take the 7 kings' treasures with you. The 7 kings' treasures are the product of the combination of the Creator's authority and the power of Xuantian. In the era of the nightmare invasion, I was worried that humanity would be no match for them, so I created the 7 kings' treasures to help humanity. Incidentally, let the 7 kings' treasures serve as keys to the origin land, selecting the most suitable person to enter the origin land and inherit the Xuantian. Therefore, the 7 kings' treasures carry the aura of the Creator's authority. If you take them to heaven, you will surely be discovered. Sumu nodded. He didn't feel sorry for him, because with his current strength, he didn't need the 7 kings' treasures. Of the 7 kings' treasures, the most useful is a supreme heaven. After becoming a nightmare, he himself can be regarded as a living supreme heaven. The essence of the supreme heaven is the transformation between the real and the illusory, where a large amount of resources are sacrificed to turn illusory desires into reality. Nightmare's core ability is also the ability to transform between reality and illusion. Given enough resources, he can do anything that the supreme heaven can do. Crimson Flame Empire, Star City, Longevity, Taoist Temple. In the quiet Taoist temple, Jun Wushang, dressed in a Taoist robe and with a long sword slung across his shoulder, sat alone in meditation. The bleak autumn wind blows the fallen leaves, carrying the afterglow of the setting sun across the earth. He seemed to be in a meditative state, quietly listening to the wind, isolated from the troubles of the world. Suddenly, a withered yellow leaf fell onto my shoulder. Jun Wushang suddenly woke up, looked at the fallen leaves in the Taoist temple, and muttered to himself, "I have to clean them up quickly, or Master will scold me again." He was about to get up when he suddenly stopped, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "I almost forgot. I no longer have a master." He sat back down. He had been waiting all this time, waiting for the leader to fulfill his promise. The leader once said that whoever killed the most nightmare creatures could have one wish granted. For this wish, Jun Wushang fought day and night, venturing alone into the depths of the sea, until his Taoist robe was covered in blood and his sword was dulled. Even so, he almost didn't get first place. If it weren't for the help from Nangang Mengli, Duamu King, and others, he would have been snatched away by Tanlun, Lin Kanyang. He didn't blame greed. After all, who doesn't have a wish they'd give their life for? Perhaps, in the depths of greed, there is someone very important waiting to be resurrected. Leader. I've already got first place. When will my wish come true? You unfilial disciple. Is this how you guard the house while your master is away? An old but powerful voice rang out from the entrance of the Taoist temple. Zhen Wushang suddenly woke up and looked up in disbelief. An old man with a slightly angry expression, gray hair, and an oil-stained Taoist robe stood amidst the falling leaves. Master, Zhen Wushang suddenly stood up, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Don't call me master. I don't have a lazy, good-for-nothing disciple like you. Look at this yard. It's almost buried by fallen leaves, and you don't even know how to sweep it. Master Schwanking scolded angrily, but there was a smile in the corner of his eyes. Sweep, sweep, sweep. I'll sweep right now. Zhen Wushang, his eyes red, picked up the broom and began sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. He glanced at Master Schwanking every now and then, as if afraid that the other party was just an illusion. Master, are you really my master? This was the first time Zhen Wushang had ever seen someone come back to life, and he still couldn't believe it. Master Schwanking glared and said, I'm not your master, you're my master, okay? Hurry up and sweep. After you're done, get me a roast chicken and a bottle of good wine. These familiar words immediately brought a smile to Zhen Wushang's face. It really is master. Hey! What do you mean by that, celestial venerable of immortality? Haven't I hit you lately? Are you itching for a beating? Master Chuanqing made a move to strike, and Zhen Wushang quickly shrank his head to dodge. You dare to hide! You've gone too far. Zhen Wushang dodged in a sorry state. This member of the 7 deadly sins, whose sins are enough to terrify the whole world, was now just like a naughty child trying to avoid a beating from his parents. Master, I'll go make you some roast chicken now. After a long while, the master and apprentice sat in the courtyard, eating roast chicken and drinking some wine. Zhen Wushang didn't eat either, but stared at Zhuangqing Daoist from head to toe, even reaching out to tug at the other's white beard. Enraged, Master Schwanking slapped him on the shoulder, leaving a handprint covered in grease. Look at you! What? You think your master is a ghost? If I were a ghost, I would have taken you away long ago. Zhen Wushang smiled and shook his head. Even if master becomes a ghost, he will still be master and won't harm me. By the way, master, how? Did you come back to life? Do you remember? What does death feel like? Did you try the paper doll I burned for you? Shut up. Master Xuanqing slapped him again, angrily saying, Are you going to stop letting your master eat? Zhen Wushang said aggrievedly, I'm just curious, so please tell me, master. Master Xuanqing said irritably, What feelings can you have when you're dead? Of course you won't feel anything. What nonsense about paper dolls. If you're really filial, take your master to wash your feet later to get rid of bad luck. As for resurrection, even I don't know. Anyway, the moment I opened my eyes, I was already at the Longevity Temple. Aren't you even a little bit curious about how you were resurrected? What's so curious about that? It must be that the celestial venerable of longevity saw my piety and resurrected me. Zhen Wushang curled his lip in disdain. What bullshit, eternal heavenly venerable? You were resurrected by the leader of the 7 deadly sins. You unfilial disciple. How dare you disrespect the celestial venerable of longevity? Your leader is the celestial venerable of longevity's divine messenger. Aren't they all the same? Wait, Master Xuanqing was taken aback. You just said leader, so who are you now? Jun Wushang smiled smugly, and a silver-white mask appeared out of thin air on his face, his cold smile coming into Swanking Taoist's view. Master Swanking was startled and jumped to his feet. "You've really become lustful." Jun Wushang removed his mask and said in surprise, "What's so surprising about that?" "Your will was meant to make me a lustful person." "Oh dear." Master Swanking slapped his thigh suddenly. "You don't understand. If you really become lustful, it means that my prophecy is correct, and the 7 deadly sins will destroy the world. Back then, when I was about to die, I thought, let the world be destroyed if it wants to be destroyed. But now I'm alive, you know what I mean? If the world is destroyed by your 7 deadly sins, where will I eat roast chicken? Where will I get a foot massage?" "Good disciple." He smiled obsequiously. "Could you talk to the leader about this? The world is perfectly fine. Why destroy it?" "If all else fails, destroying half or leaving half is fine too." Jun Wushang looked at his master with amusement. "Master, your prediction was not wrong, but it was not right either." Master Swanking was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Jun Wushang recalled the heinous acts committed by the 7 deadly sins, and looked at the withered leaves falling like butterflies in the courtyard, and smiled. Slightly, actually. The 7 deadly sins are saving the world. Several days later, above the white mist, the 7 deadly sins assemble. Yang Dongqing, attending the meeting for the first time, stared in disbelief at everything before him. In a fit of rage, the pervasive white mist came into his view, blurry, hazy, and boundless. All around were towering stone pillars, with a wide dome covering them, and countless mysterious dark gold patterns engraved on them. Mysterious and magnificent, it is like a fairy palace in the clouds. He sat at the antique and luxurious long table, supported by a dark red high-backed chair. Slowly scanning around, one sees a circle of people sitting all wearing silver-white masks, each lifelike and with a different expression. Pride, envy, greed, sloth, gluttony, lust. Why wasn't he furious? Yang Dongqing subconsciously touched the mask on his face, and in a daze, he remembered that he was the one who was furious. Is this the meeting of the 7 deadly sins? Just as he was in shock, lust suddenly said to greed, "This time, I'll let you have it. I have someone I absolutely must resurrect. If there's another mission like this next time, I won't compete with you for it." Lin Kanyang was taken aback and was about to say that it was nothing, but then he thought that he was also a formal member and did not need to be as humble as before. So he coughed lightly and said calmly, "It's all right." Jun Wushang nodded and said nothing more. These words made Lin Kanyang feel a little better. He had risked his life to hunt nightmare creatures in order to show off in front of the leader and use the wish to further improve his strength so as to gain a higher position in the 7 deadly sins. He later discovered that jealousy and laziness actually helped lust, causing lust to become number 1. He was furious at the time, feeling that he, as a new member, was being ostracized, discriminated against, and treated unfairly by his seniors within the organization. However, now that he knew the purpose of lust, he felt much better. It turned out to be to resurrect others. As long as it wasn't to wish for increased strength, which would affect his position in the organization, it was fine. Hearing their conversation, Yang Dongqing felt his body stiffen. A mission? Resurrection? Revive someone so easily. A feeling of regret welled up inside him. He suddenly felt a pang of remorse. He was the first person to know Sumu, and logically, being close to Sumu meant he would have an advantage. If he hadn't left back then, he wouldn't have suffered so much and spent so much time reviving Jasmine. Perhaps if he had stayed by Sumu's side, Jasmine would have been revived much sooner. Moreover, Jasmine was ultimately resurrected by Sumu. His mindset at this moment was exactly like that of someone who sold their house in their hometown to work hard in a big city, only to find out when they returned home for the new year and were ready to show off that their hometown had been demolished and all their childhood friends were now living in villas and driving luxury cars. I've only just scraped together the down payment, and I'm commuting by subway every day, working 996. Everyone. Sumu's indifferent voice rang out from beneath the silver-white mask. Everyone sat up straight, looking at the arrogant person in the head seat. I'm getting ready to leave. Everyone was startled and left. I am about to go to heaven, which is above the earth's surface. Sumu raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. After I leave, I will need you all to take care of this world. The 7 kings are corrupt and incapable of fulfilling their duties. The aristocratic system severely restricts the development of the world. In this world-ending crisis, only by everyone doing their best can we get through it safely. Therefore, I will overthrow the current 7 kings, and you will carry out my will. Sumu's indifferent voice echoed above the white mist. The sound was not loud, but it was deafening. The current world order will be completely and drastically changed by his casual remark. Sumu's words were not made out of thin air, but rather based on his observations over a period of time. The 7 kings possessed military strength, but they were ultimately incapable of supporting Liu Shan. As successors, they lacked the abilities and decisiveness of the first king. They merely inherited his bloodline and royal power. The way the nobility were governed shows that, as the saying goes, to fight external enemies, one must first secure internal stability. Faced with the invasion of the nightmare, the nobles within, the empire took the opportunity to profit from the national crisis, recruiting private armies on a large scale just to protect themselves. But the 7 kings did not take any measures against this. If it weren't for the 7 deadly sins secretly pulling the nobility into the war, the world would have been a completely different place. Therefore, before he left, he decided to abolish the 7 kings, abolish the nobility, open up the path to advancement, and create a great world where everyone can rise to prominence. Only in this way can the world truly be saved. The world has never been a world for one person, but a world for everyone. As Sumu finished speaking, everyone's expressions varied. A look of worry appeared on Nangang Mengli's face. As an elder of the 7 deadly sins, she naturally knew what the real world was like. This was merely a dream world, while heaven was the real world, the world where gods existed. She never had a good impression of gods because they weren't divided into good and evil as described in myths. They seemed to be all evil. To be precise, God is neither good nor evil. Those are merely human standards. God is more indifferent to humans than to ants. A great benefactor may step on and kill many ants every day when he goes out. To those he has helped, he is kind, but to the ants, he is evil. That's why Nangang Mengli was worried, afraid that Sumu might encounter some danger on his way to heaven, but she didn't say it out loud. She knew very well what kind of person the man in front of her was. She also understands that sometimes, once a man makes a decision, whether it's right or wrong, all she can do is support him and take care of things at home. Yang Dongqing frowned. He didn't want to take over the world from the 7th prince. He just wanted to live a peaceful life with Jasmine. Lazy Duamu King sighed deeply. She had thought that now that the 7 deadly sins had grown into a behemoth, she would no longer have to work hard every day to make potions. But now it seemed that there was a job that was even more troublesome than making potions. Jun Wushang was somewhat pleased, but also worried about the trouble. He was pleased, because if he became one of the 7 kings and ruled an empire, wouldn't he be able to wash his feet for free? The trouble was that governing a country would definitely involve a lot of trivial matters, and he might not have time to wash his feet anymore. The most genuinely excited was Lin Kanyang. He was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Finally, was he about to take another step forward? The seventh prince. Those were the seventh prince. He would never have dared to dream of this before. Who would have thought that I, Lin Kanyang, was once just a prisoner, but now I've made a remarkable comeback, from successfully joining the seven deadly sins as a candidate, then becoming the chief. Candidate, a full member of greed, and finally even becoming one of the seven kings, with my own country. A prisoner rises to become the king of an empire? After I become king, I will definitely publish an autobiography, so that the whole world will know about my legendary life as Lin Kanyang, the king of gold, one of the seven deadly sins, greed. Early morning. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds and shone upon the Dragon Abyss Empire, people were astonished to find that the Dragon Abyss Tower, the tallest landmark in the capital, had been struck. Thump, thump, thump. The melodious and resonant sound of the bell rang out, the sound waves spreading outwards like ripples, as if carrying endless power, penetrating every gap in the air, and impacting every corner of the city. The birds on the eaves were startled and took flight. Countless people looked up at the towering Longyuan Tower, their faces filled with confusion and doubt. Why did the Dragon Abyss Tower suddenly start ringing? Doesn't it only ring at noon? I don't know. Could it be an emergency? That's not right either. In an emergency, it should stop after 4 beeps, but it's still beeping. It's already the 6th beep. Inside the Dragon Abyss Palace, the Dragon King, who was holding the morning court session, frowned and looked at the ministers below the platform, asking, "What's going on? Who's ringing the bell?" The ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I will send someone to investigate immediately." The Dragon King waved his hand impatiently. He was already overwhelmed by the 7 deadly sins and nightmare creatures every day, and hearing the bell only made him more agitated. Someone must have sneaked into the Dragon Abyss Tower and rung the ancient bell. If they are found out, they should be beheaded and their heads displayed to the public. Yes, Your Majesty. Thump! After the 7th chime, the bell stopped ringing, and as the lingering sound faded, a strange phenomenon occurred. Attracted by the sound of the bell, countless people gathered in front of Longyuan Tower were surprised to find that a faint halo of light emanated from the tower, flickering and dreamlike. Then, something even more shocking happened. 7 figures dressed in tailcoats slowly emerged from the halo of light. They stood in mid-air, their clothes fluttering in the wind, their top hats, white gloves, and black shoes outlining 7 mysterious and elegant figures. They looked down upon all living beings like gods, their 7 distinct silver-white masks piercing the eyes of everyone like sunlight. When people saw the 7 silver masks, panic began to spread like wildfire. The 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins are here. They're definitely here to destroy the Dragon Abyss Empire. Run! Some people fled frantically, while others were so frightened that they stood frozen in place. Reason told them they should run, but fear froze their blood, and they completely lost sensation in their lower bodies. Pride, wrath, envy, greed, lust, sloth, gluttony. All 7 deadly sins have appeared. It's over. Everything is over. Just as the crowd descended into chaos, the arrogant leader, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, lightly tapped the air with both hands. Buzz! Ripples of crystal blue spread through the air. As the ripples spread, everyone affected instantly fell silent. their fear vanishing. Looking at the quiet crowd, Sumu strode forward, walking gracefully and calmly toward the Dragon Abyss Palace. Behind him, 6 people of different figures, dressed in tailcoats, followed calmly. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." A guard stumbled and crawled into the palace hall, his face deathly pale with extreme terror. The Dragon King frowned slightly. Such a breach of etiquette in the main hall is utterly unbecoming. The guard, ignoring the Dragon King's scolding, trembled and cried out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, the seven deadly sins have arrived?" "What?" The Dragon King's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stood up from his dragon throne. The courtiers were terrified, and some even went weak in the knees. "Who among the 7 deadly sins has arrived? Is it wrath?" The Dragon King asked anxiously. He knew the 7 deadly sins, his old adversary, inside and out. Of the 7 deadly sins, only 2 feared him most, the arrogance of a god, and the rage that stole the 7 kings' treasures. Pride cannot manifest in its true form, and is therefore nothing to fear. So as long as what comes is not rage, he has nothing to fear. The guard trembled and shook his head, and the Dragon King immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wasn't he furious? "Then who is it?" All. The guard stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. The Dragon King frowned. "All? Is this person among the 7 deadly sins?" "All of them!" The guard shouted with his last ounce of strength. After that shout, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The Dragon King stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his hands, hidden beneath his wide dragon robe, trembling slightly. You say that again? All of them. All 7 deadly sins have come. We're doomed. The desperate and collapsing guard didn't care whether the speaker was the Dragon King or not, and roared in despair. Thump! The Dragon King's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the dragon throne. The 7 deadly sins. All members have arrived in the Dragon Abyss Empire. If even the Dragon King was in such a sorry state, one can only imagine how his ministers were behaving. Some were ashen-faced, while others collapsed to the ground, crying and screaming for their parents. The slightly bolder ones even disregarded the court session and rushed out of the palace like madmen to escape for their lives. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! You must pull yourself together." A courtier stepped forward to help him up. The Dragon King gave him a blank look and murmured, "The Dragon Abyss Empire is finished." "Your Majesty, I don't think so." Why would the destruction of a mere Dragon Abyss Empire require the entire 7 deadly sins to gather? Not long ago, one of them, Wrath, almost destroyed the Blood Moon Empire. Their full-scale mobilization is unlikely to be for destruction. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in the Dragon King's eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He gripped the minister's hand tightly. "You're right. Their full-scale mobilization is definitely not to destroy the Dragon Abyss Empire. There's still a chance. There must be a chance. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to send troops to intercept them. We must not allow the 7 deadly sins to enter the palace." "Yes, Your Majesty, please send troops immediately." The ministers began to second the motion, because they were in the palace, and if 7 deadly sins were allowed in, they would not survive. The Dragon King, panicked, saw that his ministers were so united in their opinions, so he hurriedly mobilized his army outside the imperial city. The ancient, massive city gates burst open, and a vast, dark mass of soldiers surged forth with the Dragon King, the strongest among them, appearing amidst the soldiers' throng. Everyone looked tense and fearful, gripping their weapons tightly as they sought a vague sense of security. They were on high alert when suddenly someone shouted, "They've appeared!" Surprisingly, the shout did not cause a disturbance. Instead, it silenced all the soldiers. Because the 7 deadly sins have truly appeared. At the end of the wide street, 7 figures dressed in tailcoats slowly walked towards them. The blinding sunlight shone on the silver-white mask, making it gleam with a cold, icy light. Despite the presence of tens of thousands of soldiers in the arena, the 7 footsteps could be heard with exceptional clarity. This was the first time the 7 deadly sins had made a collective appearance, and the oppressive feeling they brought was undoubtedly devastating, as if the behemoth that was the Dragon Abyss Empire was trembling at their feet. With each step they took closer, the soldiers trembled and retreated a step, not daring to look them in the eye, until they had nowhere left to retreat and could only huddle together in a pile. At this moment, the arrogant leader slowly stopped, and the 6 people behind him also stopped in their tracks. The Dragon King suppressed his shock and opened his mouth. This is the Dragon Abyss Empire. Who among you wants to be the king here? Sumu asked calmly. Lin Kanyang, standing behind him, was eager to try, but also somewhat hesitant. Lin Kanyang thought to himself that the Dragon Abyss Empire, as the strongest empire, was naturally the first choice, but precisely because it was the strongest, it was also the most difficult to suppress. With his current strengths, he could not suppress the Dragon King. The others did not respond either, indicating they were not very willing. The Dragon King opposite him was stunned, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. What exactly do you 7 deadly sins want to do? None of the 7 figures in tuxedos paid him any attention. Lust, you come here. Sumu looked at the nonchalant Jun Wushang. Jun Wushang was taken aback, then pointed to himself. Me? Okay then, take it. Sumu waved his hand, and a long sword that looked like it was cast in gold fell into Jun Wushang's hand. It was the sword of royal power. The Dragon King's eyes widened in fury. My sword of royal authority! He finally understood. Arrogance was actually granting fiefdoms, dividing the Dragon Abyss Empire among lust. Don't even think about it. If you want to lay a finger on the Dragon Abyss Empire, you'll have to ask my army for permission first. Attack! Dragon King was also driven to desperation. The 7 deadly sins wanted to seize the Dragon Abyss Empire, so what would happen to him? The Dragon King? He would definitely kill them. Therefore, he planned to fight to the death, even if it meant dying with dignity. At his command, tens of thousands of soldiers raised their weapons, aimed them at the Dragon King. The Dragon King was stunned, staring at his soldiers in disbelief. You're rebelling. No one responded to him. Let's go. Let's see your palace, Lust. Sumu took a step and slowly walked towards the palace. Wherever they went, the soldiers retreated to the sides and knelt on one knee. The Dragon King was both shocked and furious. He wanted to resist and shout, but as the 7 deadly sins passed by him one by one, he froze in place. In the end, all I could do was watch helplessly as one after another, silver-white masks with different expressions swept past my eyes. The anger in his chest gradually cooled until he was completely disheartened. He was ignored, completely ignored by the 7 deadly sins. As the strongest king of the strongest empire, the 7 deadly sins came to steal his country, but he could only watch helplessly as they did not even say a word to him. Sometimes failure isn't terrible. At least it proves that there was a struggle between the two sides, and that the defeat was due to being outmatched. But now, he doesn't even have the right to fail. Inside the palace, 7 figures in tailcoats stood tall, one arrogant and elegant, leaning on a cane, another furious and unmoved, one lustful and looking around, one petite and lazy, curiously. observing, and one tall and graceful, enviously brushing a strand of hair that fell onto her mask. Greed, on the other hand, greedily scans the magnificent palace, a stark contrast to the zombie-like gluttony. The 7 men moved about as if they were in an empty palace, observing the scene. Hundreds of officials around them remained silent, none daring to move or utter a sound. "Chief, are you really entrusting the Dragon Abyss Empire to me?" Jun Wushang felt a chill run down his spine. He had absolutely no experience in managing a country. "Then what about the Dragon King?" Sumu said calmly. "The Dragon King is still the Dragon King, but you are the King of Lust who is above the Dragon King. You are responsible for the overall framework and direction, and supervise the operation of the entire Dragon Abyss Empire. You don't need to know how to manage a country, just how to kill people." "Killing people, huh?" Jun Wushang breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm actually quite good at that, having killed countless nightmare creatures." He considered himself quite skilled in this area. The two talked as if no one else was around, while the assembled officials trembled with fear. Some wanted to run away, but they were horrified to find that their bodies were completely out of their control, and there seemed to be a voice deep inside them. "There's no escaping it. The entire world will be ruled by the 7 deadly sins. Where can you run to? The only thing you can do is accept your fate and obey." That was Sumu's psychological suggestion to the court officials. He wanted to use illusion to instill the idea that lust was the supreme ruler's idea in everyone's minds. What is a king? When everyone acknowledges you, you are a king. It's not about becoming king and being recognized by everyone. Human society is essentially composed of a series of stories. Everyone agrees with the story of the king and believes that there should be a supreme king to lead the entire empire, and only then will the king exist. Just like primitive society, human society operated in tribes. At that time, there were only stories about tribes. Later, there were stories about nations, and thus nations came into being. Without a story that everyone agrees on, humanity can never unite and cooperate. What Sumu did was to add a new character to the story. From this day forward, the Longyuan Empire will be governed by lust. Those who disobey shall die. Sumu's indifferent voice was like a decree from the heavenly emperor, resounding throughout the entire Longyuan Empire, and all the people heard his voice at that moment. The panic and riots that were expected did not occur. Instead, a sense of agreement rose in everyone's hearts, as if this was how it should be. The next moment, Sumu made a fist, and the depths of the palace suddenly shook violently. Suddenly, the treasure vault of the Longyuan Empire shattered, and countless rare treasures, shimmering with precious light, floated into the air, transforming into a torrent that flew toward Sumu. Dark golden light erupted from his palm, piercing the sky. Countless treasures melted into the dark golden light, making the light even more dazzling. Gradually, the light solidified, eventually transforming into a drop of crystal-clear essence blood, which flew into Jun Wushang's body. Boom! A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Jun Wushang's body, soaring into the sky. "Let's go make an appearance." Jun Wushang nodded, and then, holding the sword of kingship, he transformed into a golden sword light and instantly vanished into the clouds. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, a massive golden divine sword slowly emerged from the clouds, easily cleaving through the thick sea of clouds. Jun Wushang stood atop a divine sword, towering above millions of people, like an emperor who reigned supreme over the world, announcing his arrival to his subjects. The terrifying aura of the Golden King, amplified by this sword of kingship, grew even more overwhelming, blotting out the sky. "The people of the Dragon Abyss Empire," a loud voice resounded through the sky. I am the 7 deadly sins, lust, your new king! Buzz. A crystalline blue light rippled outwards, spreading across the entire Dragon Abyss Empire. The image of Jun Wushang wielding the sword of kingship was deeply etched into everyone's hearts. The title of King of Lust, like the rising sun, enveloped Long Yuan. The crystalline blue light in Sumu's eyes slowly dissipated. With the help of his illusion magic, Jun Wushang, the King of Lust, quickly gained the recognition of everyone. Since becoming a nightmare and taking control of the entire dream world, he has been able to control the whole world with illusions. However, he did not deprive people of their free will and turn them into puppets who only knew how to obey orders, because that would be too boring. It felt like he was the only living person in the whole world. Therefore, he merely exerted psychological suggestion to make people accept the King of Lust. Of course, his use of illusion to control the entire world was limited to the dream world, because he was the master of this world and could easily control it by borrowing the power of the creators. Authority. If you go to the nightmare world or heaven without the blessing of the creator's authority, it won't work. After dealing with the Longyuan Empire, Sumu and the others left, leaving only Jun Wushang behind. The next stop after the 7 deadly sins, the Blood Moon Empire. The process of subjugating the Blood Moon Empire was very easy and simple, because the Undying King was dead. The Blood Moon Empire was also severely damaged, and the country was in chaos, with a faint trend of warlord separatism. When the 7 deadly sins came, not a single voice of resistance was heard throughout the country. Furious, the Blood Moon Empire is now in your hands, Sumu said indifferently. Huh? Yang Dongqing looked at the Blood Moon Empire, which was in ruins, and suspected that he was being targeted. Of the 7 great empires today, if we were to say which empire is the worst, it would definitely be the Blood Moon Empire. After all, it was you who destroyed the Blood Moon Empire, so naturally you should be the one to rebuild it. Yang Dongqing. Then, Sumu threw out the 10 kings of hell. Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the black armor in his hand. Why is it the 10 kings of hell? Shouldn't it be Old Crimson Moon? Sumu smiled slightly. Who said that the Blood Moon Empire's royal treasure must be you Crimson Moon? If you're willing, you can rename the Blood Moon Empire to the Holly Empire in the future. Oh no, if it were you, you'd definitely call it the Jasmine Empire. Yang Dongqing blushed at the teasing, but fortunately he had a mask on, so no one noticed anything amiss. To be honest, he really did have that thought. How happy Jasmine would be if he gave her an empire. After that, the 7 deadly sins went to the Dark Knight Empire, the Holy Empire, the Crimson Lotus Empire, and so on. Before they went, the various countries had already received news that the 7 deadly sins intended to rule the 7 great empires. However, in front of Sumu, the Lord of the world, even if they knew and were prepared, it was all in vain. Humans cannot defy the arrangements of fate, and in this dream world, Sumu is their destiny. Under Sumu's arrangement, members of the 7 deadly sins became the new 7 kings. To prevent them from being too weak, he emptied the treasuries of various countries to materialize their corresponding blood essence, helping them to advance to the Golden King level. Laziness obtains the Crimson Lotus heaven-capturing gourd and takes control of the Crimson Lotus Empire. Jealousy led him to obtain the D-Crimson Moon and take control of the Dark Empire. Greed led to the acquisition of the left hand of God and the control of the Holy Empire. When Sumu arrived at the Azure Sky Empire, he was in a bit of a predicament because gluttony, Yen Wu was a puppet and had no way to control a country. Moreover, he was not compatible with Starfall Heavenly Punishment, as gluttony did not know how to use a bow and arrow. so he had no choice but to settle for second best and found Lin Nangsing. When the Nightmare Squad was first formed, Lin Nangsing was quite loyal, and his ability absolute accuracy was very suitable for our Starfall punishment. Ultimately, Lin Nangsing replaced Gluttony as the ruler of the Azure Sky Empire. To prevent him from losing control of the situation, Sumu directly made him replace Gluttony and become the new Gluttony. Anyway, Yanwu is just a puppet, he won't have any complaints, and can be replaced at will. The final stop, the Crimson Flame Empire. When Sumu arrived at the Crimson Flame Empire, only the puppet, Yanwu, remained by his side. The other 7 deadly sins had already taken up their posts. Inside the Crimson Flame Palace, the Crimson King, dressed in an elegant black gown, waited quietly in the empty, deserted surroundings. When he saw Sumu arrive, the Crimson King's expression was complicated, and he hesitated to speak. That long black dress, its body as black as ink, flowed smoothly to fit her curves, the hem layered upon layered, like a bewitching black rose in the dark night. She was wearing a pair of exquisite black high heels, the white insteps of her feet contrasting sharply with the black shoes. She walked over with a very unnatural gait. Clearly it was her first time wearing high heels. "Are you here to make me abdicate?" the Crimson King asked, biting his lip with a hint of resentment. Sumu smiled slightly. "So you changed out of the phoenix robe on your own? Does it look good?" she asked expectantly, lifting the hem of her skirt. "It's not as nice as the phoenix robe you wore before, and also, high heels don't suit you." Upon hearing this, the Red King became even more resentful. "You not only want me to abdicate, but you also have to ridicule me. Who said I was going to make you step down?" The Crimson King was taken aback, but the other members of the 7 deadly sins each rule an empire, and you're the only one left. Sumu shook his head. "Do you think I need to be king? And you..." Sumu handed Supreme Heaven to the puppet Yanwu, and then said to the Red King, "From now on, he will supervise you." Only then did the Red King understand what Sumu meant by looking better in a phoenix robe. Of the 7 kings, the one Sumu trusted the most was the Crimson King. The Crimson King was brainless and never interfered in politics. To the Crimson Flame Empire, the Crimson King was more like a mascot who loved to eat potato chips and read unhealthy magazines. Therefore, he did not intend to abolish the Red King. Keeping Yanwu was also to deter the nobles of the Red Flame Empire and facilitate future reforms. "I don't want to be king," the Red King suddenly pouted. "So what do you want to be?" "I want to be queen. That's simple. After you get married, you can abdicate and become the queen." The Red King was immediately enraged, like a puppy that had been teased, and was angry, and began to bare his teeth. "Stop playing dumb. If you won't let me be queen, at least let me join the 7 deadly sins. Suit yourself. Gluttony is just my puppet. You can take his place." The Red King looked disgusted. "It sounds awful for a girl like me to be called Gluttony. I'm going to choose a different name. I'm leaving now," Sumu said with a smile. The Crimson King was taken aback, his anger completely dissipating. "Where are you going?" "Go to heaven." "What? You're going to die?" The Crimson King was shocked. Sumu. Several days later, the news that the 7 deadly sins rule the world is already common knowledge. Countless people panicked and were afraid, thinking that the end of the world had come. But as time went by, people were surprised to find that it seemed that nothing had happened. Despite being an evil organization that controls the world, the 7 deadly sins have not done anything outrageous. People continue to live their lives as usual, and nothing has changed. No, there have been some changes. The nobility disappeared. The once high and mighty nobility was abolished by the 7 deadly sins, and the laws of various countries became more and more comprehensive and strict. The disappearance of the nobility did not even cause a ripple. The reform of the 7 deadly sins was like a gentle spring breeze, nourishing things silently. They seemed to have transformed from an organization dedicated to destroying the world into one dedicated to saving it. Surprisingly, people adapted to this transformation very quickly, and there was no united voice from around the world against the 7 deadly sins. All of this is naturally thanks to Sumu's illusion magic. During this time, apart from using illusions to influence the world, Sumu has been cultivating to make ample preparations for going to heaven. He split off a portion of his soul and then completely transformed the split into a troll soul. At this point, he was only half a step away from becoming a saint, which was to connect with the holy law. This action not only did not weaken his strength, but actually made him slightly stronger. His seemingly limitless spiritual power could be quickly replenished, even if a portion of it was split off, and given the unique nature of nightmares, there was absolutely no risk of damaging his foundation. Now, with his troll body and troll soul as cover, the chances of the gods discovering his true nightmare form are even lower. Nightmare World. As Sumu's last stop before going to heaven, he arrived at the headquarters of the primordial god cult, Holy Radiant City. He regarded the Chuantian world as a reserve base for future power, and naturally, he couldn't let go of the nightmare world either. He didn't know what heaven was like, but the more powerful he was, the better. Perhaps one day he would lead the people beneath the earth to launch a counterattack on heaven. So he plans to run it well. Red Leaf, from this day forward, you are the new primordial pope. Sumu said this to Hongi, who was completely under his control. Yes, leader. Hongi knelt on one knee, her expression fervent. Your mission is to lead the primordial god cult to grow and expand. In addition, you are to erect my statue within the cult, so that believers can worship me day and night. Yes, sir. Sumu did this for a simple reason, to take away a portion of the faith of the primordial angels. Now that all the gods are on the opposite side, the primordial angels are no exception. He wanted to take advantage of any opportunity to profit. This time, he finally got everything settled. It's time to set off. Sumu looked up at the sky, his deep gaze seemingly able to pierce through the thick underground rock walls and reach the surface. Suddenly, he slowly rose into the air, his position rising infinitely high, and soon he surpassed Holy Radiant City, arriving in the endless black mist. The surrounding black mist did not hinder his steps. In fact, it made him feel at ease. After becoming a nightmare, he finally learned the true name of the black mist, Nightmare Mist. Passing through layers of nightmare mist, Sumu finally arrived at the pinnacle of hell. Above him stood thick underground rock walls, which were difficult to destroy, partly because they were so thick at least tens of thousands of meters, or even more and partly because they were sealed by the gods. Fortunately, as a nightmare, he can ignore the seal. Gradually, Sumu's figure began to become transparent until it disappeared completely. At this moment, his authenticity is zero. He has completely become non-existent. Subsequently, Sumu's consciousness extended infinitely into the dimension of dreams as he continuously searched for dreams above heaven. As long as there are people and living beings in heaven, dreams will surely exist. Once a dream is found, it can be used as a springboard to enter heaven. An hour passed, and Sumu's consciousness continued to extend. 2 hours, 3 hours, until 10 hours later, finally, his consciousness touched a blurry mist, a fragile dream. I hope heaven will bring me some different surprises. With an expectant smile on his face, Sumu instantly entered that fragile dream and successfully arrived in paradise. After piercing through the fog of the dream, the view suddenly opened up. As the last rays of the setting sun fell, they gilded the emerald pond with a golden edge. The lush lotus leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and occasionally a few drops of water rolled off the leaves, making a soft patter and creating tiny ripples in the pond. Quack, quack. A few croaks could be faintly heard from the pond. Looking at the beautiful scenery before him, Sumu guessed that the environment of paradise shouldn't be too bad. Although he hadn't seen paradise yet, and was currently only in the dream of some paradise creature, dreams could reflect a person to some extent. In places where dreams abound, people usually live a decent life. He didn't rush to leave the dream, but planned to find the main body of the dream first, explore the other person's memories, and learn about the situation in heaven. So he slowly scanned the entire pond, but after searching around, he couldn't find the main subject of the dream. Quack, quack. The noisy croaking of frogs continued incessantly. A look of surprise flashed across Sumu's face. Could it be? He gently parted the lotus leaves that were covering the water, and saw a male toad embracing a female toad on a lotus leaf on the surface of the pond. Two toads croaked, and the bumps on their skin looked gentle in the afterglow of the setting sun. Upon seeing this scene, a poem suddenly came to Sumu's mind. Lotus blossoms float in the lotus pond, and a male toad embraces a female toad's waist. He couldn't help but chuckle in surprise. This is actually a toad's dream. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. His habitual thinking led him to believe that this should be a person's dream, but he never expected that it would be a toad. Sumu chuckled and shook his head. We can only go out and find out for. Now, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the dream and stepping into true paradise. The moment Sumu saw the true face of paradise, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible, crystalline blue light flickered within them. The sky was shrouded in an eerie dark purple mist, like a rotten, riddled with holes curtain, pressing heavily on the earth, with flashes of blood-red lightning occasionally streaking across it. The ground beneath our feet was cracked and parched, with black, foul-smelling slime flowing from the fissures, like festering wounds on the earth. The cracked soil had an eerie bluish-gray hue and was devoid of any life. In a crevice beside his feet, a deformed, jet-black toad covered in fleshy growths was fast asleep, hiding in black slime. Not far away lies the ruins of a city. The once magnificent buildings and proud steel jungle have long since become broken walls, exposed steel bars, and rubble scattered everywhere. Amidst the city ruins, countless bizarre plants grow, their branches and leaves twisted and intertwined, resembling struggling arms. Is this heaven? Sumu's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. As things stand, the environment in heaven isn't much better than in hell. It truly is. Heaven is like hell. If those early believers who dream of going to heaven were to see this, their faith would probably crumble in an instant. Although the environment in heaven was harsh, it was not unexpected for Sumu. He felt that if heaven was really as the original believers described, then that would be truly bizarre. After all, heaven has experienced a war of gods. How powerful would the destructive force of a battle between gods be? The two golden kings, fighting with unrestrained might, could destroy a city in an instant, let alone a god. He didn't care about the environment of heaven. He cared about the current state of the gods. If a god falls into a deep sleep due to serious injuries sustained in a divine war, that would undoubtedly be most advantageous for him. First, take a look around. Perhaps not all places in heaven are like this. It would be best to find someone to quickly learn about the basic situation of heaven. Thinking this, Sumu strode towards the city ruins. As he walked, His aura grew weaker and weaker until it stabilized at the golden realm. Zhao Yuan once said that the stronger one is, the more conspicuous one becomes in the eyes of the gods, so he concealed most of his aura and only revealed the golden realm. After all, this is all there is to it, no matter how weak it gets. If one were to disguise oneself as an ordinary person and walk alone on the desolate land, one would actually stand out even more. Out of caution, he didn't even use his mental energy to sense his surroundings, but only observed with his naked eyes. He wouldn't easily use the power of nightmare until he was certain it was safe. After walking for about half an hour, Sumu finally saw someone. Near a collapsed building, a woman was standing on the broken wall. A woman in a black casual trench coat stood there blankly, her face streaked with tears. A gentle breeze ruffled her long hair, revealing a glimpse of her face. The woman wasn't particularly beautiful. She had a very ordinary appearance and seemed honest and unassuming. Sumu walked slowly towards her. The woman was startled by the sound of his footsteps and quickly turned around. Upon recognizing the people approaching, a look of relief and joy appeared on her face. "Thank goodness, I've finally met other people. Can you help me? I've gotten lost in this sacred ruin." Sumu stopped in front of the woman, a gentle smile on his face. "It's my pleasure to serve you." The woman's gratitude was evident. Thank you so much. I really don't know what I would have done if I hadn't met you." Sumu's smile grew even gentler. "No need to be polite. But before that, could you tell me what the divine ruins are?" "This non-human lady." The woman was taken aback. "What non-human lady? I have a name." "My name is Li Weiwei." "Okay, Miss Li Weiwei." Sumu felt the alien spiritual power emanating from Li Weiwei, constantly invading his body, and subtly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses. It possesses a mental strength level roughly equivalent to the gold level, but it's not human mental strength. It's somewhat cold and seems to be mixed with a trace of divine aura. An interesting creature. Like a gourmet, he quietly savored Li Weiwei's spiritual power and quickly analyzed what ingredients she had used. "Don't you know about the divine ruins?" "The divine ruins are..." "Don't talk to her. Run." In the distance, a dirty black-clad figure rushed towards them at lightning speed. The figure's movements were extremely strange, as if it were jumping between frames, disappearing every 2 steps, and then reappearing dozens of meters ahead. Whoosh! She appeared beside Sumu in a flash, grabbed his arm, and then a spatial fluctuation enveloped them both. A space-type gold-level transcendent. Sumu instantly discerned the newcomer's background. He did not resist the faint spatial fluctuations, but instead restrained his own power, fearing that he might accidentally cause damage and cause the teleportation to fail. Whoosh! The two appeared 100 meters away, far away from Li Weiwei, who had been speaking earlier. The smile on Li Weiwei's face slowly faded, and her expression became extremely resentful and cold. She stared intently at the departing figures of the two, like a ghost. Spatial fluctuations reappeared, and the two teleported repeatedly until they completely left Li Weiwei behind, finally stopping in a half-collapsed house. Sumu sized up the dirty woman in front of him. Her black clothes were tattered, her hair was covered in grease and had been smeared. Her face was covered in black and gray patches, and he could only vaguely make out that she was a woman. Huff! The dirty woman panted heavily, then complained, "You're supposed to be a gold-level expert, yet you dare to try and become a god hunter without even knowing who Mo Ling is, and come here, too. Break into the god ruins, god hunter?" Another god ruins. Does Mo Ling refer to Li Weiwei from earlier? Sumu pondered what exactly was going on in heaven. How could there be a profession like god hunter, hunting down gods? Were the people of heaven that powerful? However, after scrutinizing the dirty woman for a long time, he couldn't see anything special about her. If he had to say, she was exceptionally weak. How could a gold-level spatial expert have such a short teleportation distance? She needed to teleport several times to cover hundreds of meters. That was too weak. Do you know that if I hadn't shown up in time, you would have almost died? Yes, thank you. Sumu nodded, his deep gaze fixed on the direction where Li Weiwei had just disappeared. She almost died. The woman's expression softened slightly. Although you seem a bit silly, at least you're quite polite. In her eyes, Sumu's composure was mistaken for dazedness. He didn't know how to run in the face of danger, and even after surviving, he had no expression, as if he was scared out of his wits. By the way, my name is Chu Ying, from the Dawn Blade. What's your name? Which God Hunter team are you from? Sumu. What does God Hunter refer to? Chu Ying was taken aback, her expression changing slightly. You haven't been assimilated by Mo Ling, have you? You don't even know about the God Hunter? Is Mo Ling the lady from earlier? Sumu asked with a smile. You still call her lady. She's not human at all. She's a monster. She's a divine abomination infected by the aura of a divine corpse. She can disguise herself as a human and infect everyone who talks to her. Those who talk to her will be haunted by terrifying illusions, gradually losing sight of reality and illusion, and eventually assimilated into the silent spirit. Morling is a general term for this type of divine abomination. You weren't infected, were you? That shouldn't be the case. You're a gold-level expert, and you only said a few words. Your mental strength can't be that weak, can it? Sumu. He was speechless. This was the first time in his life that someone had told him he had weak mental strength. There is a misconception that an emperor is being mocked for his poverty by a beggar. Chu Ying took 2 steps back nervously, and faint spatial fluctuations appeared around her, as if she would immediately run away if Sumu showed any abnormality. I wasn't infected, but I lost some of my memories for some reason. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, obscuring the crystalline blue light in his eyes. The next moment, Chu Ying lowered her guard and easily believed Sumu's words. You scared me. I thought you were going to become a moling too, but you're really unlucky to have lost your memory. Although there are many divine beings in the divine ruins, I've never encountered one that can cause amnesia. Don't worry, you're lucky to have met me. We're all hunters of the gods, and we should help each other in this divine realm. Come back to the meeting point with me first. All of us from Dawnbreaker are there. It'll be better if we're all together and can look out for each other. Chu Ying tiptoed and patted Sumu's shoulder with her dirty hands, giving him a look that said, I'll protect you, no need to be grateful. Trust between people is a strange thing. Some people can work together for many years, but still not be able to see each other's hearts, while others can be trusted unconditionally after only meeting once. Sumu is that kind of person. Anyone with a weak resistance to illusions is likely to trust him. Then, led by Chu Ying, the two carefully walked through the ruins. Why don't you just teleport back to the gathering point? Chu Ying, who was leading the way, said without turning her head, Do you think I don't want to? This is the divine ruins, the place where the corpses of gods are left behind. Anything terrifying can happen here. Even space can be disordered. If I teleport too far and encounter a spatial disorder, I may never be able to come back. Sumu now understood why a space-type gold-level expert could only teleport 100 meters. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he dared not. He briefly sensed the surrounding space and found that there was indeed some spatial turbulence, but it wasn't too serious. It wasn't as severe as the turbulence he caused by using his distorted divinity to warp space. This made him curious. How could a gold-level superhuman who was so weak, dare to call himself a god hunter? Beneath the surface, in hell, various religions abound and countless people worship gods. Yet in heaven, where gods truly exist, god hunters have emerged. He originally thought that even if there were a large number of humans in heaven, there would surely be many religions, with faith even more prevalent than in hell. But the result was quite the opposite. In hell, where only demigods exist, no one dares to call themselves a god hunter. Are the people of heaven really that brave? Oh, right. I almost forgot you have amnesia. I bet you don't even know what the divine ruins are. The divine ruins are actually alternate dimensions created by the chaotic power of the gods after the War of the Gods. Usually, there are parts of the corpses of gods in the divine ruins. These divine corpses are the core of the divine ruins. Divine abominations are monsters formed from the corruption of divine corpses. The Siling was one of them. Although the Siling is very strong, it's relatively easy to deal with. As long as you don't speak to it and stay far away, you'll generally be safe. Chu Ying patiently explained to Sumu, though she herself didn't know why she was explaining so much to a stranger. Maybe it was because he was handsome and suited her aesthetic. The corpse of gods. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Was the war of the gods really that fierce? Did many gods die? Were they scattered like Xuan Tian? Are there still living gods? Chu Ying thought for a moment. There probably are, but I've never seen them. However, I guess even if the gods are alive, they have long since fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. This is good news for Sumu. If the gods are either dead or asleep, then he won't have to bother hiding himself. He can act more freely and find the original essence of Xuantian scattered in the world more easily. However, he would not believe Chu Ying's one-sided story. Although Chu Ying was definitely telling the truth under the influence of the illusion, given her weak strength and low level of knowledge, some of her information sources were inaccurate. If the gods are so powerful, why do you still call yourselves god hunters? Upon hearing this question, Chu Ying's expression suddenly turned serious. She stopped and turned to look at Sumu, saying earnestly, "Because the gods are ruthless and treat humans like straw dogs, they are the source of chaos and a malignant tumor in the world. It is precisely because of the existence of the gods that the world has become so desolate. I once heard from the older generation that a long time ago, the world was not like this. The world was once beautiful and prosperous, and people lived in peace and contentment. But after the war between the gods began, the gods attacked each other, tearing the world apart, and even nearly causing the extinction of the human race. If God doesn't care about humanity, then humanity will naturally kill God. This is the origin of the God Hunter. Humans may be weak, but courage is humanity's greatest pride. We have the courage to hunt down gods. So that's how it is. Courage, you say. Sumu's lips curled into a smile. He liked this kind of hymn. Compared to the proliferation of religions and the enslavement of countless people by gods, he preferred the current paradise. Even though it was full of ruin and suffering, the hymn of courage echoed across this land and lingered for a long time. It's a pity. Chu Ying's expression darkened. Now, more and more god hunters no longer fight for the survival of the human race, but for their own selfish interests. They treat god hunters as a profession to make a living, allowing the divine monsters to wreak havoc on the world. Only those who can afford the price can hire them. Sometimes they would even deliberately capture weaker, divine monsters, release them into residential areas, let them wreak havoc, and then people would obediently pay money so that the divine hunters could capture the monsters and release them in another location. Sumu smiled slightly. Humanity's light and darkness have always coexisted. This is nothing new. Ahead lies a thorny area. Those blood thorns will drain the blood of anyone who steps in. I'll teleport you there. Chu Ying pointed to a ruin not far away, entangled in blood-red thorns. The ruins emanated an eerie blood-red light, and the thick, twisted branches resembled countless venomous snakes, imbued with life, intertwining and clinging to each other, slowly extending in all directions. As she spoke, Chu Ying reached out to take Sumu's hand, but Sumu stopped her. Under Chu Ying's puzzled gaze, Sumu took out a bottle of water and a clean white handkerchief. Hold out your hand. Chu Ying looked at her dirty little hands, first stunned, then her eyebrows furrowed. What do you mean? You think I'm dirty? What time is it? And you're still bothered by these details? Sumu smiled gently. First of all, there is no danger right now, and no divine monsters are chasing us, so we have plenty of time to wash our hands. Secondly, I really do find it dirty. You, splash, splash, splash. Water was poured onto Chu Ying's hands, and then, as if possessed, she began to wash them. Clear water flowed into her palm, quickly turning into black water. When the bottle of water was used up, and she wiped it with a white handkerchief, a pair of fair hands with pale pink fingernails came into view. It's much cleaner now. Let's go. Humph! Chu Ying snorted, took Sumu's hand without saying a word, and the two teleported through the thorny area. In fact, Sumu himself could also perform this level of teleportation by simply using his distorted divinity to warp space, but he did not use it. It seems that the people of heaven are very hostile to the gods. They cannot use divinity lightly unless necessary. No one can be sure whether there are any powerful beings hidden in this divine ruin. The same applies to the power of nightmares. Otherwise, a golden-level transcendent like Chu Ying could be hypnotized and controlled with a thought, instead of just some simple psychological suggestions, as it is now. In other words, without a complete understanding of heaven, the wisest course of action is to only use trolls. With his status as the Golden King, and now possessing both troll blood and troll soul, coupled with countless wishes made through the supreme heaven to elevate his physique to an unparalleled level, he is more than capable of dealing with ordinary saint-level powerhouses. After traversing the thorny land, the two continued onward, and the surrounding city ruins began to diminish, as if they had arrived at the outskirts of this ruined city. There are low-rise houses all around, which are relatively well preserved. After a long while, Chu Ying stopped in front of a house that resembled a courtyard. She knocked on the rusty iron gate, which sent ripples of white light across its surface. Clearly, someone had used some kind of extraordinary means to protect and isolate the courtyard. Soon, a deep male voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, Chu Ying." The man inside didn't open the door immediately, but continued to ask, "What was your mission today?" "Find extraordinary materials that can heal the captain." A whisper broke out inside. "It should be Chu Ying, not Moling." Chu Ying explained to Sumu in a low voice, "The Moling can disguise themselves as humans and communicate in various ways, which is why they are so cautious." "Who are you talking to?" the man inside the door exclaimed in surprise. "I rescued a god hunter named Sumu while I was out. He was a gold-level superhuman, but he had encountered some accidents and lost a lot of his memories, so he didn't remember his team. Don't worry, I've already checked. He's not a divine fiend. You can trust him," Chu Ying affirmed. However, she had not actually confirmed it, but for some reason, she firmly believed that Sumu was perfectly fine. Whispers began again inside the door, as if they were discussing something. At that moment, another slightly aged male voice spoke. "Open the door and let them in." "Yes." Click. The rusty iron gate was opened, and immediately several gazes focused on Sumu, each with a different expression, wary, inquisitive, and uneasy. Sumu and Chu Ying went inside. "Don't worry, Captain. He'll be fine," Chu Ying said to an elderly man sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the room. The old man was clearly the captain of Dawnblade. He had gray hair, a thin build, and sharp, hawk-like eyes in his deep-set sockets, constantly scrutinizing Sumu. Sumu was also observing them. The Dawnblade members in the room, including Chu Ying, totaled 6 people, 3 gold transcendents, 2 gold kings, and 1 saint level. The saint level figure was naturally the elderly man who was the captain, but he was covered in obvious bloodstains, and his aura was very unstable, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. After looking around, Sumu roughly understood the situation. An injured saint-level being, accompanied by 2 large ants and 3 small ants, posed no threat. "This is our captain of Dawnblade, a renowned saint-level expert in the Dawn realm, Captain Zhouqiang. Captain, this is Sumu. I rescued him from Mo Ling. He has lost some of his memories." Chu Ying was introducing things from the middle, but Zhao Qiang didn't greet her at all, his expression remaining indifferent. He slowly withdrew his gaze and said coldly, "The aura of malevolence on your body indicates you are a golden transcendent of the troll path, without any signs of being corrupted by divine abominations." After saying that, he ignored Sumu and closed his eyes to rest. With his words, the other members of Dawnblade breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Chu Ying's judgment, they obviously trusted Jiang more. Since the captain said there was no problem, then there was no problem. However, after learning that Sumu was merely the weakest troll, these people's attitudes changed significantly. A man with a buzz cut complained to Chu Ying, "Didn't I tell you to go out and find extraordinary materials that can heal the captain's injuries? But you brought back a person instead. Where are the materials? Don't tell me you didn't find them either." Chu Ying pursed her lips and said softly, "I couldn't find it. What are you thinking? Is saving people more important, or healing the captain's injuries? If the captain's injuries aren't treated properly, who will lead us out of this divine ruin?" The crew-cut man said angrily. "Of course I want to heal the captain, but I can't find a way," Chu Ying said, turning her head away angrily. At this moment, a long-haired man standing next to Zhu Qiang said coldly, "Chu Ying, you are the only one in the team with a space-type ability, and you are the only one with the best chance of finding healing materials. But a month has passed. What have you found? It's a pity I don't have the ability to teleport, otherwise the captain's injuries would have healed long ago." The long-haired man was the king of gold. His words left Chu Ying speechless, and she could only stand there silently with her head down. "All right." Zhao Qiang slowly opened his eyes. "How many times have I told you the team needs to be united? There are outsiders here, so don't let them laugh at us." He turned his gaze to Sumu, with a hint of scrutiny. "Sumu, right? Chu Ying saved your life. So we, the Dawnblade, have done you a favor. I think you should understand the principle of repaying kindness. As a divine hunter, I would definitely bring some healing potions when I venture into the divine ruins. We went through a fierce battle before, and we ran out of potions. I hope you can offer us some healing potions as a way of repaying us." "What do you say?" Sumu smiled slightly. "I am very grateful for Miss Chu Ying's help, but I don't have any healing potions." These words immediately created a subtle atmosphere in the room. Zhao Qiang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if trying to see through whether Sumu was lying, but all he saw was gentleness and sincerity. Sumu was not lying. With his immortality, he didn't need healing potions, and therefore didn't carry any. Unfortunately, the truth is often not believed. "Gong Kang," Search him and see if he has any spatial artifacts on him, Zhao Qiang said coldly. All right, Captain. A man with a buzz cut named Gong Kang walked over with his hands in his pockets. Captain, this. Chu Ying was about to speak when she was met with Zhu Qiang's cold gaze, which made her swallow her words. Sumu, right? Gong Kang looked Sumu up and down with a flippant gaze. Tiesk, you look like a skinny pretty boy. Are you really the troll pathway? Sumu smiled gently. The real deal. All right, I guess you reached your current level by using extraordinary potions. Enough with the small talk. You heard what the captain said. I'm going to search you. Don't be offended. This is all for everyone's good. After all, we're all counting on the captain to lead us all out of here, right? That makes sense. Sumu continued to smile, like a humble gentleman. Gong Kang laughed. You're quite easy to talk to. How about this? You hand over your spatial artifact yourself, which will save me the trouble. Don't worry, we, the Dawnblade, are not robbers. We definitely won't touch the other treasures in your spatial artifact. We only want the healing potion. How about that? Is that reasonable? Indeed, it's quite sophisticated. Gong Kang stretched out his hand. Give it to me. Sumu smiled and shook his head. I don't have a spatial artifact. He also spoke the truth. His dream space could store items, and was even safer than a spatial artifact, so he didn't need a spatial artifact at all. Gong Kang, who had been grinning, instantly turned cold. You're supposed to be a gold-level expert, and you're telling me you don't have a spatial artifact. Do you think I'm stupid? Mr. Gong, please don't misunderstand. I really don't have any spatial artifacts. You can search for me if you don't believe me. Sumu's sincere words made Gong Kang somewhat doubtful. Could it be that he really didn't? How did this kid end up with gold? How come he's so poor? Did he lose it in the divine ruins? Then I'll search it up. Kid, let me tell you, if I find out you've lied to me, you're in big trouble. Gong Kang reached out his hand to Sumu's waist, while Sumu simply spread his hands out, looking completely casual. Seeing Sumu's calm demeanor, he was already mostly convinced, but since things had come to this point, a search was still necessary. Just as his hand was about to touch Sumu's body, suddenly, a slender, fair hand grabbed his wrist. Gong Kang was taken aback and looked up in surprise. What are you doing? You really searched. Sumu looked at Gong Kang in surprise, seemingly even more astonished than Gong Kang, as if he hadn't expected the other party to be so brave. I was just being polite. You took it seriously. Gong Kang was instantly enraged. You dare to play tricks? Ah! Before he could finish speaking, there was a snap, and Sumu broke his wrist. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Sumu, who had always been gentle and polite, would actually make a move, especially in front of the entire Dawnblade. Before they could react, Gong Kang instantly bent over like a shrimp and flew backwards like a cannonball. His chest was caved in and blood gushed from his mouth. Bang! With a loud crash, Gong Kang collided with a gold-level expert who was about to make a move. The man was immediately struck as if by a heavy hammer, his eyes bulging out, and he was slammed to the ground. You're courting death! The long-haired man beside Zhu Qiang rushed over as if by teleportation, and the terrifying aura unique to the Golden King suddenly erupted. Suddenly, a long, slender, white hand gripped his neck with lightning speed, and under the terrifying force, the aura of the Golden King came to an abrupt halt. The long-haired man's face was contorted with bulging veins as he struggled incessantly. Sumu's speed was simply too fast. He hadn't even seen him clearly before he was lifted up. From everyone's perspective, Sumu seemed to have a premonition, placing his palm in the path the long-haired man was bound to take, and then waiting for the long-haired man to run into it. The fact that he subdued the Golden King with a single move made the others, who originally wanted to rush forward, hesitate. Looking at the wary crowd, Sumu smiled gently and said, "Is it because I spoke politely that you mistakenly thought I was easy to talk to? I'm truly sorry about that." He pressed down with one hand, flipping the long-haired man over, his massive head slamming into the ground. With a loud bang, the long-haired man's head smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. His eyes rolled back, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Such a brutal and violent scene not only stunned everyone, but also left Chu Ying speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. This is Sumu's strength, instantly defeating the King of Gold? Then wouldn't my saving him before mean? Chu Ying suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She realized that with Sumu's strength, he wasn't afraid of Mo Ling at all, yet she had dragged him away and shamelessly claimed to have saved his life. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, as if her face was on fire. At this moment, she finally understood what Sumu meant. Indeed, she almost died. So, this sentence means that Merling almost died. As she thought about it, she became a little scared. Oh no, she had just said that he looked silly. Would he hold a grudge? Vice Captain. Another Gold King roared in shock and anger, glaring at Sumu. How dare you attack the Vice Captain? Stop. Zhao Qiong, who had been silent all along, suddenly stopped everyone. He looked at Sumu and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I misjudged him. It turns out he is a Golden King of the Troll Path. Stop it. In such a confined space, no one of the same level can defeat a Troll King. He was right. Although the Troll Path has always been called the weakest, that's only because it doesn't have many magical means. All it has is extreme violence. If a troll gets close to you through any means, the outcome will be dire. Suddenly, Zhao Qiang slowly stood up. His aged body showed no imposing presence. Instead, he resembled an old man on his deathbed, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. "Captain, your injury," someone asked worriedly. Zhao Qiang waved his hand. "It's all right." Suppressing a Golden King is just a piece of cake. He gazed at Sumu in the arena and said calmly, "Sumu, is it true that we, the Dawnblade, were rude first? If you hadn't deliberately concealed your cultivation level and refused to hand over the healing potion, things wouldn't have turned out this way. You went a bit too far, but don't worry, I'm a very reasonable person. If you talk too much." Sumu's face wore an unchanging smile, as if it were meticulously sculpted, giving people the delicate and eerie feeling of a doll. Why bother finding so many high-sounding reasons? Even if a good-for-nothing stands on the moral high ground, it still doesn't change the fact that he is a good-for-nothing. Zhao Qiang's expression slowly turned cold. "Young man, remember to take the opportunity when I give you a way out. Don't think that someone like you can deal with an injured saint-level expert. Self-awareness is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. You're courting death." Zhao Qiang's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make a move when a wisp of sandalwood fragrance suddenly wafted into the room. Upon smelling the sandalwood scent, everyone's expression changed drastically. They froze, as if petrified, completely still. "The evil spirits from the temple are here again. Don't move." Chu Ying hurriedly whispered a reminder. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. A divine being in a temple. The next moment, a figure, like a ghost, seeped in through the wall. It was a man wearing tattered monk's robes, with dark, withered skin, as if he had been drained of blood. Most remarkably, this monk was headless. The neck looked as if it had been gnawed by some kind of monster. The head was nowhere to be found. The cut surface was jagged, the flesh was rolled up, and dried black blood, like a hideous spider. web spread from the wound to the chest and congealed into clumps on the monk's robe. Where the head should have been, a burning sandalwood incense stick was abruptly inserted. The faint flame flickered in the dim room, and wisps of grayish-white smoke rose slowly and diffused throughout the room. The sandalwood scent I smelled earlier was emanating from the sandalwood on the headless monk's neck. When Zhou Kuiyang and the others saw the headless monk, they turned pale with fright and held their breath. The headless monk, perhaps because he has no head, seems unable to see or hear clearly. His only means of perceiving the outside world is the grayish-white smoke emitted by sandalwood. The smoke billowed, like winding little snakes coiling around everyone, and any movement by anyone would cause fluctuations in the smoke. He wandered aimlessly and soon approached Gong Kang. Gong Kang was so frightened by the headless monk, who was so close to him that he almost touched him. He didn't dare to breathe and clutched the cave-in his chest, enduring the pain to prevent the blood from dripping. The headless monk stared at him for a while, then shifted his focus, moving around the room as if he were an emperor inspecting his territory. Everyone watched his movements nervously, silently praying that he would leave quickly, and no one dared to make a sound. "Is this the divine evil spirit in the temple?" A gentle voice broke the deathly silence. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they looked at Sumu, who had spoken, as if they had seen a ghost. Chu Ying, standing to the side, was extremely anxious and kept gesturing to Sumu with her eyes to shut up. As soon as Sumu spoke, the smoke in front of him rippled slightly. Whoosh! The headless monk appeared in front of Sumu in an instant, the burning sandalwood incense stick pointing directly into his eyes. "I'm a little curious. What would happen if I pulled out this incense stick?" The crowd's eyes widened in horror, their faces displaying an indescribable array of expressions. Terror, anxiety, anger. They frantically gestured with their eyes, begging them not to pull it out. Puff! Sumu gently pulled the sandalwood from the headless monk's neck, and a small spurt of black blood oozed from where the sandalwood was pulled out. Immediately, the headless monk's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, as if he were completely dead. "Oh, he died so easily?" Sumu was somewhat surprised. "Look what you've done!" Zhao Qiang roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour someone. "Do you even know what you've done?" One of the Golden Kings roared angrily. "Do you really think we're afraid of this headless monk? Do you think we can't handle him? What we're worried about is the rotting flesh Buddha in the temple. You killed its monks. It will definitely take revenge. It's all over, all over." His face suddenly turned extremely terrified. The fact that he could frighten a Golden King into a state of helplessness shows just how terrifying the corpse Buddha was. "I'm doomed! I'm doomed!" "I'm sure to be killed by the rotten flesh Buddha." Sumu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, it won't happen." The King of Gold glared at him angrily. "Stop spouting nonsense." The captain's injury was caused by the corpse Buddha. Even the captain couldn't deal with it. "Do you think you can?" Sumu smiled and shook his head. "You misunderstood. What I meant was, you won't live to see the corpse Buddha come to kill you, because..." He strode forward, heading towards the King of Gold, his right hand hanging naturally, countless strands of black malevolent energy solidifying in his palm, the terrifying black light even devouring all the light. "You are about to die." Whoosh! A black spear formed from malevolent energy pierced the Golden King's heart, pinning him to the wall. "Ah!" A shrill scream rang out. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood gushed from his mouth. His life force dissipated in an instant under the destruction of the evil energy. The screams abruptly stopped. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. No one expected that Sumu would actually attack others at such a critical moment. Wasn't he worried about the rotten flesh Buddha at all? "You're courting death!" Zhao Qiang roared in fury. He clenched his fist, and in an instant, the sound of electricity crackling filled the void. A bolt of lightning flashing blue light appeared in his hand. He swung his sword suddenly, and blue lightning, like a divine sword that could punish all things, slashed towards Sumu. Sumu slightly raised his eyes. His right hand, which hung naturally, was wrapped with countless black snake-like evil energy. With a light wave, as if swatting a fly, he easily dispersed the blue lightning. Zhao Qiang's pupils suddenly contracted. "You are not the Golden King!" "The Golden King could not have defeated my lightning. Are you also a saint-level being? Who I am is not important. What's important is that I want to hear your reasoning. If you can give me a reason that satisfies me, perhaps, I might spare your life," Sumu said with a smile. Zhao Qiang's face turned extremely ugly. He stared intently at Sumu. "You really think I can't do anything to you? So what if you're a saint-level expert? You're still just the weakest." Suddenly, the sound of houses collapsing came from outside, as if some huge thing was moving through the ruins. Wherever it passed, the already fragile ruins collapsed rapidly. A stench of rotting flesh and blood slowly spread.
Everyone's expression changed drastically. "The rotten flesh Buddha has arrived. Captain, what do we do?" Just as Zhou Qiang was about to make another move, he looked anxiously at Sumu. "Now is not the time for infighting. Although you and I have conflicts, if we want to survive from the corpse Buddha, we can only join forces. What do you think? I don't think it's very good." "You!" Zhao Qiang suppressed his anger. "Don't you understand the principle of when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits? If we fight to the death, in the end everyone will die at the hands of the rotten flesh Buddha. As fellow divine hunters, we should join forces to fight against the divine abomination. That's your logic, not mine. Madwoman." "Chu Ying, look at the madwoman you brought back." Zhou Qiang cursed angrily. He thought Sumu must be a madwoman. With the divine monster in front of him, he was still thinking about infighting. Did he really want to drag everyone down with him? Roar! A deafening roar resounded. Under this terrifying roar, the visible sound waves actually overturned the house where everyone was. A Buddha statue, tens of meters tall and made of decaying flesh, came into view. It was like a moving, rotting mountain, forcibly squeezing into this ruin of broken walls and rubble. It was covered with dense sores, from which foul-smelling pus flowed continuously, leaving a trail of purulent and bloody footprints behind it. The next moment, the pus and blood flowing from the rotting flesh Buddha seemed to come alive, and it spread rapidly throughout the area. In the blink of an eye, the land within 100 miles was covered with pus and blood. Everyone felt an unusual stickiness under their feet, as if they were walking on a swamp. Bubbling sounds were rising from the pus and blood, and clumps of rotting flesh were growing inside. "Oh no! It's its fleshy domain. We can't get out." Zhou Qiang was extremely anxious, constantly scanning his surroundings, hoping to find a way to escape. He had experienced this rotten flesh domain once before. Last time, many team members died, and he only managed to break through the rotten flesh domain by sacrificing himself and suffering serious injuries. But now, severely injured, he is simply unable to break through the rotten flesh domain. "Damn Sumu!" A murderous glint flashed in Zhou Qiang's eyes. If Sumu hadn't killed the headless monk, the corpse Buddha would never have been attracted. Although he hated Sumu to the core, he had to put aside his grudges for the time being in order to save his life. Sumu, You've seen the power of the rotten flesh Buddha. Quickly join me to break through this rotten flesh territory. Before he could finish speaking, he froze, because he saw Sumu walking towards the rotten flesh Buddha. Endless malevolent energy rose from Sumu's body, as if it were about to break through the oppressive sky. Black ripples appeared beneath his feet, and wherever they passed, the earth quickly turned black and cracked, as if this land was also unable to bear the burden of this terrifying malevolent energy. His deep eyes were also stained with an unfathomable black, like an evil god emerging from the abyss. Its strength is roughly at the saint level, and it is accompanied by mixed divine power. Is it corrosive? Sumu casually glanced at it and saw through the true nature of the rotten flesh Buddha at a glance. It is indeed difficult to deal with an ordinary saint-level being because its modeled divine power is highly corrosive, and anyone who comes into contact with it will be corroded. However, this level of divine power couldn't break through Sumu's defenses at all. With his powerful physique and the protection of the 6 divine natures, he really didn't take this mere divine prodigy seriously. Zhou Qiong's eyes widened in fury. Madman. Arrogant and conceited madman, you're trying to kill all of our talented people. Sumu clenched his fist, and countless strands of black malevolent energy condensed on it, forming a black hole that swallowed up all the light around him. Immediately, he threw a punch. Boom! The air suddenly compressed, a terrifying sonic boom exploded, and an endless torrent of malevolent energy burst forth, easily piercing through most of the rotting flesh-Buddha's body with unstoppable force. Wherever the evil energy passes, the space cracks and distorts. As the black aura dissipated, only half of the towering, decaying flesh Buddha remained standing, the rest of its body completely obliterated. The rotting flesh domain that had spread for hundreds of miles around shattered with a deafening roar. Everyone stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before them, utterly shocked. Sumu slowly withdrew his right fist. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and the half-body, rotting flesh Buddha collapsed to the ground with a thud, kicking up dust everywhere. He turned around and smiled at the stiff Zhou Qiong. All right, now no one will bother us. Zhou Qiong subconsciously took a half-step back, his forehead covered in cold sweat. To kill the rotten flesh Buddha in one strike, such strength is definitely not that of an ordinary saint-level being. Could it be a figure like a saint lord? How is this possible? How could someone like that appear here? Ta-da-ta-da. The sound of footsteps, neither too light nor too heavy, approached Zhou Qiong from afar. Zhou Qiong unconsciously swallowed, his hands, hidden beneath his wide sleeves, trembling slightly. Mr. Su, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. A stiff, ingratiating smile appeared on his face. Sumu continued walking, his smile unchanged. Yes, I'm listening. Zhou Qiong was speechless for a moment. Large beads of sweat kept sliding down his face. His brain was working frantically, trying to exhaust all the principles he had learned to save his life. I was wrong, Mr. Su. I shouldn't have spoken so rudely. But ignorance is no excuse, and I didn't know your identity beforehand. I know I was wrong, but at least it doesn't warrant death. If you spare me, I, Zhou Qiong, and the entire Dawnblade will follow your lead. Hey, Sumu's lips curled into a smile. He pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and looked at the other person with a light laugh. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're scared. It's a pity that you're so good at reasoning. Why can't you articulate a reason that would allow you to save your own life? No. Give me a chance. Mr. Su, please give me another chance. I promise. Who do you think you are? To think you deserve a chance from me? Sumu raised his hand slightly, and endless black evil energy gathered in his palm like a black hole that devours everything, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Sizzle, Zhao Qiang turned and ran without hesitation, transforming into a streak of blue lightning and speeding away into the distance. Its speed is so fast that it's almost like teleportation. Sumu did not chase after Zhou Qiang, who had run away, but smiled as he watched the other man flee in a disheveled state. The next moment, the twisted divinity was activated. In the distant sky, blue lightning streaked directly ahead, and space instantly distorted. The blue lightning plunged into the distorted space and disappeared. At the same time, the space in front of Sumu also distorted. Whoosh! Zhou Qiang's figure rushed out from within, and Sumu stood smiling in front of him. Zhao Qiang's expression changed drastically. Before he could even beg for mercy, a black fist imprint carrying overwhelming murderous aura came into view. He quickly mobilized the power of thunder throughout his body, and tens of thousands of blue lightning bolts burst forth in the void, making him look like a god of thunder. However, as the murderous fist imprint rose into the sky, shattering the thunder in the sky, this straight punch landed squarely on Zhu Qiang's chest without any fancy moves. A violent force erupted, Zhao Qiang's chest instantly caved in, and his eyes bulged out. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, and he was sent flying backward like a cannonball, carving a terrifying trench 100 meters long into the ground before crashing into a collapsed high-rise building. Boom! High-rise buildings are broken, rubble is everywhere, and dust is flying. The members of Dawnblade stared in shock at the scene before them, feeling a chill run through their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The people who had spoken rudely to Sumu earlier were so frightened that their legs trembled. They never imagined that Sumu, whom they despised, was actually such a terrifyingly powerful expert. As the dust settled, Zhou Qiang's battered figure was revealed amidst the ruins. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, his broken ribs piercing his lungs, his bluish-purple lips already stained red with blood, some small fragments of internal organs flowing out with the blood. God, divine power, Yuli Lord. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Divine power? Holy Lord? Is this a title for a saint-level powerhouse who possesses divine power? Upon closer examination, Heaven's classification of such powerful beings is quite reasonable. After all, the saint level is the pinnacle of life, and above that is the demigod. If a saint-level expert wants to continue to grow stronger, they can only rely on divine power. And a saint-level expert who has obtained divine power possesses strength that surpasses that of an ordinary saint-level expert, thus deserving the title of Saint Lord. In order to obtain more information, Sumu pulled down his brown glasses, and a flash of crystalline blue light appeared in his eyes. Now that Zhao Qiang is on the verge of death, it would be easy to extract information from him using illusion magic. Zhao Qiang then said, "No, that's not right. Your divine power is far less than that of the Holy Lord. You didn't obtain your divine power through the corpse of a demigod. You are..." His eyes widened suddenly, filled with fear. "You're a cultist." Hearing this familiar title, Sumu was not surprised. Even hell has cultists. It would be strange if heaven didn't. Strictly speaking, his method of obtaining divine power was indeed similar to that of cultists, who obtained divine power through divinity bestowed by gods. However, the only difference is that his divinity was not bestowed by the gods, but rather stolen by himself. It seems that the Holy Lord is a saint-level powerhouse who possesses the corpse of a demigod. Is it the complete corpse? Tell me everything you know about the Holy Lord, I said. If you spare my life, I can join your sect, and I can believe in God. Speak. Under the influence of the illusion, Zhao Qiong tremblingly revealed the information about the Holy Lord. As a saint-level expert, he naturally possessed the most comprehensive intelligence. A moment later, Sumu finally understood what the Holy Lord was. Just as he guessed, the saint level is the end of the mortal realm. Saint-level powerhouses who want to advance to demigods can only inherit the power of other demigods who have already died. The law seems to end at the saint level. There is no such thing as divine law. Or, to put it another way, God is the embodiment of God's law, and only when God dies and a successor inherits God's mantle can he become a new God. This principle applies not only to true gods like Xuantian, but also to demigods. The Holy Lord is a saint-level powerhouse who possesses part of the corpse of a demigod. They are at the threshold between gods and mortals, wielding divine power with a mortal body. Once the Holy Lord has gathered a complete demigod's corpse and successfully refined it, he can advance to become a demigod. The whole process is like a jigsaw puzzle. If you collect all the pieces of a demigod's puzzle, you become a demigod. No one knows for sure how many pieces each demigod has. It depends on how many pieces these demigods were broken into during the War of the Gods. The war between the gods was fierce. Even true gods perished, let alone demigods. Many demigods had their origins shattered and scattered throughout the world. Some existed as body parts, while others were attached to objects. However, whether it is corpse parts or artifacts, these demigod origins, due to their strong divine death aura, will cause serious pollution and damage to the surrounding environment, just like radiation. The area radiated by the death energy of the gods is the divine ruins. The reason why Zhao Qiong's Dawn Blade came to this divine ruin, because they were ordered by the master of the Dawn Realm, the Lord of Dawn, to explore which demigod's corpse in this divine ruin belonged to them. The Lord of Dawn is the Holy Lord, possessing a portion of the body of the demigod mother of thousands of flowers and mercy. In order to ascend to demigod status, he has been searching for her other bodies for many years to complete the puzzle. So he offered a high reward, inviting countless divine hunters to explore the divine ruins and help him achieve his goal. Zhao Qiong was one of them. As for the cultists, this was somewhat unexpected for Sumu. Cultists were not popular in heaven. On the contrary, they were like rats in the street, with almost no place to stay. Anti-divine sentiment was running high throughout heaven. The prevailing view was that gods were the source of all evil, and that humanity should purify them. As for how to purify them, the answer was naturally to acquire the power of the gods and become gods themselves. Humans who believe in gods are then labeled as followers of evil gods and are not tolerated by human society. Interesting. The closer one gets to the gods, the worse off the people who believe in them seem to be. Has the God of heaven really weakened to such an extent? Sumu pondered, could the war of the gods back then really have been so brutal? After the war of the gods fell from grace, hiding in the shadows to lick their wounds, never to show themselves to the world again. Then humanity rose up, occupied heaven, and drove out the followers of evil gods. If that's the case, he can unleash his full power. At least he can use the power of nightmares and won't have to worry too much about the gods. The only thing to be careful about is that the six gods' divinity cannot be used casually, lest it be mistaken for a cult. Compared to the Holy Lord who possesses a partial demigod body, the divinity is too weak and can easily be misunderstood. Only Sumu had another question in his mind. If the gods were really so weak, then why were the likes of the primordial angel and the eternal heavenly venerable still able to infiltrate the Xuantian world? With their power? After thinking for a moment, he stopped thinking about it. Xiaoyun was right. You are not a god, so don't try to guess what a god is thinking. The gap between the two sides is too big, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of ways of thinking. Mr. Su, I have answered your question. Could you please forgive me? Zhao Kong cautiously observed Sumu's expression and asked humbly. Sumu slightly raised his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. I almost forgot, you're not dead yet. Zhao Qiang's face suddenly turned horrified. No, Mr. Su, you... Ah, the malevolent energy composed of billions of tiny black particles eroded towards him, like countless tiny black insects, frantically pouring into his mouth, nose, eye sockets, and ears. Tiny bumps rose under his skin, moving around his body. In a short moment, his eyes were completely covered by black, his screams stopped abruptly, and he was lifeless quiet, a deathly silence. A living, breathing saint-level expert, their captain, died so easily before their eyes. All the members of Dawn Blade were terrified and fell silent. They even lost the courage to run away. The scene of Zhou Qiang escaping and being teleported back by the distorted space was still vivid in everyone's mind. Any smart person would know that running away now would be tantamount to courting death. The only chance of survival right now is to beg for the other party's forgiveness. None of the god hunters who are active in the divine ruins year-round are fools. They are incredibly swift and decisive. When Sumu turned around, the others had already knelt on the ground, their heads pressed tightly against the earth, their trembling breaths drawing in the dust from the ground, but none of them dared to move. Chu Ying, still standing, was somewhat bewildered. Looking at her teammates kneeling on the ground, she froze for a moment, and then, thud. Perhaps feeling that standing was a bit out of place, she also knelt down. Although she knew she wasn't targeting Sumu, the thought of how she had previously described Sumu as somewhat foolish made her unconsciously afraid that he might kill her in the process. My lord. Spare my life. It was all at Captain Zhu's, Zhao Qiang's behest. It has nothing to do with us. As long as you spare us, we're willing to be your slaves. Chu Ying raised her small hands above her head, holding an ancient bronze furnace in her hands, and said fearfully, Lord Su. Lord Su, this is a divine object transformed from the rotten flesh Buddha you just killed. I picked it up for you, please don't kill me. Sumu smiled slightly and reached out to help Chu Ying up. How could I kill you? After all, you are my savior. Upon hearing the words savior, Chu Ying's delicate body trembled. No, even without me, Mo Ling couldn't have harmed you, Lord Su. Rather than saying I saved you, it would be more accurate to say I am Mo Ling's savior. Sumu took the bronze incense burner from Chu Ying's hand and examined it carefully. The ancient burner was engraved with countless intricate and unintelligible patterns, and the inside was filled with a lot of grayish, white incense ash. This incense burner is clearly the kind commonly used for burning incense in temples. It emits a faint sandalwood scent, but the aroma is not pure, it is mixed with a nauseating stench. What are things that are taboo to God? My lord. I know. A kneeling man hurriedly flattered. The thing that the gods abhor is, did I tell you to speak? Sumu glanced at him indifferently. The man's face turned deathly pale instantly. Sir, I didn't mean to. Still talking? Boom! A terrifying black aura rose from behind Sumu, transforming into a giant black python that opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the man. The man didn't even have time to scream before his entire body was swallowed by the giant python, his flesh and blood flying everywhere, and his internal organs scattered all over the ground. After doing all this, Sumu slowly turned around and smiled gently at Chu Ying. Continue, gurgle. Chu Ying swallowed hard, carefully choosing her words. the things that the gods forbid are The other kneeling man was so frightened that he suddenly got up from the ground, turned around and ran away. Fear had completely taken over his reason. Boom! The gigantic python, exuding malevolent energy, swept past, and the headless corpse instantly collapsed to the ground. Chu Ying trembled violently as she looked at the man with a gentle smile in front of her, fear growing wildly in her heart. Sumu gestured for her to continue. Chu Ying was so frightened that she spoke rapidly. Divine forbidden objects are artifacts affected by the death energy of gods. They possess all sorts of incredible abilities, but they also carry strong side effects. If those who are not strong enough use them for a long time, they may be devoured by the divine forbidden objects and eventually become divine monsters. Sumu nodded. Was that rotten flesh Buddha? Someone who previously possessed a divinely forbidden object? It's not human. I guess this is the power of the incense burner, which can conjure up a Buddha made of rotting flesh. A rotten flesh Buddha capable of manifesting saint-level strength. It certainly lives up to its name, as something forbidden by the gods. With a thought, Sumu channeled his immense spiritual power into the bronze incense burner. The next moment, he felt a terrifying suction force emanating from the bronze incense burner, as if it wanted to devour his flesh and blood. Buzz. The 6 divine powers resonated within his body, instantly suppressing the terrifying suction force. Sucking flesh and blood, he brought out a bronze incense burner and aimed it at the corpses of Zhao Qiang and the others. A terrifying suction force surged forth once more, causing the scattered limbs, remains, and blood to float up against gravity, transforming into a torrent of flesh and blood that surged into the bronze incense burner. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of sandalwood slowly solidified on the incense burner. Looking at the sandalwood incense that had materialized, Sumu realized that as long as he lit this incense stick, he could summon the rotten flesh Buddha from before to fight. The existence of the rotting flesh Buddha is related to this sandalwood incense stick. When the incense burns out, the Buddha perishes. As long as there is sandalwood, the corpse Buddha can be summoned repeatedly. However, once the corpse Buddha is completely destroyed, the entire sandalwood incense stick will dissipate and needs to be reassembled. A chicken rib, meaning something that is neither fish nor fodder. This is Sumu's assessment. This forbidden object is of little help to him. He doesn't need the rotten flesh Buddha for enemies he can handle, and he has even less need for it for enemies he can't handle. However, it's not entirely useless. Relying on the bronze incense burner in daily combat allows one to at least conceal their true strength. As for the backlash from the forbidden object, Sumu didn't take it seriously. This level of backlash couldn't even affect the 6 gods' divinity, let alone his nightmare power. Lord Su, please don't kill me. I'm useful. I can be your mount. My spatial abilities can take you anywhere you want to go. Chu Ying tried her best to demonstrate her value. Sumu smiled gently. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. Chu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She believed that a powerful person like Sumu would not stoop to lying to a gold-level transcendent. However, Sumu's next words left her speechless with despair. However, I do need a means of transportation. While twisted divinity can be used for teleportation, it can make people mistaken for a cultist, so it should be used sparingly. Chu Ying? By the way, do you know how to leave the divine ruins? Sumu asked. Chu Ying nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I know. In the divine ruins, the power of the gods is not evenly distributed. As long as you find the weak point, you can break through the space of the divine ruins and leave here. Previously, Captain Zhu. Zhou Qiang sensed a weak point in the divine ruins, which is why he came in this direction. However, he encountered the corpse Buddha, which is why he hasn't been able to leave yet. Oh? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Your Dawn Blade has already completed your mission? Yes, it's done. We explored the core area of the divine ruins before. Although we didn't dare to go in, by searching for clues on the outside, we found that the core of this divine ruins should be constructed from the corpse of a demigod named Fallen Maitreya. This is not the 1,000 blossoms of mercy mother that the Lord of Dawn desired, so you may return to report. Maitreya who has fallen into depravity? After pondering for a moment, Sumu finally gave up the idea of going to the core of the divine ruins to obtain a part of the corpse of the fallen Maitreya. As a newcomer, there was no need to waste time on the corpse of a demigod for the time being. He believed he was invincible among the saint-level beings, but his chances against a demigod corpse were still unknown. Moreover, path he was to take was the nightmare path, so even obtaining the fallen Maitreya would be useless. What he needs to do is to complete the puzzle of the god of nightmares and put it together completely. If other puzzle pieces are inserted along the way, the puzzle will only go further astray. Let's go. Sumu stepped into the depths of the ruins. Chu Ying quickly followed. Looking at Sumu's profile, she hesitated to speak. Lord Su, the people from the Dawn Realm are waiting outside the divine ruins. They will come to investigate immediately should any spatial fluctuations occur at the edge of the divine ruins. Seeing Chu Ying's hesitant expression, Sumu knew what she meant. She was simply worried that his identity as a cult member would be exposed. It's all right. As soon as he finished speaking, a crystalline blue light flashed across Sumu's body, and he transformed into the edged appearance of Zhou Qiang. Chu Ying was startled, clearly not expecting Sumu to have such methods. From this moment forward, I am the captain of Dawnbreaker Blade. Yes, Captain Zhu. At the edge of the divine ruins, endless purple mist permeated the air, obscuring sight and perception, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was inside. On a mountain peak not far away, a dozen extraordinary individuals dressed in platinum robes with the Eye of Dawn embroidered on their chests were waiting. Lord Yan, a month has passed, and the Dawnbreaker Blade still hasn't emerged from the divine ruins. Do you think it might be? Yan Ming pondered for a moment. Zhao Qiang of Dawnblade is also a very experienced god hunter. As long as he doesn't go deep into the core area of the god ruins, he should be able to protect himself with his strength. That being said, this is the divine ruins. Divine ruins vary in strength, and even a holy lord wouldn't be able to guarantee a safe retreat from some powerful ones. Someone is coming out. Yan Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the west side of the divine ruins. He saw the endless purple mist beginning to surge violently, as if something was about to break out from it. Led by Yan Ming, more than a dozen extraordinary individuals rushed toward the churning mist. Under their gaze, an elderly man with gray hair slowly emerged from the mist, followed by a woman covered in dirt. It's Zhao Qiang. Why are only the two of them coming out? This divine ruins is so dangerous, someone exclaimed. Looking at the heavily damaged Dawnbreaker Blade, Yan Ming frowned. Zhao Qiang, have you found anything? He seemed unconcerned about the loss of the Dawn Blade, only concerned with the situation at the divine ruins. Sumu slightly raised his head and looked at Yan Ming. The other party had a cold expression and an arrogance that came with someone who had long held a high position. He already knew Yan Ming's identity from Chu Ying, a confidant of the Lord of Dawn, a saint-level expert. Sumu shook his head calmly. Not the Holy Mother of 10,000 flower buds. Yan Ming frowned even more deeply. What kind of deity is that? Sumu did not answer directly, but said calmly. Blade suffered heavy losses during this exploration of the divine ruins. Logically speaking, since this mission was to share the burden of the Lord of Dawn, the losses should naturally be borne by your Dawn realm, Yan Ming sneered. He had long heard that Zhao Qiang was a man who valued reason, but only in a way that benefited himself. He never expected that Zhao Qiang would use reason to target the Dawn realm today. This is clearly because they think the existing compensation is not enough and want more money. Information about the divine ruins is indeed very valuable. All the holy lords are willing to pay a high price for it. Even if it is not the holy mother of thousands of flower stamens that the Lord of Dawn needs, it may be the divine corpse that other holy lords need. Yan Ming was not surprised by Zhao Qiang's exorbitant demands. The other party had always been this kind of person. He was certain that the Lord of Dawn wouldn't attack him, since the Lord of Dawn often cooperated with the god hunters, and attacking him would damage his reputation and hinder future cooperation. Regarding your losses, I will report to the Lord of Dawn. However, you say this is not the divine ruins of the Holy Mother of thousands of flower buds. Do you have any evidence? I do not believe your one-sided statement, Yan Ming said coldly. Sumu smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and divinely forbidden bronze incense burner appeared in his hand. This is a divinely forbidden item obtained from the divine ruins. It has the aura of another divine corpse on it. Can you prove it? Upon seeing the forbidden object, Yan Ming's expression softened slightly. In that case, let's return to the Dawn realm to meet the Holy Lord. Let's go. Sumu put his hand. Chu Ying's shoulder. Chu Ying stiffened slightly. She knew she was about to be used as a means of transportation. Yes, Captain Zhu. Buzz. Ripples spread through the space, and Chu Ying and Sumu disappeared into the ripples. Yan Ming and the others then took out a spatial artifact resembling a compass and disappeared. This place is extremely far from the Dawn realm, and even if everyone relies on spatial travel, they cannot get there directly. Furthermore, the farther the distance they traveled through space, the more power they consumed. The area outside the divine ruins was not without danger, so the group basically traveled in fits and starts. Along the way, Sumu admired the scenery of paradise. He discovered that heaven was not a harsh environment, but rather that it was like that in the ruins of gods. Of course, the quality of the environment is only relative. Paradise is not as wonderful as imagined. Here you'll find ancient trees towering into the clouds, towering peaks, and also barren plains and deserts. There are also traces left by the War of Gods, a bottomless abyss, shocking black cracks in the void, and numerous city ruins. In some areas, even gravity became abnormal, with the city's ruins breaking free from the Earth's constraints and floating in mid-air, as if pulled by invisible threads. During the brief moments of spatial travel, various wondrous sights came into Sumu's view, which greatly interested him. What interests him most are the divine abominations hidden in the wilderness, each with different forms and varying strengths. They are all beings from heaven, but they have been infected by the death energy of the gods and transformed into the divine abominations they are today. One day later, they finally arrived at the Dawn realm. At the edge of the desolate land, the Dawn realm, like a dazzling pearl, suddenly and strikingly entered the field of vision. It consists of a magnificent and bustling cluster of cities that stretches as far as the eye can see, like a dreamland built on barren land, tightly surrounded by a soft halo. The halo deepened from light to dark, transitioning from a pale gold on the outermost layer to a warm orange near the edge of the boundary, like a never-ending sunrise, radiating vitality and forming. A stark contrast with the surrounding desolation. Seeing this, Sumu roughly understood what the so-called boundary was. That was a kingdom established by humankind on a ravaged land after the War of the Gods. The realm is protected by an invisible force, isolating it from external spatial turbulence, divine abominations, and the deathly aura of gods. At the edge of the Dawn realm, Yanming took out a golden token engraved with the Eye of Dawn. The halo surrounding the realm immediately revealed a bridge of light, leading everyone inside. Sumu admired the scenery inside the Dawn realm. His first impression was that it was magnificent. The cities here were all very tall and spectacular, but they were not as modern as those in the Xuantian world. Although there are also tall buildings, the technological level is at least 20 years behind that of the Xuantian world. However, the number of extraordinary individuals here far exceeds that of the Xuantian world. Extraordinary individuals can be seen almost everywhere on the streets. It is roughly estimated that the ratio of ordinary people to extraordinary individuals is about 10 to 1. 1 in 10 ordinary people is an extraordinary individual, a terrifying number. The number of extraordinary beings in the Dawn realm alone probably exceeds the total number in the entire Xuantian world. Is it because this place is closest to the law? Sumu pondered the reason in secret. As a dream world, the Xuantian world was previously unable to produce chosen ones on their own. They could only awaken and become chosen ones by going to the nightmare world. The nightmare world is a world sealed by the gods, and there is also a barrier between it and the law, so even if there are chosen ones, their numbers are not too many. Heaven, being the place closest to the law and without any obstruction, should indeed have the largest number of extraordinary beings, according to the above logic. The reason why the technology level of the Dawn realm is inferior to that of the Xuantian world is precisely because the extraordinary realm is too advanced. With such advanced technology, there's no need for humanity to painstakingly develop science and technology. We've arrived at the Holy Lord's palace, Yanming said calmly. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly surveying the Holy Lord's mansion. The architecture was magnificent and splendid, resembling a luxurious palace. Every piece of workmanship was like a work of art, exquisite and beautiful. This was absolutely the most magnificent palace he had ever seen. In the Xuantian world, even the Dragon King's palace was not as grand as the Holy Lord's palace. Of course, this is far from the celestial palace at the top of his dream. However, what surprised people the most was that the Holy Lord's palace was not on the ground, but in the sky. In a clear, azure sky, a magnificent palace floats silently among the clouds, as if supported by an invisible hand. Bright sunlight shone on the palace, and the white jade-like bricks reflected shimmering light, like countless tiny diamonds sparkling. Upon seeing this scene, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that although the Holy Lord was not a god, his residence was definitely more magnificent than that of any god. Suddenly, a beam of guiding light descended slowly from the palace gate, transforming into a white jade bridge radiating a soft glow, stretching straight to the sky. Led by Yanming, the group stepped onto the white jade bridge. An invisible force surged across the bridge, lifting them forward. An elevator? A superb model? Sumu glanced at the white jade bridge beneath his feet. Although he didn't understand the underlying principle, its performance was no different from that of an elevator in a shopping mall. Soon, the group arrived at the clouds and entered the Holy Lord's palace. In the spacious and bright hall, Yanming turned around and said to Sumu in a low voice, "Take out the forbidden item. I will go to see the Lord of Dawn." After the Holy Lord confirms the aura of the divine corpse on it, your reward will naturally be substantial. What if you go back on your word? Chu Ying looked at Yanming with a wary expression. clearly distrusting him and fearing that they might have embezzled the forbidden item. In the short time she spent with Sumu, she had already been unknowingly captivated by his personal charm, and every word and action she took was for his sake. As it turns out, virtuous people are respected and trusted wherever they go. Yanming snorted coldly, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. What do you think this place is? This is the Holy Lord's mansion. The entire Dawn realm belongs to the Lord of Dawn. You treat this mere divine object as a treasure, but in the eyes of the Lord of Dawn, it's nothing but a useless trifle. If we really wanted to take it for ourselves, do you think the two of you could leave here alive? Sumu wore a gentle smile and calmly gazed at Yanming, his deep eyes reflecting the other's image. He took out the bronze incense burner and gently handed it to Yanming. He smiled and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Be careful what you say." Yanming was immediately annoyed and was about to speak, but when he met those deep eyes, for some reason the words got stuck in his throat. Those were eyes so clear they were completely still, like a bottomless, icy pool. The owner of those eyes was clearly smiling, but there was no smile in their eyes, only endless calm. Yanming met his gaze for a second, then subconsciously looked away, took the bronze incense burner as if fleeing, and left without looking back. After leaving, he became angry again, seemingly feeling ashamed of his actions. He didn't even know why he dared not look Sumu in the eye and instinctively wanted to run away. He kept reassuring himself that he was trying to appease the situation for the sake of the bigger picture, and to avoid disrupting the Lord of Dawn's plans. However, what he didn't know was that the real reason he retreated was the fear engraved in his genes, an instinct that humans are born with. Sometimes, when you are in a certain place or around a certain person, you may feel very uncomfortable and want to leave. Don't doubt it, that's your genes warning you. Your brain may not be aware of the danger, but your genes have. My lord, this is a divinely forbidden object brought back by the Blade of Dawn. I have already examined it before coming here. The aura on it should be that of the fallen Maitreya, not the compassionate mother of 10,000 flower stamens. Yanming bowed and raised the bronze incense burner above his head with both hands. Before him stood a young man dressed in a moon-white robe with an ebony belt around his waist, his hands behind his back, quietly admiring the blooming violets in the garden. This person is none other than the master of the Dawn realm, the Lord of Dawn. The Lord of Dawn seemed not to have heard Yanming's words and continued to admire the flowers, focused and serious, as if he wanted to imprint every texture on the purple petals in his heart. He slowly reached out his hand, his fair, jade-like palm gently touching the petals of the violet. The violet seemed to come alive, trembling slightly as it tried to avoid him, as shy as a young girl. A loving smile appeared on the Lord of Dawn's lips as he gently said, "I wasn't touching your flower bud, so what's there to hide from? Besides, I watched you grow up, and I won't do anything to you." He kept teasing the violet like a couple in love flirting. Yanming, standing to the side, lowered his head even further, like a servant witnessing his master and mistress flirting, afraid that his eyes might wander and reveal something to the mistress. Inside the main hall, Sumu, who was enjoying tea, paused involuntarily. He hadn't expected the people of heaven to be so elaborate. Teasing a flower? Is it a consequence of inheriting the name of the compassionate mother of all flowers? He didn't intend to spy on the Lord of Dawn's explicit scenes. He just casually planted a nightmare mark on Yanming to keep a brief eye on him. He didn't expect the opening scene to be so inappropriate for children. No wonder there isn't a single woman in the entire Holy Lord's palace. It turns out the Lord of Dawn prefers flowers. The Lord of Dawn played with the violet for a while, until the petals were a little wilted, before he stopped. He turned around and looked indifferently at Yan Ming, who was holding the bronze incense burner. The fallen Maitreya, the divine puzzle piece of the Lord of the primordial wilderness. Although it's not what I want, it can be used to exchange for some benefits from the Lord of the primordial wilderness. In recent years, the Lord of Illusion has become increasingly domineering, and the matter of uniting with the primordial wilderness should be put on the agenda. Yan Ming's expression changed. Lord, if the Lord of Yuan Yuan were to obtain another piece of the divine puzzle, he would surpass the Lord of Huanjin and become an even greater threat. This is absolutely unacceptable. In my humble opinion, the matter of the fallen Maitreya should be kept hidden, and all those who know about it should be eliminated. The Lord of Dawn glanced at him indifferently. Indeed, it's a foolish opinion. What do you think Huanjin will do after he learns that Yuan Huang is going to obtain another piece of the divine puzzle? Yan Ming was taken aback, then instantly realized, I will stop him at all. Costs, that's right. I sold the information about the fallen Maitreya to Yuan Huang, seemingly cooperating with him, but at the same time I also leaked the information to Huanjin. When the two tigers fight, one of them will surely be injured, and I can also reap the benefits. My lord, you are wise. All right, leave the forbidden item here. You may leave. The Lord of Dawn waved his hand. Yan Ming looked troubled. My lord, this forbidden artifact was brought back by the Blade of Dawn. Captain Chen Zhaoqiang doesn't seem willing to hand it over. Moreover, he suffered heavy losses leading his team to explore the divine ruins this time, with only 2 people surviving. He just made a request to his subordinates, saying he wants more reward. What do you think? In the Dawn realm, no one has dared to say no to me. The reward will be doubled to purchase divinely forbidden items. As for heavy losses, do you think I, the Holy Lord, should pay for their failures? Yes, sir. Yan Ming was secretly delighted, seemingly looking forward to seeing Zhou Qiong suffer a setback. He respectfully handed over the bronze incense burner and then prepared to leave. Through Yan Ming's perspective, Sumu took in the two's every move and smiled slightly. Good advice is hard to persuade a damned ghost. Chu Ying was taken aback. Captain, what did you just say? Su. Mu shook his head. It's nothing. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, another change occurred on the Lord of Dawn's side. The Lord of Dawn examined the bronze incense burner, then suddenly his expression changed. Wait a minute. Yan Ming quickly stopped and jogged over. Sir, is there anything else you need? Snap. A hard slap landed on Yan Ming's face, the force of which sent him flying through the air in a pathetic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Crimson blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but Yan Ming didn't bother to wipe it away. Instead, he quickly got up from the ground and knelt down at the feet of the Lord of Dawn. Trembling, he said, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Although I don't know why I was slapped, it's definitely the right thing to do to admit my mistake first. You truly deserve to die. The Lord of Dawn's face was clouded with gloom. Is this what you call checking? If I hadn't just examined it again, I would have almost missed the opportunity to obtain the myriad flower stamens compassionate mother puzzle. Yan Ming was stunned. He stared blankly at the bronze incense burner, somewhat bewildered. Sir, do you mean that the aura on it is not that of the fallen Maitreya? The aura above this forbidden object is indeed that of the fallen Maitreya, but the incense ash also contains a trace of the aura of the compassionate Holy Mother of 1,000 flower buds. This incense burner absorbs the blood and flesh of living beings to transform into sandalwood. Lighting the sandalwood activates the remaining power of the fallen Maitreya Buddha, within the burner. Since the ashes contain the scent of the compassionate, Holy Mother amidst countless flower petals, it means that someone must have had contact with the Holy Mother in their lifetime, and after death, turned into ashes, leaving behind this lingering scent. So it's really possible that the Holy Mother is in that divine ruin. Even I, the Holy Lord, cannot be certain whether the being that turned into incense ash came into contact with the Holy Mother within this divine ruin or elsewhere and later died within this divine ruin. But in any case, this is a crucial clue. Snap. The Lord of Dawn slapped Yan Ming again, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Useless. How many times have I told you to be meticulous and pay attention to every detail? You checked the incense burner but not the incense ash? Yan Ming was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly. I deserve to die. I will definitely remember your teachings. Although he said that, he was cursing inwardly. He had been in office for many years. How could he make such a basic mistake? In fact, he had already checked the incense ash, thoroughly examining it inside and out, but the remaining scent of the Holy Mother of Compassion from the myriad flower stamens was simply too faint. It was so faint that, apart from the Lord of Dawn who possessed part of the divine corpse, no one else could detect it. Therefore, even if he were to check 100 more times, he still wouldn't be able to find anything. But he dared not say that this is how it is for subordinates. When facing a short-tempered superior, the most important thing is to listen. Even if it is not your fault, you cannot argue back. What your superior wants is not an explanation, but your attitude of taking the scolding seriously. If you contradict your superior, doesn't that prove your superior is wrong? Can your superior be wrong? No, so it can only be you who is wrong. The Lord of Dawn ignored Yan Ming, who kept kowtowing. His eyes were deep as he stared intently at the bronze incense burner in his hand, as if he were pondering something. If part of the divine corpse of the Holy Mother of 10,000 flower stamens is indeed in that divine ruin, then it is very likely to be a double divine ruin. Although this situation is rare, it is not impossible. If a divine ruin contains 2 different gods, things will become complicated. Obtaining the divine corpse will be exponentially more difficult, and the original plan cannot proceed. The Lord of Dawn originally intended to use the fallen Maitreya to incite a conflict between the Lord of Primordial Desolation and the Lord of Illusion, but now that it involves the divine puzzle pieces he needs, the original plan has to be scrapped. After thinking it over, he slowly said, "Go and bring Zhao Qiong here." "Yes, sir." Yan Ming covered his face and got up from the ground, feeling extremely bitter. He knew that he probably wouldn't see Zhao Qiong suffer a humiliation, and not only that, he had also been slapped twice for nothing. A moment later, Sumu was taken to the back garden. The Lord of Dawn was enjoying tea in the pavilion in the garden when he saw Sumu arrive. He greeted him with a warm smile and said, "Captain Zhou, please have a seat." Sumu smiled slightly and sat down directly opposite the Lord of Dawn. I had long heard that Captain Zhou of Dawnblade was an experienced god hunter, and seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well deserved. Only a god hunter like you can repeatedly escape unscathed from the god ruins. Seeing the Lord of Dawn's praise, Sumu accepted it all. The Lord of Dawn truly has a discerning eye for talent. I have roamed the divine ruins for many years, and there are not many god hunters stronger than me, but there are some. Perhaps I am the only one who has lived to my age. Do you know why? Lord of Dawn was taken aback, not expecting that old bastard Zhao Qiong would take the opportunity to climb up the ladder. Why? Sumu stroked his white beard and said in a mature and sophisticated manner, "Meticulous." The Lord of Dawn was taken aback again. Meticulous. He had assumed it meant cautious or experienced. When I explore the divine ruins, I pay attention to every detail and do everything personally. Even the water source I carry must be checked by myself, and I dare not miss anything. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Dawn immediately agreed, feeling as if he had been struck by a truth. Good! Captain Zhou truly deserves to be the foremost god hunter in the vicinity. Yan Ming, did you hear that? Learn more from Captain Zhu from now on. Yan Ming gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger, but still smiled obsequiously and said, "What you say is absolutely right, sir. I will definitely learn more from Captain Zhou in the future." After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, the Lord of Dawn finally revealed his true purpose. "Captain Zhu, I am very interested in this divine ruins. Could you please describe it in detail? Of course, the reward will be in full this time. In view of the loss of the Dawn Blade, I will also provide corresponding compensation. Then this bronze incense burner." Sumu pointed to the bronze incense burner on the table. The Lord of Dawn smiled and pushed the bronze incense burner over. "Since Captain Zhao found this item, it naturally belongs to you. This holy lord would never do something like forcibly taking it." Sumu smiled slightly, thinking to himself that the Lord of Dawn was quite a good actor, completely different from before. He put away the bronze incense burner, and then began to recount Zhao Qiang's experiences in the divine ruins. He already knew about these experiences from Chu Ying, so he naturally wouldn't reveal anything now. As he spoke eloquently, the Lord of Dawn listened attentively, displaying an air of humility and respect. When the Lord of Dawn heard about the crimson thorns, his eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. "Crimson thorns, what? Is there something wrong with the crimson thorns?" The Lord of Dawn gave Yan Ming a look, and the latter immediately understood, bowed, and took his leave to stand guard outside the garden. "To be honest, I just discovered the aura of the Holy Mother of Compassion on the bronze incense burner. It must be that someone came into contact with the Holy Mother before turning into incense ash. Now, listening to your description of the blood-red thorns, this Holy Lord is 80% certain that two divine corpses exist within this divine ruin. One is the fallen Maitreya, and the other is the compassionate mother of 1,000 flower buds, whom this Holy Lord has been searching for." "Oh?" Sumu feigned surprise and said, "Then congratulations." The Lord of Dawn smiled wryly. "It's not really congratulations. Finding the compassionate mother of 10,000 flower stamens is certainly a good thing, but the problem is that this isn't a single god ruin, but a dual god ruin, which makes things much more difficult. Oh, I almost forgot. Captain Zhou, as a god hunter, naturally knows more about the divine ruins than I do. I've been showing off my limited knowledge." Sumu stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, "The twin god ruins are indeed troublesome, but based on my experience, there is a way." The Lord of Dawn was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Qiong to have a way to deal with the twin god ruins. Had he underestimated him? "I wonder what Captain Zhu's solution is," Sumu said seriously. "The solution is not to go in." Lord of Dawn, so what if the twin god ruins are powerful? As long as I don't go in, how can they possibly come out and kill me? Lord of Dawn. Beneath his wide sleeves, his fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging. Captain Zhu is joking. Now the divine puzzle is right before our eyes. I, the Holy Lord, will risk my life to find out more. Then I wish you good luck in advance. Sumu cupped his hands in greeting, drank the tea in his cup in one gulp, and was about to leave. The Lord of Dawn quickly stopped him. Captain Zhu, please wait. I have another request. I hope you can come with me to enter the divine ruins again. I believe that with you leading the way, this trip to the divine ruins will surely be a success. Don't worry, price is not a problem. Just name your price. No matter how much money you have to be alive to spend it. I know all too well how dangerous the twin god ruins are. I was lucky to come out alive this time, but I might not be able to next time. The Lord of Dawn's expression darkened. He did not want to force Zhou Qiang unless absolutely necessary, because he needed an obedient guide, not one who harbored resentment towards him. Once inside the divine ruins, if Zhou Qiang deliberately sabotages the process and prevents the acquisition of the divine corpse of the compassionate Holy Mother of 10,000 flower stamens, then there will be nowhere to regret it. Captain Zhou, rest assured, since I, the Holy Lord, have invited you to the divine ruins, I will naturally take good care of you. Furthermore, I intend to invite the Lord of the primordial wilderness to go with us. With the help of 2 holy lords, plus your rich experience, we might not be unable to venture into the twin divine ruins. Sumu looked troubled. It would be excellent if the 2 holy lords could accompany us, but Captain Zhu, do not hesitate. I am determined to succeed in this trip to the divine ruins. If you agree, I will be eternally grateful. If I can complete the puzzle of the gods this time, I will certainly be willing to find a divine corpse for you in the future. Knowing the time was right, Sumu reluctantly agreed. Since that's the case, then I'll accompany you. However, I'm still recovering from serious injuries sustained when I left the divine ruins, so I'll need to. Before he could finish speaking, the Lord of Dawn flipped his hand, and a silver ring appeared in his palm. This spatial artifact contains extraordinary materials that the Holy Lord has treasured for many years. Captain Zhu, please take it and use it. Healing your injuries is the most important thing. Sumu took the silver ring without hesitation, then hesitated before saying, with these extraordinary materials, my injuries aren't a problem. However, the divine ruins are dangerous, and my strength is weak. If I had a few divine artifacts to protect me. The Lord of Dawn's heart surged with killing intent, but he feigned generosity on the surface. This mere divine forbidden item is given to Captain Zhu. With a wave of his hand, 2 forbidden objects appeared out of thin air on the table. A black umbrella and a white bone fan. As the 2 forbidden objects were revealed, 2 terrifying divine auras instantly spread. A soft halo emanated from the Lord of Dawn, suppressing the 2 divine auras. He picked up the black umbrella and introduced it. The Dark Knight umbrella can mobilize the power of the Dark Knight God, providing unparalleled defense. When opened, it can not only defend against a blow from the Holy Lord, but also allow one to escape into the darkness. He put down the Dark Knight umbrella and picked up the white bone fan. The nether bone fan can fan the winds of the netherworld, unparalleled in its power. This wind can not only erode the physical body, but also scatter the soul. With these 2 sacred items protecting you, Captain Zhou, you will be safe and sound. Seeing Sumu pick up the 2 forbidden items, without any hesitation, the Lord of Dawn felt his heart bleed. These were his treasured possessions. However, he only felt heart-touch for a moment, because he had already made up his mind to kill Sumu after he had finished using him. At that time, the treasures would naturally be returned to their rightful owner. Sumu examined the 2 forbidden artifacts, one for offense and one for defense, and then asked a crucial question. What would happen if I used the Netherbone fan to attack the Dark Knight umbrella? Lord of Dawn, after a moment of stunned silence, he forced a smile, as if he was about to break down. I really haven't tried it before. These 2 treasures have already been given to Captain Zhu. You can try them out yourself when you get back. However, I suggest you don't try it for now. If you damage even one of the parts, it would be a huge loss. Seeing that Sumu was about to speak again, the Lord of Dawn hurriedly said, Captain Zhou's injuries have not yet recovered, so you should go and recuperate as soon as possible. This Holy Lord is going to contact the Lord of Yuan Huang, so I won't keep you any longer, in a side hall of the Holy Lord's palace. Captain, the area outside the hall is full of people from the Holy Lord's mansion. We're under house arrest, Chu Ying said worriedly. Chu Ying had already cleaned herself up, washing away the blood and dirt, and changed into clean clothes. She looked fair and tender, and although she couldn't be called a beauty of unparalleled grace, she was still quite pretty and pleasing to the eye. Sumu sat leisurely in his chair, taking stock of the extraordinary materials in his silver ring. It's normal to be under house arrest. After all, it concerns the divine puzzle of the Lord of Dawn. Before we go to the divine ruins, neither of us will be allowed to leave the Holy Lord's mansion. Captain, are we really going to that divine ruin? Chu Ying's face showed a hint of fear as she recalled some terrifying images. Sumu smiled gently. Don't worry, nothing will happen. A simple word of comfort seemed to have a calming effect, and Chu Ying quickly calmed down. Sumu looked out the window. The area was heavily guarded, with people from the Holy Lord's mansion surrounding the area, including several saint-level experts. If Zhao Qiang were really here, he would be unable to leave no matter what, but he could not trap Sumu. He could even penetrate the seals the gods placed on hell, let alone mere mortals. However, he did not intend to leave with the treasure directly, because the Lord of Dawn and Yan Ming had just talked about someone who piqued his interest, Lord of Illusions. The name contained the word illusion, which instinctively reminded Sumu of the god of nightmares. As the progenitor of illusion, all illusions in the world are more or less related to the god of nightmares. Since the Holy Lord is an extraordinary being who has refined part of the divine corpse, has the origin of the nightmare god Xuantian, which was scattered throughout the world, also been obtained by someone? Suddenly, Sumu had a thought, and sleepwalking mode was instantly activated. He left the palace silently and swaggered past the guards. Inside the palace, a fake Sumu still sat in his chair, leisurely sipping tea, looking exactly like the real Sumu. He drifted through the streets of the Dawn realm like a ghost, and wherever he went, invisible spiritual power transformed into countless threads that spread wildly. It silently connected to the heads of people nearby, who remained oblivious and continued with their own affairs. However, the memories in their minds were being continuously transmitted to Sumu. A moment later, Sumu had a complete grasp of the entire Dawn realm, as if he had truly lived there for decades. He also finally found information about the Lord of Illusions in the minds of some extraordinary beings. This information is not exactly secret. After all, as the master of a realm, his reputation is widespread, even circulating in the Dawn realm. But Sumu wasn't looking for information that everyone knew. He could just ask Chu Ying for that. He needed more detailed information, even information provided by people who had been to the illusionary Ash realm. By reading and retrieving a large amount of memories, he found a golden transcendent who had been to the illusionary Ash realm and naturally hypnotized the other party to obtain information. After obtaining the intelligence, he was basically certain that the Lord of Illusions possessed a portion of the profound heaven origin. The Lord of Illusions is renowned throughout the world for his illusions and fire abilities, but no one knows which god he fused with. Some speculate that he fused with the Lord of Flames, whose aggressive flames are very similar to those of the Lord of Flames, but the Lord of Flames does not possess illusion abilities. Some say he fused with the illusionary realm master, but the illusionary realm master does not possess fire abilities. Opinions varied, and no one could be certain who the god's corpse the Lord of Illusions fused with was. In the end, they could only speculate that he fused with an unknown god. Human understanding of deities is very limited, and it is normal to encounter deities we do not know. Who exactly the god the Lord of Illusions merged with was, only he himself probably knows. However, Sumu deduced an answer. Perhaps the Lord of Illusions fused with two different divine corpses, one being the Lord of Flame Hell, and the other being the god of Nightmare. Normally, a holy lord cannot fuse two different divine corpses, but Sumu, being a nightmare, knew very well that the nightmare god was special, being a pure spiritual entity. Take himself as an example. His physical body follows the troll path, while his soul is a nightmare. His body and soul are like two independent entities and do not conflict with each other. Therefore, he guessed that the Lord of Illusions was a physical fusion of the Lord of Flame Hell and a soul fusion of the original essence of Xuantian. However, since the Lord of Illusions did not have the authority of the Creator, he could not transform into a nightmare and therefore could not completely inherit the power of Xuantian. He should still be the Lord of Flame Hell as the main body and Xuantian as the auxiliary body. If my guess is correct, then it really came without any effort at all. Sumu originally thought that finding the source of the Xuantian was like finding a needle in a haystack, but he didn't expect to make progress as soon as he arrived in paradise. He was so certain that the Lord of Illusions possessed the profound heaven origin because the other's deeds were so similar to his own. According to intelligence, the illusion lord's illusion magic is unparalleled, and even other holy lords are wary of him. He possesses a supernatural ability called illusionary sea eyes, which, once activated, makes his eyes as deep and unpredictable as the ocean. Anyone who looks into his eyes will be trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate themselves. It is said that everyone in the entire realm of illusions is a puppet of the Lord of Illusions, and everyone is under his control. Crystal blue eyes, controlling an entire realm with illusion magic. If Yang Dongqing and the others heard this, they would definitely think that the Lord of Illusions was Sumu himself. With a target in mind, a plan to target the Lord of Illusions instantly took shape in Sumu's mind. With his current strength, it is unrealistic for him to deal with the Lord of Illusion, who is suspected of having fused two divine corpses and controls a complete realm, especially since the other party is from the same school as him. They were all taught by the same master, so they can't counter each other's moves. His only advantage now is that the Lord of Illusions is in the open, while he himself is in the shadows. Therefore, we can only take advantage of our covert operations and outsmart them. Fortunately, Sumu's greatest strength lies in outsmarting his opponents, rather than in direct combat. Moreover, with the example of the Lord of Illusions before him, he could finally act freely. Previously, the power of nightmares had been hidden because the gods did not want to be discovered, but now it seems that the gods have really weakened to the extreme and have not only been defined by humans as the source of all evil, but have also been collectively rejected by the gods. Even the Lord of Illusions, who inherited part of Xuantian's origin, was able to remain unharmed and roam freely in heaven for many years, so there's nothing left for him to hide. Just be careful of the 6 divine attributes on your body, so as not to be mistaken for a cultist and become an enemy of mankind. Starlight flower, spirit fruit, tears of the sticks, divine stardust. Sumu took out some of the extraordinary materials from the silver ring one by one, and before long, a dazzling array of materials filled the table in the quiet room. Some of these materials were given to him by the Lord of Dawn, while others were borrowed by Sumu from the Lord of Dawn's private treasury. For him, with the Lord of Dawn away, the entire Holy Lord's palace was basically no different from his own home. The Lord of Dawn's treasury contains countless rare treasures. Even if a few extraordinary materials are missing, the enemy won't be able to detect it in a short time. He did this not out of greed for treasure, but to gather the materials needed for the extraordinary potion boundary-breaking elixir. A boundary-breaking elixir is a rare potion that helps extraordinary individuals break through to the saint level. It can break through boundaries, making it easier for extraordinary individuals to connect with the holy law. This is a supernatural potion unique to heaven. Not only does hell not have the recipe for this level of potion, but even if it did, given hell's barrenness, it would be impossible to gather all the necessary materials. This is a formula that Sumu stole from the head of a Gold King-level transcendent when he was gathering intelligence in the Dawn realm. The other party was obviously preparing to break through to the saint level, so he bought the potion formula early on. Now that he knows there is no threat from gods in heaven for the time being, Sumu can naturally break through to the saint level without any restraint. His troll path had already reached its end, and he was only one step away from becoming a saint. Once he connected with the holy law, he would become a true saint-level powerhouse. Of course, saint-level experts held no appeal for him. His physical body and soul were considered separately. If calculated based on the soul, then the soul that had merged with Zhuantian's original essence and transformed into a nightmare was roughly equivalent to the Saint Lord level. After all, the essence of the Holy Lord is a holy level fusion with a portion of a divine corpse. Judging solely from his physical body, he is the Golden King of the Troll Path, but he has been strengthened countless times by the Supreme Heaven, which has caused his physical body to have already surpassed the level of the Golden King. Captain, you can also concoct extraordinary potions. Chu Ying leaned closer, surprised. Are you a pharmacist? Sumu smiled slightly. I'm not a pharmacist, but who says only pharmacists can concoct medicines? His slender fingers gently brushed across the extraordinary material, and with a light touch of his fingertips, a glimmer of crystalline blue light quietly bloomed, tracing a graceful arc in midair. Suddenly, the lines composed of crystalline blue light began to disintegrate, and countless tiny blue dots scattered like stardust in the Milky Way. The blue dots landed on the extraordinary materials, seemingly possessing magical power, causing the materials to continuously dissolve and eventually turn into multicolored liquids. To Chu Ying's astonishment, the liquids fused together, slowly intertwining and transforming into a bottle of mercury-colored potion. How did this happen? It's one thing for extraordinary materials to turn into potions on their own, but how did this little bottle appear? Chu Ying's eyes were filled with great doubt. Sumu did not explain that he had materialized this extraordinary potion using his ability to transform the illusion into reality in nightmare. He could even materialize it out of thin air without relying on materials, but that would consume more time and mental energy. He drank the boundary-breaking elixir in his hand in one gulp, causing Chu Ying to exclaim in surprise again. Captain, isn't this a potion that increases the success rate of advancing to the saint level? How come you? Gradually, Chu Ying became speechless, because she was surprised to find that Sumu's aura began to change, transforming from the Golden King level to the saint level. So he wasn't a saint level being before. Then how was he able to kill Shen Ni and Zhao Qiang? The question had barely arisen when it vanished in an instant. Then, Chu Ying's eyes became blank, and like a walking corpse, she went back to her room to sleep. When she wakes up, she won't remember anything she just saw. Although Chu Ying had long since become one of his own, Sumu knew that there must be many people in heaven who possessed the means to steal memories, such as the Lord of Illusions. Therefore, he chose to erase Chu Ying's memories. It's best to keep your own background to a minimum. A month later, the Lord of Dawn finally returned from the primordial wilderness realm, accompanied by the Lord of Primordial Wilderness. Looking at the Lord of Dawn who had finally returned, Sumu sighed in his heart. If you hadn't come back soon, the Dawn realm would have changed hands. During this month, besides consolidating his saint-level realm, he spent his days wandering around, constantly gathering intelligence and using illusions to control the people in the Dawn realm. If the Dawn realm weren't so vast, the entire Dawn realm would belong to him. This Captain Zhou Qiong is a god hunter who has explored that divine ruin. He will be our guide this time, the Lord of Dawn explained to the Lord of Primordial Wasteland beside him. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness was a burly, middle-aged man with bronze skin. His skin was not the usual bronze color, it shone with a cold, metallic light, as if his skin was not human skin but real metal. His face had strong, chiseled features, and his deep-set eyes held a pair of sharp gazes. He slightly raised his eyes, glanced at Sumu, and then looked away. Although he didn't say anything, he clearly didn't take Sumu, the guide, seriously. This is a matter of great importance. To avoid suspicion, let's set off. The Lord of Dawn was already impatient. He has already reached an agreement with the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness to venture into the divine ruins together. Once the mission is accomplished, each will get what they want. This is a win-win situation for both of them because their divine puzzle pieces are different, so neither of them has to worry about the other stealing them. With a wave of his hand, the Lord of Dawn caused several lotus flowers to bloom on the ground. The lotus flowers carried the bodies of the people and slowly flew towards the sky. This operation is to be carried out in secrecy. No one is allowed to act on their own. The lotus flowers beneath your feet can conceal your presence. You must not leave them. Sumu stood steadily on the lotus flower, casually glancing at his companions. The number of people was not large, only a dozen or so in total, but each of them was an elite soldier selected by the two holy lords from their respective realms. The Lord of Dawn and the Lord of Primordial Desolation each brought 2 saint-level experts, and the rest were all gold kings. The weakest member of the team is probably Chu Ying, as she is the only gold-level player. The only reason for bringing Chu Ying along was that the Lord of Dawn was worried that if she stayed in the Dawn realm, the news would leak out. As the lotus rose to its highest point, a soft white light suddenly shone forth, and the lotus petals began to grow larger and larger until they finally closed together, enveloping the person within. After the package was completed, Sumu felt spatial fluctuations coming from the outside world, which meant that Lotus was carrying him through space. After traversing space several times, when the lotus petals reopened, he saw the divine ruins he had left before, still filled with endless dark purple mist that blotted out the sky. The group stepped down from the lotus, and the Lord of Dawn Khan cast a glance at them. Captain Zhu, we'll have to trouble you two to lead the way from now on. Sumu smiled slightly and strode into the dark purple mist. Inside the divine ruins, the group continued forward under Sumu's guidance. Everyone was on edge, their faces solemn, and they frequently glanced around, fearing that a divine monster might suddenly emerge. Only Sumu, who was leading the way, and the 2 holy lords in the center of the group remained calm and composed. Following the images extracted from Chu Ying's mind, Sumu headed towards the core area of the divine ruins. No one spoke a word the entire way. No one had the mind to talk in a place where danger could be encountered at any moment. The tense and solemn atmosphere lasted for a whole day. The group traveled for a day, during which time they encountered nothing but ruins, as if they had come not to the divine ruins, but to a destroyed city. This is the divine ruins? It doesn't seem as dangerous as the legends say, someone in the group whispered. Communication is an innate human desire, and even extraordinary people are no exception. After a long and tedious day of traveling, many people are feeling quite stifled. Don't let your guard down. Although I've never been to the divine ruins, I have a few friends who are god hunters. Anything can happen in the divine ruins. I know, I was just saying it casually. Just then, Sumu, who was walking at the front of the group, suddenly stopped. As a senior god hunter and guide, his stop caused everyone else to stop as well. Captain Zhou, have you discovered something? The Lord of Dawn asked. As a Saint Lord level figure, his strength is unparalleled, but even he dares not be careless in the face of the twin god ruins, and he attaches great importance to the opinion of the old god hunter. Zhou Qiong. Sumu smiled slightly. It's nothing, I just discovered an old friend. An old friend? The Lord of Dawn wore a strange expression. There were friends in the divine ruins. Could they be surviving members of the Blade of Dawn? But in his perception, apart from a silent spirit hiding in the shadows ahead, there seemed to be no one else. Help! Can someone help me? A woman's voice drifted from afar. Sumu leaped into the air, his figure moving strangely for dozens of feet in the air before landing next to a half-collapsed high-rise building. In the shadow of a tall building, a woman in a black casual trench coat is crying for help, her face streaked with tears. Miss Li Weiwei, it's nice to see you again, Sumu said with a smile. Li Weiwei was taken aback. She turned around, her face showing surprise and delight. You are that gentleman from last time. Did you come to save me? Sumu smiled and shook his head. No, I'm here to kill you. Li Weiwei's face suddenly turned terrified. Kill me? Why would you kill me? I have no grudge against you. Wouldn't killing you create a grudge? Whoosh! Sumu fanned himself with the nether bone fan, and a cold wind carrying an icy aura swept over. Ah! Li Weiwei screamed shrilly as her body was gradually obliterated by the cold wind. He didn't kill Li Weiwei intentionally. The only reason to blame Li Weiwei, this silent spirit, was that she happened to appear in front of him, and he happened to be holding the newly acquired nether bone fan. Li Weiwei died because she wanted to test the power of the nether bone fan. Upon seeing Li Wei die, Chu Ying in the group showed a strange expression, recalling the scene of saving Sumu. Does Captain Zhou have a grudge against this silent spirit? The Lord of Dawn asked casually. Sumu nodded. She killed members of the Dawnbreaker Blade team before. The Lord of Dawn said nothing more. A mere moling was not worth his attention. However, the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness grew impatient. Don't waste time. How much longer until we reach the core area? Sumu silently pushed up his brown glasses. It'll be soon. After passing through these ruins, there's a forest ahead, and the core area of the divine ruins is in the forest. However, there are many divine monsters hidden in the forest, so it will depend on you all then. The group set off again and soon arrived at the forest that Sumu had mentioned. Upon seeing the forest for the first time, the Lord of Dawn was thrilled. This is the aura of the merciful mother of 1,000 flower buds. He looked at the eerie forest before him, the stench of decay assaulting his nostrils. The trees around him were grotesque and twisted, and dark red sap seeped from the cracks in their bark. The ground was covered with brightly colored mushrooms and serrated leaves. Countless white spore strands connect the trees, like a spider web. Whoosh! The towering figure of the Lord of the primordial wilderness appeared as if by teleportation before a giant tree. He reached out and stroked the tree with a hint of excitement. This giant tree has a very strange appearance. Some parts are bark, while others are flesh and blood, like those of a living being. This holy lord has also sensed the aura of the fallen Maitreya. The two holy lords exchanged a glance and both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Forward! Forward quickly! The lord of the primordial wilderness commanded everyone to enter the forest. Wait a minute. Sumu suddenly grabbed the person walking at the front. Invisible spores will fall from the white filaments in the forest. If you inhale them, they will take root and sprout, devouring your flesh and blood and growing countless filaments. The man who had been pulled back looked terrified and gave Sumu a grateful look. Sumu met his gaze and smiled in acknowledgement. Everyone hold your breath and move forward. Remember, never touch the white spores. These things are alive, and they will attack if you disturb them. After saying that, Sumu took the lead and entered the forest. With Sumu leading the way, everyone felt more confident. At times like these, the experienced god hunters were indeed the most reliable. Everyone present was a powerful individual, and holding their breath and avoiding touching the spore strands was something that would be difficult for ordinary people, but for them, it was simply a matter of being careful. It's impossible for a brain-dead mistake like those in movies and TV shows to accidentally touch the spores, unless someone deliberately sabotages the process. For example, sap and wood. The group carefully made their way through the forest. Above them, the trees were covered with dense white spores, and the grass and tree trunks around them were also covered with many spores. Thinking they could cross the forest without any risk, no one noticed that Sumu, at the front of the group, suddenly pushed up his brown glasses without making a sound. His glasses obscured the crystalline blue light that flashed in his eyes. The teammate he had just helped inexplicably shifted half a step to the left, and in the patch of grass where his foot landed, there was a wisp of white spores. He silently stepped on the spores, which then stuck to the soles of his feet. As he continued to walk, the spores, like sticky cheese, stuck to the soles of his feet, and the ground were stretched into long white threads. A single movement can affect the whole situation. When the spores are moved, it seems to connect the entire white network of the forest. Suddenly, the spores densely covering the trees start to move. Splash! The leaves rustled violently in the woods, and everyone's expression changed drastically. Looking up, they saw that all the white spores strung between the branches had come to life, like tiny white snakes spreading rapidly through the air. The lord of the primordial wilderness was instantly filled with shock and rage, his tiger-like eyes sweeping over the crowd. Who did this? The powerful aura emanating from him made everyone tremble. They all shook their heads, except for the team member whose feet were still attached to the spores. He was pale-faced and frantically tore at the spores. The lord of the primordial wilderness glared angrily. Useless. This man was one of his subordinates, whom he thought were carefully selected elite soldiers, but he never expected that they would make such a basic mistake. The enraged lord of the primordial wilderness was about to kill the man when Sumu suddenly stepped forward and said righteously, "Now is not the time for reckoning. Leave this place immediately. These spores come from the divine abomination, mother of compassionate tears, and it has been alerted. Get out of the way." This holy lord is disciplining his own subordinates. It's none of your business to interrupt. The lord of the primordial wilderness had never taken Sumu, this saint-level god hunter, seriously, and now that he had been contradicted, he felt he had lost face. Just as he was about to make his move, a figure in a moon-white robe blocked his way. It was none other than the Lord of Dawn. Captain Zhou is right. Let's go first. Humph. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness snorted coldly, giving the Lord of Dawn some face. The Lord of Dawn looked at Sumu and nodded with a smile. The previous reminders had made him realize the value of Zhou Qiang as a guide. Now that he was still in the divine ruins, he naturally had to protect Zhou Qiang. The team member who was rescued by Sumu thanked him with deep gratitude. Sumu smiled slightly, gently patted the other person's shoulder, indicating that there was no need to thank him, and strands of crystal blue silk silently invaded the other person's shoulder. At this moment, Yan Ming, who had been following the Lord of Dawn, shouted, "Prepare for battle." The overwhelming white spores had spread to the front of everyone. They suddenly broke apart, like dandelions scattered by the wind, exploding in the air and turning into millions of white needles that shot towards the crowd. The group drew their weapons and slashed at the white needles, creating a continuous clanging of metal in the forest. The white needles' attacks weren't strong, but their sheer number was almost limitless, attacking everyone with virtually no blind spots. Fortunately, none of the people present were weak, so they were able to cope. However, soon, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the forest. The earth began to shake violently, and countless cracks spread wildly, even reaching the feet of everyone. From the bottomless crack, green plant roots covered in fleshy growths emerged, each carrying a strong aura of divine death. "Ah!" One of the men screamed as several thick roots tightly bound him. Save me." The man's eyes were filled with fear of death. Even though he was the king of gold, he was still as fragile as an infant when faced with the roots that carried the power of the gods. The others were also attacked by roots, with tens of thousands of roots emerging from the earth, leaving them no time to attend to anything else, let alone save anyone. However, the Lord of Dawn and the Lord of Primordial Desolation, who had the ability to save people, did not take action. They solemnly watched the depths of the forest, where the land had completely collapsed, and a rotten lotus platform slowly rose up, supporting a giant fleshy tumor. Beneath the rotten lotus platform are countless intertwined roots, deeply rooted in the earth, stretching for thousands of miles. It was the tips of the roots that attacked everyone. The giant tumor pulsated continuously, as if it were breathing. It was covered with a white spore network that connected the entire forest. At the top of the tumor, there were 3 fissures, and in each fissure was the face of a weeping woman. Crystal tears slid down and scattered into the air, into countless spores invisible to the naked eye. Divine evil, a tearful mother. The Lord of Dawn and the Lord of Primordial Wasteland exchanged a glance, and then the two rushed toward Mother of Compassionate Tears from the left and right respectively. This was the first time Sumu had seen the Holy Lord make a move, and he saw that the two of them were emanating completely different divine auras. The Lord of Dawn slowly raised his hands, his long, pale fingers gently coming together, his hands clasped in front of his chest. The surrounding void seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, forming a huge void vortex. Within that vortex of emptiness, a magnificent and vibrant sea of flowers gradually took shape, its cloyingly rich fragrance permeating the air, with all sorts of exotic flowers and rare herbs vying for attention. Black datura exuding an aura of death, spider lilies shimmering with eerie blue light, clover with leaves as sharp as knives, and many other strange flowers of various shapes, seemingly not of this world, spread wildly in all directions from the Lord of Dawn. In an instant, the mother flower was surrounded by a sea of flowers, which seemed to come alive and frantically coiled around and attacked it. Compared to the Dawn Lord's flamboyant style, the primordial desolate lord, was much more direct. He suddenly tore off his clothes, revealing his bronze-colored, muscular upper body. The bulging muscles were exaggerated beyond the limits of normal humans, each one as if cast from metal. What is most striking is his chest, which is hollow. Instead of organs like the heart, it contains countless intricate bronze gears. The joints of the gears are covered with flesh and blood, creating a perfect fusion of mechanics and flesh, resulting in a strange and beautiful aesthetic. He roared, and the gears in his chest whirred and made a sickening metallic scraping sound. Then, two huge bulges rose on his back, and with a popping sound, two thick arms grew out. It is also a perfect combination of flesh and machine, with bronze gears embedded in the flesh of the arm. The Lord of the Primordial Desolation, with 4 arms, stood in the void, his body emitting countless plumes of white smoke like steam engines. A sonic boom suddenly rang out, and he rushed to the mother of compassionate tears in an instant, swinging his fist and displaying countless fist shadows. Countless green roots crumbled under his fist, and a foul-smelling, thick green liquid spilled all over the ground. Faced with the combined attack of the 2 holy lords, the mother of tears had almost no chance to fight back. If it weren't for its enormous size, countless roots, and spores covering its body, it would probably have been instantly killed. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the power of the Holy Lord? To wield the power of a god with a saint-level body, he silently calculated and realized that without using the power of the nightmare, it would be difficult to defeat the Holy Lord. The troll's body, strengthened countless times, is certainly powerful enough, but only gods can deal with them. Faced with power that transcends the mortal dimension, even the strongest physical body is useless. Ordinary is ultimately just ordinary. Sumu stopped paying attention to the battle between the holy lords and turned his attention to the others. He flashed and appeared next to the team member, who was entangled by roots. The nether bone fan in his hand transformed into a streak of cold light. Whoosh! The roots on that person's body instantly snapped in countless pieces and fell to the ground. He glanced gratefully at Sumu and was about to thank him when his expression suddenly changed. He gripped his throat tightly with both hands, and his mouth opened wide uncontrollably. Strands of white spores were spreading in his throat, and his eyes were gradually turning white. It wasn't a change in color, but rather that spores were spreading on his eyeballs and were out to cover them. It turned out that he had accidentally inhaled spores when he was attacked. Seeing this, Sumu simply placed his hand on the man's shoulder, and sizzle, a dark blue lightning bolt traveled from his hand to the man's entire body. As the lightning invaded, the white spores turned charred black and then fell off. The man, still shaken, got up from the ground and kept brushing off the charred parts of his body. Thank you so much. Sumu nodded and headed straight to the next location to help the others. Lightning has a suppressive effect on spores, which is why Zhu Qiong was able to leave the forest alive before. Although Sumu does not possess the ability to generate lightning, he can deceive the law to allow himself to control lightning. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of thunder and lightning echoed throughout the arena, and he was like a doctor saving lives, constantly rescuing people from dire straits. Thank you, Captain Zhu. Captain Chao truly lives up to his reputation as a seasoned god hunter. I can't thank you enough, Captain Zhu. I will repay your kindness in the future. Due to the intense battle, everyone inevitably inhaled spores, but Sumu's lightning relieved them of this worry. No need to be polite. We're all venturing into the divine ruins together. It's a matter of you helping me and me helping you. Sumu smiled gently and said, now that I've helped you, it'll be your turn to help me in a little while. It's important to know that he had just injected more than just lightning into everyone's bodies. Captain Zhu, Yan Ming walked over, clutching his stomach with a pale face, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. He also inhaled the spores, but due to his saint-level strength, he temporarily suppressed them. In fact, given enough time, he could completely eliminate the spores from his body on his own, but there is no time to catch his breath in the divine ruins. Left with no other choice, he had to ask Sumu for help, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Suddenly, a hand landed on Yan Ming's shoulder. Yan Ming was taken aback. When he looked up, he saw Sumu, who looked like a gentleman, smiling at him. "Beer with it." Sizzle. A flash of lightning cleared the spores from Yan Ming's body. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he said nothing, simply cupped his hands in greeting, and left. "Captain, are you all right?" Chu Ying, who had been following behind Sumu, asked in surprise. "Were you influenced by the aura of a deity? You don't seem like the kind of person who would selflessly help others." Sumu pushed up his brown glasses. "You have a deep misunderstanding about me. Actually, I have always been happy to help others, and it's not selfless. When I help them, they help me in return." Chu Ying was completely confused, but Sumu didn't explain further and turned to help the others. At this moment, the battle deep in the forest also came to a conclusion. With the combined efforts of the two holy lords, Mother of Tearful Spores let out a wail, and the three female faces on the top of the tumor were completely shattered. Its massive body crashed to the ground, lifeless. In contrast, both holy lords were unharmed, appearing calm and composed, clearly indicating that they had not used their full strength. Lord of Dawn glanced at Sumu in surprise. He knew about Sumu's act of saving people, but he did not expect that this greedy Captain Zhou would have such a selfless side. Even at the cost of their own power, they are willing to heal others, knowing that in the divine ruins, excessive depletion of power is tantamount to slow suicide. "Captain Zhu, thank you very much," he said, cupping his hands in thanks. "It's all right. What should we do next?" Sumu shrugged. "I've explored this far so far, and I'm not too sure about the rest of the way. But the closer we get to the core of the divine ruins, the stronger the divine abominations will become. In my opinion, we're on the right track, so let's just keep going forward." Seeing that Sumu was unsure of what lay ahead, the smile on the Lord of Dawn's face slowly faded. He ignored Sumu and instead gave orders to the crowd, instructing them to lead the way while he and the Lord of Primordial Desolation followed at the back of procession. A day later, the group finally emerged from the forest. During their journey, they encountered many divine monsters and lost some of their men. However, with two holy lords in charge, they managed to escape unscathed. The aura of a god. "It's right ahead." A look of joy appeared on the rugged face of the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness. He leaped up and climbed the mountain peak that blocked their way. Looking down, the joy on his face froze. "What's wrong?" The Lord of Dawn appeared silently beside the Lord of Primordial Desolation, and his expression hardened as he followed the other's gaze. At the foot of the mountain stood a palace, a monster that seemed to have been forcibly squeezed out of the abyss of nightmares, its appearance a mixture of flesh, machinery, and plants, shocking the human nerves. The palace's outer walls are half constructed of bronze-colored metal machinery, while the other half consists of writhing, deformed flesh and blood. Between the machinery and the flesh and blood, countless plants of various shapes and sizes grow wildly, resembling living creatures. The aura of the compassionate mother of the blossoms and the fallen Maitreya constantly emanated from the palace, intertwining and becoming inseparable. "This is troublesome," the Lord of Dawn said solemnly. The thing I feared most has happened. The two divine corpses have actually merged together. The lord of the primordial wilderness also looked grim, his metallic fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. At this moment, the group also reached the mountain peak, where the eerie and bizarre palace assaulted their senses. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible glint of crystalline blue light flashing within them. Have they merged? The fallen Maitreya controls machinery and flesh, while the compassionate mother of 1,000 flowers is responsible for reproduction and plants. It seems that the powers of the two deities are interconnected and complementary. So the mother parasitizes Maitreya and begins to reproduce and grow. Tok, click. The sound of massive mechanical gears turning echoed from the enormous palace. The two mixed divine auras suddenly spread out, and the heavy pressure was like a materialized wave, sweeping in from all directions. Everyone felt their hearts tighten, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and their legs involuntarily went weak. Before the might of the gods, even a saint-level being feels as insignificant as an ant. Oh no, he has discovered us. The Lord of Dawn's expression hardened, and delicate patterns appeared on his fair and handsome face, growing wildly at the corners of his eyes. Then let's fight, the Lord of the primordial wilderness roared, his mechanical gears humming, and white steam rising from beneath his metallic skin. With the divine corpse before us, how can we retreat? Success or failure depends on this moment. He roared triumphantly, waving his forearms. All of you, get up here. Everyone. So you're shouting so urgently because you want us to go up there? The purpose of bringing my underlings along was precisely this. Facing the two divine corpses that had merged together, it was natural for my underlings to test the waters first. Everyone trembled with fear, but dared not go up. So they all rushed toward the palace at the foot of the mountain. The sound of gears meshing within the palace grew louder and louder. Bang! The palace's mechanical doors suddenly opened, billowing out plumes of white steam. Amidst the swirling white smoke, bronze-colored mechanical arhats emerged one by one. They had majestic expressions, their bodies a blend of flesh and machinery, with countless tiny bronze gears embedded in their abdomens, and their eyes were filled with alluring flowers. They charged towards the group like lightning, instantly engaging them in battle. Various extraordinary abilities bombarded the mechanical arhats, constantly repelling and knocking them down. Strangely, even if half of the bodies of these repelled mechanical arhats were blasted off, the next moment, their flesh and machines surged together, and the lost parts quickly grew back. Machines grow like flesh and blood. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, Sumu couldn't help but curl a smile. To give machines the characteristics of flesh and blood, is this the power of a god? Interesting. He also began to take action, but not personally. Instead, he used forbidden objects. If he acted recklessly, and the two holy lords noticed something amiss, he would be exposed. Therefore, he chose to use a forbidden item. Suddenly, a faint spark ignited from the bronze incense burner, igniting the sandalwood incense made from the flesh and blood of Zhao Qiang and the others. Wisps of green smoke drifted out, and within that smoke, a huge phantom of a rotting flesh Buddha slowly solidified. The Buddha opened his eyes, and the rotting flesh Buddha completely materialized, emerging from the blue smoke. It landed heavily on the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble slightly. At this moment, dozens of mechanical arhats suddenly spread their arms wide and tensed up. The rapidly spinning mechanical gears in their abdomens burst out of their bodies and shot towards the crowd like cannonballs. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The kinetic energy carried by the rotating mechanical gears caused the void to distort slightly. Quick, hide behind me. The enormous, rotten flesh Buddha, under Sumu's control, stood in front of everyone, PF'd. The sound of gears cutting into flesh echoed continuously, and the sharp serrations caused blood and flesh to splatter all over the rotting flesh Buddha. The crowd looked at the aged figure standing on the shoulders of the rotten flesh Buddha, their eyes filled with gratitude. The Holy Lord, who had followed them for many years, sent them to their deaths, but Captain Zhou, whom they had only met once, stepped forward at the critical moment and protected them behind him. The difference in their actions was immediately apparent. On the shoulder of the rotting flesh Buddha, Sumu spread his hands, and a black umbrella and a white bone fan appeared in his hands. He opened the dark night umbrella, and the materialized darkness protected his whole body like a black veil. With his other hand, he waved the nether bone fan, and a cold, piercing wind suddenly swept across the world, carrying the screams of vengeful spirits and ghosts, and howled towards the mechanical arhats. With the three forbidden items brought out together, everyone immediately felt a significant reduction in pressure. With 3 items that are considered taboo by the gods, Sumu has become the strongest fighter in the team. On the mountain peak, the 2 holy lords were still observing. Even though they could destroy these mechanical arhats with a wave of their hand, they did not make a move because they knew that the real boss had not yet appeared. Therefore, they did not want to waste a single bit of strength. When it came to the decisive moment, even a little extra strength could be the key to victory or defeat. Looking at Zhu Qiang, who had shielded everyone behind him, a hint of admiration flashed in the Lord of Dawn's eyes. He was not admiring Sumu's actions, but rather the other party's strength. As a saint-level expert, Zhao Qiang is a powerful figure who can summon 3 forbidden artifacts at the same time without fear of backlash. He is considered to have a profound foundation among saint-level experts. He increasingly felt that letting Zhou Qiang lead the team was the right choice. He was experienced, had a deep foundation, and was more willing to work hard than his own subordinates when it mattered. It seemed that apart from being a little greedy, he didn't have any major flaws. In retrospect, greed isn't really a flaw. As the Lord of the Realm, what he fears most is his subordinates being without desires, not that they have desires. After all, it's easier to control someone with desires. If we can successfully obtain the puzzle piece of the Holy Mother of Thousands of Flower Stamen's merciful corpse this time, and if Zhao Qiang can also survive, then we can nurture him, the Lord of Dawn thought silently. Click, click. The sound of gears meshing echoed through the palace once more and more mechanical arhats poured out from the gates. The pressure on everyone suddenly increased, and even casualties began to occur. The first to die was naturally the weakest, Chu Ying. Covered in blood, Chu Ying fell to the ground in a panic. A mechanical arhat raised its arm and slammed it down, instantly turning Chu Ying into a pile of minced meat. Chu Ying! Zhao Qiang's eyes were bloodshot. He reached out his hand to protect it, but in the end, he was powerless to bring it down. In the end, he could only vent his grief and anger on the mechanical arhat. In the dream space, Chu Ying covered her face shyly, finding it hard to watch the captain's genuine acting skills. More and more people were injured, and even a saint-level expert like Yan Ming found it difficult to withstand so many mechanical arhats. Bang! A mechanical arm covered in flesh and blood slammed into his chest, sending him flying. His chest caved in, and blood gushed from his mouth, mixed with bits of internal organs and flesh. But he didn't even have time to catch his breath, because in the brief moment he fell to the ground, 2 mechanical arhats had already arrived beside him, their thick mechanical arms smashing down on his head. Yan Ming's face showed despair. My life is over. Just at this critical moment, a black umbrella descended from the sky. Boom. They blocked all of the mechanical Arhat's attacks. Yan Ming stared blankly at the old figure in front of him. The thin body was unusually upright. He held up a black umbrella in one hand, like an indestructible mountain blocking his way. Outside the umbrella, shouts of killing, screams, and sounds of fighting filled the air. Inside the umbrella was like another world, quiet and peaceful, giving Yan Ming an overwhelming sense of security. You! He opened his mouth, and an old voice rang out. Chu Ying is dead. I couldn't protect her. Now, I don't want anyone to die in front of me. Sumu too didn't reply. Yan Ming was stunned, as if struck by something invisible. Looking at that old figure, he felt a complex mix of emotions, including admiration and gratitude. Can you still fight? Sumu asked. Yan Ming nodded emphatically, yes. Suddenly, Sumu disappeared. He had gone to save another person. On the mountain peak, the Lord of Dawn frowned deeply. This won't do. The mechanical Arhats keep appearing. I'm afraid we'll be wiped out before they even get to the main character. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness sneered. You actually made me, the Holy Lord, have to take action myself. Let's do it. Destroy the palace first. The Dawn one took the initiative and walked straight towards the palace. Purple lotus flowers appeared in the void, supporting his body, and lotus flowers bloomed with every step he took. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness bent his legs, and white steam burst forth from his knee joints. Boom! The entire mountain collapsed beneath his feet, and he fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the top of the palace. Flower burial, the Lord of Dawn murmured, his slender fingers lightly clenching in the air. The earth beneath the palace cracked inch by inch, and countless flowers of various colors sprouted from the ground, wildly waving their ferocious roots to entangle the palace. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness unleashed his full power, wielding his 4 arms in a frenzy, leaving nothing but ruins in his wake. With the intervention of the 2 holy lords, the mechanical Arhats finally ceased to appear, and the eerie palace collapsed in an instant. Thump! An eerie heartbeat echoed deep within the palace ruins, a sound that seemed to connect heaven and earth, causing the entire world to tremble with each beat. Is the real entity finally about to reveal itself? Sumu narrowed his eyes, gazing into the depths of the palace, but his hands never stopped moving as he casually pulled up a seriously injured team member who had fallen to the ground. Under his gaze, gravity suddenly went out of control at the palace ruins, and mechanical fragments and broken walls floated up, drifting in midair as if weightless. Without the cover of these ruins, everyone finally saw each other's true faces. It was a mechanical Maitreya seated atop a lotus of flesh and blood. The enormous lotus of flesh and blood floated silently 3 feet off the ground, and its base was covered with countless tentacle-like roots that danced wildly. The mechanical Maitreya on the lotus has a serene and compassionate smile. His bronze skin gleams with a cold light. He places his hands together on his round abdomen. A piece of skin is missing from the left side of his abdomen, and one can vaguely see countless mechanical gears of different sizes turning inside. With his appearance, eerie chanting arose between heaven and earth, as if millions of monks were simultaneously reciting evil scriptures. The sound was like a demonic whisper, causing a dull ache in one's head. If we don't deal with him, no one will get the God Corpse puzzle. At this point, we shouldn't hold back, the Lord of Dawn reminded him. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness snorted coldly. Don't worry, I am not a treacherous villain like the Lord of Illusion. Without exchanging any further words, the 2 charged straight toward the mechanical Maitreya, and a great battle was about to break out. The mechanical Maitreya raised his fat palms slightly, put his hands together in a Buddhist gesture, and the next moment, the ruined building floating in mid-air moved out sideways. Such an attack naturally couldn't stop the two holy lords, but those who were fighting the remaining mechanical arhats were in trouble. They had to deal with the mechanical arhats while simultaneously defending against the constantly attacking ruins. "Everyone, hide behind me," Sumu shouted, his figure appearing like a ghost in front of everyone. He raised the black umbrella in his hand, and the solidified darkness overflowed from the edge of the umbrella, turning into a pitch-black sky curtain to block the attack for everyone. Pfft. Sumu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body staggering slightly. "Captain Zhou!" someone exclaimed loudly and rushed over to help Sumu. "Captain Zhou, are you all right?" Faced with everyone's concern, Sumu waved his hand and said, "It's all right. How are your injuries?" Everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. They hadn't expected that Captain Zhou would be concerned about them, not his own injuries, at such a time. "We're fine, Captain Zhou. You can rest for a while, and we'll take care of the rest." Several people spontaneously protected Sumu and escorted him. Even they themselves didn't realize that their respect for Sumu had grown stronger without them noticing. Several hours later, the battle was still going on, but the fighting among the participants was almost over. Without the palace's reinforcements, the remaining mechanical arhats couldn't cause any trouble. With everyone's combined efforts and Sumu's secret assistance, they were quickly wiped out. The battle between the two holy lords and the mechanical Maitreya had reached a fever pitch, and the others were hiding 100 miles away, unable to get close at all. In a battle of this level, let alone offering assistance, even getting close would be catastrophic for them. The Lord of Dawn, who had lost an arm, suddenly roared and tore off his right arm with his left hand. Instead of the expected gushing of blood, countless vines with flowers sprouted from the broken part of his right arm. Like tens of thousands of bright red venomous snakes, they spread wildly in the void, eventually binding the mechanical Maitreya tightly. "Quick! I can only hold on for a little while longer." The Lord of Dawn shouted anxiously. The Lord of the primordial wilderness would not waste this opportunity. Covered in blood, he suddenly exerted his strength, and 6 bulges rose high under his bronze skin on his back. The bulge grew larger and larger until the skin tore open, revealing 6 thick, bronze-colored arms. Where the skin was no longer covering them, mechanical gears of varying sizes were exposed. "Karma Wheel Slaughter!" The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness roared, and his 6 newly grown arms, along with his 2 original arms, began to spin wildly. The 8 arms rotated like a giant bronze gear, transforming into countless fist shadows that fiercely slammed towards the mechanical Maitreya. Hundreds of punches, thousands of punches, tens of thousands of punches, 83,000 punches in an instant. This is the ultimate killing move of the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness, the 8 arms rotating, the karmic wheel slaughtering. Even a mechanical Maitreya, strong as he was, could not help but let out a mournful cry under these 83,000 punches. Tiny cracks appeared that were visible to the naked eye, and then the cracks spread, becoming more and more numerous, until they covered his entire body. Click. After a loud bang, the mechanical Maitreya shattered, revealing its golden, mechanical heart. Upon seeing this, the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness was overjoyed. Ignoring his injuries, he grabbed the mechanical heart in his hand. "Ha ha ha! The fallen Maitreya is mine!" Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the Holy Lord's true strength? If he doesn't use some tricks, he will indeed be difficult to deal with. However, that's about enough for now. It's time to wrap things up. No one noticed that Captain Zhou, who was seriously injured and was being protected behind them, had silently gotten up. Just then, the Lord of Dawn, who had obtained the lotus of flesh and blood, suddenly changed his expression. He stared in horror at the lotus of flesh and blood that had lost its mechanical Maitreya form and cried out in a frantic voice, "Quick! Put it back! Put it back!" The Lord of the primordial wilderness frowned. "Are you kidding me?" He gripped the mechanical heart tightly, his immense power constantly suppressing it. The mechanical heart pounded violently, as if trying to break free, but it could never escape the grasp of the Lord of the primordial wilderness. "I'm not joking." The Lord of Dawn's face grew increasingly grim. Plant vines continued to grow from the broken part of his right arm, tightly wrapping around the flesh and blood lotus platform. At the very center of the flesh and blood lotus platform, where the mechanical Maitreya originally sat, a bottomless blood hole suddenly appeared, with blood gushing out like a fountain. The vines were withering at a visible rate under the corrosive influence of the blood, and the withering was spreading extremely quickly, even reaching towards the body of the Lord of Dawn. The Lord of Dawn suppressed the flesh and blood lotus platform and said urgently, "The divine corpse of the Holy Mother of thousands of flower stamens is about to go out of control. Once her divine power is unleashed, the entire divine ruins will be destroyed, and we will die too." The Lord of the primordial wilderness's expression changed slightly. How could this be? The two divine corpses have merged together, their powers have merged and intertwined, forming a fragile balance. Now you have taken away the fallen Maitreya, breaking the balance. Without the suppression of the fallen Maitreya, the Holy Mother will completely lose control. I don't need to elaborate on how serious the situation was with the divine corpse going out of control. Do I? Why didn't you say so sooner? The Lord of Primordial Desolation was both shocked and furious, but the Lord of Dawn was even more furious. This Holy Lord has also encountered the situation of the fusion of two divine corpses for the first time. How could I have known in advance? Then why is my fallen Maitreya Buddha all right? I suspect that the Virgin Mary is special because she cannot exist independently and can only be parasitic. Previously, she was parasitic on the fallen Maitreya. Now that she has no host, the Virgin Mary, having nowhere to rely on, has begun to lose control. The Lord of Dawn grew increasingly anxious. Now is not the time for explanations. Humanity's understanding of the gods is extremely limited. If you want to find out the root cause of divine corpse's loss of control, you must first survive. Quickly. Put the fallen Maitreya back. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness's expression was grim and uncertain. He looked at the mechanical heart in his hand, his eyes filled with greed. No. He resolutely refused. What did you say? The Lord of Dawn roared in fury. This Holy Lord says no. I risked half my life to obtain the divine puzzle piece, and now you want me to put it back? Let it get out of control, anyway. I already have it. This Holy Lord is leaving. A sinister look appeared in the eyes of the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness. He clearly intended to leave the Lord of Dawn here and here alone to suppress the flesh and blood lotus platform, while he himself would run away first. You dare! The Lord of Dawn's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Yuan Huang. If you dare to take even half a step away, I will immediately withdraw the power suppressing the lotus platform and unleash its full power. You! The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness gritted his teeth, frozen in place. The two glared at each other, and their friendship was on the verge of collapse. Seeing the stalemate, Sumu, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, curled his lips into a smile. The Holy Lord of Heaven and the mortals of Hell are not so different. How interesting. In contrast to Sumu's amused attitude, the others were extremely nervous, because if things were handled poorly, they would all die. With the two holy lords locked in a stalemate, the underlings naturally couldn't just slack off on the sidelines. They all gathered behind their respective holy lords, and the comrades who had fought side by side were now divided into two small groups. Sumu glanced at the two small groups and naturally chose to stand on the side of the Lord of Dawn, since he was nominally one of the Lord of Dawn's people. Put it back quickly, there's no time to waste. The Lord of Dawn was in a hurry, because the trend of the flesh and blood lotus platform going out of control was gradually increasing, and he was about to lose control. Impossible. The Lord of the primordial wilderness refused to back down. If we put it back, it will revert to its original state. How will we then obtain the divine corpse? He didn't want to give up the divine corpse he had obtained, and was even secretly calculating whether his powerful physical body could withstand the power unleashed by the blood and flesh lotus platform after it went out of control. Put it back first, and then we'll think of other ways. The two divine corpses can't be refined separately, so perhaps we can start with the whole thing. That's just your speculation. It might be pointless to put it back anyway. I'm not going to hand over the divine corpse I've already obtained. The Lord of Dawn was furious. The corpse of a god can be dealt with in the long run, but once life is gone, everything is gone. The Lord of the primordial wilderness sneered. My physical body is strong and indestructible. Even if the divine corpse goes out of control, it may not be able to kill me. He was very confident in his physical body, but the Lord of Dawn did not have the same confidence. If the divine corpse went out of control, the power it unleashed might not kill Yuan, but he would definitely die. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate again, an elderly figure slowly emerged from the crowd and stood between the two opposing sides. Gentlemen, please hear me out. Sumu's appearance naturally attracted the attention of both groups of people. Perhaps there are other ways to resolve the issue of the divine corpse going out of control. Other methods? With just a saint-level being like you? Lord of the primordial wilderness sneered. But a hint of anticipation appeared in the Lord of Dawn's eyes, and he asked urgently, does Captain Jinzhou really have a solution? He held this seasoned god hunter in high regard, perhaps because the other party truly possessed unique insights. Facing the gazes of the two holy lords, Sumu smiled slightly. Since the Holy Mother of thousands of flower buds has lost control because she has lost her host, why not find her another host? These words were like a wake-up call. The Lord of Dawn was taken aback. You mean to replace the fallen Maitreya with something else? Exactly. Ha. The Lord of the primordial wilderness sneered. I thought it was a good idea, but it turns out to be a bad one. Do you think anything can serve as a host for the Holy Mother? Unless there are other divine corpses, no host can withstand it. Just as Sumu was about to speak, the Lord of Dawn exclaimed with delight, You're right. We can use something else to replace the fallen Maitreya. Although no parasite can withstand the Holy Mother's power except for the divine corpse, as long as we can hold on for a moment and stabilize the Holy Mother, the Holy Lord, can suppress her. That's easy for you to say, but where are you going to find a host? The Lord of Dawn's expression flickered. Only flesh and blood can be parasitized by the Holy Mother, therefore, he slowly turned his head and looked at his underlings behind him. That icy gaze instantly terrified everyone. They weren't fools. They knew that the Lord of Dawn was going to use their lives to pay the price. Nobody wants to be chosen to become a parasite. However, the Lord of Dawn gave everyone no time to prepare. A green vine covered in flowers shot out and wrapped around the body of a golden king. No, Holy Lord, the man was terrified and struggled desperately, but to no avail. Whoosh! With a flick of the vine, the unfortunate Golden King was flung onto the lotus platform of flesh and blood. The next moment, countless tiny plant roots grew from the lotus platform and easily pierced into his flesh and blood. Ah! He screamed in agony, but no one paid any attention. The Lord of Dawn stared intently at the flesh and blood lotus platform, only to see the petals of the platform slowly closing and the terrifying power surging within gradually subsiding. Ha ha ha. It's done. His maniacal laughter mingled with the man's screams, creating a stark contrast. But the good times didn't last long. Just a moment later, the man's screams stopped abruptly, and his body, like melting ice and snow, began to dissolve inch by inch, turning into a pool of blood. The Lord of Dawn's smile froze. Damn trash! He only lasted that long. The King of Gold is ultimately too weak. If it were a saint-level being, perhaps it could have lasted longer, the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yan Ming and the other saint-level experts' expressions changed drastically. They were the only two saint-level experts brought by the Lord of Dawn. Although the Lord of Yuan also brought two saint-level experts, judging from the current situation, the other side would definitely not send anyone. This means that one of them must die. Just as they were filled with fear, the Lord of Dawn's cold gaze swept over them. I have raised you for many years, and it is time for you to share my burdens. Who of you will take on this task? Yan Ming and his companion froze, neither daring to volunteer. A hint of impatience flashed across the Lord of Dawn's face. Yan Ming, I'll do it. An aged voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned and looked at the old figure in the field. It was none other than Captain Zhou, who had saved them from danger many times. On Zhou Qiang's aged face, there was no fear of death, only a serene calm. He looked at the Lord of Dawn and said calmly, I am also a saint-level being, so leave it to me. Captain Zhou, the Lord of Dawn never expected that Zhou Qiang would volunteer at this time. He had already seen him risking his life to save people before, but now he was actually rushing to his death. Are there really such selfless people in this world? Sumu sighed softly, his expression forlorn. Alas, when I founded Dawnblade, I swore an oath that Dawnblade would never disband and would live and die together. But now, Dawnblade is left with only me. I do not wish to live alone in this world. Since they are all buried in this divine ruin, it is only right that I go to find them. We hope that the Holy Lord will grant our request. His heartfelt words moved everyone present, and even the Lord of Dawn showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Although he could never do something as generous as sacrificing himself for a cause, that did not stop him from admiring such people. Yan Ming, who was originally chosen, had reddened eyes. He looked at the old figure with trembling eyes, and even had an impulse to become the parasite himself. However, the will to survive prevailed over emotion, and in the end, he only opened his mouth, but did not speak. At this moment, Sumu moved. He staggered towards the flesh and blood lotus platform, his calm expression showing no fear of death. Everyone stared at them silently, as if paying their respects. Finally, Sumu sat calmly on the lotus platform of flesh and blood, and slowly closed his eyes. Countless venomous tentacles rushed to pierce his body, causing blood and flesh to splatter. With him in charge, the petals of the flesh and blood lotus platform began to slowly close, gradually blocking everyone's view until they completely enveloped Sumu. Inside the lotus platform, Sumu suddenly opened his eyes, a dazzling crystalline blue light flashing in them. He could sense the invasion of the compassionate, holy mother of thousands of flower stamens. If an ordinary saint-level being were here, they would be completely assimilated in no time, but he was not an ordinary saint-level being. The powerful nightmare energy surged silently, slowly but steadily resisting this erosion. The compassionate mother of 10,000 flower buds was merely a demigod corpse, while the nightmare power he possessed came from the true god Xuantian. Even though there was a difference in quantity, her status was far superior. It's simply unrealistic for the other party to assimilate him. The reason he sacrificed himself for others was not for anything else, but because he didn't want the two holy lords to die here, as they were important tools to deal with the Lord of Illusions. He wants to use the Holy Lord, and he also wants the two divine corpses. The Golden King could only hold out for a few seconds, and even a saint-level being would find it difficult to last until the Lord of Dawn successfully suppressed him. To prevent any accidents from happening, he chose to go himself, outside world. The Lord of Dawn had no time to lament Sumu's sacrifice. He only felt a pang of regret for half a second regarding Sumu's actions. After the lotus closed, he hurriedly began to suppress it, his eyes filled with desire for the divine corpse. Just as the Lord of Dawn was fully focused on the lotus, a strange movement occurred on the side of the Lord of Primordial Desolation. A henchman quietly approached the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness and transmitted his voice. "My lord, your strength has certainly increased greatly after obtaining the fallen Maitreya, but the Lord of Dawn has also increased in strength. Our primordial wilderness realm has always been suppressed by the Dawn and illusionary Ash realms. Why not take this opportunity?" The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean, my lord? Now is the perfect time to kill the Lord of Dawn. When he has exhausted a great deal of power to suppress the lotus, you can then launch a sneak attack. At that time, with the Lord of Dawn dead, the Dawn realm will be entirely in your hands. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Do you really think the Lord of Dawn is a fool? He may seem completely focused, but he's actually been secretly on guard against me all along." Lord Yuan Huang sneered inwardly. He may have looked rough, but no one who could become a holy lord was a fool. At this moment, the henchman chuckled and said, "Sir, it's precisely because he's wary of you that he naturally neglects those around him." "People around you?" Before the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness could understand the meaning of those words, a sudden and shocking change occurred. Suddenly Yan Ming, who had been guarding the Lord of Dawn, raised his long sword and pierced the Lord of Dawn's chest. "Ah!" The Lord of Dawn screamed, looking at Yan Ming in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and anger. "You, Lord Yuan Huang, I've succeeded!" Yan Ming shouted joyfully to the Lord of Yuan Huang. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Whoosh! Countless vines shot out, instantly piercing through Yan Ming's body. Covered in blood, Yan Ming, even in his dying moments, glared fervently at the Lord of Yuan Huang, shouting, "Lord Yuan Huang, avenge me, Yuan Huang." "You despicable villain!" The Lord of Dawn's expression was ferocious, his eyes like those of a beast that devours people. "How dare you plant a spy by my side, Your Majesty?" "I didn't." The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and confusion, because he himself didn't know where the spy came from. Pieft. A gleaming longsword pierced through the previously wounded chest of the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness. A bronze gear was ejected and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He turned around in disbelief. only to see his underling, who had just given him the advice, with a ferocious expression on his face. "Lord Dawn, I've succeeded too. Ah. Die!" The lord of the primordial wilderness roared in fury, punching his underling into a bloody mist. He glared angrily at the Lord of Dawn. "You actually planted a spy by my side, Lord of Dawn." Atmosphere in the room instantly became strange. The Lord of Dawn was absolutely certain, although he had planted spies around the Lord of Primordial Desolation, the other party had not brought any spies this time. He had not had any private contact with the person who had just suddenly attacked and injured others. Could it be? He vaguely sensed that something was wrong. "Today, I, the Holy Lord, will surely kill you." The enraged Lord of the Primordial Wilderness sang the sound of mechanical gears turning, and bursts of white steam spewed from his mouth and nose. The Lord of Dawn's expression changed drastically. "Hold your hand. This place must be for Lord Yuan Huang." Several fervent shouts rang out behind the Lord of Dawn, and his subordinates raised their weapons and launched a fearless attack. The Lord of Dawn was filled with shock and rage. How could this be? Were all the people he brought spies? For Lord Dawn, almost simultaneously, the underlings behind the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness also began to shout with fanatical expressions, launching a ruthless backstabbing. This absurd scene stunned even the well-informed Lord of the Primordial Wilderness. "What's going on? Are all my subordinates spies planted by Dawn?" "So, the people brought by Dawn are actually all my people, and the people I brought are all Dawn's people." Such a bizarre turn of events would have left an ordinary person speechless, but the two holy lords were no ordinary people. If they still don't realize this, then they are not worthy of being called holy lords. A flash of inspiration struck both Shu Guang and Yuan Huang simultaneously. The two stared at each other in shock, and a name slipped out. "Lord of Illusions." There is only one person in the world who can control all the subordinates of two people at the same time, and that is the Lord of Illusion, who is proficient in illusion magic. Damn it, it must be the Lord of Illusion's doing. How could the news have leaked? The Lord of Dawn was horrified. While dealing with his subordinates' backstabbing, his mind was racing. Even though he is now seriously injured, he is not someone that a few gold kings and saints can kill. What truly terrifies him is not the betrayal of his subordinates, but the Lord of Illusions, who is hiding somewhere. How could this be? Where did things go wrong? These people are all my trusted confidants, and their whereabouts are completely under my control. Even if Huan Jin is strong, he would need frequent contact and a lot of time to control them. How could he possibly control everyone silently? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and he even began to doubt the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness. It was you. It was you who colluded with Huan Jin in secret. Bullshit. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness punched one of his underlings, leaving him a bloody mess. He roared, "What benefit would I get from cooperating with Huan Jin? How am I supposed to fight him alone after you're dead?" Lord of Dawn was taken aback. He quickly snapped out of his panic. Indeed, Yuan Huang could not cooperate with Huan Jin. The other party understood the principle of mutual dependence. So where did things go wrong? Moments later, all the henchmen the two men brought with them were dead, and several corpses lay on the ground, some pierced by vines and others crushed to death by immense force. The two holy lords were panting heavily, neither of them letting their guard down. Instead, their expressions became even more solemn as they watched their surroundings. What do we do now? The illusionary ashes must be hiding all around us, the Lord of the primordial wasteland said through gritted teeth. The Lord of Dawn frowned, a hint of barely perceptible panic in his expression. What exactly happened? When did these people come into contact with the Ember? Could it be that they were controlled by the Ember a long time ago? No. Impossible. All the confidants undergo regular mental tests. They must have been controlled recently. Moreover, it's not just my people, but also the people of Yuan Huang. The only chance to control all these people is during this operation. Because only in this operation have these people come together. Could it be that illusionary ash is hiding among these people? The Lord of the primordial wilderness was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, fearing that one of them might suddenly stand up. The Lord of Dawn's eyes flickered uncertainly. I am quite certain that all these people are dead. Illusionary ash is not among them. If he were, you and I would have been dead when the ambush just now occurred. Damn it, where is Phantom Ash? Everyone who knew about this operation participated, and they're all dead. Dead? The Lord of Dawn's eyes widened uncontrollably. He turned his head sharply and looked in horror at the flesh and blood lotus platform floating in mid-air to the side. At this moment, the flesh and blood lotus platform had been suppressed and out of control and was in a completely closed state. Wait! There's still one person alive. The Lord of the primordial wilderness followed his gaze, his expression changing drastically. You mean Zhao Qiong? Suddenly, a soft laugh came from the lotus platform of flesh and blood. Only now have you realized it? Isn't that a bit too late? The next moment, a crystal blue light shone on the lotus platform of flesh and blood, and a figure dressed in a black tailcoat and wearing a silver mask slowly walked out from it. The gleaming black leather shoes lightly touched the ground, and the figure stood elegantly, his tall and straight posture coming into view. Under the horrified gazes of the two, Sumu raised his right hand, which was covered in white gloves, and placed it in front of his chest, making an elegant gentlemanly gesture. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins, greets the 2 holy lords. After bowing, he gently beckoned to the flesh and blood lotus platform beside him. As if drawn by gravity, the lotus platform instantly flew into his body and disappeared. Thank you, Lord of Dawn, for helping me suppress this divine corpse. Sumu smiled and thanked the Lord of Dawn. You! The Lord of Dawn was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move immediately. Illusionary Ash, don't think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask. What exactly do you want? Terrifying white steam billowed from the Lord of the primordial wilderness, his expression furious and ferocious. Amidst the billowing white steam, Sumu's tailcoat fluttered in the wind. He smiled slightly, his white-gloved hand gently pressing down on the top hat that was about to fall off his head. The brim of the hat tilted down slightly, casting a shadow like flowing water over the silver-white mask, adding a touch of sinister grimness to the exaggeratedly upturned corners of his mouth. Behind the shadows and silver masks, a pair of crystal blue eyes radiated a deep and cold light, reflecting the slightly panicked figures of the 2 holy lords. What do you want? I just want to ask you to die. Whoosh! 2 terrifying figures, shrouded in divine power, appeared on either side of Sumu. One person with 8 arms waves, spewing out scorching steam and white smoke. Another person blooms in the void, with beautiful petals entwining around them. The Lord of Dawn and the Lord of Primordial Desolation launched their attacks simultaneously. There were no words exchanged between them, yet their tacit understanding was unparalleled. This was not the tacit understanding they had when they were alone together, but rather the tacit understanding they had when facing a powerful enemy as holy lords. In a battle between holy lords, any words are superfluous. They know that phantom ashes will not give them a chance to breathe. The fact that the opponent is here means that it is a fight to the death. Therefore, the only option is war. Despite the simultaneous attacks from the two holy lords, the figure in the tuxedo remained standing firm, without even changing the gesture of lowering the brim of his hat. Whoosh! Two fierce attacks instantly tore Sumu's body apart, and even the void behind him showed several shocking marks. However, the two holy lords who succeeded in their attack did not show any joy. Instead, their expressions changed drastically, because endless black mist was gushing out from Sumu's shattered body. The black mist was extremely fast and swallowed up the figures of the two holy lords in an instant, even dyeing the sky black. In an instant, the entire divine ruins seemed to fall into eternal night. Damn it! This black mist can block perception. My senses are failing. A shadow fell over the Lord of Dawn's heart. He could only barely see within a 3-meter radius around him. With his senses blocked, coupled with the previous battle with the mechanical Maitreya and being betrayed by his subordinates, even a Saint Lord-level powerhouse was now at his wit's end. He forced himself to calm down, because he knew that if he panicked in this situation, he would probably die without a burial place. That damned Huanjin actually disguised himself as Zhu Qiang and infiltrated the team early on. This trip to the Divine Ruins was entirely a scheme orchestrated by Huanjin. He wants to wipe me and Yuan Huang out of the world in one fell swoop. Now, the Lord of Dawn finally understands what Zhao Qiang's many selfless acts were all about. It wasn't about saving people at all. It was clearly about using the opportunity to contact everyone and then casting illusions, all right under his nose. This feeling of being played made him feel a surge of anger that he couldn't vent. Throughout the whole process, he was like a clown being manipulated by Huanjin. He even felt a sense of admiration for Zhao Qiang, who was played by Huanjin. Ah! A scream shattered the silence in the black mist. The Lord of Dawn's expression changed slightly. That voice, it's Yuan Huang. This is bad. If Yuan Huang dies, I definitely can't defeat Huanjin on my own. He rushed toward the source of the sound, and after passing through layers of black mist, he saw Yuan Huang screaming in agony while clutching his severed arm. Of Yuan Huang's 8 arms, 6 had been severed, leaving him with only 1 head and 2 arms. Where is he? The Lord of Dawn looked around in slight panic. Yuan Huang's face was covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and pointed to the left with 1 finger. He disappeared in this direction after his sneaky attack. Are you all right? The Lord of Dawn walked over and reached out to help. Yuan Huang up. Yuan Huang also raised his palm, ready to receive Shuguang's help. Their hands drew closer and closer in midair, and just as they were about to touch, their expressions simultaneously turned ferocious. Phantom Ash, still trying to fool me? Die! The two shouted in unison, and then struck the fatal blow. Bang! Thick vines collided with a fist gleaming with metallic color in mid-air. Both of them took several steps back at the same time, and both looked at each other in surprise. You're not Phantom? X2 the Lord of Dawn's expression changed, staring intently at Yuan Huang before him. The force just now was pure physical strength, while Huanjin was skilled in illusion and fire, and did not possess such powerful physical strength. Although this physical strength is far inferior to that of Yuan Huang at his peak, it is understandable. After all, the real Yuan Huang was already seriously injured, and now his 6 arms have been severed by Huanjin. which has only exacerbated his injuries. He certainly cannot exert his full strength. Could it be that the Yuan Huang before us isn't Huanjin in disguise? Yes, that must be it. He just mistook me for Phantom and tried to ambush me. Just now, Huanjin disguised himself as you and ambushed me. I was caught off guard and his arm was severed. Now that you have appeared again, I thought it was Huanjin again. Lord Yuan Huang covered his wound, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. Are the gears in your brain rusted? Knowing that illusionary Ash is skilled in illusions, you still fell for his trick, Lord of Dawn cursed angrily. Originally, there was a chance of winning in a 2-on-1 situation, but Yuan Huang, this piece of trash, was so stupid that he still managed to let illusionary Ash successfully launch a sneak attack. Bullshit. I was only caught off guard and he managed to ambush me. If you hadn't misjudged people and brought Huan Jin into the team, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Such a crude and skillful attempt to shirk responsibility convinced the Lord of Dawn that the brute before him was Yuan Huang. Just then, the black mist in the distance suddenly surged, and a blurry humanoid silhouette was rushing toward them at high speed. It's the Ember. The Lord of Dawn's eyes turned cold, and countless plant roots silently sprouted from beneath his feet, instantly burrowing into the ground. There were only 3 people in the black mist. Now that Yuan Huang was by his side, the person who came must be Huan Jin. So you've dealt with Yuan Huang, and now you want to deal with me. The black mist has blocked my vision, but so have you. Taste the trap I've carefully prepared for you. The next moment, the earth trembled violently, and tens of thousands of vines, flowers, and plants shot out from the ground beneath the figure's feet. Damn it! Dawn, what do you want to do? Yuan Huang's cursing voice came from the black mist. The Lord of Dawn was taken aback. He waved his arm, and countless plants danced, slightly dispelling the black mist before him, revealing the figure of Yuan Huang, who was immersed in a sea of flowers. Yuan Huang held the mechanical heart in his hand, while his other 7 arms struggled to tear off the vines that were wrapped around his body. Trying to impersonate Yuan Huang to deceive me? Shu Guang sneered inwardly. Such a clumsy scheme. This holy lord is not a fool like Yuan Huang. Just then Yuan Huang, who was seriously injured behind him, suddenly moved. Hearing the commotion behind him, Shu Guang froze, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. Could it be that I, the holy lord, guessed wrong? Was the 2-armed Yuan Huang behind me a fake? Was the 8-armed Yuan Huang, immersed in a sea of flowers, the real one? Just as he was about to make a move against the 2-armed primordial desolation, something unexpected happened. The 2-armed primordial desolation bypassed the Lord of Dawn and pounced on the 8-armed primordial desolation like a wild beast. Illusionary ashes. Return this fallen Maitreya to me, the holy lord. What? They didn't ambush me, but instead tried to steal the fallen Maitreya. Oh no! This reckless brute with his head full of gears is willing to risk his life for the sake of the divine corpse. The Lord of Dawn's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about the 2-armed primordial desolation. Don't go over there. The 2-armed Yuan Huang was deaf to all noise. His bloodshot eyes were filled only with savagery and lust for the divine corpse. You! The Lord of Dawn was furious. Illusionary Ashes was already trapped by the sea of flowers and was in a much better position, but this brute insisted on going over to snatch the divine corpse at this moment. Wasn't he just making things worse? But he couldn't just ignore Yuan Huang. If the other party really died, he would have a hard time dealing with Huan Jin on his own. So, he had no choice but to rush over with Yuan Huang. You imposter! You dare to steal my fallen Maitreya. The eight-armed Yuan Huang was both shocked and furious, dealing with the constantly entangled plants while defending against the attacks of the two-armed Yuan Huang. Dawn, you idiot, release this holy lord. You've been fooled by him. I am the real Yuan Huang. The Dawn remained silent, only launching relentless attacks. He frantically manipulated the plants to attack the eight-armed primordial desolation, while the two-armed primordial desolation seized the opportunity and snatched the mechanical heart. Just as Erbai Yuan Huang snatched the mechanical heart, a bright blue light shone in his eyes, and the power of nightmares roared out. The power of nightmares combined with the black mist, transforming into a jet-black spear, which pierced through the heart of the Lord of Dawn in his horrified gaze. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the black mist. The Lord of Dawn was sent flying backward by the black spear piercing his body, and his entire body was nailed to the ground like a flag. A crystalline blue light surged across Yuan Huang's two-armed body, and a deep black swallowtail coat slowly emerged, the exaggerated smile on the cold, silver-white mask becoming increasingly mocking. I'll accept the fallen Maitreya. Sumu smiled slightly, and the mechanical heart in his hand vanished like a dream. With this, he had acquired both pieces of the divine puzzle. Moreover, it was suppressed by the Lord of Dawn and the Lord of Primordial Desolation, so he didn't have to exert any effort on his own, which was quite considerate. There are still many good people in heaven. Illusion Ash, you despicable scoundrel. Huahai lost the control of Dawn and could no longer contain Yuan Huang. His eyes were bloodshot, and gears on his 8 arms were turning, emitting bursts of steam, making him look like a mechanical monster. Give back the corrupt Maitreya, he roared, his 8 arms swinging out, and scorching steam and white smoke surged forth, almost obscuring his figure. One can imagine just how powerful the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness was at that moment. Boom! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The white smoke was instantly torn apart, and the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness had already appeared 100 miles away. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. They got away? Yuan Huang, you coward, the Lord of Dawn, pinned to the ground, cursed angrily. He never expected that Yuan Huang, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would do such a thing as deserting his post. They shout the fiercest words, but they slip away faster than anyone else. Sumu did not chase after Yuan Huang, but instead walked slowly towards the dawn. The Lord of Dawn struggled incessantly, but was powerless to break free from the spear piercing his heart. A look of panic flashed across his handsome face. Phantom Ash. Pieft. Sumu gripped the black spear, raised his arm slightly backward, and the spear was instantly drawn out. Ah! The Lord of Dawn screamed, his mangled body falling into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with fear and despair, dying with his eyes wide open. The next moment, bang! His body exploded open, and countless clusters of flowers grew from it, their vibrant and beautiful colors breathtaking. Sumu's lips curled into a smile. With a light flick of his spear, he pushed the clusters of flowers aside, revealing a large hole about the size of a bowl in the ground, with some fine plant roots around the edge of the hole. A clone made of flowers? As expected of a Holy Lord-level figure, seeing that the situation was hopeless, they showed no attachment to the divine puzzle pieces and ran away faster than the other. Yuan Huang appeared cunning, feigning anger and pretending to attack, but in reality, he turned tail and ran. But Shu Guang ran even faster than Yuan Huang. His main body transformed into plant roots and disappeared underground, leaving behind a clone to stall for time. Beyond the ruins of the gods, in the desolate wilderness, a bronze-colored figure with 8 arms sped through the air like lightning. With that useless dawn buying time, I, the Holy Lord, should not be caught up by illusion. Yuan Huang thought to himself, but the next second his face froze, his tiger eyes widened, and he stared intently at the land 1,000 miles in front of him. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the barren land, sending debris flying everywhere. Amidst the flying debris, a disheveled figure emerged from the hole. It was none other than the Lord of Dawn. What? He actually ran faster than this Holy Lord? The Lord of Dawn seemed to sense something and turned around. The two were in the sky and on the ground, their gazes meeting in the air. Both remained silent, focusing solely on their escape. After running for a long time, the two slowed down due to their injuries. Huff. Illusionary Ashes shouldn't have caught up, Lord of Dawn said, panting heavily. The illusionary ash is best at hiding its true nature. It might be lurking around us. The Lord of the primordial wilderness dared not slacken his guard in the slightest, clearly traumatized by Su. Mu. Shu Guang shook his head. No, I have secretly controlled many of the plants in the divine ruins. I saw Huanjin leave from another direction. He must have given up. Yuan Huang was taken aback. How could he give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He obtained 2 pieces of the divine puzzle. Although we have suppressed them with our power, it is only temporary. In order to prevent the divine corpse from moving, he will definitely use some of his power to suppress it. So he naturally gave up the pursuit. Isn't he afraid that once we recover, we'll retaliate against him? If it were me, I would eliminate him completely, even if it meant serious injury. Dawn sneered. So this is precisely where you fall short of illusion. With 2 divine puzzle pieces in hand, he already has victory in his grasp. Why take any more risks? As fellow holy lords, who doesn't have some trump cards up their sleeve? He's afraid we'll fight to the death. If I were Huanjin, I would definitely return to process the divine puzzle, bestow it upon my subordinates, and help them ascend to the rank of Holy Lord. At that time, Huanjin would come with 2 Holy Lord subordinates. How could we possibly lose a 3-on-2 battle? Give it to your subordinates. How could a fellow holy ruler be content to be subservient to others? Foolish. With Phantom's abilities, would he worry about his subordinates betraying him? The subordinates he's willing to bestow divine puzzle pieces upon must be completely under his control. This time, the Lord of the primordial wilderness did not retaliate against the insults. His rugged face showed only deep fear. Once Huanjin had 2 holy lords under his command, he and Shu Guang would surely die without a burial place. So what do we do now? What should we do? We only have 2 paths before us. Either we abandon the territory we've built up over the years and flee like stray dogs, or ruthless glint flashed in the Lord of Dawn's eyes before illusion. Ashes cultivates its holy lord. Let's join forces to kill him. Reclaim the divine corpse. Conquer the illusion Ashes realm. The Lord of the primordial wilderness remained silent, his teeth clenched, his face contorted with rage. Though he did not answer, he already knew the answer in his heart. To abandon one's territory and flee is like an emperor abandoning his country and running away alone. He would rather die than do that. One day later. In the dream, Sumu looked at the flesh and blood lotus and the mechanical heart in front of him with some trouble. Although he achieved his goal of making Dawn and Yuan Huang harbor an irreconcilable hostility towards Huanjin, these 2 divine puzzle pieces were a hot potato. They are restless at all times and must be suppressed constantly, otherwise their power will erupt and form a new divine ruin. With Sumu's current strength, he could suppress the two divine corpses. But this would greatly reduce his strength and hinder his subsequent actions. How should we deal with the divine corpse? If we could fuse with it, that would be much easier. After thinking it over, he felt that this method was more feasible. Because his body and soul are two completely independent entities, his soul has long become a nightmare and can exist independently in the world, walking two different paths. The physical body follows the path of the law, while the soul inherits the divine power of the mysterious heaven. His current state is unique. He possesses two souls within one body. One is the nightmare, and the other is the troll. However, the troll soul is a fragment separated from the nightmare. Essentially, they are both himself. From an outsider's perspective, Sumu at this moment is a nightmare parasitizing a saint-level powerhouse in the troll pathway, except that he is parasitizing himself. It is precisely because of this unique state that he has the possibility of merging with the origin of another deity. Sumu is a pragmatist. He doesn't just keep his ideas on paper, but puts them into action immediately. That's why he decided to fuse with the divine corpse. He looked at the flesh and blood lotus and the mechanical heart in front of him, and finally reached out his hand to the mechanical heart. He did not choose the Holy Mother of thousands of flowers' compassion because she was clearly not part of the same system as the trolls. Forcing a fusion would not only increase the probability of failure, but even if successful, the conflicting attributes would result in her being weaker than a holy lord of the same level. On the contrary, the fallen Maitreya is much more suitable. As can be seen from the lord of the primordial wilderness, the fallen Maitreya is more inclined towards the physical body. He slit open his chest, revealing a scarlet heart connected by countless blood vessels, and then pressed the mechanical heart in his hand against his heart. The two hearts came into contact, and the bronze gears on the mechanical heart slowly turned, extending several tiny mechanical arms that pierced deep into the heart. Then, the two hearts began to merge. Sumu remained calm and blocked the pain with his mind. As he ran his fingers across his chest, the hideous wound he had left healed instantly. Is this the process of becoming a holy lord? It feels truly amazing. He could feel the corrupting influence of the fallen Maitreya on him. That evil and domineering divine power was trying to control his body. If he could not refine this power, he would become a complete puppet of the gods, turning into an existence like the mechanical Maitreya before. It seems that advancing to the Holy Lord level is not so simple. It's not just about obtaining a divine corpse. Obtaining the divine corpse is merely a prerequisite for advancing to the Holy Lord level. If one cannot suppress the divine corpse, all efforts will be in vain. However, this would be an incredibly difficult process for any saint-level being, but it was effortless for Sumu. Because he was already a holy lord, and even merged with the true god Xuantian, it was not a small matter for him to suppress the fallen Maitreya with the power of nightmare, but only a moderate 1. It's roughly equivalent to a high school senior stepping on his younger brother who's still wearing open crotch pants, preventing him from getting up. Under the suppression of the nightmare power, the fallen Maitreya quickly and obediently merged into the physical body. Suddenly, Sumu's beating heart was completely replaced by the mechanical heart. The thumping of my heart gradually became mixed with the sound of metal gears turning. A cold metallic light suddenly appeared around him, the light piercing through heaven and earth, almost dyeing the entire dream world in a metallic color. Rumble, rumble. The roar of the turning gears echoed, growing louder and louder until it was deafening. Several days later, the cold metallic light dissipated, and a figure appeared abruptly and shockingly, as if emerging from the chaotic boundary between ancient mythology and cyberpunk. An almost tangible sense of oppression erupted as 8 bronze-colored mechanical arms were neatly arranged, resembling a precise mechanical matrix, their muscular lines bulging, showcasing the most primal sense of power. Beneath the surface of flesh and blood, one can vaguely see crisscrossing mechanical gears, constantly meshing and turning, emitting a soft, click-clack sound, a wondrous resonance between mechanical rhythm and life force. Sumu curiously examined his 6 extra mechanical arms, clenched his fist slightly, and exerted force with all 8 arms at the same time. The air in his palm was instantly crushed and exploded, producing a piercing bang and even streaks of white air. Seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Now who can tell the real Yuan Huang from the fake? If he were to impersonate Yuan Huang now, he would be even more convincing than the real Yuan Huang. The realm of illusions, inside the pure white jade palace, where not a single blemish was visible. The Lord of Illusions, dressed in a snow-white robe, was fishing by the lake. His white hair was scattered freely, shimmering with tiny silver light under the sunlight, just like branches covered with frost flowers in winter. He sat upright by the lake, a gentle breeze rippling the surface, the shimmering light reflected in his crystal blue eyes, making him appear ethereal and otherworldly. The Lord of Illusions seemed to be in a good mood, a faint smile playing on his handsome face. I never imagined I'd one day join the Temple of God-Slayers, recalling the mysterious and unpredictable people from the God-slaying temple who had extended an olive branch to him a few days ago, offering him the opportunity to become a member of the God-slaying temple. If he passed the test, he couldn't help but smile. To ordinary people, the Temple of God-Slayers is just a vague legend, but a Saint Lord-level figure like him knows that the Temple of God-Slayers truly exists. It is a terrifying existence that transcends this world. However, they never interfere in worldly disputes and focus solely on dealing with the gods, which is why it remains unknown to others. Each holy lord who completes the puzzle of the gods and ascends to demigod status will receive an invitation from the Temple of God-Slaying. The Temple of God-Slayer's purpose is just as its name suggests, to kill gods. The calamity caused by the gods has turned the human world into a prison, so people want to kill the gods. Thus, some beings who have pieced together the puzzle of the gods and ascended to the level of demigods established the Temple of God-Slaying, vowing to wipe out the gods and let the human race become the masters of this world. Lord of Illusions scoffed at the grand ambitions of the Temple of God-Slayers. In his view, the Temple of God-Slayers may have been established for the sake of humanity at the beginning, but now it was more for its own benefit. Eliminating the gods? It's nothing more than wanting to become a god themselves. Human desires are endless. After going through countless hardships to assemble the puzzle pieces and become a demigod, don't those demigods also want to glimpse the realm of gods? However, none of that matters. He doesn't care about the true purpose of the god-slaying temple. As long as he can join, that's enough. With the support of the god-slaying temple, he can easily gather the pieces he needs, advance to demigod status, and finally use the god-slaying temple as a springboard to become a true god. This was his lifelong goal, which seemed ridiculous to outsiders, because even though the Temple of God-Slaying had existed for so long, it had never given birth to a true god, as if there was an insurmountable chasm between humans and gods. But he, the Lord of Illusions, is different. He knows that he is destined by heaven and is a unique being. Years ago, when he was still an ordinary person, he firmly believed this, and the reason for it all came from that special dream, that dream that gave him almost limitless spiritual power. He rose from humble beginnings to become a holy lord through this extraordinary dream. after becoming the Holy Lord, he finally understood what that dream was. It was the dream of a god, a part of the essence of a fallen true god. Once he gathers all the essence of this god, he will become a true god. At this thought, the smile on the lips of the Lord of Illusions slowly disappeared. He could not completely integrate with this special dream. After becoming a saint, he originally wanted to integrate the dream to advance to the Saint Lord, but he failed. He had no choice but to integrate with the Lord of Flame Prison. How could he be content to fuse with a demigod when he couldn't even fuse with the true God's essence? The appearance of the Temple of God Slayers has given him hope. Perhaps he can obtain a solution from it. Just as he was imagining a bright future, a beautiful young woman dressed in snow-white armor rushed over. "Master, something terrible has happened." The Lord of Illusions frowned slightly, his snow-white eyebrows furrowing. "What is it, Master?" "The Lord of Dawn and the Lord of Primordial Wasteland are secretly gathering troops to jointly attack your territory." The Lord of Illusions frowned even more deeply, a profound look of bewilderment flashing in his crystal blue eyes. "Have these two lost their minds? They actually want to join forces against me? Why so suddenly?" In the past, the three forces checked and balanced each other. Although there were minor frictions, they did not interfere with each other. Especially recently, he has been keeping a low profile and focusing on dealing with the god-slaying temple. He has been staying at home all the time. As a result, people were sitting at home and suddenly they were attacked at their door. Have you found out why the two of them suddenly joined forces? The woman in silver armor shook her head. "I am incompetent and have not yet found out the cause." However, according to the scouts, Shu Guang and Yuan Huang seemed to have gone out not long ago, and both of them were seriously injured when they returned, after the two men had recovered from their injuries for a few days. They suddenly mobilized their troops and launched a war without warning. Without any warning, Huan Jin's eyes flashed. Something must have happened that he didn't know about, and it was this event that brought the two of them together. With a thought, his consciousness instantly descended upon a scout in the Yuan Huan realm. Through the scout's perspective, he discovered that the entire Yuan Huan realm was filled with suspicion and fear, with countless soldiers in metal armor gathering like a tide. Huan Jin was shocked. They had actually mobilized all their forces. Were they determined to fight me to the death? Know why? He didn't understand that war is not child's play, unlike children's fights, where someone might punch you out of nowhere without warning. There must be a reason why the two holy masters inexplicably want to fight him to the death. The next moment, endless crystalline blue light surged from the scout's body, shooting straight into the sky. A colossal figure in white robes manifested in the sky above the primordial wilderness realm. From the depths of the realm, a furious shout suddenly rang out. "You despicable villain, how dare you come here?" Suddenly, a towering figure, radiating immense power and possessing 8 arms, ascended into the sky. Yuan Huang stared intently at the illusory figure of Huan Jin with his tiger-like eyes, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. A despicable person? Huan's expression turned cold, and he demanded, "Yuan Huang, we have always kept to ourselves. Now you are mobilizing all your forces and pointing your sword at my Huan Jin realm. What is your intention?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Huang became even more enraged. "You dare ask me what my intentions are? You Huan Jin, do you think that what you did while wearing the mask can be wiped clean now that you've taken it off?" Huan Jin was taken aback. "A mask? What mask?" Seeing Huan Jin's genuine expression, Yuan Huang's anger flared up. He had been fooled by Zhou Qiang's superb acting skills back then, and now Zhao Qiang actually wanted to use the same trick again. Did he really think that this holy lord was a fool? Die! Yuan Huang unleashed a punch, the violent force of which shattered the white clouds in the sky, along with the illusory image of Huanjin, the realm of illusions. Sitting by the lake, Huanjin fell into deep thought. A mask? What kind of mask? Could it be that someone is impersonating me and deliberately instigating conflict between the three realms? That damned brute Yuan Huang, how could he be so easily fooled? Helpless, he could only place his hopes on the Lord of Dawn, who in his memory could at least be considered a smart person. His consciousness was then transferred to the scout in the Dawn realm. When the phantom appeared in the sky above the Dawn realm, illusionary Ashes saw the smiling Lord of Dawn. Illusion Ash, let me guess, you've come here to stall for time, haven't you? Don't worry, no matter how sweet your words may be, I won't believe a single word. Lord of Illusions. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Shuguang, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. I have been to the Yuan Huang realm before and have a general understanding of the situation. Although I don't know what happened to you before, I can tell you for sure that you were used. The Lord of Dawn suddenly realized. Oh, so this holy lord has been used. Thank you for coming all this way to inform me, otherwise I would still be in the dark. The sarcastic tone nearly made Huan Jin lose his temper. He became increasingly suspicious of who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, even managing to deceive the Lord of Dawn. It's okay if you don't believe me, but I really don't know what happened. Could you tell me a thing or two? Heh. The Lord of Dawn sneered. Do you need me to remember what you've done? Huan Jin, if you don't want to suffer annihilation, quickly hand over those two divine corpses. As long as you hand them over, Yuan Huang and I will immediately withdraw our troops. Two divine corpses? A look of surprise flashed across Huan Jin's eyes. What divine corpse? How can you be so sure it's in my hands? Slap, slap, slap. The Lord of Dawn clapped and exclaimed, Everyone knows your illusion magic is unparalleled. In my opinion, your acting skills are even better than your illusion magic. However, this holy lord has no interest in playing along with your act. Get lost. It seems someone impersonated me and stole the divine corpse from you two. Huanjin's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. You're wrong. It was you who put on the mask and stole the divine corpse from us. Huanjin was stunned for a moment. Then his lips twitched slightly as he said, The divine corpse is really not in my hands. You've been deceived. I have now believed your words. I have truly been deceived. Have you ever considered that since you all believe that person is me, why should I wear a mask? Why deceive myself? Who knows? Maybe you like to do pointless things. Assemble. All troops assemble. Move out immediately. The Lord of Dawn called out to his generals, chatting with Phantom Ember while not wasting a single second. Huan Jin fell silent. To be mistaken for himself while wearing a mask meant that the other party must be displaying abilities similar to his own. Fire. No, fire is too common. There are many holy lords who can control fire, but illusion is unique. In the entire world, there is only one holy lord who is renowned for his illusions, which means that the person behind the scenes also possesses illusion abilities. Upon realizing this, he was suddenly startled. Could it be that the other party also possessed that special dream? Who else in the world could use illusions to deceive the Holy Lord, besides someone who also possesses the essence of that true God? Brother Shuguang, please hear me out. The person impersonating me probably possesses the same divine puzzle pieces as me. Amidst the vast army, Shuguang, seated atop a chariot, nodded solemnly. What you say makes sense. Soldiers, Heed my command and march forth. Rumble. The vast army formed an iron torrent. Heading straight for the realm of illusions, and Tuanjin was extremely anxious. It wasn't that he was afraid of the alliance between Shuguang and Yuan Yuan, but rather he was worried about the person hiding behind the scenes. The other party's purpose was already obvious, to use Shuguang and Yuan Yuan to deal with him and seize his divine puzzle piece. If the other side's plan succeeds, wouldn't I be in danger? Brother Shuguang, don't be fooled by the mastermind behind this. Hey, the Lord of Dawn sneered. I thought you could say something earth-shattering, but this is all? Even if what you said is true, and there really is someone who has the same divine puzzle pieces as you and is deliberately trying to provoke us, then I can't help but ask, did this person spring out of a stone? There are only a few dozen holy lords in the world. Every holy lord has fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Before becoming a holy lord, he was already a top-notch holy-level expert known throughout the world. To become a holy lord, one must find a divine puzzle piece that suits oneself, venture into the divine ruins, and refine a divine corpse. Which of these is not an earth-shattering event? As far as I know, illusion magic is rare. Those who achieve even minor success are at most at the gold level, and none are even at the saint level. From ancient times to the present, you, Huanjin, are the only one who has achieved the position of Saint Lord through illusion magic. Now you come to me and say that a holy lord with exactly the same abilities as you has suddenly appeared in the world. Do you really think I'm a fool? Huanjin was speechless after hearing this, because he didn't know where the other party had come from. After all, everything has its traces, and this is especially true for a person of the Holy Lord's level. They can't just appear out of thin air. Seeing the enemy army retreating further and further away, Huanjin gritted his teeth and revealed the matter of the Temple of Godslayer. Brother Shuguang, to be honest, I have already received an invitation from the God-slaying temple. Before long, I will leave with the God-slaying temple, and everything in the mortal world will be irrelevant to me. Therefore, it is impossible for me to provoke a conflict with the two of you at this time. Halt. The Lord of Dawn waved his hand, and the army stopped. He turned around and looked at Huanjin with a half-smile. A new trick? The Lord of Dawn sneered. In his eyes, illusionary Ash was merely using the Temple of Godslayer's name to intimidate him, giving his subordinates enough time to refine the two divine corpses and advance to the Holy Lord level. Huanjin shook his head and said with utmost seriousness, I am telling the truth. Oh, no wonder they dared to offend both of us at the same time. So they have the Temple of Godslaying backing them. That explains everything. He finally understood what it meant to have mud dripping down your pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it still looked like shit. After much polite explanation, Huanjin's good temper completely wore off. He said coldly, You'd better think carefully. I've been invited by the Temple of Godslayers. If you attack me, be careful. Don't try to intimidate me with the Temple of Godslaying. The Temple of Godslaying is only interested in dealing with gods and never interferes in mortal affairs. So what if they really invited you? They only value your potential. Once we kill you and take back the divine corpse, our strength will increase greatly, and the two of us will go to the Temple of Godslaying in your place. Bang! With a wave of his hand, the illusion of the Ember God shattered. Hidden in the shadows, Sumu silently observed everything, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The Temple of Godslayers? He was not a native holy lord, and did not know much about the Temple of Godslaying, but he had learned some legends about the Temple of Godslaying from the people he hypnotized. An organization that never reveals itself to the world, silently dealing with the gods. Now that all the true gods have seemingly vanished, could the temple of godslaying be the reason for this? Captain, is it really okay for us to appear openly in the Dawn realm like this? Asked a pale-faced young man with a wig and a fake beard timidly. Sumu glanced at Chu Ying beside him and said gently, "What's wrong with it? Huan Jin did all the bad things, what does it have to do with us?" Chu Ying, "Let's go see a show." Sumu patted Chu Ying's delicate shoulder, and she immediately began to teleport as if by reflex. Several days later, the realm of illusions is at the city gates. The armies led by Dawn and Yuan clashed fiercely with illusion. This is a true duel between the extraordinary. In heaven, the extraordinary are the majority, and because of their prevalence and power, firearms are not well developed. In the hands of superhumans, firearms are not necessarily better than melee weapons. The sky was obscured by thick smoke, and sunlight struggled to squeeze through the gaps, casting an eerie golden glow on the chaotic battlefield, gilding the bloody carnage with a strange light. Shouts of killing, explosions, and screams mingled together to create a symphony of death. In the Dawn faction, countless soldiers clad in thorn armor are engaged in fierce combat. The thorn armor they wear is a manifestation of the Dawn Lord's power, capable not only of fighting autonomously, but also of self-repairing. Towering tree men as tall as mountains, and countless vines growing wildly like venomous snakes, mingled among the soldiers, unleashing unimaginable power. The primordial wilderness camp is a pure torrent of steel. Every soldier seems to have been transformed by the Lord of the primordial wilderness, their skin gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, and gears turning inside their bodies, making them like ruthless killing machines. In contrast, the Phantom Ash camp is much more elegant, all dressed in white robes, and there are even quite a few young women among them. They have no plants to guard them, no mechanical modifications, only a fearless will to die. Because everyone in the entire illusionary ember realm is under illusionary ember's control, everyone can die for illusionary ember without hesitation. On the walls of the realm, Huan Jin watched the battle below with a grim expression. An undeserved disaster. He had considered the possibility of war, but never imagined it would start in this way. Two fools who are being used without even realizing it. His gaze pierced through the distance and landed on Shu Guiwang and Yuan Huang in the center of the army. He hadn't expected that even with his best efforts to explain, he still couldn't convince these two idiots, and was instead seen as stalling for time. Thinking of this, he longed to rush out and fight the two immediately. But he was also worried about the mastermind lurking in the shadows. And what if they launched a sneak attack? We can't delay any longer. Illusionary Ashes has been hesitant to make a move. He must be trying to buy time so that his subordinates can refine the divine corpse, the Lord of Dawn said coldly. Since that's the case, then let's make our move. Yuan Huang stood up abruptly, his tall body stretching out, and with the sound of gears turning, 8 arms slowly grew out. Okay, you go and restrain Huan Jin in a while. I, the Holy Lord, will take the opportunity to destroy the realm and force out the person who is refining the divine corpse. Okay, let's get started. 2 terrifying, world-destroying forces erupted from the army, and the Holy Lord's might enveloped the entire scene. Damn it! Lord of Illusions cursed. Seeing the 2 figures rushing towards him like meteors, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight back. He couldn't just stand there and take the beating. Judgment of the flame prison. He raised his arms high, and flames surged from his body like a volcanic eruption, condensing into a huge fire demon god in the void. The demon god, wielding a giant sword engulfed in flames, slashed at the two with terrifying force. Wherever it passed, space was distorted by the intense heat, and the earth turned into a sea of fire. Karma wheel annihilation. Steam and white smoke erupted as the lord of the primordial wilderness bulged his muscles and his 8 mechanical arms spun, transforming into a mechanical wheel that could annihilate all things and charged toward the flame demon god. He made a killing move right from the start, without any intention of testing the waters. But the Lord of Dawn suddenly turned in mid-air and rushed towards the realm. How dare you? Huanjin was shocked and furious, never expecting that Dawn would directly launch a sneak attack on his lair. A burst of crystalline blue light erupted from his eyes, and a boundless spiritual power roared forth. Bang! The Lord of Dawn's body exploded instantly, turning into countless flower petals flying everywhere. The petals drifted away with the wind, flying towards the boundary. Huanjin tried to stop him again, but Yuan Huang had already rushed over, making it impossible for him to escape. The countless petals kept crashing into the light shield that enveloped the realm. Each impact destroyed many of the petals, causing ripples to spread across the light shield. Some soldiers tried to stop them, but as soon as they got close, they were strangled by the petals, their flesh and blood splattered everywhere, as if they were being slowly sliced to death. Blood stains the petals, giving them a deadly beauty. After dozens of impacts, the light shield finally cracked open with a small gap, and a petal seized the opportunity to slip inside and fall into the realm. The petals that fell into the realm shone brightly, and the figure of the Lord of Dawn flashed out from the light. He continued to attack, wreaking havoc on the illusionary ash realm. Endless trees and flowers sprouted from the earth, and those magnificent buildings were reduced to ruins in an instant. His goal was not destruction, but to find the corpse of the god. Of course, under normal circumstances, the Lord of Dawn cannot be found, because the god corpse is not even in the realm of illusions. If it's an abnormal situation, then in the realm of illusions, inside the Holy Lord's mansion, in a quiet room unnoticed by anyone, Sumu appeared silently. He gently wiped his face with his palm and instantly transformed into a different person, his clothes also changing into a white robe. Hearing the commotion of the Lord of Dawn wreaking havoc outside, a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. Immediately, Sumu sat cross-legged, took out the blood and flesh lotus, and began to pretend to refine it. Unwittingly, a wisp of the compassionate aura of the Holy Mother was revealed among the myriad flower buds. That faint scent was like a scrap of food on the edge of a dining table in a large room, emitting a rotten smell under the summer heat and the fermentation of time. Humans can't smell it, but flies can. In midair, the Lord of Dawn, who was wreaking havoc, suddenly paused, his nose twitched slightly, and then his face was filled with wild joy. The aura of the Virgin Mary. I finally found it. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying surge of energy rushed toward the building where Sumu was located. Boom! The roof was blown off and a large section of the wall collapsed, revealing a panicked figure holding a blood and flesh lotus in his hand. He looked at the Lord of Dawn, who appeared like a god descending, with panic. When their eyes met, a faint, almost imperceptible, crystalline blue flashed in his eyes. The Lord of Dawn was completely focused on the lotus of flesh and blood and did not notice the man's abnormality at all. After exchanging glances, the man picked up the blood lotus, turned and ran, revealing his peak saint-level strength. Saint-level and saint-lord, a difference of only one word, yet the real gap is worlds apart. The Lord of Dawn, overjoyed, arrived in an instant. Without even glancing at the man, he simply waved his hand, and beautiful flowers bloomed in the void, instantly devouring him. The blood and flesh lotus fell silently and was caught steadily by a large hand. Divine corpse, lost and then recovered, even caused the Lord of Dawn, with his composure, to lose his temper. He couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Ha ha, phantom ash. What else do you have to say? Huan Jin, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Yuan Huang, was stunned on the spot. This is caught red-handed. This holy lord will see how you deny it. Huan Jin's expression changed drastically. Who put the divine corpse in my residence? You still know it's your residence, the Lord of Dawn said with a mocking expression. It must have been done by the person behind it all. You two, stop immediately. Don't fall into their trap. Huan Jin practically had the words, "I'm innocent," written all over his face, but unfortunately, nobody believed him. Dawn, keep searching. Fallen Maitreya must be hiding nearby, Yuan Huang roared anxiously. Seeing that the Lord of Dawn had retrieved the divine corpse, while his own divine corpse was nowhere to be found, how could he sit still? The Lord of Dawn nodded, then continued his rampage, searching for the fallen Maitreya. Huan Jin's eyes were bloodshot as he watched his hard-earned realm being destroyed by others. His heart was bleeding. He felt not only heartache but also anger, not only at the person behind the scenes, but also at Dawn and Yuan Huang. These two are incredibly stupid. Even though I have already explained the truth, they just won't believe me and are completely led by the nose by the person behind the scenes. This feeling of frustration brought him to the brink of mental collapse. Stop! Huan Jin roared, trying to stop him, but a towering figure stood firmly in his way. Yuan Huang's gaze was mocking, his face full of cold laughter. Your opponent is me? Idiot! Get out of my way! Huan Jin completely erupted. He hadn't used his full strength before, not because he was afraid of Yuan Huang, but because he was always on guard against the mastermind behind the scenes. If one's strength is depleted or one is injured, the mastermind behind the scenes may reap the benefits. He can't care about anything else now. If he continues to be timid and hesitant, he'll lose his family. Buzz. A burst of crystalline blue light flashed in his eyes, and Yuan Huang, who had raised his 8 arms, froze on the spot, his eyes blank, clearly under the influence of an illusion. Taking advantage of this moment, Phantom Ember appeared in front of the Lord of Dawn, as if by teleportation, unleashing Flame God Strike. The towering pillar of fire collided with countless ferocious vines, and the Lord of Dawn was forced to retreat steadily, his abilities being countered by fire. Fortunately, the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness quickly broke free from the illusion and rejoined the battle. The battle between the 3 holy lords has begun. Even with the power of 2 gods, Huan Jin has to be careful in this 2-against-1 situation. The real mastermind, Sumu, had already quietly left, far from the battlefield. He watched the battle from a great distance, as if he were watching a stage play, quietly appreciating the fight between the 3 holy lords. After a long while, Sumu narrowed his eyes and saw through the clue. Huan Jin is extremely powerful. Even if Shu Guang and Yuan Yuang join forces, they cannot defeat him in a short time. Currently, it seems that Huan Jin is at a disadvantage, but Sumu is quite certain that Huan Jin will win in the long run. Others might not be able to see it, but he, who also possessed the Xuantian origin, saw it clearly. Huan Jin silently cast illusions during the battle, subtly invading the souls of Shu Guang and Yuan Wang. Once Huan Jin completes his illusion, those 2 will undoubtedly be defeated. Even with Phantom Flame constantly on guard against the mastermind behind the scenes, if he were to go all out, he could win even faster. Sigh, it seems I can't rely on these 2 good-for-nothings. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. A crystalline blue light flashed in Sumu's eyes, and the power of nightmares silently emanated from him, In an instant, the phantom Ash, who possessed the same power, sensed it from 1,000 miles away. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked in Sumu's direction. A tall, slender figure in a tuxedo came into view. The cold smile on the silver mask reflected a faint light, and behind the mask, a pair of equally crystal blue eyes met his gaze. The person behind it all has appeared. Huan Jin was both shocked and furious. Just as he had guessed, the other party was also someone with special dreams. Those twin crystal blue eyes proved everything. He hurriedly shouted towards Yuan Yuang and Shu Guang, who were locked in fierce combat. "Look, he's right there. He's the one who did it all." However, the two men didn't turn their heads, and their movements became even more rapid. Yuan Huang even sneered, "Trying to attract our attention with such a clumsy method?" "Don't dream about it." The two fought fiercely, focusing all their attention on dealing with Huan Jin, and had no time to pay attention to Sumu, who was thousands of miles away. At this moment, Sumu's state was also very special. His true form was hidden in the dream, and he only released a trace of nightmare power, just so that Huan Jin could notice it. As for Shu Guang and Yuan Huang, they could not perceive Sumu's existence unless they looked with their naked eyes. To be precise, Sumu did not exist in the world at this time. He doesn't need to do anything. Simply showing his face is enough to restrain Phantom. As expected, after he appeared, Huan Jin fought even more cautiously, not daring to expend too much power for fear of being taken advantage of. Sumu placed one hand on his chest and gave Huan Jin an elegant bow, the exaggerated smile on his silver mask seeming like a silent mockery. Huan Jinqi's chest heaved violently. "You two idiots." He really appeared. Right there, such realistic acting made Yuan Huang waver slightly. He subconsciously glanced at Sumu out of the corner of his eye, but Sumu seemed to have anticipated it, and his figure disappeared inch by inch like a bubble. Yuan Huang, who saw nothing, flew into a rage, and sparks flew as he swung his 8 mechanical arms. He's disappeared. Where could he have gone? Huan Jin's unease grew stronger, and he had no desire to continue fighting. He suddenly roared, and illusion magic and flames erupted at the same time, forcibly throwing the two of them away. Then he turned around and disappeared into the realm. He sat in the center of the boundary, fully activating the protective array, isolate the two of them. Shu Guang and Yuan Huang thought the other side was afraid, so they attacked the magic array outside for a while, but felt that they had consumed too much power, so they temporarily retreated. Both of them were seriously injured in the battle just now, but they can now catch their breath and recover from their injuries. "You lead the army to block the front, and I will block the rear. We must not let the Phantom Ember escape," the Lord of Dawn solemnly said. In his view, the gradually declining illusionary ashes might eventually abandon the realm and flee, so he had to make plans as soon as possible. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness nodded, and then led his army to surround the front of the boundary. The Lord of Dawn went to the rear. Inside the military camp, Shu Guang sat with his knees bent. In front of him were several bottles of priceless, extraordinary potions, some for healing wounds, some for restoring strength, and some for temporarily boosting combat power. As he swallowed the extraordinary potion, he admired the flesh and blood lotus in his hand, his eyes filled with ecstasy and desire. "Finally, it's back in my hands." Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, he suddenly sighed with regret. "Unfortunately, we cannot refine and fuse them for the time being due to the great battle. Refining a divine corpse is a long and dangerous process. It requires an absolutely safe place where one cannot be disturbed. The slightest carelessness could cause the original fused divine corpse to resonate with the new one, triggering a chain reaction. At this thought, a wicked idea suddenly arose in his mind, to take the divine corpse and run away, abandoning Yuan Yuang. Since we've already got the divine corpse, there's no need to fight illusion anymore. But he gave up after just thinking about it, because as if he did that, he would offend both Huanjin and Yuan Yuang at the same time, and then he would be the one to be attacked by both of them. Given Yuan Huang's personality, he would probably rush over and fight him to the death the moment he saw him trying to escape. Just as he was sighing inwardly, a soldier suddenly burst in. Lord Dawn, the Lord of the primordial wilderness, has arrived. Dawn was taken aback. What was he doing here? Could it be that illusionary Ashes had made some unusual move? Please come in. Yes, sir. Soon Yuan Huang, a tall and burly man with 8 arms on his back, swaggered in. Weren't you supposed to be guarding the front lines? Why did you suddenly come here? Is something wrong? Shu Guang narrowed his eyes, calmly observing Yuan Yuang before him. Yuan Huang sat down with an imposing air, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the dawn, and sneered. This holy lord has just realized something. What's up? Why did you find your divine puzzle so quickly, while I, the holy lord, haven't found mine? Shu Guang frowned immediately. What do you mean? Do you think I did this on purpose? You've admitted it without being asked. Yuan Huang, now is the critical time to join forces to deal with Huanjin, not the time for us to fight amongst ourselves. Shu Guang's words carried a hint of sternness. This holy lord has no intention of fighting amongst ourselves. I am irreconcilably at odds with Huanjin. However, this holy lord is worried that someone might desert in the face of battle. Dawn abruptly stood up and shouted, Do you think I'd be foolish enough to escape alone? What good would it do me to offend both you and illusion? That's not necessarily true. Yuan Huang slammed his hand on the table and stood up as well. You've already got your hands on the divine puzzle piece. Do you dare say you haven't considered taking the divine corpse and escaping alone? In the end, you'll just abandon your realm, find a secluded and deserted place, and quietly refine the divine corpse. You bastard, what do you take me for? How could I possibly have such a treacherous thought? The Lord of Dawn roared in fury, looking as if his dignity had been insulted. Yuan Huang wasn't buying it. He stretched out his hand and said, Hand over the blood lotus, and I, the Holy Lord, will believe you. Give it to you. You're dreaming. A dangerous glint flashed in Yuan Huang's eyes. Shu Guang, you should think this through. The flesh and blood lotus is of no use to me. I'm just keeping it for you temporarily to prevent you from escaping. Once we join forces to kill Huanjin and obtain the fallen Maitreya, we can exchange it. Neither of us will suffer any loss. If you refuse my offer, it means you intend to escape. In that case, I, the Holy Lord, will risk my life to perish with you. The choice is yours. The Lord of Dawn's expression was grim and uncertain. He admitted that what Yuan Huang said made sense. If it were him, he would have done the same. After all, you can't judge a book by its cover, and no one can trust another person completely. But he was unwilling to hand over the divine corpse he had obtained. Will you hand it over or not? Yuan Huang clenched his 8 arms tightly, as if he were about to fight at the slightest provocation. After much hesitation, Shu Guang finally chose to compromise. He carried the lotus of flesh and blood toward Yuan Yuang, saying, Be sure to keep it safe for me, Holy Lord. We'll exchange it after Huanjin dies. Boom. Suddenly dawn broke and his left hand transformed into countless thorns, attacking Yuan Huang. Yuan Huang was shocked and unleashed his 8 arms simultaneously. The divine power of the fallen Maitreya erupted and shattered the thorns. What do you want to do? He was furious and about to unleash a thunderous attack. Shu Guang quickly stopped. I was just testing whether you are Yuan Huang or not. Yuan Huang's arm slowly fell, and he said in an unfriendly tone, "You've tested me? Brother Yuan Huang, please don't be angry. It's always good to be cautious. Here, take the blood and flesh lotus," Shu Guang said with a smile. Yuan Huang snatched the blood lotus, glared at Shu Guang, and then turned and strode away. No one noticed the mysterious smile that appeared on Yuan Huang's face after he turned around. Looking at the flesh and blood lotus in his hand, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. Who says divine corpses are rare? I got them without lifting a finger. The current Yuan Huang is, of course, an imposter. The real Yuan Huang is still stationed at the front of the realm. Although the Lord of Dawn was more cautious this time and even tried to test him, unfortunately, he had already refined the fallen Maitreya, which was more genuine than the true essence desolate, and could not see any flaws at all. However, he didn't come here this time to trick the flesh and blood lotus, but rather, suddenly, Sumu stopped in his tracks and turned around. The Lord of Dawn was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm returning the flesh and blood lotus to you." Sumu stepped forward slowly and handed over the flesh and blood lotus. Looking at the blood and flesh lotus so close to him, the Lord of Dawn was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Sumu. "What do you mean by this?" "Actually, I was just testing you. Since you handed over the flesh and blood lotus so readily, it proves that you really have no intention of running away. That's enough, so you should keep this item yourself." Suppressing him requires constant exertion of power, and this holy lord doesn't want to be unable to use his full strength when facing illusionary ashes. Shu Guang sneered inwardly, thinking that Yuan Huang's little scheme was quite clever. He was worried about being dragged down by the divine corpse, so he wanted to protect himself. However, he didn't say anything, since this was a good thing for him. Although he also needed to suppress the flesh and blood lotus at all times, it was from the same source and required much less power. So he reached out and took the flesh and blood lotus, but at that moment, a strange change occurred. A crystalline blue light burst forth from Yuan Huang's eyes, and a crystalline blue soul flew out like lightning, directly entering Shu Guang's body. A warning bell rang in Shu Guang's mind. The moment he saw the crystalline blue light, his expression changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to resist, but Sumu's timing was perfect. It was just when Shu Guang relaxed his guard and focused his mind on the flesh and blood lotus. His reaction was a mere second slower than usual, but in a battle between masters, that 1 second is all it takes. Sumu succeeded. His nightmare soul successfully entered Dawn's body. "You!" Shu Guang was about to shout when Bobby Yuan Huang grabbed his neck tightly. At the same time, he felt dizzy and felt his control over his body being gradually stripped away. The nightmare soul attacked from within, while the fallen Maitreya's physical body attacked from the outside. With this combined attack from the inside out, how could the Lord of Dawn, who had just experienced a great battle and was injured, possibly withstand it? Although Sumu's nightmare soul entered Shu Guang's body, don't forget that there is also a troll soul fragment in his body, which can also control the physical body's actions. In an instant, the consciousness of the Lord of Dawn began to blur, and he sank into the mental space as if drowning. In his mental space, Sumu unleashed his full power, releasing the nightmare energy he had been conserving for days without reservation. As he struggled and his mind trembled, he looked at Sumu, who appeared in the form of a nightmare. He finally realized that Huan Jin was telling the truth. There really was a mastermind behind it all. "Who exactly are you?" the Lord of Dawn exclaimed in shock, his consciousness blurred as if he were drunk. "Shh!" Sumu put his finger to his lips. "Don't talk, it's normal to feel dizzy. It'll be over soon." The six divine powers, divine nature, fallen Maitreya, and nightmare erupted, directly crushing the Lord of Dawn's 1,000 flower buds of compassionate mother in the battle. After a long while, the Lord of Dawn slowly opened his eyes, the crystalline blue light in them fading away. He frowned slightly and looked down at his body. Although I have temporarily suppressed Dawn's soul, if I were to fight illusion in my current state, I would probably only be able to unleash half the power of this body. It would be easy for illusion to detect my weakness. It seems I have to find another way. Ultimately, Sumu chose to erase part of the Lord of Dawn's memories, namely the memories after Yuan Huang came here to demand the divine corpse, while he himself parasitized the body of Dawn in the form of a dream. In other words, it is about restoring the Dawn to self-awareness while forgetting the fact that has been parasitized. After Sumu's body was taken into the dream, a glimmer of light gradually appeared in the empty eyes of the Lord of Dawn. He stared blankly at the blood and flesh lotus in his hand, muttering to himself, "I feel like I've forgotten something." The next moment, under Sumu's secret manipulation, he even forgot the very act of forgetting. The next day, Dawn and Yuan Huang regrouped and attacked the illusionary Ash realm once again. A terrifyingly large army of superhumans attacked the boundary array from all directions. Because of their sheer number, it seemed as if they possessed all the laws of the world and all sorts of extraordinary abilities that even Sumu had never seen before roared out without restraint. Ripples spread across the boundary array, and various extraordinary powers exploded on it like colorful fireworks. Unlike last time, the Lord of Illusions seemed determined not to come out again. He retreated into the realm, leading his subordinates in defense, and continuously channeling his power into the realm's magic array. The two sides were locked in a protracted tug-of-war. "He's trying to stall for time. We mustn't give him that chance," the Lord of Dawn shouted. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness nodded coldly. He knew very well that he needed to finish the battle quickly, otherwise his fallen Maitreya would be refined by someone else. The two holy lords instantly took to the air, each unleashing their most powerful and secret techniques. Flower burial, karma wheel slaughter. Magnificent flowers bloomed in the void, forming a sea of flowers that continued to surge towards the realm of illusions. It was as if petals were falling from the sky. Each petal that landed on the boundary array would quickly dissipate, but as it dissipated, it also created layers of tiny ripples. The ripples were very small, like raindrops falling on the lake surface, and would not have any impact on the lake. But when the endless petals gathered together, they turned into a sudden storm, and the lake's surface became pockmarked in an instant. Compared to the Dawn Lord's flashy style, the Primordial Wilderness is more direct, the perfect fusion of machinery and flesh is filled with the beauty of cyberpunk and primal violence. Every swing of the 8 mechanical arms, accompanied by the violent contraction of muscles and the precise rotation of gears, shatters the surrounding void. Even the light screen of the boundary array is as thin as paper under the impact of this mixed force, and may be completely torn apart at any moment. Illusionary Ash. If you don't come out, I, the Holy Lord, will smash your tortoise shell. Haha, Yuan Huang laughed wildly, displaying the might of the Holy Lord to the world. However, Huanjin did not respond, as if he was really determined to be a coward. He seemed to have been really frightened by Su Mu's sudden appearance. Half a day later, the magic array of the illusionary Ash realm finally gave way, and countless spiderweb-like light traces spread across it, increasing in number until they finally connected together and shattered with a crash. Endless rain of light splashed, reflecting countless expressionless faces. Faced with the shattering of the boundary array, everyone in the entire illusionary ash realm remained expressionless and showed no fear, like puppets who had lost their souls. Illusion ashes. Get out here. Yuan Huang took the lead, his towering figure standing tall above the realm. Why waste words with him? Just destroy his domain. A savage glint flashed in the Lord of Dawn's eyes, and the divine power of the Holy Mother of Compassion from thousands of flower stamens exploded outwards. His hands instantly transformed into ever-growing vines which plunged deep into the earth. The next moment, the earth shattered, and billions of trees and flowers grew wildly from the ground, soaring straight into the sky. He seemed determined to transform the entire illusionary ash realm into a forest by his own power. But just then, Huan Jin's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. You still dare to be arrogant when you're about to die? Take a look at where you are first. The two holy lords were shocked. They looked around and were horrified. The army of extraordinary beings was gone, the tall and magnificent buildings in the realm were gone, and even the forest that Dawn had just planted had disappeared. They had no idea when they entered a space that resembled the depths of the universe, cold and desolate, without gravity, and without any upper or lower boundaries. How is this possible? I have always been on guard against his illusions. How could this be? Dawn exclaimed in shock. Huan Jin's figure suddenly squeezed into this space, coldly watching the two. Beware of illusions. You two fools, the entire realm is shrouded in my illusions. The moment you entered the realm, your defeat was inevitable. Shocking, isn't it? Why can my illusions cover the entire realm? Because, with a wave of his hand, the pitch-black void deep in the universe seemed to have been suddenly wiped clean, revealing the true scenery behind the void. Those were countless white threads, like transmitted network signals, undulating with faint photoelectric pulses, flashing and converging to weave a fine net. A glimpse of one corner reveals the whole picture. It is clear that this illusionary space is a birdcage meticulously woven from billions of white silk threads. The ends of the white threads connect to everyone in the illusionary ash realm. These threads extend from their souls. They are spiritual threads. You actually extracted the spiritual power of everyone in the entire realm to construct this illusion space. Aren't you afraid of draining their spiritual power? Dawn exclaimed in shock and anger. He now understood why Illusion Ash had been hiding in the realm and hadn't come out. It turned out that he was preparing this illusion. Huan Jin smiled slightly. Only my will exists in the entire realm. All other living beings are just tools to serve me. What does it matter if a little spiritual power is extracted? Besides, if many people really die because of this, then the blame lies with you too. If you weren't so stupid and easily manipulated, would I have gone to such lengths? I sincerely and patiently explained to both of you, so why won't you believe me? I've told you both the most truths I've ever spoken in my life, yet you don't believe a single word. I believe you now. You're right. We can't let the people behind the scenes use us, Shuguang said quickly. Huan Jin's smile gradually turned cold. You didn't believe it, you were just scared. But it's too late. In this boundless illusionary prison, I no longer have to worry about the sneak attacks from the mastermind. I can finally focus on dealing with you two fools. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Instead, I'll turn you into puppets so you can help me thwart the conspiracy behind this attack. Shu Guang shouted, and he and Yuan Huang moved instantly, unleashing their divine power without reservation. Huanjin's eyes turned cold. Good timing. As he unleashed his full power, endless divine flames rose from his body, and in a short moment, the entire universe was transformed into a sea of infernal fire. Boom! Endless vines and trees rose from the flames, clinging to a corner of the starry sky and breaking the fiery domain of the illusionary ashes. Yuan Huang roared repeatedly, the dazzling metallic light reflecting in the void, and scorching steam rising into the air. He crashed towards Huan Jin like a meteor. A terrifying aura was rising, and three distinct divine powers roared. The three of them went all out, unleashing their most deadly moves. Every move was a life or death struggle. Those who could reach the Saint Lord realm were all terrifying beings who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The most extreme life or death battles and the most profound laws and pulses unfolded one by one in this starry sky. Wherever the three passed, the Milky Way dimmed, the stars trembled and seemed about to fall, turning into cosmic dust in an instant. Gradually, three illusory images of gods rose from the starry sky, majestic, incomparable. The Lord of the blazing inferno emerges from the blazing inferno. The compassionate mother of all things, born from the myriad blossoms and stamens of all plants. A corrupted Maitreya, a figure intertwined with both machinery and flesh. The true forms of the three deities were brought to the fore, and they constantly attacked and clashed. In the end, the battle between the holy lords is basically a contest between gods. It depends on the mutual restraint between the gods, which god is stronger, and who can mobilize more divine power. In a 2-on-1 situation, Huan Jin gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and the wounds on his body gradually increased, but he had a confident smile on his face. In contrast, Shuguang and Yuan Yuan, although their injuries were slightly less severe, were panting heavily and were at their last gasp. Just then, Yuan Huang suddenly threw a punch at Shuguang. Shuguang was shocked. "What are you doing?" Yuan Huang's expression changed drastically. "It wasn't me. I was clearly trying to attack Huan Jin just now." "You..." Shuguang looked around Yuan Yuan in horror, only to see countless tiny spiritual threads already connected to his body. At this moment, Yuan Huang was like a puppet on a string. Shuguang realized something and quickly looked at himself. His eyes widened in horror as he discovered that spiritual threads had appeared on his body. He hurriedly slashed at the spiritual threads on his body, but then he heard Huan Jin's cold laughter. The threads of spiritual power formed by billions of people are not so easily severed. "Obediently submit to my control, Dawn. Don't even think about it, Before Shuguang could finish speaking, a pair of deep, ocean-like crystal blue eyes came into view, and his words came to an abrupt halt. He tried to avoid those eyes, but when he looked away, he was horrified to find that those eyes were like the eyes of a god, reflecting in the universe and starry sky, and there was no way to avoid them. Buzz. A strange mental fluctuation came, and Shuguang's hands fell limply to his sides, his eyes filled with emptiness. "Next up is you, Yuan Huang." Huan Jin sneered as he charged toward Yuan Huang. His eyes were blazing, and his originally fair face grew even paler. Clearly, even with the help of the spiritual power of billions of living beings, the consumption of controlling a holy lord was enormous. Human willpower is a wondrous thing. It doesn't remain constant but is constantly changing, most obviously manifested in short-lived enthusiasm. When you make up your mind to do something, your willpower is truly unbreakable for the first 3 minutes, but after 3 minutes, desire breaks through your will. The same applies to controlling a person's mind and will through illusion. Dawn was in the midst of a fierce battle, and its mental and willpower was at its peak, equivalent to the first 3 minutes. That's why illusionary ashes consumed so much energy and even needed to rely on external forces. Sumu's previous sneak attack occurred precisely when the battle had ended, and Shuguang was completely off guard, making it easy to break through his mental will. Not to mention that the two sides had clashed many times beforehand, and Sumu had done a lot of tricks in advance. This is also where his use of illusion magic differs from that of Huan Jin. Although their illusion magic originates from the same source, their usage habits are completely different. Phantom Ash is accustomed to using overwhelming mental power to cast illusions. Sumu's method is like spring rain, nourishing things silently. Often, even when the opponent is already under the illusion, they still cannot detect it. One is efficient, the other is covert. The Lord of the Primordial Wilderness's expression changed drastically. Seeing the illusionary Ashes and Dawn rushing towards him from the left and right, he knew he was doomed. With his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat the two holy lords. Trying to control me? You're dreaming. Yuan Huang's resolute voice echoed through the starry space, hoarse yet resounding. With his 8 arms outstretched and his muscles bulging, the divine aura of the fallen Maitreya began to boil, and terrifying energy compressed within his body, causing billions of dazzling rays of light to erupt from his body. The light contained an aura of destruction, causing ripples to spread across the surrounding void, as if it were about to collapse under its own weight. At this moment, the primordial wilderness resembles a volcano about to erupt, accumulating energy. Huan Jin's expression changed, trying to take us both down with him. Dawn, control him. Countless vines carrying divine aura sprouted from the void, coiling around Yuan Huang like pythons. Yuan Huang disregarded everything else, only wanting to perish together with the enemy. His body trembled violently, his muscles tensed, and his veins bulged. Centered on him, a world-destroying power began to erupt. At this critical moment, the anxious Huan Jin rushed to his side, his eyes gleaming with a bright blue light. As their eyes met, the ferocity and determination in Yuan Huang's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment. Then, the power that was about to erupt from his body gradually subsided. Call. Huan Jin breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead covered in cold sweat. But just then, a shocking change occurred. P.F.'d. A thick vine pierced through Huan Jin's heart in an instant. Phantom Ember cried out in pain, looking at Dawn in disbelief. You. The puppet-like eyes of Dawn were completely filled with a crystal blue light. Huan Jin's expression changed drastically. Only now did he realize that it was not that Dawn had broken free of control, but that the person behind the scenes had actually parasitized Dawn's body. But it was too late. A surge of immense spiritual power roared forth, like countless sharp thorns piercing deeply into the soul of the illusory Ashes. Ah! Huan Jin screamed in agony, staggering backward. In his panicked gaze, a tailcoat fluttered in the wind, and a cold, silver-white mask was reflected in his eyes. Nice to meet you, please. Give me your guidance, Sumu said with a smile. This was the first time the two had officially met, but unfortunately, for some people, the moment they meet is the last. The two were complete strangers, yet their meeting was a fight to the death. This is how the battles between gods are. Those who possess the same divine puzzle pieces are destined to fight to the death from the very beginning. Whether it's Huan Jin or Sumu, it's the same. If Huan Jin had discovered Sumu first, he would have killed him by any means necessary. Huan Jin's pupils dilated, his pale face devoid of any color. He knew he had lost, utterly and completely lost, even though his opponent hadn't even exchanged a single blow with him. The anger and frustration of being schemed against to the death transformed into primal fear the moment Sumu appeared. Without uttering a word, his body vanished into the dream in an instant. Did you panic and run away without thinking? Don't forget, everything you can do, I can do too. Sumu's smiling voice followed him like a shadow. The two of them kept traveling through the dream, one after the other. However, Huan Jin, who was seriously injured, was clearly no match for Sumu and was quickly caught up. Looking at the tailcoat blocking his way, Huanjin did not beg for mercy, because he knew that begging for mercy was useless. It was destined that only one of them could survive. In a life-or-death situation, the only option is to fight with all your might. Boom! A brilliant blue light shone in Huanjin's eyes, and a vast spiritual power, as powerful as a galaxy, surged forth. Sumu smiled slightly, and almost limitless spiritual power burst forth from his eyes. The two locked eyes, their gazes meeting in a direct, unvarnished exchange of wits. The invisible spiritual force, like a raging sea, surged wildly within the dream. The severely injured Huanjin was no match for Sumu. His mental strength was constantly dissipating, and he was about to give up. But at that moment, endless flames surged from Huanjin's body, and a pillar of divine fire blasted towards Sumu. Die! Phantom Ember revealed his final madness. Click, click. The sound of gears turning echoed in the void, and a burst of cold, metallic light erupted from Sumu's body. 8 bronze mechanical arms suddenly opened, and then slammed down simultaneously. Bang! The pillar of divine fire exploded instantly, turning into a rain of fire that scattered around the two like fireflies. Amidst the rain of fire, Sumu wore a smile, while Huanjin's face was as white as paper. At this point, the power of the ember was completely exhausted, and it had become fish on the chopping block. You can't kill me! The Temple of Godslayers, boom! A fist imprint gleaming with cold metallic light interrupted Huanjin's last words and shattered his skull. I'm sorry, I don't usually listen to last words. Sumu shook the blood off his hands, apologetic smile on his face. He walked slowly toward Huanjin's corpse, and with a casual wave of his hand, 2 orbs of light emanating divine aura flew out from Huanjin's body. One is crystal, blue and beautiful. The other is deep red and fiery. It is part of the origin of Zuan Tian and the Lord of Flame Prison. 3 days later, the War of the Holy Lords, instigated by Sumu, has come to a complete end, and he has successfully taken control of these 3 realms. Of course, nominally the 3 Holy Lords still control the realm, but in reality Huanjin and Yuan Huang are both impersonations he made using illusions, and Shu Guang has also become his puppet. After killing Huanjin, he also killed Yuan Huang, all for the sake of the fallen Maitreya puzzle piece inside the latter's body. Only Dawn, who had become a puppet, remained, because he had no need of the Holy Mother of thousands of flowers and fragrances, so he stayed temporarily. He has now remained in the realm of illusions and successfully inherited the legacy of illusions. The entire realm was controlled by Huanjin's illusion magic, and Sumu took over with great ease. After all, his power was of the same origin as Huanjin's. The other party had spent many years using illusion magic to control everyone, but he did not need to break it. He only needed to add a patch to the illusion magic and change the people's loyalty to him. The gains from this battle were immense. Not only did they find a portion of the Zuan Tian origin, but they also obtained the fallen Maitreya, the Lord of the Flame Prison, and 3 realms. Now, all Sumu needs to do is to quickly digest the divine essence he has acquired before a Temple of Godslaying comes knocking on his door. However, it doesn't matter if they come knocking, because he's not in the real world, but in a dream. By using the accelerated time of dreams, one can continuously refine and merge with the divine essence. In the dream world, Sumu's eyes were closed, and crystal blue light emanated from his body, rendering the dream world as beautiful and dreamlike as the seed. As the only nightmare in the world, he merged with the Zuan Tian origin very smoothly, and could feel the transformation of his own soul every moment, as if he was evolving towards a higher dimension. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. The people from the Temple of God-Slayers arrived so quickly. Suddenly, the void in front of him rippled like water, revealing the outside world. Inside the Holy Lord's mansion in the realm of illusions, a petite girl in a black dress entered. Her skin was as pale as a corpse, and she wore a tattered black hat with a pointed top. The girl in the black dress seemed to have vanished, walking confidently into the Holy Lord's mansion without being noticed by the white-robed men on guard. She looked around with her empty, large eyes, a hint of confusion appearing on her expressionless face. The aura of death, the ember. Is it dead? Although his expression showed doubt, his words were quite certain. How could it be dead? Oh well, we'll just call it out and ask. The girl in the black dress muttered to herself expressionlessly, then squatted down, stretched out her two small, white hands, and began to play with the mud. What kind of operation is this? Sumu in the dream was slightly puzzled. Was this the demigod of the god-slaying temple? Under his watchful gaze, the girl in the black dress dug out the damp mud from the edge of the pond and began to sculpt. Before long, a small clay figure that looked nothing like phantom ash was formed. The girl in the black dress stared at her masterpiece for a moment, then blinked, picked up a dry twig from the ground, and wrote the name Illusion on the little clay figure. It's done. Snap! The girl in the black dress threw the clay figure with the name, Phantom Ash, engraved on it onto the ground. A miraculous scene unfolded. Endless eerie light emanated from the clay figure that had landed. Illuminated by this light, the clay figure rapidly grew larger, and eventually transformed into the already deceased Lord of Illusions. A spotless white robe, long white hair like a waterfall, but his body was covered with cracks that looked like dried soil. Huan Jin stiffly rose from the ground, staring blankly at the girl in the black dress. How did you die? The girl in the black dress asked. Huan Jin spoke stiffly and slowly. I was ambushed by the masked man. Why would he try to assassinate you? 4. My divine puzzle. In the dream, Sumu watched the two exchange questions and answers with great interest. He was quite interested in the girl's ability. Even though Huan Jin's physical body and soul had been destroyed, the girl was still able to obtain information in this way. Such mysterious methods are indeed in line with the style of the Temple of God-Slayers. An organization formed by a group of demigods must have something special about it. An hour later, the girl in the black dress finally understood the cause and effect. The reason it took so long was not because the matter was complicated, but because Huan Jin had too much trouble speaking and would stumble over half a sentence. In other words, a person wearing a silver mask deliberately provoked conflict between you and the other two holy lords, then took advantage of your battle to ambush you and steal your god puzzle? The girl in the black dress summarized Phantom's hour-long speech in one sentence. Huan Jin nodded stiffly. Yes, the masked man has the same divine puzzle piece as you. You don't need to speak, just nod. Huan Jin nodded silently. All right, you can go now. Snap! The phantom turned into a puddle of mud and fell to the ground. The girl in the black dress turned and walked away, but she soon stopped in front of a man in a white robe. Go and tell your new master that the Temple of God-Slayers will not cause him any trouble. We just need someone skilled in illusion to do something. As for who that person is, we don't care. After the deed is done, the Temple of God-Slayers can grant him one request, whether it's advancement to demigod, joining the Temple of God-Slayers, or anything else, anything within the Temple of God-Slayers' capabilities. The girl in the black dress paused, bent down, scooped up a handful of soil from the ground, sculpted a clay figure that looked nothing like herself, wrote her name on it, and handed it to the man in the white robe. This is my clay figurine. Use it to contact me once you've thought it through. A large hand swept over the girl in the black dress's head, picked up the clay figure, and examined it carefully with its crystal blue eyes. Hint of doubt rising in its gaze. Are you sure this is you? The girl in the black dress turned around, looked expressionlessly at the gentle and handsome man in front of her, and nodded seriously, confirmed. This is not you. Sumu glanced at the clay figure again. Apart from barely being able to make out the words, Yellow Springs, written on it, the other facial features were completely indistinct. You're the one who killed Pantom? Good. Come with me. The Godslayer Temple needs your help. The girl in the black dress named Huang Quan took the clay figure from Sumu's hand, and for some unknown reason, she smashed it to pieces on the ground. Not now. I'm currently integrating the divine puzzle pieces of the illusionary ashes and can't get away for the time being. How long will it take you? 1 month. Too early to fall. Huang Quan sighed expressionlessly. A hint of doubt flashed in Su Mu's eyes. What? Huang Quan slowly bent down and gathered the shattered dirt into his palms, then began to knead it with his 2 little hands. A moment later, a more abstract, deformed clay figure took shape, and she wrote 2 words on it, Huang Quan. Use this to contact me when you're better. Are all the people in the Temple of Godslayers so abstract? After Su Mu took the clay figure, Huang Quan left without looking back. Watching Huang Quan's slender figure gradually disappear into the distance, Su Mu chuckled to himself. Although it was abstract, he still preferred this kind of development. Compared to the Godslayer Temple's mindless revenge for Phantom Ember, an unofficial member, this was much more interesting to him. He had previously had a vague suspicion that since the members of the Godslayer Temple were all demigods, why would they invite Huan Jin, a holy lord? The difference between Huan Jin and other holy lords lay in his illusion magic. It's highly likely that the Temple of Godslayers encountered some problem and needed a master of illusion magic, which is why they came to them. It now seems that the Temple of Godslayers does not interfere in mortal affairs and even has a rather indifferent attitude towards mortals. The death of Huanjin is of no importance to them as long as there are illusion masters, regardless of whether they are Huanjin or not. Afterwards, Sumu returned to the dream to continue merging with the Zhuantian origin. With the help of time acceleration, he successfully fused with the Zhuantian origin in just half a month. Feeling the seemingly endless spiritual power within him, he muttered to himself, "Putting aside my physical body, I should be considered a demigod." He had never fought against a fully formed demigod, so he could only make a rough estimate, which should be close to the truth. At least if he were to face a figure of the Holy Lord level now, he would be able to crush them with illusion magic. There is still plenty of time, enough to merge with the fallen Maitreya. Sumu didn't think it was a simple matter that even the demigods of the god-slaying temple were helpless against. Since he had decided to go, he naturally had to make ample preparations. The Maitreya puzzle piece provided by deceased Yuan Yuang should not be wasted several days later. The fallen Maitreya was also completely fused with Sumu. A minor incident occurred during the fusion process. The 2 pieces of the fallen Maitreya puzzle came together, and the divine consciousness contained within them showed a faint tendency to revive. However, with his soul that had already advanced to demigod status, he easily suppressed this level of consciousness backlash. However, this also made Sumu realize that every step from saint to demigod is extremely dangerous. Even if he finds a suitable divine corpse, as the fusion process deepens, the consciousness of the divine corpse will gradually recover. If he is not careful, even if he becomes a demigod, he will only be a vessel for the resurrection of a god. Perhaps the reason why the girl in the black dress, Huang Quan, seems so dazed is related to her becoming a demigod. Has her mind been affected by that of a fully fledged demigod? 2/3 of the puzzle of the fallen Maitreya has been completed. Only the last third is needed for him to advance to the level of a demigod in his physical body. After thinking it over, Sumu decided to rely on the power of the god-slaying temple. He didn't have time to search the world for the fallen Maitreya puzzle pieces. Since the god-slaying temple had a request for him this time, he might as well make the fallen Maitreya puzzle pieces his reward. He took out the mud figure from the underworld, whose features were blurred and whose body was deformed, and poured his spiritual power into it. In an instant, the clay figure emitted a bright, eerie light, and a petite girl's body slowly grew out of the light. "Are you ready?" Huang Quan, whose delicate face was covered in cracks, asked expressionlessly. Sumu nodded. "All right." Bang! The underworld exploded. Tiny black sludge splattered, and a ghostly light emanating a chilling aura burst forth, transforming into a pitch-black bridge in the void. One end was beneath Sumu's feet, and the other end extended into the endless void, as if leading to the deepest hell. Without hesitation, Sumu stepped onto the dark bridge and walked deeper into the area. The colors before his eyes deepened and grew darker, until he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, as if he were walking in a black hole. Here, the concepts of time and space seem to disappear. It feels like he's walked for a minute, yet also like he's walked for a year. Suddenly, a bright light appeared abruptly. It was a white light hole connecting to an unknown space. After Sumu passed through the white hole, what came into view were tens of millions of rhomboid crystal pillars hanging from the sky, each 100s of feet tall, with mercury flowing inside. This place seems to be an alternate dimension. Without the sun, the only light source comes from these prismatic crystal pillars that emit a faint silver glow. There were also many crystals growing on the red ground, but they were much smaller, like clumps of grass, randomly distributed, adorning this place as a silver ocean. Here, Huang Quan's indifferent voice rang out. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and saw Huang Quan standing side by side with a black-robed youth beside a tall cluster of crystals, both of them calmly watching him. He walked over slowly, looked the two of them over, and smiled. "Are all the people from the Temple of God-Slayers so young?" Huang Quan remained expressionless and did not answer. The black-robed youth calmly said, "You just look young. I am the Lord of the God-Slaying Hall, Wu Ming. No life? One is in the Yellow Springs, the other is without life." Interesting. Names are just code names. People in the Temple of God-Slaying have long abandoned their mortal names and only use code names. The Temple of God-Slayers only has the two of you? Wu Ming shook his head. They are indifferent. Divine realms. The divine realm? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he had a vague guess in his heart. The realm of the gods is the domain of the true gods, a higher dimensional space. You encountered trouble in the divine realm? That's right, but our troubles are none of your business. Your task is to help us break an illusion array, and we will pay you whatever reward you want, whether it's a piece of the god puzzle or joining the Temple of God-Slayer. Wu Ming remained calm, as if he were a robot, answering Sumu's questions concisely without uttering a single extra word. "I want the divine puzzle piece of the fallen Maitreya." Wu Ming nodded calmly. "Okay." At this moment, a black crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a bald man dressed as a martial monk with 108 pieces of divine remains hanging around his neck walked out from it. The bald man's gaze swept across the room, and when he saw Sumu, his eyes lit up. "The new guy, Whoosh! The bald man transformed into a streak of red flame and suddenly appeared beside Sumu. Sumu glanced at the bald man without showing any emotion. Just the moment the crimson flames appeared, the fallen Maitreya within him became restless and agitated, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. "What's your name?" the bald man asked with a hearty laugh. "Arrogance." Sumu adopted his code name, adapting to local customs. The bald man was slightly taken aback. "Is this your code name? You don't seem to be a demigod, have you? You've joined the Temple of Godslayers so quickly? Temple Master, is he a relative of yours? How could you make an exception and let him join the Temple of Godslayers? This is unacceptable. This is a blatant violation of the Temple of Godslayers rules. I will tell the other members about your favoritism and abuse of power. We'll hold a general meeting to criticize you and make you obediently give up your position to me." The empty alien space was filled with the bald man's loud voice, accompanied by echoes, making it extremely noisy. "Shut up, monk." For the first time, Wu Ming showed an expression on his face. His brows furrowed as he rebuked him. "Let's set off now that everyone's here." The monk's face fell. "No way. I just got back and I'm setting off again. I still have the blood of the primal cultists on me. At least let me change my clothes." Before he finished speaking, a faint light emanated from Huang Quan's body, enveloping everyone before disappearing in an instant. Clearly, even Huang Quan couldn't stand it anymore. As the group moved through the dark tunnel, the monk's loud voice continued to shout. Sumu looked at the monk with curiosity, finding it hard to imagine that someone could talk to themselves to such an extent, and with such a rich array of facial expressions. "I'm new here. I joined the Godslayer Temple more than 100 years ago. Let me tell you, the temple master back then wasn't like this. He was still laughing and talking, just like a normal person. And there was this little girl, Huang Quan. Don't let her young appearance fool you. She's actually older than my grandmother. Tear it apart." Suddenly, a bottomless crack appeared in the darkness beneath the monk's feet. He looked down and his expression froze instantly. "Ah!" He fell into the crevice, as if weightless. Immediately afterwards, the crack closed, the monk's screams completely disappeared, and Huang Quan withdrew his palm expressionlessly. "The Temple of Godslayers is more harmonious than I imagined," Sumu said with a smile. Before long, a ball of deep red flame burst forth from the dark tunnel, and a resentful-looking monk emerged from the flame, carefully avoiding Huang Quan, and walked to Sumu's side. "Newcomer, your name is Arrogance, right?" He lowered his voice and pointed to his head. "Let me tell you, none of them are mentally sound. I'm the only normal person in the entire Godslayer Temple, and now there's another one. After all, you haven't become a demigod yet. You can still be considered a normal person." Sumu. Looking at the monk who was acting strangely, like a thief, and speaking ill of his teammates to their faces, he seriously doubted who was the abnormal one. "Newcomer, you must learn from me and talk more. Otherwise you will end up like them sooner or later." "Is it the influence of the demigods on you?" Sumu asked. The monk nodded. "You must have felt it when you were fusing with the divine corpse. As more and more pieces of the divine puzzle are fused together, the degree of the divine consciousness resurfacing within you will gradually deepen. Divinity and humanity will clash. Once divinity prevails over humanity, human emotions will gradually be lost, and you will no longer be yourself. In the most serious cases, it could lead to the resurgence of the spirit within the body. But don't worry, after years of research, I've discovered a secret to maintaining humanity. I don't usually tell this to just anyone, but since we get along well today, I'll tell you for free. The secret is to speak like a human being, Sumu. Hey brother, don't be so quiet. You're already so taciturn before you've even become a demigod. What will you do when you do become one? I'm worried about you. Seriously, don't take this lightly. The consequences of divinity overpowering humanity are terrifying. Look at the temple master. He's basically lost his ability to speak. Now he can only say 3 sentences. The monk mimicked Wu Ming's expression, his face stern, and said, "Shut up, monk. Get out, monk. Get out." Really, that's all he knows how to say. Sumu glanced at Wu Ming out of the corner of his eye, and a vein bulged on Wu Ming's calm and handsome face. The monk glanced cautiously at Huang Quan, then lowered his voice again. "I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else, okay? I've always suspected that the least human-like person in the entire Godslayer temple isn't the temple master, but Huang Quan. Huang Quan used to be such a kind old lady, but look at her now, she's simply..." Ah! The monk disappeared again, just like a group of people walking along when he stepped on a manhole cover that wasn't properly closed and fell in with a whoosh. When everyone turned around again, he was gone. As Sumu watched the black crack slowly close, he thought to himself, what's the difference between speaking ill of other demigods behind their backs in front of them and plotting openly? If we have to say who is the most inhuman in the Godslayer temple, it has to be you. The monk disappeared this time and never returned. Heaven knows where he was thrown into the underworld. Even after arriving at their destination, they still did not see any monks. Where is this? Sumu looked around in surprise. The 3 of them had appeared on a glacier. Looking out from the glacier, an endless expanse of ice stretches out, like a huge splash of silver ink by the creator, occupying the entire field of vision without reservation. The gale, carrying blizzards, swept across the icy plains like enraged beasts, emitting mournful howls. Sumu was not surprised by the ice field itself, but by the fact that there was nothing there, nothing magical about it except for the extremely harsh environment. What you can't see, the place we're really going to, is beyond the dimensions of this icy plain. Wu Ming's calm voice pierced the cold wind and reached Sumu's ears. Hold your breath and concentrate. Feel the frequency of the divine, and remember this frequency. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound emanated from Wu Ming and Huang Quan. The sound was faint but extremely penetrating, and even when the cold wind howled, the buzzing sound was still transmitted accurately. Sumu discovered that the sound did not travel through the air, but rather was a soul. Under the cover of the buzzing sound, the divine power within him began to tremble, gradually emitting a similar sound, which grew louder and louder until it reached the same frequency. The 3 figures gradually blurred, like a frame dropping in a video, constantly flickering and finally disappeared completely. Sumu had a strange feeling. It was as if he had broken through some kind of barrier, like a person who had been diving for a long time and suddenly surfaced, with his senses becoming exceptionally clear. He looked around, and everywhere he looked was a riot of colors. The vibrant colors intertwine and collide, forming dimensional folds that resemble the wrinkles of the universe, each fold concealing endless space. Some folds are as fine as hair, while others are as wide and thick as mountains, undulating gently, with a dreamlike halo flowing across their surface. Is this the dimension of the gods? Wu Ming nodded calmly. We are more used to calling it the divine realm. Divine realm. So this is the world where the gods reside? Are all those gods who are determined to seize control of creation hiding here? But why have they remained silent and never revealed themselves to the world? Perhaps this journey to the divine realm will provide the answer. Sumu's deep eyes were filled with a dazzling array of colors, making them both beautiful and mysterious. Do you see this mountain range? Wu Ming pointed to a huge, colorful dimensional fold that seemed to stretch to the end of the universe, not far away. Its undulating shape does indeed resemble a mountain, a rainbow mountain. This is your mission objective. Break the illusion array that covers it, and the Temple of God's Laying will give you the fallen Maitreya puzzle piece. Wu Ming did not explain who set up the illusion array, nor did he explain why he wanted to break it, as if he felt there was no need to explain. Sumu smiled slightly. For him, this trip to the divine realm alone was worth the price of admission, and he could also glimpse the secrets of the gods through the Temple of God's Laying. After all, he had always been curious about where all those gods had gone and what they were doing. He took a step and floated towards Rainbow Mountain, as if he were in space. He stopped 100 miles away from Rainbow Mountain because he sensed the presence of the illusion array. It seemed as if there was an invisible, giant, transparent bubble enveloping Rainbow Mountain. Sumu's eyes gleamed with a crystalline blue light. Let me see what kind of illusion array can stump a demigod. He stretched out his palm and gently touched the illusion array. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. As I expected, only Xuantian Ben Yuan in the world can create an illusion array that can stump a demigod. That's right, he sensed the aura of the profound heaven origin from the illusion array. This illusion array was set up by someone who possessed the profound heaven origin. When he learned of the purpose of the Godslayer Temple's invitation to Huanjin, he had some guesses. Why would the Godslayer Temple seek out a master of illusion? Naturally, it was because they had encountered a problem with illusion. And who in the world, besides the true god of illusion, Xuantian, could create an illusion, could stump a group of demigods? Now it seems his guess was correct, which is why he agreed to help the Temple of God's Laying. If the Temple of God's Laying had not appeared, he would not know how much time it would have taken him to reach this divine realm and perceive the profound heaven origin. The illusion array set up using the Xuantian origin can block demigods, but it cannot stop Sumu. He unleashed his full mental power, continuously penetrating into the illusion array. Countless profound runes appeared in his crystal blue eyes, flowing through them like water. In an instant, he understood the underlying structure of this illusion array. But at that moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. How is it? Can you crack it? Wu Ming's voice rang out. Sumu slowly turned around and looked at Wu Ming and Huang Quan. Are the primordial angels inside? This is none of your business. Your task is to break the illusion array. Don't ask any other questions, Huang Quan said expressionlessly. Sumu smiled slightly. The reason he asked this question was naturally because he sensed the power of the primordial angel in the illusion array. That vast and sacred power was not something that some fanatics could exude. Rather, it truly comes from the divine being, the original angel. As expected, the primordial angel's true form was within the illusion array. Strangely, this illusion array wasn't used to seal the primordial angels. Rather, it seemed to have been deliberately set up to prevent outsiders from entering. Since you're unwilling to say more, then farewell. Sumu smiled politely, turned and left. He had memorized the frequency of entering the primordial god realm. Next time he entered, he wouldn't need anyone from the god-slaying temple to guide him. This technique wasn't difficult. He only needed to adjust the frequency of his own divine power to be in sync with the primordial god realm to enter easily. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have divine power, or be brought in by someone else who has divine power. Wait a minute, Wu Ming called out to Sumu. Will this help break the illusion array? Sumu smiled and nodded. This is not a simple illusion array. It also incorporates the power of the primordial angel. Breaking the illusion array is not difficult. The difficulty lies in dealing with the power of the primordial angel. Wu Ming remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Then let the monk tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, a deep red flame suddenly appeared, from which came the loud voice of a martial monk. "Huang Quan, you actually threw me into the sea. I almost drowned." The monk glared angrily at Huang Quan. Huang Quan remained expressionless, clearly too lazy to pay him any attention. Sumu's heart stirred slightly. He was able to sense the arrival of the martial monks even across dimensions. This incredible perception was something he himself had never possessed. The Lord of the God-slaying temple is indeed extraordinary. "Monk, explain this illusion array to arrogance," Wu Ming said calmly. Upon hearing this, the monk immediately perked up and appeared beside Sumu in a flash. That's a long story. It all started 30 years ago. Sumu. After being barded with an hour of nonsensical literary nonsense, Sumu finally extracted the information he wanted to know. From the monk's words, the primordial angel's true form does indeed exist within the illusion array, and the primordial angel is currently in a deep sleep. Moreover, not only the primordial angel, but all the true gods in this world are also in a deep sleep. All of this is exaggerated. That's what the monk said, but he also said that the Temple of God-slayers had not seen all the true gods, only a portion of the sleeping true gods. Because the dimensional frequency of each divine realm is different, the true body of a god is not so easy to find. However, the true gods have not appeared in the world for a long time, and it can be roughly deduced that all the true gods are asleep. The real job of the Temple of God-slaying is not to kill gods, but to keep the gods from waking up, or simply put, to lull them to sleep. Whenever the Temple of God-slaying detects signs of a god awakening, it performs a sleep-inducing service, using various methods to seal the god's consciousness and make the other party sleep more soundly. It wasn't that the Temple of God-slayers wanted to lull the true god to sleep, but rather that they simply couldn't kill the true god. They had tried many times to attack the sleeping true god, but the gap between the true god and the demigod was too great. Even in a sleeping state, they could not kill the true god. The feeling is like that of a mosquito and a sleeping person. Even if an ordinary mosquito suffocates itself, it cannot suck a person dry and kill them. In fact, the continuous biting might even wake the person up. This is the current relationship between the Temple of God-slaying and the sleeping god. 30 years ago, the Temple of God-slayers searched for dimensional frequencies and successfully discovered the primordial god realm, where they found the slumbering primordial angel. At that time, the primordial angel showed signs of awakening, so the Temple of God-slayers, as usual, placed a seal on it to prevent it from waking up. Everything was normal and there were no unexpected events, but Black Dragon, a member of the Temple of God-slaying, got into a conflict with the others at this time. The reason for the contradiction is simple. Black Dragon felt that everything was in vain. Just as a person cannot sleep forever, so too can a god. Even if a god falls into a deep sleep for some reason, he will eventually wake up. Working at the Temple of God-slayers is like patting a sleeping baby on the back. It only makes the baby sleep more soundly, but once dawn breaks, no matter how much you pat the baby's back, the baby will still wake up. He said that if they couldn't kill the god while he was asleep, it would be even more impossible once the god woke up. The people of the Temple of God-slayers agreed with him, but the problem was that they couldn't kill a god. Black Dragon said that perhaps we could try to kill the primordial angel, because the primordial angel was different from the gods we had discovered before. His power was sacred and pure, unlike the domineering and cruel power of other gods. We could take advantage of his slumber and continuously steal primordial angel's power until we could eventually devour him completely. Later, the members of the Temple of Godslayers tried and successfully stole the power of the primordial angels, but as mentioned before, even if a mosquito chokes itself to death, it cannot suck a person dry. However, this harsh reality did not discourage everyone. Instead, they saw a glimmer of hope. Just like the foolish old man who moved mountains, as long as everyone persists in stealing, even if the amount is small, they will eventually succeed. So this persistence lasted for 30 years, and then, as expected, the unexpected happened. The people of the Temple of Godslayers discovered that the more power they stole from the primordial angels, the more uncontrollably they developed a faith in the primordial angels, and their fanaticism grew. The temple master ordered the operation to be halted, but it was too late, because the black dragon had betrayed them. The black dragon's divine authority is devouring, which results in him stealing the most power among all people, and therefore his faith is also the deepest. Everyone discovered that the black dragon had become a follower of the primordial angels years ago, but he had been hiding it, pretending to be fine while continuing to steal power. In reality, he was colluding with primordial god cult, and finally, half a year ago, he joined forces with the Pope of the primordial god cult to launch a sneak attack on the Temple of Godslayer. The Temple of Godslayers suffered heavy damage, and the primordial divine realm was occupied by the Black Dragon and the Pope. The illusion array in front of us was set up by the Pope using a divine object shaped like an eyeball in order to prevent the Temple of Godslayers from retaliating. Upon hearing this news, Sumu immediately realized that the eye-shaped object was probably not a forbidden object at all, but one of the origins of the Xuan Tian. Now that you know the cause and effect, can you break the illusion? Wu Ming suddenly said. The Black Dragon and the Pope are currently in the primordial god realm, attempting to awaken the primordial angel. If we don't deal with them, the human race will be in danger once the primordial angel awakens. Even if only one god appeared in the world, humanity would not be able to withstand it. The monk stared at Wu Ming in disbelief, as if he had discovered a new continent. Palace Master, is it all right for you to say so much at once? Shut up, monk! Wu Ming rebuked the monk, then turned his gaze back to Sumu, awaiting his reply. Sumu shook his head slightly. I can't break the illusion array. Huh? The monk's face fell. Then all my talk was for nothing? Sumu ignored him and continued. This illusion array is based on the power of the primordial angel. It must have been the Pope who activated the power of the primordial angel, so it can only be broken from the inside. By cutting off the supply of the primordial angel's power from the inside, the illusion will naturally be broken. Wu Ming frowned. Then there is no way. This illusion array is not an ordinary illusion array that makes people lose their way. Its only function is to brainwash those who enter the array. If you want to pass through the illusion array and enter the divine realm, you must complete the brainwashing and become a believer of the primordial angel. Sumu smiled slightly and continued. After becoming a follower of the primordial angels, even if they enter the inner circle, they will not cut off the power supply, but will instead join the Black Dragon and the Pope's side. What do we do then? The monk exclaimed in alarm, his expression exaggerated. Are we just supposed to watch them awaken the primordial angels inside? Huang Quan said expressionlessly. It's not something they can do in just a few years to awaken the primordial angel. As far as I know, there are about 100,000 primordial believers inside the divine realm, all of whom were brought in by the Pope. These believers pray to the primordial angel every day, hoping to awaken it. The Pope and the Black Dragon want to bring even more followers in to hasten the awakening of the primordial angels. The only way to do this is to kill all the primordial followers outside, and then kill them when the Pope and the Black Dragon leave. Sumu seemed to understand something. So this was the reason why the martial monks had killed the primal cultists. Does having more followers mean the primordial angels will awaken faster? He thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. Imagine if a bunch of little bugs kept buzzing in your ear, praying. Even if you were sleeping soundly, you would still be woken up if there were enough bugs. No, there's another way, Sumu said with a smile. All three eyes turned to him instantly, and Wu Ming asked, "What method?" "I will enter the illusion array and break it from within." Upon hearing this, all three frowned. "Newcomer, it's good that you want to make a name for yourself, but this is no joke. Once you go in, you'll become a follower of the primordial angels. How could you possibly break the illusion array?" "In my opinion, you'll definitely help them strengthen the illusion array after you go in." The monk kept shaking his head. "I am different from you." The monk looked at Sumu with surprise and agreed, "Indeed, you are different. You are the only one among us who is not a demigod." At this moment, Sumu finally understood why Wu Ming often said that he wanted the monks to shut up. He ignored the monk and continued, "I am skilled in illusion. I can use illusion to create a second personality. Let the second personality worship the primordial angel, and then the main personality can erase the second personality after entering the primordial angel. Are you sure?" Wu Ming asked, frowning. Sumu smiled and nodded. "Of course I wouldn't joke with my own life." Wu Ming looked at Sumu deeply and said solemnly, "If we succeed, I will find the fallen Maitreya for you." The monks were filled with envy upon hearing this. "Newcomer, you've struck it rich." This is the temple master himself making a move. It'll be a piece of cake for him. We'll talk about it after we succeed. Sumu strode forward and walked into the illusion array. The three members of the Godslayer temple watched his retreating figure until he disappeared from sight. A moment later, the monk's mouth, which he couldn't keep closed, opened again. "Palace Master, do you think this kid can do it? I have a feeling he's going to his death. His methods don't seem very reliable." "Monk." Within the illusion array, Sumu looked around with great interest. At this moment, he felt as if he had arrived at the paradise described in the original Bible. The sky was as clear as a sapphire, and the soft sunlight shone down with just the right amount of warmth. Beneath my feet were pure white clouds, giving me a comfortable feeling, like stepping in poop. Suddenly, a magnificent white jade palace appeared deep in the clouds, radiating a sacred light, and beautiful hymns floated on the wind, carrying a bewitching magic. At this moment, a voice kept ringing in Sumu's mind. "Praise the primordial angel." Okay, I'm already praising you," Sumu replied casually. At this moment, an angel with an exceptionally handsome face, whose gender was indistinguishable, and who had pure white wings on his back, walked out of the palace and looked at Sumu with loving eyes. "Child, have you come to see the great primordial angel?" Sumu remained silent, quietly watching the angels perform. The angel continued gently, "Only the most devout believers can see the great primordial angels. Your faith is not devout enough, but don't worry, I will help you. Come, sing hymns with me." He would start singing at the drop of a hat, and the eerie syllables kept drilling into Sumu's ears, reaching straight to his soul. A holy light emanated from him, illuminating Sumu. Watching the angels singing with all their might, Sumu smiled slightly, and a crack suddenly appeared between his brows, revealing a silver vertical pupil. A faint and wholly divine radiance soared into the sky. At this moment, the holy light emanating from his body was even brighter than that of the angels. The angel froze, his voice abruptly cut off. Sumu walked slowly toward the angel with a smile on his face. No need to sing, we're all on the same side. He patted the angel's stiff shoulder and walked past him. Angel, actually, what Sumu said before about having a second personality was all a lie. He just made up a reason. This illusion array was no different from going home to him. Possessing the divinity of a primordial angel, he was already a fanatic among fanatics in the strictest sense. He even doubted whether the primordial Pope of Heaven had as much divinity as himself. After all, back in hell, Sumu was a primal god envoy, leading millions of primal believers, and even erected his own statue next to the primal god statue to collect faith for himself. Sumu quickly entered the palace, which was very spacious with no buildings. On the white ground beneath his feet were engraved mysterious and profound six-pointed star arrays, and on the dome was a huge silver eye, which looked exactly the same as the divine eye between his eyebrows. The moment he stepped into the center of the six-pointed star formation, a huge silver eye on the dome cast down brilliant holy light, illuminating him. This is an attempt to assimilate Sumu and turn him into a fanatic. Feeling the primordial divinity within his body rapidly growing stronger, Sumu smiled. Was this an illusion array or a blessed land? Do the primordial angels know that you are aiding the enemy inside the original divine domain? 100,000 fanatical believers, clad in pristine white robes, knelt on the ground in prayer. Syllables that defied human physiology emanated from their mouths, converging to form a bizarre and grand hymn that filled this strange space. At this moment, a blond boy standing at the forefront of 100,000 followers suddenly spoke up. Someone has broken in. Is it someone from your Temple of Godslaying? Watch your words. I am no longer a member of the Temple of Godslayers. A gaunt man with black hair and a black robe said coldly, I am now a member of the primordial god cult. The blond boy smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Black Dragon, it was a slip of the tongue. We are both children of God. Black Dragon looked in the direction of the illusion array. It's probably the heretics of the Godslayer Temple trying to break the illusion array again. There's no need to worry about it. The power of the great primordial angel is irresistible to anyone. Even the Godslayer Temple Master Wuming cannot break the illusion array. If he wants to come in, he will definitely have to believe in the primordial angel. However, I don't think the heretics of the Temple of Godslayers would be that stupid. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling stargate suddenly rose above the illusion array, and a gentleman in a sharp suit, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane, walked out calmly. Black Dragon was taken aback, clearly not expecting that someone could actually use the illusion array. The blond boy sized up the newcomer with a half-smile. Which member of the Temple of Godslayers is this? Black Dragon frowned slightly and stared intently at Sumu, saying, he is not from the Temple of Godslayers. I have never seen him before. Oh? Could it be an outside help invited by the Temple of Godslaying? A Saint Lord-level figure? He's not even a demigod. Sumu stepped out of the star gate and looked around the interior of the primordial god realm with great interest. Looking around, he saw 100,000 fanatical believers kneeling on the ground in neat rows, praying to a huge cocoon of light in the sky. Is this the primordial angel? Silver tear streaks flowed across the surface of the giant cocoon of light, and 360 silver vertical pupils opened and closed on the cocoon shell, each pupil reflecting a different dimension of apocalyptic scenery. His size was enormous, like a planet bursting into view and occupying the entire field of vision. All around him is an absolute vacuum, radiating countless invisible divine radiations that annihilate all matter, energy, time and space. Only at the outermost edge of the divine radiation does space-time exist, where one can even see the space-time folds caused by the divine radiation. Below that are the millions of white bone pillars that support this space. Countless vertebrae extend and twist into spirals, spreading across the heavens and earth according to some mysterious law, both eerie and magnificent. Were you awestruck by the great primordial angel? A blond boy suddenly appeared in front of Sumu with a warm smile on his face. It's like this the first time we meet, but after we meet many more times, you won't get used to it, because he turned to look at the enormous cocoon of light in the sky, his eyes filled with an inexplicable fervor. The primordial angel is such a great being, and its greatness will not fade with the passage of time. Looking at the blond boy in front of him, Sumu's lips curled into a smile. Very good, he fits my stereotype of the original Pope. The Pope I encountered in hell was like this, and so is the Pope in heaven. Although it was their first meeting, Sumu was certain that the other party was the primordial Pope, because he could feel the terrifying primordial divinity emanating from him without any to conceal it. My name is Zero. I am the most devout follower of the primordial angels, and also the Pope of the primordial god cult. Zero smiled and extended his hand, as if to express his welcome to Sumu. Sumu smiled slightly and also stretched out his hand. Slap. A crisp slap rang out, and Zero stared in astonishment at her hand that had been slapped to the side, her eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't understand. The other party had clearly passed through the illusion array and become a follower of the primordial angel, one of his own. Why was this happening? Could it be that the illusion array was malfunctioning? Impossible. Who could resist the great primordial angel? Without a trace of doubt, Sumu smiled and said, "You are the most devout believer of the primordial angels. Then what am I?" Ling was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized what was happening. He chuckled to himself. So that's how it was. It wasn't that the illusion array had failed, but that the other party was dissatisfied with his explanation and felt that his faith was the most devout. I apologize, it was a slip of the tongue. Those who can enter here are all the most devout followers of the primordial angels. May I ask your name and why you have come here? Arrogance, Sumu said, revealing his code name. Arrogance. Ling's eyes flickered slightly as he subtly observed the smiling gentleman before him. He could tell that beneath the man's seemingly gentle smile lay a condescending arrogance. As his name suggests, even after becoming a follower of the primordial angels, he still argued about who was the most devout, which was indeed arrogant. I have been entrusted by the Temple of Godslayers to break this illusion array. I see. Zero nodded, not asking any further questions about the solution. The fact that the other party was here spoke volumes. He never doubted Sumu, because he was a fanatical believer and had unwavering faith in the power of the primordial angels. Now that you have become God's children, return to your place, go and pray, and strive to awaken the primordial angels as soon as possible. This is what every child of God should do. Zero pointed to the 100,000 believers kneeling on the ground praying below. And what about you? Black Dragon and I are responsible for listening to teachings of the primordial angels and accumulating strength so that we can go out and develop believers and bring more believers here. Sumu smiled slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. In my opinion, it would be better if you went to kneel there and pray, while Black Dragon, and I would listen to your teachings." Upon hearing this, Zero's smile slowly faded. Arrogance. Listening to teachings is not something just anyone can do. You are not even a demigod, so you cannot hear the voice of a god. You're wrong. Only those who aren't devout enough can't hear God's teachings, but I am the most devout. Sumu's brow suddenly tore open, his silver vertical pupils snapped open, and a faint, holy light instantly illuminated the world. Primordial divinity. Zero was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You have only just become a child of the gods. How can you possess such a strong primordial divinity? Black Dragon, standing to the side, was also stunned. He had thought a newcomer had arrived, but it turned out that the other party was more experienced than him. Why? Sumu's indifferent yet powerful voice resounded throughout the entire venue, even drowning out the prayers of 100,000 believers. Because I am the original Pope. Quiet. The prayers abruptly stopped, and everyone stared blankly at Sumu, who was enveloped in holy light, and then at Ling beside him. To be honest, at this moment, anyone with eyes could tell at a glance who looked more like the primordial Pope. Ling was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Holy light surged from his body, and a silver vertical pupil also appeared between his eyebrows. What was even more extreme than Sumu was that huge, pure white angle wings grew from his back. A terrifying aura, comparable to that of a demigod, spread throughout the entire area. You're the primordial Pope? What nonsense are you spouting? He finally realized that Sumu was trying to usurp the throne. Even though everyone believes in the primordial angels, people are ultimately selfish, and believers will compare themselves to each other, comparing whose faith is more devout and who receives more attention from the gods. Nonsense? Sumu slowly raised his palm. Then let me show you the primordial god cult I founded. He clenched his fist, and the prayers of 1,000,000 believers suddenly resounded in the void. A huge projection slowly unfolded behind him like a canvas. The magnificent and sacred holy city of radiance appears in the world from an overhead perspective, with countless buildings stretching across the land, forming a giant eye, like a mark left by God on the earth. In the very center of that eye, a towering primordial church pierces the sky. Sumu stood atop the church, gazing indifferently at the astonished crowd. In the projection beneath his feet, millions of primordial believers emerged from every corner of holy Radiance City, kneeling in devout worship and chanting the true name of the primordial angel. The boundless power of faith is boiling. This is an illusion? The Black Dragon exclaimed in shock. This is not an illusion. Zero's eyes were already frozen in shock. This is real. It's just projected in the form of an illusion. Every believer in the picture is a real person, and the aura of faith emanating from millions of people cannot be faked. But what exactly is this place? How can such a miraculous city exist in this world? There was another thought he didn't say aloud. Why didn't I, as the original Pope, know that such a place existed in the world? Arrogance. Who exactly are you? These days, heretics are powerful, slaughtering God's people all over the world. How can there be such a place in this world? Zero said in disbelief. I come from hell, here, seeking divine miracles. Sumu gazed indifferently at the crowd and slowly revealed his origins. Hell? What's that place? Zero was taken aback. He had no idea where hell was. Heaven is above the earth's surface, and hell is below the earth's surface. Beneath the surface? You mean the nightmare wasteland sealed by the gods? Zero was instantly horrified. He hadn't expected that there would be people in the nightmare wasteland, that there would be a primordial god cult. Did the people there call it hell? Indeed, I come from beneath the earth, from a place where the gods have vanished. Do you know how desperate life is in hell? The people there cannot be illuminated by the light of the primordial angels. It is I. Sumu's tone suddenly became impassioned, and his eyes sharpened as he swept his gaze across the 100,000 believers present like a god. I measured every inch of hell with my own 2 feet, spreading the light of the primordial angels throughout hell, never abandoning any of God's children. I spent 100 years gathering them together, erecting altars, casting statues, building a divine kingdom, and establishing the largest sect in hell, the primordial god cult. This miraculous city is the best testament to my efforts and those of my millions of believers. I named it Holy Radiance City, hoping that this city will forever be illuminated by the divine light of the primordial angels. I'm not doing this to prove how great I am, but to let the whole world know that all under heaven is divine land, and all within its borders are divine people. His impassioned and seductive words resonated deeply. At this moment, Sumu was like a primordial angel on earth, as radiant as the eternal sun, impossible for anyone to ignore. Sumu's speech continued. Do you know what God's children in hell desire most? What they desire most is to go to heaven, which is the earth where you are, and to be truly illuminated by the light of the primordial angels. This is their lifelong dream. It was also my dream, so here I am. But when I actually arrived in heaven, everything I saw and heard was shocking. The original religion here was being chased like rats in the street, and the believers who should have been sitting in the church praying devoutly were being slaughtered like livestock. This is simply unimaginable in our hell. In hell, if even one person dares to slander the primordial angels, our primordial god cult will mobilize its entire force and punish them no matter how far away they are. You have disappointed me greatly. Sumu sighed deeply, a look of desolation on his face, much like a devout pilgrim who had endured countless hardships and tribulations to finally reach paradise, only to find that paradise was not even as good as hell, and felt a faint sense of faith collapse. His words silenced the 100,000 followers. Some looked thoughtful, some clenched their fists, and some had red eyes. They recalled their experiences over the years. Just as Sumu had said, they were like rats in the street, hated by everyone. They had witnessed countless other followers fall in pools of blood, but were powerless to do anything about it. Unexpectedly, in hell, where conditions were even harsher and distances from God were even greater, the believers there were doing better than they were, even making heaven their lifelong pursuit. Thinking of this, these believers felt a wave of shame. Seeing that the 100,000 followers had begun to reflect, Sumu smiled inwardly. As a master of illusion, bewitching people was his forte. The world thought that fanatics were determined, but little did they know that they were also the easiest group to brainwash. When dealing with fanatics, you cannot deny their beliefs. Instead, you must go along with them and then lead them astray. Zero's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. As fellow primordial popes, the comparison made him feel rather embarrassed. Even now, he has no doubt about Sumu's identity. In his mind, Sumu possesses such a strong primordial divinity that he is one of his own people. Moreover, the projection that Sumu presents is indeed mixed with the faith aura of millions of people, which cannot be faked. Arrogance, actually. Zero had barely opened his mouth when Sumu interrupted him. Sumu's sharp gaze swept over him, and he scolded, "Shut up." As the saying goes, an incompetent general can kill an entire army. You bear an unshirkable responsibility for the primordial god cult of heaven falling to such a state. What have you been doing all these years? In the place closest to God, The primordial god cult you lead has only a mere 100,000 people? Ling's face turned pale and then flushed. That's because there are too many heretics here. Losers always look for excuses from the outside instead of looking for reasons within themselves. So what if there are many heretics? Does that mean that the cult of the original God will not develop? Does that mean the light of God will not shine? The more difficult it is, the more we must rise to the challenge. If we have the conditions, we must go for it. If we don't have the conditions, we must create them. Even if there are millions of people against us, we will go. Your actions make me seriously doubt your faith. Upon hearing this, Zero's expression changed drastically. For a fanatic to have his faith questioned was absolutely intolerable. Don't talk nonsense. My faith in the primordial angels is unwavering, and you dare to question it. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. After all, those who can enter here are the most devout believers of the primordial angels. Zero was about to speak when he suddenly froze. Why did those words sound so familiar? Wasn't that what he had said to arrogance when he first came in? How come it's reversed now? But what good is piety? What did you say? Zero's tone was subtly hostile. These words had crossed the line for the fanatics, since what they valued most was the sincerity of their faith. Sumu smiled contemptuously, his gaze sweeping over Zero. I say, what's the use of devout faith? Does your devout faith allow you to develop 100,000 followers? Does your devout faith allow you to be trapped here by the temple of Godslayers? Does your devout faith still prevent you from awakening the primordial angels? His words were like a steel knife, piercing Zero's heart again and again. With each question he posed, Zero's face grew paler. This is the misconception in your heavenly minds. While devout faith is important, ability is even more important. One capable believer is worth more than 100 useless people who only know how to believe. You must understand one thing. God's glory may indeed shine upon the world, but are all people in the world worthy to believe in God? Ask yourselves honestly, are you worthy? There are millions of hellish humans, so why did I only recruit 1 million? It's because I adhere to the principle of better to have none than to have bad ones. People who are trustworthy but incompetent are fools, and the cunning of a fool can cause far more damage than the ingenuity of a clever person. Recruiting such people will only hinder the development of the sect. Therefore, I only recruit those who are both trustworthy and capable. Sumu's new perspective was something that none of the 100,000 believers, including Ling, had ever considered. Was there such a thing as being worthy of believing in God? And was it also a matter of ability? Yes, the primordial angels are so great. Are just any person worthy of their faith? If just anyone could believe in them, wouldn't that be a defilement of the great primordial angels? No wonder the arrogant Pope was able to develop 1 million followers in the harsh conditions of hell. The depth of his thought and the extraordinary insight he possessed were far beyond what ordinary people could match. People are afraid of comparisons, yet they loved to compare themselves to others. When the two primordial popes of heaven and hell stand together, people subconsciously begin to make comparisons. Fanatics are human beings too. They could have endured a life of darkness like rats in the street, but only if they had never seen the light. Now, suddenly hearing that in a distant hell, the original believers can openly preach and even establish their own holy city, the psychological gap is amplified. Another characteristic of people is that they don't look for the cause within themselves, but prefer to blame others. Who else could it be but Zero, the primordial pope? A strange emotion was quietly spreading in the hearts of the 100,000 believers. Even if they didn't say it, they couldn't help but wonder if the outcome would have been completely different if the arrogant Pope had led them. Everyone, you are all devout children of God, just like me. There is no doubt about that. Sumu's seductive voice rang out again. You've simply gone astray, but that doesn't matter, for I've come. Just as I was able to lead the followers of hell to grow and prosper, I can also lead you to a brighter future. First, you must discard the wrong ideas in your minds and re-establish the correct. Original believer mindset. The first point is to think more about what you can do for God, instead of only thinking about taking from God. Second point, arrogant Pope. Zero suddenly interrupted, a warm smile on his face, as he came over and affectionately took Sumu's arm. I understand your eagerness to develop the primordial god cult, and I admire everything you did in hell. But the most important task now is to awaken the great primordial angel. You see, because of your arrival, the prayers of the followers have stopped. Let's focus on the important matter first. I believe that with believers like you joining our ranks, we will surely be able to awaken the primordial angels sooner. Sumu smiled slightly and did not refute anything. He knew what Ling was thinking. She clearly did not want him to continue speaking for fear of losing his position. He stopped trying to brainwash them and instead stood at the front of the group with Zero and Black Dragon. Brainwashing is not something that can be done overnight. After all, Zero has been the Pope for so many years, and his position cannot be shaken by a few words. However, this seed has been planted today, and his position as the Pope of Hell has been established. The three stood directly beneath the primordial angel, while behind them knelt 100,000 believers praying devoutly. Black Dragon silently observed Sumu, his eyes flickering, seemingly lost in thought. As they were looking at each other, Sumu suddenly turned around, and their eyes met. Black Dragon, right? Actually, I was also considered half a member of the Godslayer Temple before. The Black Dragon snorted coldly. I am no longer a member of the Temple of Godslayers. Sumu smiled slightly. I know. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental right now. After all, our experiences are quite similar. We're both related to the God-slaying temple, and we're both someone who joined in halfway through. The Black Dragon gave him a deep look, then fell silent, closing his eyes to feel the power emanating from the primordial angel. Arrogance, you are not weak, but you are not a demigod after all. Today you have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the primordial angel. Given time, you will surely be able to advance to demigod, and the strength of my primordial god cult will also reach a higher level. Zero smiled, seemingly hoping that Sumu could become a demigod as soon as possible. Sumu nodded and stopped talking, beginning to listen to the teachings of the primordial angel. While it is called listening, it is actually absorbing the power released by the primordial angels to strengthen one's own divinity. Such a good thing, it was worth all the effort he put in. He slowly closed his eyes, but the primordial angel in his vision lingered, standing eternally even in the darkness with his eyes closed, radiating divine light. Under the radiant light, Sumu could feel his primordial divinity growing at a visible rate. Is this the power of a true god? The power that is merely released is so great, it is not even in the same league as a demigod. Although demigods are powerful, their power is ultimately limited. But the primordial angel before them seemed to possess infinite power, like an eternally burning sun in a cold universe, continuously radiating light and heat that would not diminish even after hundreds of millions of years. A day later, Sumu slowly opened his eyes and stopped listening to the teachings of the primordial angel. He hadn't forgotten why he came here. His real purpose was the profound heaven or origin within Ling. However, He never saw Zero take out that eyeball-shaped divine object from beginning to end. Directly seizing it is definitely not realistic. There are 2 demigods here, as well as 100,000 primordial followers. Most importantly, they are backed by the primordial angels and can directly borrow the power of the primordial angels here. Although Sumu could also borrow it, how could his individual divinity compare to Zero, Black Dragon, and 100,000 people? He also considered breaking the illusion array from the inside, but quickly gave up, knowing that if he acted rashly, he would inevitably be attacked by the masses. Fortunately, he had an even better idea. Sumu glanced the Black Dragon and Zero beside him, who were resting with their eyes closed, and then turned his gaze to the 100,000 devout believers. The unified prayers of 100,000 people resounded like a mountain roar, echoing throughout the land. He stood with his hands behind his back, slowly walking towards the 100,000 believers, his deep gaze sweeping across each face, like a leader inspecting a march. Every believer he looked at unconsciously straightened their backs, and their prayers grew louder, as if they wanted to prove to this Pope from hell that believers in heaven were no worse than those in hell. Just then, Sumu suddenly raised his hand to the 100,000 believers and said, "Stop." The calm voice wasn't loud, yet it miraculously overwhelmed the voices of 100,000 people. The prayers abruptly stopped, and everyone stared at the Pope of Hell in bewilderment. Zero and Black Dragon at the very front also opened their eyes at some point. Zero frowned deeply. "Arrogance, what do you mean by this? This is a crucial time for awakening the primordial angels. If you stop the believers, what if it affects the primordial angels?" He felt he had seized an opportunity and was about to accuse Sumu of a serious crime, but Sumu would not give him that chance. For no reason. Sumu calmly said, "If you continue to pray like this, you will never be able to awaken the primordial angels." "What did you say?" Zero's expression turned angry. "Because you are praying in the wrong way." "Wrong." Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with doubt. They had been praying like this since the moment they joined the primordial god cult. How could they be wrong? "Have you believers in heaven lost even the most basic original doctrines?" Sumu said sternly, "You have been reciting the wrong original Bible. How could you possibly awaken the original angels? Moreover, many people have no idea of its true meaning. It's a complete misinterpretation and fabrication." "Arrogance. Stop talking nonsense. How could our original Bible be wrong?" Zero's expression changed drastically. Sumu glanced at him. "What is verse 76 of chapter 128 of the original Bible?" Without hesitation, Ling replied, "Be devout, turn toward the gods, remember the boundless grace of God, and never fail to live up to it." Wrong. Utterly wrong. God should not be looked at directly. This is the most basic respect and courtesy to God. Yet you say that you are devout and turn towards God. The correct way is to be devout to God, never fail His grace, pray steadfastly, and have unwavering faith. It is a devout heart turned towards God, not simply facing a deity. Zero's expression froze instantly. He opened his mouth to refute, but found that he had no idea how to refute it. With a devout heart, turn toward the divine, devoutly worship God, and do not fail His grace. He kept repeating it to himself, and suddenly realized that Sumu's answer seemed to be more correct. Am I really wrong? If he was like this, let alone the 100,000 believers, these devout fanatics believed in God, but they were not fools. By comparing the two, they could naturally tell which statement was better. What is the first verse of the first chapter of the original Bible? Zero blurted out, Before the heavens and earth were created, there was boundless chaos. When the primordial forces descended upon the world, light pierced through the darkness. Sumu shook his head in disappointment. You're wrong again. When heaven and earth were in their infancy, there was no chaos or darkness. Since there was no darkness, why say that light breaks through the darkness? Zero trembled, his eyes widening uncontrollably. The original text should be, before heaven and earth were separated, chaos was like an abyss. The silent night was deep and boundless. The primordial spirit came from the void. A burst of radiant light burst forth, shattering the darkness. It spread its wings and divided the universe, and the heavens and earth were first established. The original Bible, spoken with clear pronunciation and profound meaning, was recited by Sumu, captivating everyone with its power. For fanatics, the most important thing is faith, and the second most important thing is the doctrine and principles of the sect. A complete sect cannot simply erect an idol, it must have a doctrine and principles. To outsiders, it might not seem like anything, but to these fanatical believers, it was nothing short of divine pronouncements. Zero was completely stunned, his lips trembling uncontrollably. I was wrong. It turns out that the primordial scripture I learned has been wrong all along. No wonder I haven't been able to awaken the primordial angels for so long. Suddenly, he seemed to wake from a dream, and hurriedly grasped Sumu's hand, saying excitedly, "Arrogant Pope, the correct complete text. Please be sure to teach me." Sumu smiled slightly. It is the Pope's duty to carry forward the original doctrines. Looking at the excited crowd, he silently thanked the original Pope of Hell. Without the Pope's devout study over the past century, he would not have achieved such a level of understanding of the original Bible. Unlike the perilous environment of heaven, hell is home to the primordial god cult, the largest sect in hell, who spend their free time collectively studying the primordial Bible. Heaven won't do. The believers here are struggling to survive, let alone have the time to study these things. Besides, these things can't improve their strength. In fact, the original Bible for heaven is the original version, while the Bible for hell is a revised version, which corrects many grammatical errors and adds a lot of praise. However, the original version does not necessarily mean it is good. There was no original Bible in the world. It was not written by the original angels themselves, but rather fabricated by the original believers. Fabrication naturally has its flaws. Meanwhile, the Pope of Hell spent a century revising the original Bible to perfection with the help of millions of original believers. Sumu possesses the other party's memories, which is equivalent to being immersed in the original Bible for 100 years, making it easy for him to deceive these people. At Zero's urging, Sumu began to teach and explain the primordial Bible from hell to everyone. With the Pope's century-long memories as his backing, he was like a learned scholar, speaking eloquently and captivating everyone. This used to be a job with zero pay, but now he's taken it. As time went on, people discovered that this hell pope was not only capable, but also wise, and his understanding of the original Bible was profound and insightful. Zero listened attentively, feeling a bittersweet mix of pain and joy. The pain stems from the fact that, as a human being and as the Pope, he harbors his own selfish desires, and Sumu's preaching and teaching could easily undermine his position. His joy stemmed from the fact that, as a fanatical believer, he was overjoyed to hear insightful doctrines. A few days later, 100,000 believers began reciting the new prayer, and each of them had a hint of joy on their face, the joy of learning new knowledge. Sumu did not include any personal bias in the teaching process, partly because he was worried that Ling would notice, and partly because there was absolutely no need to do so. Fanatical believers think that constantly reciting the original Bible can awaken the primordial angels. However, in reality, even if you don't recite the original Bible, reciting anything else, or even continuously cursing at the primordial angels will have the same effect. The primordial angels are awakened by noise, not by the inspiration of devout faith. God doesn't care what humans say, whether it's the Bible or street swearing. He just finds it noisy. Too slow. Stop everything, Sumu said, frowning. Zero and Black Dragon slowly opened their eyes and looked at him. Zero asked, puzzled, "What's wrong now, Your Majesty the arrogant Pope?" He discovered that this new Pope was really capable of causing trouble. Before he arrived, everyone prayed honestly without interruption for a whole year. But after he arrived, he called for a halt to prayers time and time again. But each time the other party called for a halt, their reasons were impeccable, and even he, the Pope of Heaven, couldn't find a single fault with them. This progress is far too slow. With only a mere 100,000 believers praying, when will we able to awaken the primordial angels? Sumu's face was somewhat gloomy, as if he was very dissatisfied with the progress. Zero offered words of comfort. There's nothing we can do about it. The outside world is dominated by atheists these days, and these are the few followers we can gather. I believe that as long as we persevere, one day we will be able to. Who said the primordial believers are only these few? Sumu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on Zero. Have you forgotten that I, the Pope, have millions of followers under my command? He turned to face the 100,000 believers, his expression filled with inexplicable fanaticism. My God's people, in hell, there are millions of your compatriots, whose faith is just as devout as yours. Their lifelong dream is to go to heaven and see the great primordial angels with their own eyes. Once we bring them here, we can work together to awaken the primordial angels. I can't wait to see that bright future. Do you want to or not? 10,000 people shouted with fervor, their enthusiasm instantly ignited by Sumu. Zero, standing to the side, looked somewhat uneasy. He felt that Sumu was becoming more and more like the Pope, and that he was about to be marginalized. He realized that if Sumu really brought over the million followers of hell, how could he possibly have a place to stand here? At that moment, his personal desires clashed violently with his faith. He didn't want the followers of hell to come and affect his position, but his faith told him that this was the right thing to do to awaken the primordial angels as soon as possible. However, what makes a fanatic is that he must put his faith first. Arrogant Pope, you are right. We cannot abandon our fellow citizens of hell. We should also let them bask in the glory of God, Zero said solemnly. Sumu nodded. In that case, I will go out and personally bring up my fellow countrymen from hell. You may not know, but in hell, these people dream of going to heaven every day. This is their lifelong wish, and now I will fulfill their wish. Hearing Sumu's words, a strange light flashed in Ling's eyes. He suddenly discovered a way to satisfy both his selfishness and his faith. Since believers in hell dream of going to heaven, those who fulfill their wishes and take them there will surely earn their gratitude and respect. If I were to guide these million believers to heaven, wouldn't that be? He even imagined himself standing atop Holy City, bathed in holy light, proclaiming his authority to the world amidst the adoration of millions of believers. I am the primordial Pope from heaven, who has come here specifically to guide you to heaven. At that moment, the shouts of praise shook the heavens and the earth, and millions of believers knelt in fervent worship. Arrogance gained the support of 100,000 believers by preaching, So why doesn't he gain the support of millions of believers in hell by guiding them to heaven? Upon realizing this, a look of worry appeared on Zero's face. Arrogant Pope, this journey will undoubtedly be fraught with danger. The people of the Temple of God-slaying will certainly stop you at all costs, and you have not yet advanced to demigod. Sumu waved his hand and said, "For the sake of the primordial angel, I am willing to be shattered to pieces. Don't try to persuade me." Zero was extremely anxious and hurriedly said, "It is an honor for us original believers to die for God, but I am worried that if we fail to bring over 1,000,000 believers, it will delay our important mission." Sumu's expression darkened slightly, as if he was deep in thought. Zero quickly pressed his advantage. "In my opinion, it would be better if I went to guide the hell followers, while you, who are good at scripture, stayed behind to lead the believers in prayer." "That's not appropriate. Although you are a demigod, the Temple of God-slayers has a large number of members." Zero smiled mysteriously. "No matter how many people the God-slayer temple has, it doesn't matter. There is a hidden passage inside this divine realm. I can leave through this passage without the people of the God-slayer temple noticing. In addition, I have a divine artifact to protect me, so they can't do anything to me. A divinely forbidden object." Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, feigning surprise as he asked, "Where in this world could one find a divinely forbidden object that could withstand several demigods?" Ling smiled without saying a word, and with a flick of his wrist, a bronze necklace appeared in his hand, with a crystal blue gemstone resembling an eyeball connected in the middle of the necklace. This forbidden object is no ordinary treasure. It contains the essence of a certain god. Although it is not very offensive, the illusions cast with it can even fool demigods. It is more than enough to save your life. Sumu calmly examined the bronze necklace, forcibly suppressing the nightmare power surging in his soul, and smiled. "So that's how it is. Pope Zero actually possesses such a treasure. Could it be that the illusion array enveloping the divine realm originated from? That's right, it was I who used this treasure to set it up." Sumu suddenly said with a half-smile, "My greatest skill is illusion magic. Why don't I take this treasure to hell instead?" "No," Zero said seriously. "The more powerful the divine artifact, the more terrifying the backlash will be when used. You have not yet advanced to demigod. Forcibly activating it will only backfire. Let me do it." After hesitating for a long time, Sumu finally sighed and said, All right, then I'll leave this matter to Pope Zero. I'll draw a map later, and you can just follow the map. Although hell is now sealed by the gods, hell is so vast that the seal is bound to have some loopholes. I entered heaven through a gap in the seal. Zero nodded solemnly. "I will certainly live up to your expectations. Your journey may seem tragic, but you're secretly overjoyed. Arrogance. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You want to use the hell cultists to seize power. Too bad. No matter how outstanding your achievements are, or how well you understand the original doctrines, what good are they? Your weakness will always be your lack of ability. Pope Zero, this journey is fraught with danger. Please take care." Sumu patted Zero's shoulder earnestly, but his eyes subtly revealed a hint of resentment. Both of them are acting. It's just a matter of who has the better acting skills. Ling saw the unwillingness in Sumu's eyes, thought she had won back a point, and happily took the map and left. Sumu watched the other person's departing figure, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Sometimes, what you think of isn't necessarily what you think of yourself, but rather what someone with ulterior motives deliberately guides you to think of. Sumu's goal was simple: to lure Ling away. If Ling didn't leave, how could he subdue these fanatical believers? As for the followers of hell, Zero could never bring them here in this lifetime. The seal of the gods has no loopholes. Only nightmares that can reduce their own existence to zero can pass through it. But Zero didn't know that he didn't understand hell. He only understood the primordial angels. Therefore, he firmly believed that Sumu, who was also a follower of the primordial angels, would not lie to him about such a matter. After all, everyone shares the same goal, to awaken the primordial angels. After Ling left, Sumu and Heilong naturally led the 100,000 believers in prayer. Looking at the black dragon with its perpetually cold expression, Sumu suddenly transmitted his voice. "What do you think of Zero?" "Yes, that's right," he started whispering behind his back. Black Dragon kept his eyes closed and remained silent. Sumu continued, "Zero is a devout believer, but not a qualified pope." The black dragon suddenly opened its eyes, a cold smile appearing on its face. "If he isn't, then who is?" Sumu smiled and shook his head. "I'm not either, but you could be." "What do you mean?" Black Dragon's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. "Zero is extremely power-hungry and xenophobic. You helped him severely damage the Temple of God's Laying and occupy the primordial god realm, but what did he give you in return? He wouldn't even grant you the title of Archbishop. As a demigod, you would be a pivotal figure in any faction, yet here you have no identity. You are an outsider, completely out of place with the primordial god cult." "Humph." The black dragon snorted coldly. "Arrogance. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I think you want to become the Pope, so you're deliberately trying to sow discord between me and Zero. Everything I've done isn't for myself, but for the great primordial angels. I don't care about these empty titles." Sumu smiled slightly, his tone enigmatic. "You don't care about a nominal position, but don't you also care about getting one step closer to becoming a primordial angel?" The black dragon's pupils suddenly contracted. Sumu's words were like the devil's whisper, full of evil temptation. His powerful spiritual energy dissipated silently, and the illusion was activated without a sound. Zero is gone. He no longer needs to use illusion magic. Imagine, when the great primordial angel awakens, who will he value more? Who is the greatest contributor to his awakening? Is it you who joined halfway, or Pope Zero, who has been secretly developing the primordial god cult for many years? I don't deny Zero's achievements, but honestly, who wouldn't want to be noticed by the primordial angels? Who wouldn't want to be closer to the primordial angels? Who wouldn't want to become the first person below God? Why can that person only be Zero, and not you? What did he do? What else could he do all these years besides leading the primordial god cult in hiding? It was you who severely damaged the heretics of the Temple of God's Lair. It was you who led the primordial god cult to occupy the interior of Divine Realm. Without you, these 100,000 devout followers would never have seen the great primordial angel in their lifetime. It's you, still you, everything is you. Those tempting words, like a pebble dropped into the black dragon's heart, created ripples that made his heart pound wildly, unable to calm down for a long time. That's right. It was me. It was all me. Without me, Zero is nothing. I'm the one who let them see the great primordial angel, yet he won't even give me a position as Archbishop. Why? He's a demigod, and so am I. Is it just because he became a primordial believer earlier than me? When should the length of time be used to determine the sincerity of one's faith? Seeing the black dragon's expression gradually turn ferocious, Sumu patiently coaxed, "As a child of God, Zero has suppressed you for your own selfish desires, despite your great contributions to the primordial god cult, and isolated you. Isn't this a betrayal of the primordial angels? Enough. The black dragon glared at Sumu with a ferocious expression. Arrogance. Don't even think about using me. You actually want to be the Pope, don't you? As the Pope of Hell, you've come to the primordial god cult and are now being suppressed. Are you willing to accept that? Sumu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who wouldn't want to be the Pope? That's the closest position to the primordial angel. Of course I would, but I'm not after power. I just want the primordial angel to notice me, even if it's just for a glance. Alas, I'm not qualified enough because I'm not a demigod. Then what is your purpose? Sumu suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the black dragon, and said, word by word, I will be the archbishop, and you will be the pope. If we join forces, you will lead the primordial god cult to expand its territory, and I will be responsible for educating believers and spreading the scriptures. Black Dragon was stunned. Sumu's words stirred up the desires in his heart. Who said that fanatics had no desires? On the contrary, their desires were stronger than those of ordinary people. Their desire was to believe in God, to get close to God, and to receive God's attention. They were willing to die for this. Can I do it? Black Dragon asked, somewhat lost in thought. Sumu's eyes flashed with a crystalline blue light, and he said in a low voice, how will you know if you don't try? Is your faith worse than zero? Aren't you a god? Of course I'm no worse than him. What fanatics cannot tolerate most is having their faith questioned, and Black Dragon is no exception. If that's the case, why can Zero be the Pope, but you can't? Yes, why can't I? Why can't I? If Zero can sit on the papacy, so can I, Black Dragon. Black Dragon Pope, have you ever considered that perhaps you are the one chosen by the primordial angel? Otherwise, why would the situation improve as soon as you join the primordial god cult? Why, even though they've already seen the primordial angel, are they unable to awaken it under Zero's guidance? Is it possible that Zero's selfish motives are too strong, thus displeasing God? The Black Dragon's mind was in turmoil, extremely turmoil. His burgeoning desires and devout faith were intertwined, causing him to struggle internally. Now that Zero is gone, why don't you, Black Dragon Pope, lead the believers in prayer? Black Dragon remained silent for a long time before slowly turning around and looking at the 100,000 followers in front of him. A look of struggle and hesitation flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Devout people, I will now lead you in prayer. All of you, recite with me. The Black Dragon's booming voice, carrying the pressure of a demigod, swept across the entire arena. The 100,000 believers were somewhat bewildered, but no one said anything. After all, it was all about prayer, so it didn't matter who led them. Before heaven and earth were separated, chaos was like an abyss. The silent night was deep and boundless. The Black Dragon recited devoutly, and as he recited a line, the 100,000 followers followed suit. The primordial spirit from the void. A burst of radiant light shattered the darkness. Seeing the harmonious scene before him, Sumu, who was standing to the side, curled up a mysterious smile. He gently pushed up his brown glasses, and the crystal blue light slowly disappeared. Just then, buzz. A tremendous buzzing sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire venue, and the whole world seemed to tremble. The chanting of the crowd abruptly stopped, and they all looked up in horror at the primordial angel in the sky. The enormous cocoon of light burst forth with billions of brilliant, holy lights. Black Dragon stared blankly at the primordial angel radiating holy light, his heart pounding uncontrollably. The primordial angel has answered me. The words Sumu had just spoken were like a demonic chant, playing on repeat in his mind. Why has Zero's primal god cult been unable to awaken the primal angels for so long? Is it possible that Zero's selfish desires are too strong and therefore displeasing to God? That's right. That must be it. In the past, Zero led 100,000 believers in prayer. Now that Zero is gone, it's up to me, and the primordial angel responded immediately. What does this mean? I am God's chosen one. And the only one. Black Dragon roared with excitement in his heart. The facts were right in front of him, and there was no room for others to argue. Arrogance is right. The situation only began to change after I joined the primordial god cult. I dealt a heavy blow to the heretics of the Temple of God Slaying. I led the believers to occupy the interior of the primordial god realm. I let them see the great primordial angel, and now I have received a response from the primordial angel. If this isn't God's chosen, then who in the world can be called God's chosen? Great primordial angel. You are so devout. The black dragon was about to shout excitedly, but suddenly froze. Because the holy light on the primordial angel suddenly went out, he panicked like a child. After the initial panic came anger. He glared at the 100,000 followers and roared, "Who told you to stop? Now continue praying, for the great primordial angel is watching me." The 100,000 believers could not hide their excitement at this moment, and they chanted the primordial saint-level mantra with trembling bodies. Their feelings were the same as the black dragon's. No fanatic did not want to see God. Before heaven and earth were separated, chaos was like an abyss. The crowd's voices grew louder and louder, almost shaking the heavens. Unfortunately, the miracle only occurred once, and no matter how devoutly they chanted, it did not happen. However, the group did not give up. Their passion remained undiminished. That's how fanatics are. When there's no hope in the past, these people can still hold on to their beliefs, and now that they see a glimmer of hope, they will only work harder. However, what they didn't know was that there were no miracles in this world. They were all man-made. Those who know Sumu know that when he pushes up his glasses, a blue light flashes and an illusion appears. This group of people spent several days in close proximity to a master of illusion, listening to his sermons day and night. How could they not fall under his spells? With Zero here before, Sumu couldn't openly use illusions for fear of disturbing the eye-shaped divine object. Now that Zero is gone, he has no choice but act without restraint. While everyone was praying fervently and basking in the afterglow of the fading miracle, Sumu began the next phase of his plan. He closed his eyes, seemingly in devout prayer, but in reality, the nightmare's spirit had already quietly vanished. Outside world, Lord, Pride has been gone for several days now. I think he has betrayed us too. Why don't we launch a full-scale attack? Let's call all the demigods from the Godslayer Temple. I refuse to believe that a dozen demigods working together can't break the formation. The monk's loud voice could be heard clearly from miles away. "Shut up, monk," Wu Ming said expressionlessly. "He's out," Huang Quan, the girl in the black dress who had been silent, suddenly said. The next moment, a figure enveloped in a pale blue halo emerged from the illusion array. It was Sumu. Upon seeing Sumu appear, the martial monk and Huang Quan's eyes clearly flashed with vigilance. The monk asked directly, "Arrogance, have you betrayed us?" Sumu ignored him and instead said to Wu Ming, "The primordial Pope Zero has left the divine realm." Wu Ming frowned. Where did he go? Then, Sumu recounted the events of hell, but this time he did not claim to be the primordial Pope. Strictly speaking, he was telling the truth, because he was indeed not the primordial Pope. Wu Ming frowned deeply after hearing this and remained silent. The monk, his face contorted with exaggeration, said, "You mean you come from beneath the surface?" You saw the primal god cult beneath the surface, and then you told Zero about it, so now Zero is going to hell to take in these followers? Sumu nodded. That's exactly right. Huang Quan stepped forward, his empty gaze fixed on Sumu. How can we believe what you're saying is true? I've never heard of humans surviving in hell before. Perhaps you've already betrayed us and are trying to use this excuse to get rid of us. Sumu smiled slightly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. To be honest, it doesn't matter if you don't act according to my plan. I can destroy the entire primordial god cult by myself. It will just take a little more effort. He didn't care whether the Temple of God's killing helped him or not. With his methods, destroying the primordial god cult would not be difficult. Now that half of the black dragon had been turned, if he just added a little more effort, the black dragon and Zero would inevitably fight. I understand, Wu Ming said decisively. The god-slaying temple will intercept and kill Zero, but they may not be able to keep him. The divine artifact in his possession is extraordinary. Over the years, we have besieged the primordial god cult many times, and Zero has always escaped successfully by relying on this divine artifact. I can only say that I will do my best. It doesn't matter as long as I can hurt him. However, you gave him the map. If the Temple of Godslayers goes to ambush them, Zero might suspect you. Sumu smiled mysteriously. No, he won't doubt me, as long as you say one word. What did you say? Just say that the information came from arrogance. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. In a valley in the wilderness, Zero looked at the map in his hand, then at the valley in front of him, and after confirming it repeatedly, put the map away. This should be the place. Next, we need to find the gap in the seal. If even the arrogant one could find it, then as a demigod, it should be even easier for me. Zero smiled confidently. He was already eager to recruit the followers of hell. With these million followers joining, the primordial angel would surely awaken more quickly. Cultists, die! A deep red flame burst forth from the void. A warrior monk descended from the sky, wielding a bronze staff engulfed in deep red flames. Zero's expression changed drastically, and holy angel wings instantly sprouted from his back. Brilliant holy light erupted and collided with the bronze staff. The crimson flame seemed to burn everything, piercing through the holy light and striking Zero's wings hard. Zero let out a muffled groan and flew backward, a patch of charred flesh appearing on his pure white wings, with a dazzling red spark burning within. His expression changed drastically, and with one hand forming a blade, he directly severed the burning wing, burning world karmic flames. You are the warrior monk of the Temple of Godslayers. The monk brandished his staff with a flourish and grinned smugly. Knowing your grandpa's here, why don't you hurry up and die? Zero was terrified and kept glancing around. He didn't take the monks seriously, but was worried about the other members of the god-slaying temple. Damn it! Only Arrogance and his group knew my whereabouts, and this place was also provided by Arrogance. Why did the people from the Temple of Godslayers appear as soon as I arrived here? Could it be a trap? Realizing the situation was slipping out of control, Ling had a change of heart and transformed into holy light, shooting off into the distance. But at that moment, a faint light shone throughout the valley, and the world was plunged into eternal night. An ominous and forbidden power erupted at that moment. The valley shook violently, and tens of thousands of dead people rose from the ground, instantly filling the entire valley, leaving a forest of skeletons. At the top of the valley, a girl in a black dress stood silently, her empty eyes looking down at Zero. Countless grotesque-looking corpses blocked Zero's path. The god-slaying temple, Yellow Springs. Zero was filled with shock, and anger. This was a premeditated ambush. Could it be that arrogance had truly betrayed me? Ha ha ha. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Arrogance Zero. This time you have no chance of escape. The monk shouted excitedly, raising his bronze staff and charging forward. Zero was shocked. What? It really was intelligence provided by arrogance. But how could this be? Pride is the Pope of Hell, unwavering in his faith in God, and even knows more about the original Bible than I do. How could he be a traitor? I have studied the original Bible for decades, yet I am still no match for pride. If he is a traitor, did he spend 100 years studying the original Bible before becoming a traitor? Zero hurriedly prepared for battle, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. The arrogant and developing primordial god cult was 10 times stronger than him, and his interpretation of the primordial Bible was 10 times more profound and insightful than his own. How could such a person be a traitor? Even if arrogance is a traitor, how could the people of the Temple of Godslayers sell him out so easily? In an instant, Zero understood. The people of the Temple of Godslayer wanted to frame arrogance and incite internal strife within the primordial god cult. The traitor must be someone else. Who could be the traitor? Those who know my whereabouts are all within the primordial god realm. It couldn't be the 100,000 followers. They simply don't have the ability to transmit information. If it's not the 100,000 followers, if it's not arrogance, then who else could it be? Black Dragon. Damn traitor! Zero, whose eyes were bloodshot with rage, knew that among all the members of the primordial god cult, the Black Dragon was the least devout. He was the only heretic in the Temple of Godslayers, having joined halfway through. The arrogant one was the original pope in the harsh conditions of hell, who may have been a member of the church for longer than I have. How can he be considered a halfway member? After thinking it over, the most likely candidate is the Black Dragon. Black Dragon was the only outsider in the entire primordial god cult. Perhaps the Temple of Godslayers had a way to circumvent the influence of the primordial angels, so they deliberately sent the Black Dragon as an undercover agent to infiltrate the primordial god cult. Although it may seem unbelievable, after eliminating all the wrong options, the only remaining answer, no matter how impossible, can only be the truth. No, I have to go back quickly. That traitor Black Dragon will definitely attack the primordial god cult while I'm away. Realizing it was a trap, Zero became increasingly anxious and tried to escape. However, even he found it difficult to withstand the combined attack of 2 demigods. He could handle the close-quarters combat of the monks, but what troubled him most was Huang Quan. This was not the first time he had fought Huang Quan. What made Huang Quan difficult to deal with was he could summon 8 million Quan followers. That was an endless army of the dead, and these dead still retained some of their former strength, making them extremely difficult to deal with. To defeat Huang Quan, you must behead him at close range. With this thought in mind, Zero bravely endured the infernal flames of the monk, disregarding the risk of injury, and charged towards the yellow springs. Using a strategy of trading blows for blows, the monk was temporarily forced back. Despite his injuries, Zero frequently unleashed his power, breaking through the obstruction of the army of the dead and reaching the top of the valley. Die! Zero's face turned crazed, and the dazzling holy light in his hand coalesced into a holy light longsword, which he fiercely slashed towards Huang Quan. Its power was so terrifying that it even cleaved through the void. Just then, a figure in black robes silently appeared beside Huang Quan, his calm eyes fixed on the approaching Zero. It was none other than Wu Ming, the master of the god-slaying temple. Wu Ming slowly raised his right hand, revealing a pale, slender hand from beneath his wide robe. On his arm, there were several dark cracks, and the flesh at the cracks seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving only emptiness. No life. Zero was shocked and tried to stop, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Wu Mingkang caught the holy light sword with one hand. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Wu Ming, who caught the holy light sword with one hand, was not harmed at all. Instead, Zero let out a miserable scream. A horrific sword wound appeared on his shoulder, almost tearing half of his body apart. In an instant, blood splattered across the sky. Just as Wu Ming was about to make another move, an eyeball suddenly appeared out of thin air in the panicked Ling's hand. Above the eyeballs, a crystal blue light spread out like a neutron star explosion. An eerie blue light, centered on Zero, rapidly expanded and spread in a circular trajectory, creating ripples across the void and sweeping across the entire area. Upon contact with the blue light, Wu Ming and the others froze on the spot, their eyes glazed over for a moment. Once they returned to normal, Zero's figure had already disappeared along with the dissipation of the blue light inside the original divine domain. Black Dragon's face was filled with ecstasy, as were the 100,000 followers. Thanks to their tireless efforts, the primordial angels responded once again, and holy light, like ripples on water, spread across their bodies. This time, the crowd did not stop praying. Their eyes were fixed on the primordial angel with fervent devotion, and they chanted incessantly. The holy light shone ever brighter, and the hearts of believers were filled with excitement. They felt as if they were witnessing history, witnessing the resurrection of the primordial angels. Sumu, standing to the side, silently pushed up his glasses, a mysterious smile curving his lips. He murmured softly, "The show is about to begin." Sudden. The holy light emanating from the primordial angel suddenly went out, like a basin of cold water being poured over a fire that was about to blaze brightly. Black Dragon's expression changed drastically. "What's going on?" He turned around fiercely, his gaze sweeping over the 100,000 followers. Who stopped? The 100,000 followers looked around, their faces also showing a hint of anger, wanting to find the person who had done the wrong thing. No one stopped. Sumu looked puzzled. "I just observed that everyone was praying devoutly." The Black Dragon grew increasingly furious. Why did the primordial angel suddenly stop responding? "Someone must not be devout enough. That's strange." Sumu frowned. Since they were able to get a response from the primordial angel under the leadership of the Black Dragon Pope, it means that these people should be fine. If there were a problem, the primordial angel wouldn't have responded. Unless what? Black Dragon stared intently at Sumu, trying to get an answer from this learned hell pope. However, Sumu did not speak. Instead, he raised his head with a strange expression and looked up at the distant sky. Black Dragon was startled. He looked up as if sensing something and saw Pope Zero, covered in blood, emerge from the void. The moment Black Dragon saw Zero, he understood everything. There was nothing wrong with the people here, unless the person with the problem had returned. At this thought, an uncontrollable rage ignited within him, and he stared intently at Zero. Zero's angry gaze also turned towards them, and for a moment their eyes met. "It's you, X2. You damn traitor, you're the one who leaked it." Zero, covered in wounds, was filled with murderous intent, his anger almost uncontrollable. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by an even angrier voice. "You damned heretic. You are despised by the gods. If it weren't for you, the primordial angels would not have remained asleep. Zero was stunned by the black dragon's angry curses. What was all this about? Me, the first pope, a heretic. At this moment, Zero noticed that the gazes of the 100,000 cultists toward him were subtly strange disgust, resentment. What happened while I was gone? What the hell has that damned black dragon done to my people? All followers, heed my command. The black dragon is a spy sent by the temple of God's laying. Follow me and slay the black dragon. Faced with Zero's command, the 100,000 followers looked at each other in bewilderment and fell silent. Zero stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this still the same devout follower who had been with him for so many years and would risk his life for a single command? Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear my command? The 100,000 followers remained unmoved. Ling's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. You have betrayed your own beliefs? At this moment, a believer stood up, his expression furious, and said, You have betrayed the faith. You are the heretic. Another believer stood up. A person despised by the gods is not worthy to be our pope. Only the Black Dragon Pope can lead the primordial god cult. Zero. At this moment, Zero was in a state of collapse and chaos. He even suspected that he was under an illusion. The devout fanatic had actually begun to question his own pope. This feeling is like raising a child for over 10 years, only to have them suddenly say, You're not my dad, Uncle Wang next door is my real dad. More and more people are standing up to support the Black Dragon Pope. Even though Zero and they have a relationship spanning decades or even centuries, the fanatics don't care about feelings, they only care about faith. They were able to abandon their own parents to join the primal god cult back then, and now they can abandon Zero and turn to the Black Dragon Pope. The Black Dragon Pope is the true chosen one. Only he can lead us to awaken the primordial angels. Feeling the enthusiastic support of the believers, Black Dragon unconsciously straightened his back, put his hands behind his back, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked down with disdain at the former Pope Zero. Heretical Zero, did you hear that? I am now the Pope. I will spare your life this time, considering how many years you have served the primordial god cult. You may leave now, but the primordial god realm does not welcome you. Black Dragon? Zero roared in fury. What have you done to my followers? Black Dragon sneered. They have been deceived by you for many years, and now they are simply turning to the light. Sigh. Sumu sighed and stepped out of the crowd, looking at Zero with regret. Zero, you should leave. If you truly believe in the primordial angel and are willing to dedicate everything to it, you should put aside your selfishness and give way to the Black Dragon Pope. After all, only the Black Dragon Pope can lead the primal god cult. Even you are arrogant. Zero was on the verge of collapse. What kind of bewitching potion did the Black Dragon give you? Sumu shook his head. The Black Dragon Pope didn't try to bewitch us. It was all the will of the primordial angels. Arrogant bishop, why are you wasting your breath on him? This heretic is stubborn and unyielding. In my opinion, we should kill him as soon as possible to avoid further trouble. With a wave of his hand, the Black Dragon proclaimed, All believers, heed my command. Follow me, the Pope, and slay this fiend. We obey the Pope's decree. Tens of thousands of believers shouted in unison. However, Zero had been the Pope for many years and was still very popular among the people, with a group of die-hard followers. The Zero Pope is not a heretic. There must be some misunderstanding. That's right, we know how devout Pope Zero is. How could he possibly? Shut up, the Black Dragon roared. Anyone who disobeys the orders of this pope is a heretic. Kill them. The 100,000 believers were instantly thrown into chaos, with some supporting Pope Zero and others supporting Pope Black Dragon, and the two groups engaged in a melee. However, there are ultimately more people who support the Black Dragon Pope, about 70,000 people, while only 30,000 people support Zero. After all, the time spent using illusion hypnosis was too short. If Zero had returned a day later, Sumu could guarantee that all 100,000 people would have defected. As the cultists attacked each other, Black Dragon and Zero, who had been holding back for so long, also broke into battle. The two demigods attacked in fury, each move deadly. This was a battle of faith, a battle for the papacy, with no way out. Sumu watched the show from the sidelines. Not long ago, he had instigated a war between the Holy Lords, and now he had instigated a war between demigods. He found himself becoming more and more adept at this kind of thing. Instigating a war between demigods seems even easier than with the Holy Lord, mainly because fanatics are too easy to fool. The more absolute a person's perception, the narrower their vision will be, and the easier it will be for them to be deceived. Fanatics are like that. It is undeniable that their faith is firm, but precisely because it is too firm, once they are deceived in the name of God, they will lose their ability to think and continue to believe in God as always. Devouring heaven and earth, a colossal black hole appeared in front of the Black Dragon, absorbing all the billions of holy lights that Zero had unleashed. Zero was already at his limit. He had been injured by the three demigods of the god-slaying temple, and now he was facing the Black Dragon, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. But Zero did not sit idly by and wait for his death. Instead, he unleashed a terrifying primordial divinity. The divine eye between his brows opened, resonating with the primordial angels in the sky. Holy light descended from the primordial angel and entered Zero's body, causing his aura to surge wildly. Are you the only one who can borrow the power of the primordial angel? The Black Dragon sneered, also summoning its primordial divinity to draw the power of the primordial angel into its body. However, the Black Dragon, who was a latecomer to the art, was ultimately no match for the orthodox Zero. The power he could borrow was significantly weaker. Fortunately, he has tens of thousands of fanatical full followers behind him. More than half of the fanatics have died or been wounded, and the earth has been stained red with blood. The remaining 50,000 fanatics are mostly on the Black Dragon's side. They roared in anger, drawing upon the power of the primordial angels to join the Black Dragon in attacking Zero. As time went on, Zero, who was already seriously injured, could no longer hold on. His injuries worsened, and he swayed precariously. Sumu did not make a move. He was waiting for the other party to use the profound heaven origin. Die, heretic. The Black Dragon's hands, flashing with black light, suddenly tore through Zero's holy light barrier, and to Zero's horrified gaze, it smashed Zero's head with a single punch. Blood gushed from the severed neck, and the headless corpse swayed before collapsing to the ground with a thud. A smug smile appeared on Black Dragon's lips as the remaining followers shouted fervently at him, "Long live Pope Black Dragon." Only Sumu stared intently at Zero's corpse, his brows furrowed. Even in death, he hadn't unleashed the profound heaven origin. Was it too late, or, just then, something strange happened? Time seemed to reverse on Zero's headless corpse. The splattered blood and bits of flesh flowed back and gathered on his neck, eventually forming a new head. Not only that, even the injuries that Zero had sustained from being attacked by Wu Ming and the others have been completely healed. What? Black Dragon's expression changed drastically as he stared in disbelief at Zero, who had been fully revived. Ling smiled sinisterly as he slowly raised his palm, revealing a divine object shaped like an eyeball. Surprised? As long as I have this treasure, I am immortal. This is impossible. This is clearly just a forbidden artifact of the illusion type. How could it revive you? The black dragon exclaimed in shock. Zero smiled calmly, even straightening his wrinkled robes. The illusions you perceive can only deceive living beings, but truly profound illusions can deceive the world and fool the rules. Just now, I merely reversed the rules of life and death. This is the cycle of life and death. The cycle of life and death? Black Dragon stared in horror at the eyeball, an enemy that couldn't be killed. How was he supposed to fight it? He was only able to kill Ling because he had the advantage of numbers, and Ling was seriously injured. Now that Ling has been resurrected at full strength, he has no advantage at all. At this moment, Sumu kindly reminded him, the Pope doesn't need to worry. He just used up a lot of mental energy to revive, so he can't do it a second time in a short period of time. Black Dragon immediately felt relieved and regained his confidence. Charge, tens of thousands of believers surged toward Zero. Ling's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on Sumu, his killing intent boiling. To deal with you, this Pope doesn't need to be resurrected a second time. The great battle resumed, and Zero, having recovered from his injuries, unleashed a terrifying power far exceeding his previous strength, almost overwhelming Black Dragon and his group. Sumu had no choice but to intervene to prevent the Black Dragon from being killed too soon. He did not use illusion magic, but relied solely on the power of the fallen Maitreya. 8 mechanical beams, gleaming with cold metallic light, continuously bombarded the void, creating afterimages. At the center of his brow, the eye of God shone with brilliant holy light, resonating with the primordial angel. Suddenly, a divine power surged into his body, bringing his power infinitely close to that of a demigod. Sumu was, besides Zero, the one who could borrow the most power from the primordial angels. With his addition, the pressure on Hailong was greatly reduced. Damn it! Zero felt a sense of foreboding. He hadn't expected Sumu to be so strong, almost approaching the level of a demigod. Normally, he wouldn't have taken him seriously, but now, facing the Black Dragon and tens of thousands of cultists, the power Sumu displayed was not to be underestimated. He realized that things couldn't continue like this, and that if this went on for too long, he would likely be defeated. We must break this deadlock as soon as possible. If facing other enemies, he could naturally use primordial divine magic to break the deadlock with the help of the primordial angels, but now it's an internal war among his own people. Everyone is using the power of the primordial angels and also knows primordial divine magic, so he can't break the move at all. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on this special, forbidden object. In the blink of an eye, Zero made his move. Suddenly, the eyeball in his hand burst forth with endless crystalline blue light, and the void rippled like a stone thrown into a calm lake. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone was stunned and frozen in place. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Zero, with a ferocious expression, threw the eyeball in his hand. To catch the thief, you must first catch the king. At present, the biggest threat to him is the Black Dragon. Once the Black Dragon is dealt with, the rest of the people will not be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, he used his last trump card. No one knew the terrifying illusionary power contained in this forbidden artifact. Only he knew. While the cycle of life and death is powerful, the most powerful thing is the object itself, which contains an illusionary space into which one can never escape once one falls. As long as he seals the Black Dragon into the illusion space, he is certain to win this battle. After a brief moment of distraction, The black dragon regained his senses, but when he saw the eyeball so close to him, he was terrified. His eyeballs seemed like a bottomless black hole, threatening to swallow him whole. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and his demigod instincts told him that once he was sucked in, there would be no turning back. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The speed of the eyeballs was too fast, as if they had no mass, arriving in an instant. "No!" the black dragon roared in despair. In the blink of an eye, a figure in a black tuxedo suddenly appeared between the eyeball and the black dragon. The black dragon froze, its eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the suddenly appearing figure. Arrogance, bang. The eyeball struck Sumu's body, and the surrounding void instantly twisted into a vortex, with an invisible suction force pulling him away. His body was stretched out and gradually drawn into the vortex, but his eyes were so resolute. Sumu pushed the terrified black dragon away, his lips parted, but the sound that came out was already somewhat distorted. However, Hailong still heard it clearly. Black Dragon Pope. The primordial god cult is now in your hands. Whoosh. Sumu was completely sucked into the eyeball and disappeared without a trace. Looking at Sumu, who died in his place, Black Dragon felt a mix of emotions that lingered for a long time. He lowered his eyes, staring at the bronze eyeball that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, the black dragon slowly raised his head, clenched his fists, and his eyes gradually filled with determination. The noisy wind blew his robes, but it could not shake the resolve in his heart. "Leave the rest to me. All followers, heed my command." A shadowy light surged from the black dragon's body, and its violent aura pierced the sky. "Avenge the arrogant bishop." Boom. The ground beneath the black dragon's feet instantly collapsed, and countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground centered on him. His figure disappeared from the spot. Zero's pupils suddenly contracted, and holy light, like water, flowed from the divine eye between his brows. In an instant, the holy light covered his entire body, transforming into a suit of holy light armor. At that moment, the black dragon's attack arrived. Faced with the black dragon filled with murderous intent, Zero naturally dared not be careless and went all out. The two transformed into two afterimages, colliding repeatedly in the void, unleashing terrifying torrents of power. In his eyes, Sumu leisurely watched the fierce battle between the two, while also merging with the Xuantian origin. This place does indeed contain an illusionary space, which even a demigod cannot leave once inside. However, it cannot trap Sumu, who also possesses the Xuantian origin. On the contrary, it gives him an opportunity to merge with the Xuantian origin. As the two demigods clashed fiercely, neither of them noticed that the illusion array that had been shrouding the primordial divine realm was silently disintegrating. This was naturally Sumu's doing. The illusion array was originally set up by Zero using this eyeball. Now that the eyeball has fallen into Sumu's hands, and the two are engaged in a fierce battle with no time to spare, Sumu naturally won't be polite. Heretical. The black dragon gasped for breath, his vision blurred by blood, but his killing intent remained undiminished, instead boiling even more fiercely. Zero's condition was also very poor. One arm had completely disappeared, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Traitor, you think you can defeat me by bewitching the cultists? The Temple of Godslayers has been hunting me for years and still couldn't do it, so you think you can? He roared, his whole body bursting with holy light, like a holy angel, and rushed towards the black dragon at lightning speed. Black Dragon's expression changed. He hadn't expected Zero to be able to unleash such terrifying power. Protect the Pope. The surviving fanatics stood anxiously in front of the black dragon, and together they successfully stopped Zero's attack, but at a heavy cost. After this great battle, only a few thousand believers remained alive, and more than 90,000 corpses littered the land, with severed limbs and blood painting a hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As the black dragon looked at the countless dead and wounded believers, his eyes were bloodshot, and his heart seemed to be bleeding. Zero was equally grief-stricken, his body trembling uncontrollably. My primordial god cult, which I have painstakingly built up over many years, has been destroyed you? Shut up! You damned heretic, you destroyed my primordial god cult. The black dragon snarled. The hatred between the two had reached an irreconcilable point. Both claimed to be the original popes and believed in the same God, but one considered the other a heretic and the other a traitor. Trust between people is so fragile, Sumu, the mastermind behind it all, sighed silently. Even though he had done this many times before, he still couldn't get tired of watching this drama of turning against each other. Is there anything more interesting in this world than manipulating people's hearts? At this moment, words had lost their power between the two demigods. They each had only one goal in mind, to kill the other. Just then, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the void, and three terrifying figures exuding the aura of demigods descended from the rippled void. It was the three from the Temple of Godslayers, Wuming, Huangquan, and the warrior monk. When the three appeared, Zero and Black Dragon both changed color. Traitor! You dare to collude with the Temple of Godslayers? Heretical! How dare you collude with the Temple of Godslayers? The two men shouted at each other at the same time, blaming each other. After the accusations, they all froze in surprise. Suddenly, a beam of crystalline blue light appeared from the eyeball not far away, and Sumu's figure slowly emerged from it. Upon seeing Sumu appear, a hint of joy flashed in the black dragon's eyes. Without having time to think, he appeared beside Sumu in a flash, protecting him behind him. Run! The people from the Temple of Godslayers are here. This time, I'll finish them off. Peft! A mechanical arm, gleaming with cold metallic light, pierced the black dragon's heart. Black Dragon's expression froze. He looked down and saw 5 bronze fingers, with mechanical gears at their joints growing out of his chest, each holding a freshly beating heart. He turned around in disbelief and saw a smiling face reflected in his violently contracted pupils. The man in the elegant tailcoat was smiling and watching him. Despite her gentle smile, her crystal blue eyes were filled with indifference. Sumu leaned close to the black dragon's ear and whispered, "Farewell, Black Dragon." "Pope, it's you." At that moment, the black dragon understood everything, but his thoughts gradually became dull, his blood slowly congealed, and finally his pupils dilated, and his body collapsed. Powerlessly. Arrogance. So it was all your doing. Zero roared in belated realization. His eyes were bloodshot, and he charged towards Sumu without regard for anything else. Whoosh! The tall figure of the martial monk blocked his way, and Wuming and Huangquan appeared on his left and right in an instant, forming a triangle that firmly locked Ling in place. Ling looked at Sumu with a mixture of shock and anger, wishing she could tear him apart. Sumu smiled slightly and waved his hand casually. "It's up to you. Arrogance. You have destroyed my religion. You will die a horrible death." Sumu ignored the barking of the Zero defeat dog and instead stroked the bronze eyeball in his hand with great interest, feeling the immense power within it. He smiled silently. Beside it, the black dragon's corpse gradually dissipated, turning into specks of light. After it dissipated, a 3-eyed, six-hole black statue was revealed. The statue resembles a wolf to a certain extent, with 3 eyes on its face and 6 dark holes embedded in its body. Upon closer inspection, one can vaguely see dark vortexes rotating within the holes, resembling small black holes. The demigod devourer of heaven? Is this the divine corpse fused with the black dragon? The suction force emanating from the black hole on the devouring Sky Lord gradually increased. The surrounding light began to distort, and an even larger black hole phantom gradually took shape around him. Sumu reached out and grabbed, his slender fingers piercing through the black hole and grasping the devouring Sky Lord. All the strange phenomena vanished instantly. A surge of immense spiritual power erupted, transforming into layers of seals that completely calmed the devouring Sky Lord before he was thrown into the dream space. Although he doesn't need divine corpses for the time being, the more the better. On the other side, Zero, who was being kicked around, was also about to give up. In fact, if he hadn't been in the primordial god realm, where he could have borrowed a lot of primordial god power, he would have been finished long ago. But clearly, even in such a desperate situation, Zero still did not give up. God, your devout people will never allow these heretics to defile you. Zero cried out in his final lament, his eyes filled with tears as he looked at the primordial angel. He channeled primordial divine power into his body, exceeding the limits of his physical endurance, and his entire being transformed into a being of light. Holy light scorched his skin and enveloped his entire body. 8 enormous wings of light sprouted from his back, filling the heavens and earth with terrifying power. However, it was all for naught. At his last gasp, facing the combined might of 3 demigods, even his most powerful bursts of energy were futile. The 3 of them, Wu Ming and his companions, remained calm and did not confront Ling directly, thus denying him the opportunity to exchange his life for injury. Zero is doomed to die. In just a short while, his body will be burst apart by the primordial divine power and collapse on its own. What surprised Sumu was not the power Zero unleashed before his death, but Wu Ming. This mysterious lord of the Godslayer temple is completely unfathomable. Even after fighting for some time, Sumu still cannot figure out which demigod the other party has fused with. It wasn't that the power the opponent was using was too unique, but rather that it was too varied. In a short time, Sumu saw at least 10 completely different power attributes on Wu Ming's. Spatial phenomena include void turbulence. Temporal phenomena include time acceleration. Fate phenomena include causality reversal, and there are also devouring, decomposition, and so on. As for the most common elements like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, he could handle them with ease. If I had to describe Wu Ming in one word, it would be comprehensive, truly comprehensive. He could have taken down Zero by himself, but he chose to play a supporting role, letting the monks and Huang Quan take the lead while he provided support from the side. Is it because you don't want to be injured by Zero's dying counterattack, or do you enjoy the feeling of toying with your prey? Sumu secretly guessed, looking at Wu Ming's calm expression. He always felt that it was neither. Wu Ming was not like that kind of person. Just then, something unexpected happened. A strange buzzing sound echoed in the void, a sound so loud and deafening that it replaced all other sounds in the world, forcefully intruding into everyone's eardrums, easily tearing them apart, and finally drilling into their souls. Sumu frowned slightly. He gently brushed his hands past his ears, and his torn eardrums instantly healed. He looked up at the primordial angel above the dome, where the enormous cocoon of light, resembling a star, suddenly burst forth with billions of brilliant holy lights. At that moment, it felt as if everyone was looking directly at a burning star up close. The burning and stinging pain destroyed everyone's eyes, and a line of bloody tears flowed from each person's eye socket, completely blurring their vision. Only Zero, his expression filled with excitement, cried out, "Great primordial angel, you have finally awakened. Have you come to save your devout people?" The primordial angel did not respond. Instead, the holy light emanating from it intensified, disturbing the surrounding space-time with this power from beyond. Its dimension creating numerous space-time folds. The gravity in this area also began to become disordered, and the corpses of 100,000 cultists on the ground strangely floated into the air, hanging upside down in the sky, like 100,000 upside down men. Their blood dripped continuously, but instead of falling to the ground, it dripped into the sky. Countless tiny blood droplets gathered in the sky, forming a blood-red lake. God! Great God! Zero trembled as he walked toward the primordial angel. His figure gradually blurred, and specks of light emanated from his body and flew toward the primordial angel. He hadn't taken 2 steps when his body completely disappeared, returning to the original angel. Even until his death, Zero believed that God had come to save him, that he had awakened the primordial angel. However, Sumu knew clearly that the reason the primordial angel had awakened was because the war between demigods and the war of 100,000 believers had disturbed him. Compared to prayer, the commotion caused by war is significantly greater. Is this your purpose? No life. Just now, Sumu was wondering why Wuming didn't deal with Zero as soon as possible, but now he has the answer in his heart. Perhaps Wuming's real purpose is to awaken the primordial angel. But why? Could it be that Wuming is the real traitor? Sumu thought it was unlikely. If the Lord of the God-slaying temple was a traitor, then the God-slaying temple should have been destroyed long ago. How could it have survived until now? The primordial angel is about to awaken. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on Huang Quan's expressionless face. Only those who have dealt with gods year-round in the temple of God-skilling can truly understand how terrifying this statement is. An awakened god is enough to plunge the world into destruction. It's over, I'm going to die. I'm really going to die this time, the monk shouted dramatically, but his eyes were filled with endless solemnity. Wuming frowned deeply. He is not fully awake yet. Apply the seal. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Sumu. Arrogance. Use your illusionary abilities to keep the primordial angel asleep. Don't let God wake up. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Had he guessed wrong? Had Wu Ming deliberately awakened the primordial angel just now? Otherwise, why would he seal it away now? He removed his brown-tinted glasses, revealing a deep, crystalline blue light that shone brightly and pierced the heavens, illuminating the primordial angel. The illusionary power was activated to its maximum, and for a moment the primordial angel's strange behavior subsided slightly, but it could not be completely suppressed. Without needing to say more, he would seal the primordial angels, because awakening the gods was not in his interest. Strictly speaking, every god was his enemy. 8 million yellow springs. Yellow Spring's fair and delicate hands formed a strange hand seal, and her empty eyes were instantly filled with a ghostly light, turning them into dark holes from which no light could be seen. The next moment, the earth trembled violently, and corpses with ashen faces, resembling zombies, crawled out from underground, densely packed, almost filling the entire land. A thick aura of death permeated the air, making it feel like hell. The 8 million dead roared in unison, their bodies emitting specks of eerie light that coalesced into a torrent that pressed down on the primordial angel. The monk also made his move. He sat cross-legged, his hands clasped together, holding his bronze staff horizontally in front of his chest. His eyes were closed, and he kept chanting scriptures. A red lotus of karmic fire rose slowly from beneath him, its bewitching red light covering the sky. With the suppression of the two demigods and Sumu, the awakening of the primordial angel was significantly slowed down, but it could not be fundamentally suppressed. It seems that the awakening of the primordial angels is now unavoidable. During the suppression, Sumu kept an eye on Wu Ming, trying to see what he was up to. However, to his surprise, Wu Ming actually wanted to prevent the primordial angel from waking up. A cyan orb of light suddenly appeared behind Wu Ming, followed by red, orange, blue. More and more orbs of light appeared, hundreds of orbs of different colors, each representing a unique power. These hundreds of unique forces connected into a net, pressing down on the primordial angel. Including him, a total of 4 demigods suppressed the primordial angel. The holy light on the primordial angel's body diminished sharply, like a candle being blown by the wind, flickering and about to go out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could catch their breath, silver tears, like quicksilver, suddenly flowed from the 360 silver eyes on the giant cocoon of light. In an instant, holy light shone forth. Oh no! The consciousness of the primordial angel is about to awaken. He is consciously resisting his slumber, Huang Quan exclaimed. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the awakening of the primordial angel was irreversible, so the plan to find the origin of the Chuan Tian would probably have to be changed. Just then, Wu Ming slowly rose into the sky. He stood tall in the heavens, his gaze calmly fixed on the primordial angel who was about to awaken. With hands clasped together, heaven and earth are the guide, all laws return to their origin. Buzz! Above the endless dimensions, countless brilliant stars emerge, their starlight connecting to form a vast net that envelops all things. Upon seeing this giant net of stars, Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. This was the Bronze Law. Wu Ming actually triggered the entire Bronze Law. When yin and yang intertwine, their spiritual essence is boundless. As he finished speaking, an even larger net, surpassing the Bronze Laws, appeared. It was none other than the Silver Laws. The Dharma arises from thought, and all phenomena arise spontaneously. Buzz! The golden law has emerged, but Wu Ming didn't stop. His eyes gleamed with starlight, and he calmly declared, "The laws of the 3,000, heed my command." In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed, and a sacred law, which was of a higher level than the golden law, suddenly burst into the world. At this moment, the stars of law shine brightly, heaven and earth resonate, and all laws resound together. Seal up! Wu Ming, like a high and mighty deity, pointed at the primordial angel from afar. A great net of 4 laws descended from heaven, trapping and enveloping the primordial angels within it. Sumu gazed at the vast network of laws that spanned heaven and earth and time. He could even see the various laws that he had once linked to. Iron hearts, endless recovery, power servant, a demon heart soul. Now, all the laws of the world are driven by fate. From the Bronze Law to the Holy Law, 4 great nets of law descend from the heavens, firmly binding the gods and the primordial angels. The primordial angel, about to awaken, was like a flame extinguished by cold water. The brilliant holy light on its body slowly faded, and it eventually returned to silence. At the same time, the 4 giant nets of law gradually disappeared. Now, Sumu finally understands why Wu Ming's abilities are so comprehensive, enabling him to use the 3,000 laws to seal the gods. This means that Wu Ming possesses all the laws, all-powerful. Wu Ming's ability did give Sumu a slight shock. He had never imagined that someone could link all the laws. A common knowledge about extraordinary individuals, is that each extraordinary individual can only possess the law of one path. Even someone with the powerful mental strength of Sumu only possesses two paths. One is troll, and the other is nightmare. Of course, he could embark on a third or even a fourth extraordinary path. With his current mental strength, he could definitely do it. But if he possessed all the laws like Wu Ming, he couldn't do it. This was no longer a matter of mental strength. The more laws are linked, the more one must consider the conflicts and balances between them, and the more time is required to cultivate and master each law. Who exactly is the deity who merged with the undestined? Why is he able to control all the laws of the world? A question arose in Sumu's mind. Are there really demigods in this world who can control the 3,000 laws? Or perhaps he didn't merge with a demigod at all, but a true god? The Supreme Lord of all laws, a name appeared in Sumu's mind. It was a god he had never seen before. He had only learned of the name of the heavenly venerable of myriad laws from the small round mouth in the land of origin. He remembered Xiao Yuan saying that in the War of the Gods, the god who first seized the power of creation was none other than the heavenly venerable of all laws. Later, when the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws was besieged by the gods, the nightmare god Xuan Tian seized the opportunity to steal his authority. He didn't know what divine power the celestial venerable of myriad laws possessed, but the meaning of the two words, myriad laws, was self-evident. If that's really the case... Su Mujing's blue eyes flickered. He silently put on his brown glasses, a conjecture that could drive humanity to despair echoing in his mind. There are no laws in this world. All power comes from the gods. The source of the law is the heavenly venerable of all laws. The so-called linking to the law is actually linking to the celestial venerable of all laws and then using his power. Just as the primal believers used the power of the primal angels, there is no essential difference between the extraordinary and the primal believers. Humans believe they are independent of gods, self-reliant and strong, growing stronger step by step through their own efforts, unaware that there is no path in this world that belongs to humankind. Studying the law, isn't that another way of believing in God? Ha ha ha. Sumu smiled silently. Interesting. How interesting. It's like someone shouting, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens," trying to break free from destiny through their own efforts, only to find that their so-called efforts were actually just another arrangement of fate. How can one know that this valiant struggle, which breaks free from the shackles of fate, is not a foreshadowing already written by destiny? No wonder both the primordial god cult in hell and heaven like to call the extraordinary heretics. They were right after all. The original believer's god is the primordial angel, while the superhuman's god is the all-encompassing god. To them, the superhumans are heretics who believe in evil gods. At this moment, Sumu noticed a gaze fixed on him. He looked up and saw Wu Ming's calm face. Those calm eyes seemed to conceal a dark undercurrent, meeting his gaze silently. "Sumu, thank you," Wu Ming said calmly. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You know me?" He never told Wu Ming his real name, always referring to him as arrogance. Wu Ming nodded. "I have merged with a part of the origin of the heavenly venerable of myriad laws and can control the 3,000 laws, which naturally includes foresight." Sumu smiled and said, "So when the Temple of Godslayers first invited the Lord of Illusions, their real target was me. That's right. You will definitely go to Huanjin for the sake of Xuan Tian's origin, and I need you, as a demigod, to deal with the primordial god cult." "Oh? You even know about the Xuan Tian origin? The celestial venerable of all laws and the god of nightmares are the only two fallen gods, and I naturally know this. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. With a flick of his finger, Wu Ming created a dark crack in the void. He glanced at Sumu, then turned and walked into the crevice, with Huang Quan and the martial monk quickly following. Looking at the three people who had disappeared, Sumu smiled slightly. Another god has died? Xuan Tian died after being besieged by the gods, but how did the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws die? The power of creation is truly ominous. Whoever holds it dies. He took a step forward, as if shrinking the distance to an inch, and entered the crevice, headquarters of the Temple of Godslayers. Sumu looked around at the ancient and magnificent palace and chuckled. So the god-slaying palace really is a palace. The empty palace hall contained only him and Wu Ming. This is a palace built on a dimension, and it is also the place where we demigods usually gather. I know you have many questions in your heart, but before answering these questions, I can tell you that you and I are friends, not enemies. We are both human, and whatever your reasons, are common. Enemy is ultimately the gods. Wu Ming stared intently at Sumu and said seriously. Sumu nodded with a smile. Why do you oppose the gods? For the continuation of the human race, for the preservation of the entire world, Wu Ming answered without the slightest hesitation. Gods are the source of chaos. You have never seen gods in the world, but I have. I have seen the ancient times in the long river of history, the era when humans and gods coexisted. That was the darkest era for humankind. Gods appeared in the world at will, and in their eyes, humans were no different from weeds. They didn't even need to deliberately kill humans. They only needed to show themselves in human kingdoms, like the sun falling to earth. Countless humans died because of the high-dimensional energy emanating from the gods. Sometimes, conflicts between gods can be catastrophic for humanity, leading to the destruction of countless human kingdoms and countless deaths throughout history. Many ignorant people will also believe in God, and then wars will break out because of their different beliefs. Ironically, God doesn't care about people's beliefs at all. That's when I realized that if there is a God, then the existence of humankind would be meaningless. The War of the Gods is the best example. This world wasn't originally like it is now, but after the war, the heavens and earth collapsed, mountains crumbled, and the void became chaotic, so much so that humanity could only survive by relying on the realm established by the Holy Lord. At this point, a hint of sadness appeared in Wu Ming's eyes, as if he were recalling what he had seen before. Although Sumu had never witnessed these horrific scenes, he could imagine the devastation they had caused. For humanity, the gods were indeed the source of chaos. What are gods? They are the embodiment of rules, the skeleton that makes up the world. They should not have consciousness. The purpose of the Temple of Godslaying is to erase the consciousness of the gods and let them return to the rules themselves to fulfill their duties. And to achieve this, we can only rely on you. Sumu, Wu Ming said firmly. Rely on me? To be honest, I haven't decided to join the Temple of Godslayers yet. Sumu shrugged. You will definitely help me, because our goals are the same. You know my purpose? I only know part of the reason why you are opposed to the gods. Because the War of the Gods disrupted the fate and time at that time, even if I look into the past, I can only see a corner of history, but I can roughly guess a thing or two. The gods must have been fighting over something, and in the end, the nightmare god obtained it, which was also the cause of his death. Now that you have inherited the title of nightmare god, you must have also inherited that treasure that all the gods coveted. If the gods awaken, the first thing they will do is deal with you. You're right, I am naturally opposed to the gods, Sumu admitted directly. Since the other party could see into the past and predict the future, there was no point in lying. However, with my strength, it would be difficult to deal with a god. Gods cannot be killed because they are the embodiment of the rules, and we do not need to kill them. We only need to erase their consciousness. Only you in the whole world can do this. You inherited the power of the god of nightmares and possess unparalleled illusionary abilities. Only your illusionary arts can erase the consciousness of a god, Wu Ming said with absolute certainty. Sumu raised an eyebrow. If my illusion magic could truly kill gods, then you wouldn't have needed to intervene when I sealed the primordial angel. Wu Ming shook his head. Just because you can't do it now doesn't mean you won't be able to after merging with the Xuantian origin. That eyeball is in your hands now, isn't it? You foresaw that I would be able to kill a god after merging with him? No, the ability to foresee the future isn't as powerful as you think. Foresight regarding gods has always been vague, but how will we know if we don't try? Sumu smiled slightly. Godslayer? That sounds quite interesting. He has never killed a true god before, and now that he has the opportunity to kill a sleeping god, he doesn't mind giving it a try. During this time, you should focus on fusing with the Xuantian origin. As for the reward I promised you, I will prepare it. After saying that, Wu Ming left. As they reached the doorway, Wu Ming suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly. Sumu, from now on, I'm counting on you. Please make sure you erase the consciousness of God. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared outside the door. Watching Wu Ming's disappearing figure, Sumu pondered, from now on you'll rely on me, erasing God's consciousness? What are you hiding, Wu Ming? He could sense that Wu Ming was hiding something, and that the other party's purpose was definitely not as pure as he claimed. The most contradictory thing about Wu Ming is that he previously awakened the primordial angel. Sumu couldn't believe that Wu Ming, the master of the god-slaying temple, and the person who understood gods best in the world, would make such a basic mistake. Knowing that the battle might wake the primordial angels, and possessing such great strength that he could easily defeat the heavily injured Zero, he refused to use his full power. Why deliberately wake the primordial angel, and then use your immense power to make it sleep again, to demonstrate your own strength? He seemed to be deliberately exposing his origins, revealing that the deity he had merged with was the celestial venerable of myriad laws. Moreover, how did the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws die? Xiao Yuan once said that the only god who died was Xuantian, who was besieged by the gods. In other words, Wanfa Tianzun was still alive at that time. He died after the War of the Gods. When you consider that all the gods have fallen into slumber, the problem becomes even more complex. The mysterious god, capable of rendering all the gods silent? Could it be? Sum had a vague guess in his heart, but he needed time to verify it. He stopped thinking about it and entered the dream world to begin to merge with the Xuantian origin. Looking at the bronze eyeball floating in his palm, Sumu swallowed it whole. The instant the eyeball entered his body, his soul felt as if it had been struck by lightning, with countless fine blue electric lights surging and crashing within it. The power contained in this Xuantian origin was no weaker than the sum of the original sources he had fused with in the previous two fusions. No wonder Zero could unleash such power, even when using it merely as a forbidden object. Fortunately, Zero was unable to merge with the Xuantian origin, otherwise the outcome of the great battle would probably have been different. Sumu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, continuously guiding and absorbing the Xuantian origin. As the power spread, it was as if a door to a higher dimension had been opened in his spiritual world. He stepped through the gate like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Boom! A muffled sound exploded in his mental world. At that moment, like a prisoner bound by shackles, he broke free from all restraints, and his mental power stretched and spread wildly, like a flood bursting its banks, expanding exponentially. 1 month later, Sumu slowly awoke from his seclusion. He had successfully fused with the Zhuan Tian origin. If we only consider his soul, he had already surpassed the level of a demigod. However, since he had no specific reference point, he was unsure of the extent of his strength. After all, the dividing line between demigods and true gods is too great. Even if one surpasses a demigod, one is still far weaker than a true god. Currently, the only person he can refer to is Wu Ming, who is the strongest human he has ever seen besides the true god. He could not mobilize the 3,000 laws to suppress the primordial angels who were about to awaken back then, and he can do it now. Sumu exited the dream and returned to the headquarters of the god-slaying temple. In the center of the empty hall sat a pitch-black wooden box, covered with densely packed golden runes that emitted a faint glow. Snap! Sumu snapped his fingers, and the golden runes on the wooden box instantly disappeared. The box opened, revealing a mechanical arm that gleamed with a cold metallic light. Wu Ming's movements are not slow. The reward he had previously demanded was a puzzle of the corpse of the fallen Maitreya, but unexpectedly, Wu Ming found it in just 1 month. This is the last piece of the puzzle of the fallen Maitreya. Once this piece is pieced together, his physical body will be completely elevated to a demigod. Just as Sumu was about to take it to the robotic arm, suddenly, click. The sound of gears turning came from inside the robotic arm, followed by a flash of cold metal light, and the robotic arm came to life. Its 5 fingers were spread out, revealing fine gears at the joints, and it silently hovered as it attacked Sumu. Oh! Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, a crystalline blue light flashing in them. Buzz! The mechanical arm was firmly locked in mid-air by materialized mental energy. It struggled violently, making a constant rattling sound as gears clicked, but to no avail. With Sumu's current strength, let alone a demigod's arm, he could easily suppress even the fallen Maitreya in person, the resurgence of the gods. Sumu slowly picked up the mechanical arm. The moment he touched it, the mechanical arm seemed to sense some great terror and instantly fell silent. With Wu Ming's strength, he could easily suppress this level of divine resurgence, yet he chose to expend more effort to seal it away instead of directly erasing the resurrected divine consciousness from his arm. Strange. Wu Ming's style of acting without orders is full of strangeness and contradictions. Sumu seemed to be deep in thought. He put the mechanical arm into his dream, not intending to merge it directly, because Wu Ming had arrived. The palace gates slowly opened, and a calm-looking young man in black robes walked in. He glanced at Sumu and said calmly, "Let's go. Let's practice on the primordial angel for the first time." Sumu shook his head. The gods have been asleep for many years and are not in a hurry. Although the fallen Maitreya does not enhance illusion magic, it can still improve my strength and increase my chances. Let's wait until I merge with the fallen Maitreya before we act. Okay. Wu Ming nodded calmly, then turned and left without any hesitation, as indifferent as a robot executing a program. "Before that, I need to go back to hell," Sumu suddenly said. Wu Ming continued walking, his voice fading into the distance. "Your relationship with the Temple of Godslaying is merely one of cooperation. We will not restrict your freedom. Please do as you please. Just don't delay the erasure of the divine consciousness." "Okay." Sumu smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Hell, holy city. Sumu emerged from the dream of a primordial cultist. He did not announce his arrival to holy Radiance City, but instead went to the abyss silently. looking at the bottomless, enormous crack and sensing the aura of the evil god emanating from it. Sumu smiled silently. Once upon a time, when he first came to the abyss, he was like an ant insulting a human house, carefully avoiding the humans inside. At that time, he could not extricate himself from his sleepwalking state, and if he revealed his true form, he would surely die. But now, Sumu stepped into the abyss, standing alone in the darkness. His aura exploded without reservation, causing the entire abyss to tremble. "Old friends, I'm back." His voice pierced the darkness and echoed in the abyss. Buzz, evil, ominous murmurs arose, like countless chaotic instruments playing simultaneously. Pairs of wicked, abyssal eyes lit up in the darkness, staring intently at Sumu. The aura of Xuan Tian, "He is back! Roar!" In the darkness, an evil god roared. The incomprehensible murmurs that Sumu once spoke could now be understood by him. The evil god was cursing Xuan Tian for harming them. The next moment, countless evil divine powers attacked Sumu. A slight smile played on his lips. The roles have shifted. A burst of brilliant blue light erupted, instantly extinguishing all divine power. Then, the blue light transformed into billions of ice crystal-like spikes, piercing towards the evil god in the darkness. Several painful roars echoed from the darkness. "Xuantian, one day we will break free and take our revenge on you." The god of shadows roared angrily, and his terrifying shadow power caused ripples to spread across the darkness of the abyss. Sumu didn't care about the other party's threat. The reason he dared to offend all the abyss demigods at the same time was because they were all sealed and unable to climb out of the abyss to fight him. "Quiet." He uttered a soft command, activating his illusionary abilities, and the abyss instantly fell silent. "Your real enemy is not me. It is the gods of heaven who sealed you here. Strictly speaking, I am a victim just like you. I've come here to seek cooperation with you. I can release you, but only if you do something for me." The abyss gods remained silent. Although they were evil and insane, they were not fools, and none of them wanted to be sealed away forever in this endless abyss of darkness. "What do you want us to do?" one of the evil gods asked. Sumu smiled slightly. "I can't say right now." "Why should we believe you? It's not that you have any reason to believe me, but that you have no other choice but to believe me." The mysterious world. The members of 7 Deadly Sins have been unhappy lately, except for Lin Kanyang. Among them, only Lin Kanyang had strong ambitions and enjoyed the feeling of being a king, ruling over a vast empire. The others, like the love-struck Yang Dongqing, only wanted to be with Jasmine forever. However, when an empire needed him to supervise and manage it, he only hated that he was overwhelmed. His not-so-bright brain was exhausted from dealing with government affairs every day. Duamu King never thought of becoming a king. As the most diligent of the 7 Deadly Sins, she finally managed to extricate herself from organizational affairs, only to find herself managing an empire, making her even busier. Jun Wushang was experiencing both pain and joy. Now that he was king, he no longer needed to spend money to get his feet washed. He could simply bring the person into the palace. Even his master, Taoist Zhuangqing, enjoyed the experience. He was truly enjoying a life of leisure in his later years. He would be happy to be a tyrannical ruler like this, but Sumu left him with a mission, and for the sake of reform, he simply didn't have much time to enjoy himself. The others are basically in the same situation. On this day, the 7 Deadly Sins, who were overwhelmed by government affairs, suddenly found themselves surrounded by an endless white mist. This is... Yang Dongqing stared in shock at the familiar scene before him. Above the familiar white mist, "Everyone's here?" Jun Wushang looked around in astonishment. Could it be? He's back. Nangong Mengli stared intently at the enormous round table deep within the white mist, her gaze lingering on the man in the head seat, dressed in a tailcoat. Later, Lin Kanyang, who was most eager to advance, was the first to rush over and bow excitedly. Chief, we didn't expect you to return so soon. Why didn't you let us know? We could have lined the streets to welcome you. Sumu smiled without saying a word, gesturing for the other person to take a seat. Lin Kanyang quickly sat down, sitting on one side of the chair with his body ramrod straight. The others also came over, chattering amongst themselves. Chief, you're finally back. I don't want to be king for even a day longer. How are you? What is heaven like? Sumu raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. After they were all seated, he slowly began to speak. Gentlemen, I have returned this time to completely resolve the crisis in this world. Everyone was overjoyed, never expecting that Sumu would find a way to save the world so quickly. As expected of the leader, you've found a solution in just a few years. Lin Kanyang flattered him. It seems this trip to paradise went very smoothly, Nangong Mengli said, smiling as she looked at Sumu. It really went very smoothly. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, it just went a little too smoothly. He thought finding the Swantian origin in heaven would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But it turned out he didn't need to put in much effort at all. The Swantian origins came to him one by one. Letter, what is the way to save the world? Jun Wushang asked impatiently. Sumu smiled gently, his deep gaze slowly sweeping over everyone. The solution is to go to heaven. Everyone was taken aback. Heaven? Let's go to heaven? It's not just you, but everyone in this dream world. I have already integrated a portion of the Swantian origin, which allows me to better control the dream world. My plan is to send you all to heaven. As the nightmare invades, everyone in the world will inevitably be tainted by reality. Once I send you all to heaven, the reality of the dream world will be greatly reduced, and I can turn it into a completely illusory dream, and you will all become real, existing people. Sumu revealed his plan. He is now considered half a Swantian and can begin to use the power of the nightmare god to remove people from dreams and turn them into real people. At that time, the dream world will be completely transformed into an ethereal dream. Everyone was speechless with shock at Sumu's plan. With their current level of understanding, it was difficult for them to comprehend the power of a god. However, they didn't need to understand, they just had to do as he said. Under Sumu's arrangement, the members of the 7 deadly sins immediately sprang into action, each gathering the citizens of the empire and bringing them together. Sumu's next move was simple. He would put the people of this empire into his own dream, and then take them to heaven through the dream. Several days later, the people of the 7 great empires were all transferred in batches to the 3 realms of heaven. This refers to the illusionary ash realm, the primordial wilderness realm, and the dawn realm, which Sumu secretly controls. After settling these people in, he left the few divine corpses he had previously acquired, but didn't need to the 7 deadly sins members, so that they could better control the realm. Afterwards, he spent several more days using the dream time chamber to complete the puzzle of the fallen Maitreya before returning to the temple of Godslayer. Is everything ready? Wu Ming asked. Sumu nodded. All right, let's go. I hope you can successfully erase the consciousness of the primordial angel. He repeated it again. Sumu's eyes flickered, and he pondered inwardly. Wu Ming was a man of few words, as could be seen from the description of the martial monk. At the time, the monks even jokingly said that Wu Ming only knew 3 sentences. but regarding the erasure of the primordial angel's consciousness. Wu Ming repeated it more than 3 times. At this moment, Wu Ming opened a spatial passage and stepped into it. Sumu quickly followed, and the two arrived inside the primordial god realm. The primordial divine realm, once filled with the devout prayers of 100,000 believers, is now completely deserted. Those 100,000 corpses had long been melted by the power of the gods, leaving not even a trace behind. The divine realm was empty, with only the primordial angels hanging in the sky like an eternal sun. "Do you need me to protect you?" Wu Ming asked. Sumu shook his head. The primordial god cult has been wiped out. It's safe here. Erasing the consciousness of a god is bound to be a very long process. Instead of wasting your time here, you should go and find the origin of the profound heaven for me. I understand. Wu Ming, like an NPC receiving an order, turned and left. Wait a minute. Wu Ming stopped and calmly looked at Sumu. How did the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws die? During the War of the Gods, he was first besieged by the gods and was seriously injured. Later, he was ambushed by Xuantian and was completely exhausted. Not long after Xuantian died, the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws perished. Most of his essence was transformed into 3,000 laws and returned to the world. A small portion of the original source was obtained by me, and it made me who I am. All these years, haven't you ever thought about collecting the essence of the celestial venerable of myriad laws and ascending to godhood yourself? Wu Ming shook his head. It's no use. If I want to advance to godhood, I must refine the 3,000 laws, but all the extraordinary beings in the world are connected to the laws, so they are also part of the laws. Unless I kill all the extraordinary beings in the world, I will never be able to advance. But I won't do that. Extraordinary beings are the foundation of humanity. Without them, humanity would be completely wiped out. Any other questions? Sumu suddenly laughed, but no one could understand the meaning of his smile. That's all. Wu Ming turned and left. Sumu turned his gaze to the primordial angel, the first deity he encountered when he was in the bronze realm. Although it was only a wisp of divinity, he still got to know it. Unexpectedly, the first god he wants to kill is the primordial angel. Fate is truly unpredictable. The next moment, endless crystalline blue light surged from Sumu's body, and a vast spiritual power, as boundless as a galaxy, burst forth. In an instant, even the primordial angels were dyed a crystal blue. He wanted to probe his spiritual power into the primordial angel, but he didn't expect that this first step would hold him back for half a year. Half a year passed quickly, and he finally managed to infiltrate the primordial angel's interior, whereupon he sensed a colossal consciousness as vast as an abyss. That was the consciousness of a god, the consciousness of a primordial angel. This consciousness was currently asleep, and what he needed to do was to erase it while it was asleep. It was only thanks to the other party being asleep that he was able to do this. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do such a thing while the god was awake. Only when he truly came into contact with the consciousness of a deity could he perceive just how vast that consciousness was. It was a consciousness that no living being could possess. Compared to human consciousness, it was simply like a planet. This was Sumu's first attempt to use illusion magic on such a massive consciousness. If he hadn't fused with nearly half of Xuantian's origin, his spiritual power wouldn't even be qualified to cover the consciousness of a god. Buzz. The crystal blue spiritual energy enveloped the consciousness of the primordial angel, and an illusion specifically designed to target the god slowly took shape. 1 year later, Sumu stared palely at the enormous cocoon of light. At this moment, the holy light on the cocoon was almost extinguished, with only a faint glow remaining, and all 360 eyes on it were closed. Is it finally going to succeed? Wu Ming's eyes were burning with excitement. Witnessing the death of a god had added a touch of emotion to his calm eyes. Disperse, Sumu shouted, his eyes bursting with crystalline blue light. With his low shout, the holy light on the primordial angel was completely extinguished, and the cocoon of light turned into a dull, yellowish-brown star. At the same time, the crystalline blue light in Sumu's eyes was completely extinguished. In order to erase the consciousness of the primordial angel, he not only spent a year, but also his almost infinite spiritual power. Even with the Xuantian origin, he couldn't help but feel exhausted at this moment. At this moment, the yellowish-brown star slowly faded, disappearing inch by inch like a dream bubble, until it vanished without a trace. Sumu frowned slightly. Wu Ming seemed to see his confusion and explained, "The primordial angel did not disappear, but returned to heaven and earth. He was the embodiment of the rules. Now that his consciousness has perished, he has naturally become the most original rules and returned to heaven and earth, just as the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws transformed into the 3,000 laws after his death." Sumu nodded. The god's consciousness dissipated and returned to the world, transforming into rules. This was the first time he had ever seen it. Although the nightmare god Xuantian also died, his death was different from that of the primordial angel. The primordial angel's consciousness was completely erased, so he returned to the world. However, Xuantian's consciousness was not erased. It was merely dispersed. It was dispersed into the consciousness of all living beings in the entire dream world. How long will it take you to recover? After all, there isn't only one primordial angel among the gods, Wu Ming asked. A bitter smile appeared on Sumu's pale face. It took at least a month to erase the consciousnesses of the primordial angel, which nearly depleted my divine essence. I can only recover slowly. If I can find the remaining Xuantian essence, I can speed up the recovery. Wu Ming shook his head and said in a low voice, "In the past year, I mobilized the entire god-slaying palace and searched almost the entire world, but I couldn't find the remaining Xuantian origin." Could it be in hell? Hell doesn't exist. I've already searched there. The origin of Xuantian must be in heaven. Since even you can't find it, there's only one possibility. In the hands of the gods, Wu Ming replied. Sumu nodded. Not bad. Of the 12 true gods in the world, only 8 have been discovered by the god-slaying temple so far. The places where they sleep do not contain the Xuantian origin, so it seems that they are in the hands of the remaining 4 gods. Go back and rest first. I will find the remaining 4 gods. Wu Ming set off without stopping, like a tireless robot, never stopping throughout the year. After returning to the god-slaying temple, Sumu went into seclusion. He had been exhausted and hadn't felt this drained feeling in a long time. A month later, when Sumu had fully recovered, Wu Ming appeared right on time. "You really never have a moment to spare," Sumu said helplessly. Wu Ming calmly replied, "Once the calamity of the gods is completely resolved, there will be plenty of time to rest. We must hurry." Other members of the god-slaying temple have sent word that some gods have shown signs of awakening recently. We must kill them before they awaken. That's really bad news. There's also bad news. What? I found the divine realms where the remaining 4 gods reside, but I still haven't found the origin of the profound heaven. It seems that it is not in the hands of the gods. Sumu frowned slightly. Not in the hands of the gods. That's right, I've searched the entire divine realm. I know you suspect that I might be hiding the profound heaven origin and not want you to become a god. You can go and find it yourself. You can sense the profound heaven origin, so it's easy for you to know whether I'm lying or not. Okay. Seeing that Wu Ming was so honest, Sumu decided to go and search for him himself. He left the Temple of God's Lair and used dream teleportation to travel almost all over heaven. With his current strength, he can appear in any dream at will, and he doesn't need to search one place at a time. As long as he reaches the general area, he can sense whether there is anything there by activating the profound heaven origin. Unfortunately, the remaining Xuantian origin was not found in the entire heaven, and Wu Ming was not lying. Moreover, Sumu did not believe that Wu Ming could keep the Xuantian origin hidden. Based on his perception of the Xuantian origin, Wu Ming could not possibly hide it. Who's the next target? Having failed to achieve his goal, Sumu returned to the God's Lair temple to complete his mission. Although the origin of the mysterious heaven cannot be found for the time being, the killing of gods cannot stop. Every god is a time bomb capable of destroying the world. We must not let them wake up. The celestial venerable of immortality is showing the strongest signs of awakening. Currently, 2 members are suppressing him. Let's set off. As Wu Ming spoke, he opened a spatial passage. The 2 immediately set off for the divine realm where the celestial venerable of immortality resided. The divine realm of the celestial venerable of immortality is very special. It is like a chaotic land that transcends the constraints of time and space. In the very center stands the true form of the celestial venerable of immortality. An indescribable divine tree, its billions of roots spread out in all directions like giant pythons, winding their way into the endless abyss of darkness. Its trunk pierces the sky, as if it wants to break through the boundaries of the universe. The bark is rough and ancient, with crisscrossing gullies, each gully resembling a giant canyon. Its branches and leaves are as lush as a nebula, each leaf as large as a mountain, radiating a mysterious light. These strange lights intertwine to form a peculiar energy field, distorting the surrounding time and space. At the edge of the sacred tree, 2 figures were casting spells. When Sumu and Wu Ming appeared, the 2 immediately sensed something and turned around. Greetings, Palace Master. A man with fiery red hair and a resolute face bowed to Wu Ming, then turned his gaze to Sumu. He chuckled and said, "This must be the God Slayer Sumu, right? God Killer?" Sumu was surprised to have another nickname, but he didn't mind and smiled and nodded in greeting. "I am Yan Jun," the fiery red-haired man said, clasping his hands in greeting. Another person stepped forward and announced his code name, Eternal Silence. Yongji appeared much more aloof, wearing a light blue robe, and was tall and slender. Yan Jun and Yongji have been suppressing the eternal celestial venerable here for many years. If you need help, the 2 of them are just right, Wu Ming said calmly. Sumu shook his head slightly. "No need, I can manage on my own." "You all go and look after the other gods." Wu Ming nodded and said to the 2 of them, "Let's go, Sumu can handle things here." A look of joy appeared on their faces. They had clearly had enough of being here and were finally free today. After they left, Sumu followed the same procedure and began to deal with this old acquaintance, the celestial venerable of immortality. Having learned from his previous experience, this time he successfully erased the consciousness of the eternal heavenly venerable in just 1 year, but the price was that he was empty for another month. The cost of killing a god is too great. It's impossible to recover in a short time. After the death of the celestial venerable of longevity, this enormous divine tree began to wither. Its green leaves turned yellow in an instant, then fell and eventually disappeared into the void. Then the trunk and roots also disappeared completely. The process of the god's demise is still awe-inspiring no matter how many times I watch it. After dealing with the celestial venerable of immortality, Sumu resumed his recuperation. As always, Wu Ming was punctual. Once Sumu finished recuperating, he would never be a second late. Without stopping, they took Sumu to the next divine realm. After killing a god, he would rest and recuperate, then kill another god, and so on in a cycle that gave Sumu the feeling of going to work. 10 years later, Twisted God Realm. This is a strange space that resembles the starry sky of the universe, but there are no stars here, only twisted vortexes of all sizes. These twisting vortexes spun silently, seemingly capable of swallowing all sound and light in the world. They varied in size, some as large as millions of miles in diameter, covering the sky and earth, while others were only the size of a fist, extremely tiny. Sumu sat upright in the largest twisted vortex, with endless crystalline blue light gushing from his body and constantly seeping into the vortex. In the distance, Wu Ming stared intently at the enormous vortex, muttering almost morbidly, "The last one. Just this one more." As he murmured, the vortexes that filled the starry sky suddenly stopped spinning, followed by a series of loud bangs. A myriad of shattering sounds rang out, and all the vortexes shattered and vanished into nothingness at the same time. Sumu slowly opened his eyes, the crystalline blue light within them extinguished, and a smile appeared on his pale face. "From this day forward, the world will be without gods." "No, you're wrong. There is another god." Wu Ming's eerie voice rang out. "Oh." Sumu raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Wu Ming suddenly raised his head, his once calm face now filled with ferocity. "The 3,000 laws are at my command. Seal it." He pointed at Sumu from a distance. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled violently, and a colossal net of laws from beyond dimensions instantly appeared, pressing down on Sumu. The law covers all things in the world, including this divine realm. Once the net of law is cast, Sumu has no way to avoid it. Watching the massive net of law gradually descend upon him, Sumu shook his head helplessly. "Is this how you repay me?" At this moment, Wu Ming seemed like a completely different person, utterly unfamiliar. A flame of ambition burned in his eyes, and he sneered, "You are also a god, so you deserve to die. And what about you? Humph, I am not like you. I am dedicated to the continuation of humanity, and I deserve to become a god." Slap, slap, slap. Sumu couldn't help but applaud him. Such a blatant double standard is truly admirable. "But are you sure you can shut me down?" Wu Ming sneered repeatedly. "I know your methods perfectly well. Otherwise, why do you think I chose to seal you instead of killing you? Your method of hiding in the dream world cannot escape the law. Don't forget, the power of dreams is also among the 3,000 laws." The next moment, the vast net of law enveloped the entire dream world where Sumu was, and then slowly contracted. An invisible binding force tightly bound Sumu, sealing him within the dream world, preventing him from escaping. Even the dream world itself was solidified within the twisted god realm. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Wu Ming laughed wildly, his eyes burning with the flame of ambition. "No one can stop me from becoming a god anymore. Ha ha ha, is this your purpose? To use me to kill all the gods, and then become a god yourself?" Even though he was sealed, Sumu still had a smile on his pale face. "That's right. Gods are the source of chaos, so they deserve to die, but humanity needs its own guardian deity, and that is me." Wu Ming laughed maniacally. "Didn't you say before that if you wanted to become a god, you would need to kill all the extraordinary beings in the world in order to integrate the 3,000 laws?" Wu Ming interrupted, "Becoming a god naturally comes at a price. Killing all the extraordinary beings is not the same as wiping out humanity. On the contrary, after they die, The remaining humans will live better under my protection. Then why didn't you become a god sooner? Why wait until I've killed all the gods before you act? Wu Ming looked at Sumu with a mocking expression. I know you're stalling for time, trying to regain your strength to break the seal, but that's just wishful thinking. I admit I can't seal you at your peak, but you're already exhausted and need a month to fully recover. In that month, I'll have enough time to kill all the superhumans and become a god. They are linked to my 3,000 laws. Killing them would be effortless. Therefore, out of great mercy, I will let you become a ghost who understands the truth. Becoming a god would cause too much commotion, especially with the integration of the all-encompassing 3,000 laws. This would lead to strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, which would then awaken all the sleeping gods. Since the war of the gods have been enemies of one another. Naturally, they will not allow me to become a god, so they must die first. Oh, Sumu pretended to suddenly understand. I see, thank you for clearing up my confusion. Wu Ming glanced at Sumu with a mocking look. Stay here and enjoy the rest of your life. After I inherit most of the power of the heavenly venerable of myriad laws, I will come back to kill you. After you die, there will be no more extraordinary beings in the world, and I will become the complete heavenly venerable of myriad laws. After saying that, he turned and left. But just then Sumu called out to him. Just a moment, please. Wu Ming paused, turned around, and said coldly, I have no interest in hearing you beg for mercy, and I hope you won't beg for mercy either. After all, you and I are the only two beings in the world who have fused with the origin of a true god. Don't tarnish my identity. Sumu smiled slightly. Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to say. I hope you won't beg for mercy later. Buzz. A burst of crystalline blue light erupted, and at that moment, Sumu was like a god looking down upon the world. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the entire twisted god realm to tremble violently. He strode out, calmly emerging from the seal of the law. What? Wu Ming was shocked. This is impossible. You clearly exhausted your power. How could you possibly break free from my seal? Sensing the immense aura emanating from Sumu, Wu Ming's expression changed drastically. No. Wait, your aura. Why is it even stronger? Sumu walked towards him step by step, an elegant smile on his lips. Because I found the last source of Suan Tian. Wu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? I searched the entire heavenly realm, and there was no Xuan Tian origin at all. Where did you find it from? Oh, a look of surprise flashed across Sumu's eyes. Didn't you give it to me yourself? I delivered it myself. Wu Ming suddenly froze, an unbelievable thought flashing through his mind. The 3,000 laws. Brilliant, Sumu praised. If we can't find the profound heaven origin anywhere in the world, then it must be in the hands of the gods. But if we can't find it in the major divine realms either, guess where it might be? For a moment, Wu Ming felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his lips trembled as he said, There are 12 true gods in the world. We have searched all 10 divine realms but have not found them, so they can only be in the hands of the last 2 fallen gods. Of the 2 fallen gods, one was Xuan Tian, and the other was the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws. Not bad. Sumu had already walked up to Wu Ming and was looking at him with a smile. The last Xuan Tian origin has long been integrated into the 3,000 laws by the heavenly venerable of myriad laws. I guess it was when Xuan Tian stole the creator's authority during the War of Gods that a part of his origin was severed by the heavenly venerable of myriad laws. Otherwise, why would there be laws? Concerning dreams among the 3,000 laws? For example, Bronze Law Sequence 1 E-Dream Journey. Wu Ming's expression was fascinating: shock, anger, resentment, but no regret. Looking at Sumu, who exuded divine pressure, Wu Ming's expression slowly returned to silence. I lost, but he suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. You haven't won yet. You've only just completed the Xuantian origin. You haven't fully become a god yet. As long as I kill you before that happens, I kill you. Can you do it? Sumu asked with a smile. Boom. The 3,000 laws above the dome flashed simultaneously, and the power of the laws of different colors was like a dazzling meteor shower, instantly covering Sumu. Wu Ming, who had just succeeded in his attack, showed no joy on his face. Instead, he quickly teleported tens of thousands of miles away. He knew very well that this attack would not kill Sumu. I certainly can't do it. But we can. Wu Ming let out a low shout, and 10 bottomless cracks immediately appeared in the void behind him. 10 figures slowly emerged from within. They were the members of the Godslayer Temple: Huang Quan, the martial monk; Yan Jun Yangji Yuan Zuri. The arrival of 10 demigods caused the twisted god realm to tremble with terrifying pressure. At this moment, Sumu emerged unscathed from the torrent of laws, looked at the 11 demigods of the god-slaying temple, and a smile appeared on his lips. He knew all these people. After all, he had worked at the temple of god-slaying for over 10 years, so how could he not recognize his colleagues? It's a pity that former colleagues have now become enemies. Kill him. With Wu Ming's command, 10 demigods instantly appeared around Sumu. They revealed their demigod forms, resembling 10 towering giants, and attacked Sumu. Sumu's body surged with divine power as he engaged them in battle. Wu Ming seemed to be preparing something at this moment. He put his hands together and chanted, and the 3,000 laws in the sky shone and resonated with him. Gradually, countless illusory figures began to appear on each of the law stars. These were the extraordinary beings who were connected to the law. The figures screamed in agony as Wu Ming frantically drained their power. These extraordinary individuals never imagined that the laws they had painstakingly sought to connect with would become tools for taking their lives. The law is poisonous. Sumu's sigh came from behind Wu Ming. Wu Ming was taken aback and turned around in disbelief, only to see that elegant figure in a tuxedo standing quietly. Most strangely, in the distance, Sumu's battle with the 10 demigods was still ongoing. Illusion. Damn it, when did you cast an illusion on them? Wu Ming realized that the people from the god-slaying temple must have been under an illusion spell. What appeared to be a fierce battle was actually an illusion. Sumu shook his head. You're wrong. It's not them who are under the illusion. You. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and the figures of 10 demigods vanished instantly. The demigod forms that blotted out the sky and the torrent of energy that filled the void disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. Wu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and he realized that he had been under an illusion and that the 10 demigods had never appeared at all. He suddenly looked up at the 3,000 laws, only to see that the countless figures on the law star had also vanished into thin air. It turns out, it was all a lie. Remember this in your next life. When facing a master of illusion, do not let your mind waver in the slightest. Even the slightest waver will be a fatal flaw. Sumu whispered softly beside Wu Ming, like the murmur of a devil. You? Wu Ming's voice stopped abruptly, and a glimmer of crystalline blue light bloomed in his pupils. The light gradually blossomed, as beautiful as a flower, but it vanished in an instant. The moment the flower withered, his eyes became empty, and his consciousness faded away. Immediately afterwards, Wu Ming's body shattered, turning into countless tiny, crystalline blue ice crystals that vanished with the wind. Sumu gazed at the ice crystals scattering across the sky, like countless reflections of a meteor shower streaking across his eyes. He stood there for a long time and finally sighed softly. Life is really boring. At this moment, he felt a sense of emptiness and loneliness because there were no opponents left. The gods were dead, the strongest demigods were dead, and even he himself had gathered the Zhuan Tian origin and was about to become a god, but he felt no joy in his heart, only endless emptiness. The realm of illusions. And then Wu Ming, the scheming master of the god-slaying temple, died. At the dining table, the Crimson King stared wide-eyed at Sumu without blinking. Surrounding Sumu, members of the Seven Deadly Sins, including Nangong Mengli, Yang Dongqing, and Duamba King, gathered together. They are eating hot pot. Yes, he's dead, Sumu said calmly. Bang. The Red King slammed her hand on the table, startling everyone. She roared, "That scoundrel got off too easily." He died so easily. Brother Su, that Wu Ming is a demigod who controls 3,000 laws. You killed him in one move? Jun Wushang asked in surprise. One who controls 3,000 laws is not a god. So, Brother Su, have you now fully integrated with the Xuan Tian origin and become a god? Sumu nodded. Everyone looked them over, and Yang Dongqing asked curiously, they seem no different from before. Are gods also in human form? Sumu shook his head slightly. That's because what you see now is my physical body. Strictly speaking, my true appearance now should be the collection of all dreams and all illusions in the world. Everyone was completely bewildered and couldn't understand this way of existing. Doesn't that mean that you're actually appearing in everyone's dreams at the same time, even though you seem to be having dinner with us? Nangong Mengli said thoughtfully. That's one way to put it. Sumu leaned back slightly in his chair, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand. His gaze drifted through the window to the bright moon high in the sky. The sky was overcast, the air was slightly damp, the stars were obscured, and only the bright moon hung in the sky. 1 year later. Sumu looked at the white jade plate in his hand and murmured to himself, I hope the power of creation can bring me some pleasure. After becoming a god, he was so bored that only fun he could think of was merging with the authority of the creator so as to see the scenery above the gods. The white jade plate in his hand was the creator's authority that he had just taken out from the dream world. The creator's authority is formless. It is whatever you perceive it to be. Sumu preferred the white jade plate, so it became the white jade plate. It looks like it has no magical properties, but it is something that all the gods covet. A crystalline blue light flashed in his eyes, and the white jade plate vanished, merging into his soul. At that moment, he had a very strange feeling, as if he had opened a god's eye view and could easily see any corner of this world and any person. It's like the unity of man and nature, like merging into the universe. This wonderful feeling is completely indescribable. Sumu finally became interested. The novel experience brought him unprecedented feelings. You have finally merged, a calm voice rang out. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man dressed in a black robe. This young man was none other than Wu Ming. Seeing Wu Ming suddenly appear, Sumu was not surprised. Instead, a long-lost smile appeared on his lips, like a gentle breeze suddenly blowing into a hot summer room, sweeping away his vexation. I love surprises like this, Wu Ming calmly said. You won't be laughing for long. Just then, bang, the door to the room was opened. Yang Dongqing, Nangang Mengli, Zhen Wushang, and other members of the 70 Sedlings walked in one by one and stood behind Wu Ming. At this moment, they seemed like completely different people, utterly unfamiliar, their faces devoid of any expression, all coldly staring at Sumu. Sumu noticed that each of these people had a golden chain attached to their chest, the chain seemingly cast from divine metal, extending infinitely into nothingness. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up, and his deep gaze pierced through the roof and landed on the sky. A vast net composed of 3,000 lost stars had already covered the entire world, with billions of golden chains hanging down from the lost stars. He also saw that the entire courtyard was surrounded by people from the temple of God-slayers and an endless array of superhumans. They formed an army of millions of puppets, all expressionless, with a golden chain connecting their hearts. All the extraordinary beings in the entire illusionary Ash realm have gathered here, and even outside the realm, countless extraordinary beings linked by chains are rushing here. At this moment, Sumu seemed to be standing on an icy wasteland, surrounded by raging winds and snowstorms, with all the coldness in the world converging on him, truly making him an enemy of the world. Do you think that by gathering all the extraordinary beings in the world, we can deal with a god, or a god who has merged with the authority of the Creator? Sumu smiled. Wu Ming's eyes remained calm and still. It takes time to fuse with the Creator's authority. Both the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws and Xuantian obtained the Creator's authority back then, but did either of them succeed in fusing with it? They couldn't do it. And you can't either. Stop struggling, look at your heart. Sumu looked down and saw a dazzling golden light reflected in his eyes. He also saw a golden chain connecting his heart. Suddenly, he found that his body could not move, as if it did not belong to him at all. You extraordinary beings all ascended step by step through the bronze laws. But little did you know that as you linked with the laws and gained power, you were bound by them more and more deeply, gradually placing yourselves within a spider web, and now is the time for me to reap the rewards. Wu Ming's calm face was filled with the confidence of certain victory. Sumu smiled slightly, and a soul radiating a crystal blue light slowly emerged from his body, freeing itself from the constraints of the physical form. His body was indeed connected to the law, but his soul was the god of nightmares. However, after he completely separated from his body, he discovered that a golden chain was also connected to his soul. Haven't you realized it yet? Wu Ming stared indifferently at Sumu. Do you really think you discovered the Xuantian origin back then? I only let you discover it. The Xuantian origin has been transformed into the dream laws for many years. I have already tampered with it. Although this method is not enough to bind a god, at least it will leave you with nowhere to escape. Sumu looked at the golden chains connecting his soul and felt a sense of restraint. However, this restraint was not strong and did not affect his normal actions, but it locked him firmly in the real world, preventing him from escaping into the illusory dream world. I'm overjoyed that you prepared such a surprise for me. Why would I escape? Sumu paused, his gaze sweeping over Yang Dongqing and the others, and smiled. However, this surprise isn't enough. Over the past 10 years, Yang Dongqing has become a demigod. In the world of gods and dreams, he reached the pinnacle of the Golden King. When he came to heaven, he connected with the holy law and advanced to the saint level. Later, Sumu gave him the Black Dragon's divine corpse, Devouring Lord, which allowed him to advance to a demigod. Besides Yang Dongying, Qi Wang and Duamu King also advanced to demigod status. Qi Wang fused with the Lord of Illusions, Flame Prison Overlord. while Duamu King fused with the Lord of Dawn's mother of 1,000 flower stamens of compassion. The attributes of the three of them matched those of the three divine corpses, so they were able to advance to demigods early on. After becoming demigods, they rarely had the opportunity to fight, and usually just sparred with each other. They never expected that they would finally be able to go all out today, but their opponent turned out to be Sumu. At this moment, Wu Ming slowly extended his finger and lightly tapped the endless sky. On the four great nets of laws that spanned heaven and earth, an even more vast law appeared once again. This vast network of laws consists of only a few hundred stars, but the power contained in each star is comparable to that of the demigod. Is that enough? Wu Ming asked calmly. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. You've included demigods in the law as well? Indeed, I not only control all the extraordinary beings in the world, but also all the demigods. The law of the demigods. Today, I will lead all living beings to defeat the gods. Wu Ming unleashed an earth-shattering aura. The 3,000 laws resonated, and a terrifying roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. This is the convergence of all extraordinary powers in the world, the power of all living beings. Even though all living beings are as insignificant as ants in the face of gods, a single spark can start a prairie fire. When they gather together, their power cannot be ignored even by the gods. This is finally getting interesting. As he spoke, Sumu's figure slowly rose into the air, suddenly appearing in the sky, looking down upon all living beings. On the ground, countless cold eyes looked up at him. The extraordinary beings seemed to be endlessly crowding the earth. Even though Sumu had risen high into the sky, he could not see the end of them. Everyone, follow me. To slay the gods. Wu Ming, the master of the godsline-slaying temple, issued the order to all the extraordinary beings. The battle between all of humanity and the one true god, Sumu, has officially begun. At this moment, Sumu suddenly had the illusion that the dragon slayer had become the dragon himself. How did he suddenly become an evil god standing against all of humanity? His former teammates had turned against him, so the ultimate villain was himself. He chuckled and said, "Well, being a villain isn't so bad. It's just that a villain should at least look like a villain. Come out, everyone." Boom! The once clear blue sky was suddenly torn apart by an indescribable force. A twisted rift stretched across the sky, its edges flashing with eerie purplish-black lightning, and countless evil nightmare creatures writhing and struggling wildly within it. That was none other than the nightmare creature that had once been sealed away in hell by the gods. How could Sumu, the god of nightmares, not have any underlings? But that wasn't all. An even more terrifying scene unfolded. Eerie whispers emanated from the crack, like the murmurs of countless evil gods. One after another, towering abyssal evil gods, as majestic as mountains, broke free from their confinement. With their appearance, the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth seemed to be stirred up by an invisible hand, and an indescribable chaotic aura enveloped the world. You have human superhumans, I have nightmare creatures. You have demigod laws, I have abyssal demigods. When the conditions are equal, your advantages vanish. As the only true god in the world, Sumu naturally had the confidence to say these words. Wu Ming's face remained calm, as if he was not surprised at all. How could I not think of nightmare creatures when I'm fighting against the god of nightmares? Since you've revealed all your trump cards, then let me show you my final law. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light flashed above the 5 great nets of laws, and then suddenly exploded like the Big Bang, with golden lightning spreading across the sky. Amidst the thunder, 10 enormous stars, exceeding the limits of human vision, descended. They hung down giant golden chains, and at the other end of the chains were connected to the primordial angel, the eternal celestial venerable, the twisted god, the void mother nest, the gate god, and 10 other true gods. These gods, whom Sumu had once killed one by one, have now reappeared in the world. Sumu, thank you for clearing away all the gods in the world for me. It is because of you that I was able to construct the strongest law in the world, the divine law. It turns out that Wu Ming was lying. The dead gods did not return to heaven and earth to reshape the rules, but instead became divine laws. The 10 gods shone upon the world, their radiance obscuring everything, like 10 suns rising together, reaching the pinnacle of brilliance. Under the divine light, Sumu and his army of nightmares were like rats in a gutter exposed to sunlight, terrified and helpless. Even nightmare creatures and abyssal demigods cannot help but feel an instinctive fear when they look directly at the glory of a god. Many years ago, such a scene occurred once before, and that was the War of the Gods. Today, history is repeating itself. The moment the 10 gods appeared, Sumu's defeat was inevitable. The nightmare god Xuantian was torn to pieces by the gods in the past, and was forced to hide in the dream world to eke out a living. But now, Sumu is locked by the law and cannot even escape into the dream world. This is why Wu Ming insisted on waiting until Sumu merged with the creator's authority before making his move. He is preventing a repeat of the outcome of the last war of gods. There is only one person in the world who can take the power of creation from that illusory dream, and that person is Sumu. If Sumu wants to merge with the creator's authority, this step is simply unavoidable. Brilliant, Sumu exclaimed, you set up this scheme from the very beginning, waiting for me to become a god and merge with the creator's authority, because only I can take out the creator's authority, and when I truly merge, that will be the time for you to close the net. A brilliant plan, a brilliant tactic, but you are utterly ruthless. No, perhaps I should call you the celestial venerable of all laws. The name seems to possess a magical power, bringing a moment of silence to the otherwise noisy world. Standing before millions of people and beneath the gods, a gentle breeze slowly dispelled the humanity on his face, leaving only a faint divine indifference in his eyes. So you finally figured it out, Xuantian? A vast and divine voice, surpassing human vocal range, emanated from Wu Ming's mouth. To be precise, it should be the heavenly venerable of all laws. Sumu smiled slightly. It's not that we finally discovered it, but rather that we discovered it a long time ago. The celestial venerable of all laws cast a detached glance. When I erased the consciousness of the primordial angel, Sumu said with a smile, looking at the venerable of 10,000 laws with the face of Wu Ming, I noticed Wu Ming's strangeness from the beginning. His behavior was very inconsistent. When sealing the primordial angel, he could have dealt with Pope Zero quickly, but he kept delaying until the primordial angel woke. In the end, it was only through his manipulation of the 3,000 laws that the primordial angel was resealed. At that time, I pondered Wu Ming's purpose. The Lord of the God-slaying temple shouldn't have made such a mistake. Later, I understood. His purpose was to demonstrate the source of his power, which is you, the celestial venerable of myriad laws. The celestial venerable of all laws remained silent. Wu Ming is a man of few words, but he repeated one sentence many times. You must erase the consciousness of God. His true meaning was not for me to erase the consciousness of the primordial angel, but rather the consciousnesses of the celestial venerable of all laws hidden within him. You can make that judgment based on just these facts. Of course, that's not all. In fact, doubts arose from the moment I stepped into heaven. Why are all the gods in heaven asleep? Perhaps it's because of the War of the Gods, but it's rather a coincidence. Moreover, my path to godhood was too smooth. The Xuan Tian origin seemed to be lined up and delivered to my door, as if a giant hand was controlling everything behind the scenes. Perhaps it's because I often do this kind of thing that I'm quite sensitive, Sumu said with a smile. Although you managed to put on a show by using Wuming in the end, it only intensified my suspicions. Wuming once said that Wanfa Tianzun died after the end of the God War. In the God War, Xuantian, who had obtained the power of creation, was only scattered. His consciousness was dispersed into billions of parts and transformed into the beings of the God dream world. But you died and transformed into the 3,000 laws, and a small part of the origin was obtained by Wuming. But when the primordial angel died, it completely vanished. There are too many suspicious points. One time might be a coincidence, but when so many coincidences come together, it must be inevitable. You are not dead. Your consciousness is dispersed among the 3,000 laws and the body of no life, controlling everything from behind the scenes. It seems my puppet has done many things behind my back that he shouldn't have. It's just a pity that you didn't do as he wished. That was your only chance to defeat me, said the celestial venerable of myriad laws indifferently. Sumu shook his head. You're wrong. If I really did what he wanted, I would have truly lost. At that time, I hadn't become a god yet, so how could I deal with you, who is a god? Now that you've become a god, you still can't defeat me. During the War of the Gods, did you really think you seized the power of creation through your own strength? It was just that I made you take it away. The celestial venerable of myriad laws slowly revealed the secret of that year. Sumu smiled and nodded. I have indeed considered this issue. Since you were able to seize the power of creation from the gods, it naturally proves that you are the strongest among the gods. It will be difficult for Xuantian to succeed. I think it's because you didn't want to become the target of everyone's criticism, so you deliberately let Xuantian take away the power of creation, and then you were besieged by the gods. Xuantian did fall into the trap, which is why he ended up like this. What you didn't expect was that Xuantian ultimately placed the power within the divine dream world, making it impossible for anyone else to obtain it. The venerable of all laws suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. Do you really think my goal is the power of creation? Sumu raised an eyebrow as if he had thought of something. Your goal is the gods, not just the gods, but the entire world. The celestial venerable of myriad laws looked at the golden chains that bound all living beings and the gods, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. The gods are short-sighted, with only the Creator's authority in their eyes. They attempt to merge with the authority to become a new creator, unaware that the world is also part of the Creator. If the world is the Creator's body, then the authority is the heart. How could I possibly abandon the greater good for the lesser good? Sumu suddenly realized, so you never intended to merge with the Creator's authority in the first place. Your goal was to instigate a war among the gods, to exhaust them in the war, and then for you to reap the rewards. The gods have been asleep all these years because you took advantage of their weakness after the war. Indeed, when the gods were alive, no one could securely merge with the Creator's authority. Rather than being besieged, it's better take advantage of this and target other gods instead. Sumu now understood everything. It turned out that the initial purpose of the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws was to integrate all the gods into his divine laws. He used the laws as a net to not only trap the gods, but also all living beings. He deliberately opened a path of extraordinary existence for mankind, luring them to willingly step into the net of law and become prey. Now all living beings and gods are caught in the net and become part of his power. He only needs to kill the last god, the god of nightmare, to safely merge with the creator's authority and ascend to become the new creator. The gods are dead, and now only you remain, Xuan Tian, Wanfa Tianzhen sneered. Your current emotions, including your speaking style, are very similar to those of a human, Sumu suddenly said, making a seemingly unrelated remark. The celestial venerable of all laws did not deny it. By bringing the extraordinary into the world, into the law, my consciousness was inevitably impacted by the consciousness of billions of humans and tainted with some humanity. However, this is not important. As long as I become the new creator, everything will be fine. And aren't you the same? You, who were once a god, actually reassembled yourself with human consciousness after your consciousness was scattered. Compared to me, you are the one who is wearing the skin of a god. All right, enough of the nonsense. The fact that some people are in such a hurry to win when victory is within their grasp, while it may amuse me, is ultimately a meaningless act. When I become the creator, I will surely eradicate it. Sumu chuckled to himself, somewhat moved by the power of human nature. Villains die from the bad habit of talking too much, and even gods who are infected by human nature cannot avoid it. In this situation, he couldn't help but let loose for a while and enjoy the fruits of victory. Xuantian, you should take your own life. You are now facing all living beings and gods. You have no chance of winning. Allowing you to take your own life is the last bit of dignity you deserve, said the Venerable of 10,000 Laws indifferently. Good heavens, yet another human vice. How will you know if you don't try? Sumu said with a smile. Humph? The celestial venerable of myriad laws snorted coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. Your only reliance is to escape into a dream, but now you are bound by the chains of divine law. I'd like to see what you can use to try, then watch closely. Sumu slowly extended his right hand, his eyes bursting with crystal blue light, which gathered in the palm of his right hand. The celestial venerable of all laws stood with his hands behind his back, watching him operate with disdain, showing no intention of stopping him. The next moment, a miniature version of the dream world appeared in Sumu's hands. A futile struggle. In the eyes of the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws, no matter what Sumu does, he can never defeat him. He controls all the extraordinary beings in the world, as well as 10 gods. With such a lineup, unless the creator is resurrected, he is invincible. How can Sumu, a mere god, possibly win? Even if Sumu were to instantly refine the creator's sovereignty within his body, I would still be able to defeat him. One possesses the body of the creator, the other possesses the heart of the creator. It is obvious who is stronger. Just then, Sumu exerted sudden force with his palm, crushing the dream world in his hand. Click, click. The sound of the dream world shattering echoed repeatedly, followed by a deafening boom. A colossal consciousness, vast and boundless as an abyss, rose up and sketched the phantom of an angel in the void. That was a primordial angel. The confident expression on the face of the celestial venerable of all laws suddenly froze, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "This is the consciousness of a primordial angel." You actually didn't erase him! Boom! A phantom image, a divine tree, seemingly capable of supporting the entire universe, emerged. Eternal life, celestial venerable. Enormous, distorted vortexes. Skeletal gates spanning the starry sky. Colossal nests riddled with countless holes. The god of twistedness, the god of gates, the void mother nest. All the divine consciousnesses have manifested in the world. 10 enormous phantom figures filled the sky and earth, guarding Sumu's surroundings. Since I discovered your conspiracy so early on, How could I possibly erase the consciousness of the gods? In fact, I should thank you. It is thanks to you that they fell into a deep sleep that I had the opportunity to control the gods. Sumu returned the words of the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws, exactly as they had said before. Gods, return to your places. At Sumu's command, 10 enormous consciousness entities transformed into streams of light and flew toward his body. Don't even think about it. The celestial venerable of 10,000 laws roared, and with a clench of his hand in the void, the 3,000 law stars instantly transformed into a giant net and grabbed at the divine consciousness. Unfortunately, they missed their target. Because of his 3,000 laws, the only one that applies to dreams of conscious beings has already been given to Sumu by him. In an instant, all the gods returned to their places, and the 10 gods who had been bound by golden chains awoke at that moment. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the stars seemed about to fall. The divine law, which sits at the pinnacle of all laws, is now showing signs of collapse. That was the 10 gods breaking free from the constraints of the heavenly venerable of myriad laws. The heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws expression turned cold, and a golden hand that blotted out the sky appeared, tightly gripping the golden chains wrapped around the 10 gods. You think you can defeat me like this? Their essence has long been integrated into the divine law, and even if their consciousness returns, they will never be able to break free, as the venerable of 10,000 laws said, the 10 gods. Fierce struggles could not break free of the golden chains because they had merged with the divine laws. Sumu was the same. He had merged with the tampered dream laws. Although he could now control himself, he still could not break free of the chains. The situation is even more serious for the 10 gods, since their entire essence has been integrated into the divine law, making them completely unable to act freely. If the gods cannot defeat you, then what about all living beings? All living beings? The heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws was taken aback. To his astonishment, an old-fashioned computer suddenly materialized in front of Sumu, its worn-out case fan creaking and groaning. Xiao Yuan, open the world folder. Okay. On the computer screen, the pixelated little man hopped and skipped around like he was opening a box. Opening the world folder. Open the characters folder. Xiao Yuan then opened the characters folder from among the folders, and a string of densely packed names popped up. The celestial venerable of myriad laws realized something was wrong and tried to stop it. At that moment, the 10 gods roared, and the golden chains rattled wildly, tightly restraining him. At the same time, Sumu raised his eyes gleaming with a crystal blue light. 2 dazzling blue stars seemed to appear in the vision of the celestial venerable of myriad laws, causing him to lose his composure slightly. Time was successfully delayed for a moment, while Sumu's vast and boundless spiritual power had already surged out and poured into the character folder. The next moment, those superhumans who had been controlled regained their senses, and the coldness on their faces melted away like glaciers. Confusion, fear, and struggle were all visible on their faces. They all stared in horror at the golden chains binding them and looked around in terror. Above the dome, 6 vast nets of laws, obscuring the sky and covering the earth, encompassed the world. Below the dome, billions of nightmare creatures and abyssal demigods crammed the void. Chief. What on earth is going on? Sumu, are you all right? The members of the 7 deadly sins, upon waking, all shouted. When everyone regained consciousness, the billions of golden chains in the world trembled, a sign of the struggle of all living beings. Humans are born free and do not want to be controlled by anyone, not even God. Faced with the awakening of consciousness in all living beings and the counterattack of divine consciousness, even someone as powerful as the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws would find it difficult to cope. He was filled with shock and anger, regretted his actions, and for the first time deeply abhorred the baser instincts of humanity. This was also the first time I truly understood why villains often die from talking too much. However, in reality, even if he didn't say much, it was useless. While the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws was making his plans, Sumu was also making his plans. He had already prepared everything. The reason for sending all the people of the divine dream world to heaven was to make room for the consciousness of the gods. The celestial venerable of all laws may seem powerful, encompassing the world with a vast network of laws meticulously woven over many years, but that is precisely his weakness, vast and bloated, riddled with loopholes. Roar. Suddenly, the celestial venerable of myriad laws roared, and countless golden rays burst forth from his body. His figure grew infinitely taller, and in an instant he grew into a golden giant that stood tall and firm. The 3,000 law stars fell together, landing on his enormous body, where they shone brightly. Each star was connected to countless golden chains, which hung down to bind all living beings in the world. In addition, there are 10 thickest golden chains, straight up to the sky, binding the 10 gods on the dome. This is the true form of the celestial venerable of all laws. When his true form was revealed, he finally managed to stabilize the situation somewhat, preventing all living beings and gods from escaping. All living beings can never escape my bondage. The voice of the heavenly venerable of all laws resounded throughout heaven and earth. Sumu smiled slightly. It seems that you have bound all living beings, but in reality, all living beings are also binding you. The celestial venerable of all laws was taken aback. He looked down and saw the billions of chains on his body, each chain ending in a superhuman being. From his perspective, it seems as if he has locked up all living beings, but from another perspective, it is more like all living beings have joined forces to lock him up with billions of chains. Who exactly locked whom up? The celestial venerable of all laws quickly found the answer. The strong bind the weak, and whoever is weak be the one who is locked up. So what if their consciousness has awakened? Their power has already merged with mine. As long as I kill you, it will all be over. The celestial venerable of myriad laws made his move. He stretched out a golden hand and reached out to grab Sumu. In that instant, the heavens and earth were covered by this golden hand. His movements were slow, like a rusty robot, because the consciousness of all beings and gods rebelled within him. However, the delay doesn't matter, because the whole world is under his control, and Sumu has no way to avoid it. Xuantian, you were no match for me back then, and now that I have merged everything, you are even less of a match for me. Sumu smiled and nodded. You're right, I am indeed no match for you. I would call you the strongest. He gave a fair assessment. The current heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws is indeed the strongest. In terms of pure power, no one in this world can rival him. However, I have one principle. If I can't beat someone, I'll join them. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu's figure suddenly disappeared. At the same time, within the divine law, a crystal blue star slowly rose, standing alongside the 10 gods. The colossal golden hand that blotted out the sky froze in mid-air, and the celestial venerable of myriad laws was also stunned. At this moment, when he looked around, he found him to be invincible. The phrase invincible under heaven here refers not only to his immense strength, but also literally to the fact that he truly has no enemies, because all the enemies have become our own people. Xuanqian, you, the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws, was taken aback at first. Then his expression changed drastically. You want to possess me? Not bad. Sumu's voice echoed within the body of the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws. Now that you have merged with all living beings and gods, and have the authority to create, you have all the conditions to become the creator. Since I cannot defeat you, I have no choice but to become you. In fact, I should thank you. Thank you for voluntarily connecting me to the lawful chains, giving me the bridge to invade. Thank you for suppressing the gods for so many years, keeping them asleep. Thank you for helping me gather Xuantian origin. Thank you for helping me control all living beings. Finally, thank you for everything you've done for me. Thank you. Sumu sincerely thanked him. 5 sincere thanks directly broke the heavenly venerable of all laws defenses. He never expected that in the end, Sumu had no intention of fighting him at all, but instead wanted to reap the benefits and possess his body. Normally, Sumu's actions would be tantamount to suicide. Even if he were the god of nightmares, voluntarily merging into the body of the celestial venerable of myriad laws and entering the other party's home turf would undoubtedly lead to his death. But things are different now. The celestial venerable of myriad laws was too greedy, directly encompassing heaven and earth. The consciousness of all living beings and the consciousness of all gods raged within him, and now, with the addition of Sumu, the god of illusion, he could no longer suppress it. What was supposed to be an epic battle of gods turned into a contest of consciousness, a battle to see who would prevail, take control of the body, ascend to the highest level, and become the new creator. In theory, anyone could become the creator in this great war, but in the end only the gods would prevail, as human consciousness is far too insignificant compared to the gods. Tomorrow, inside the golden giant lies a consciousness space that resembles the cosmos. The 3,000 laws and stars are scattered throughout the dark universe, illuminating the consciousness of billions of living beings. A crystalline blue phantom stood before all living beings. It was Sumu. Above his head, 10 enormous divine consciousness entities spanned the starry sky. At this moment, everyone has only one goal, the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws. Kill. Sumu's calm voice resounded throughout the universe. The gods and beings he controlled with illusions roared in unison, raining down upon the consciousness of the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws. Faced with such a desperate situation, a cold smile suddenly appeared on the lips of the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws. He was like a god emperor with the mandate of heaven, coldly saying, "Dispel the illusion." In an instant, an invisible wave swept over all living beings and the 10 gods. A look of bewilderment flashed in the eyes of the crowd, and after a brief silence, the 10 gods suddenly became furious. They were furious that they had been tricked by the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws over the years, fell into a deep sleep, and almost had their consciousness erased. All of Sumu's illusions were broken at this moment. The celestial venerable of 10,000 laws sneered repeatedly. You took the initiative to merge with me, wanting to relinquish me through the struggle for consciousness. Little did you know that at the time of merging, I naturally also gained your illusionary abilities. Now that all living beings and gods have broken free from illusions, the outcome is still uncertain. Sumu smiled slightly. It seems you still don't understand human nature enough. Do you really think I control all living beings with illusions? He turned around and looked at the masses of people behind him. Where are the 7 deadly sins? Suddenly, a resolute-looking, black-haired man stepped out from the crowd. Yang Dongqing silently stood beside Sumu, facing the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws directly. He took a deep breath and shouted, "The 7 deadly sins wrath." Immediately afterwards, one figure after another stepped forward. Nanggong Mengli, the 7 deadly sins envy. Jun Wushang, the 7 deadly sins lust. Duyamu King, the 7 deadly sins sloth. Lin Kanyang, the 7 deadly sins greed. Shangguan Mingyu, the 7 deadly sins gluttony. The 6 figures stood side by side and addressed Sumu in unison. All members of the 7 deadly sins pay their respects to the leader. The celestial venerable of 10,000 laws looked at these 6 ants and sneered, "Is this your core group among humans?" Sumu continued to smile without answering. At this moment, Yang Dongking suddenly turned around, looked at the billions of human consciousnesses scattered across the starry sky, and shouted, "Citizens of the Blood Moon Empire, heed my command. Follow me to slay the gods. We swear to follow the wrathful king to the death," roared countless citizens of the Blood Moon Empire from the crowd. Jun Wushang, citizens of the Dragon Abyss Empire, heed my command. The Crimson Lotus Empire, the Holy Empire, Red Flame Empire. The citizens of the 7 kingdoms of the Divine Dream World, led by their king, stepped forward one after another, and the crowd was in an uproar. Soon, extraordinary individuals from the 3 great realms of illusionary ashes, primordial desolation, and dawn also joined in. Sumu's team grew larger and larger, and even included many people from unfamiliar realms whom he had never met before. Upon seeing this, the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws' expression turned completely ugly. Even though these insignificant human consciousnesses were nothing more than ants in his eyes, a large number of ants could still kill an elephant. It's all thanks to you inciting humanity to be hostile to the gods, causing them to eliminate those who believed in the gods, making them hate the gods, and then having them all cultivate the laws and regard the gods as the source of chaos. Otherwise, they wouldn't have followed me in killing the gods, Sumu said with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone, follow me. To slay a god, kill. Shouts of battle rose into the sky, and a battle of wits had begun. This was a chaotic battle, a complete and utter chaos. Because the 10 gods had also broken free from the illusion, they were no longer fighting for Sumu, but for themselves. Everyone wanted to gain control of this divine body and become the supreme god. Among the 10 gods, some went to besiege the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws, seemingly to avenge their years of slumber, while others came to attack Sumu, seeking revenge for being hypnotized and controlled. Several others, who already harbored hatred for each other, directly engaged in internal conflict. The scene became extremely chaotic. However, the one who suffered the most in this chaotic battle was the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws, because Sumu ignored all the other gods and focused solely on attacking the heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws. He led billions of human consciousnesses, sweeping across the land like locusts. These humans landed on the vast consciousness of the celestial venerable of all laws, tearing and biting wildly, creating countless tiny wounds. The battle of consciousness is just like this. There are no fancy supernatural abilities, no fancy treasures or divinely forbidden objects. There is only the collision and hand-to-hand combat between consciousnesses, the most primitive battle. Besieged on all sides, the celestial venerable of myriad laws realized that if things continued like this, he would surely die. If his injuries became too severe, all the gods would unite to deal with him. This is an elimination tournament where every god is a potential competitor. Reducing the number of competitors increases the chances of winning. No! As his injuries worsened, the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws suddenly roared to the sky. The next moment, the golden giant outside was surrounded by trembling chains. Click, click! The sound of breaking chains echoed continuously. The chains connecting the billions of superhumans had all snapped. The billions of superhumans who had been fighting in the starry sky of consciousness vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the starry sky empty. The celestial venerable of all laws has abandoned all sentient beings. Without the interference of sentient beings' consciousness, the pressure on the heavenly venerable of all laws is greatly reduced. He tried to do the same thing, intending to abandon the gods as well and focus on dealing with Sumu, but reality did not allow him to get what he wanted. Now that all the gods have merged into one, everyone knows this is a golden opportunity to become the creator, so naturally no one would give it up. The celestial venerable of all laws severed the chains binding the gods, but the gods did not leave. Instead, they used their divine power to forcibly stay there. Thus began the great battle between the 12 true gods of the world. At this moment, Sumu also revealed his true form. His enormous consciousness transformed into a nebula swirling in the cosmic sky, with countless crystalline blue light points twinkling within it. 12 colossal beings collided, annihilated, and devoured each other endlessly in the starry sky. This is the home ground of the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws. Why don't we kill him first and then settle the score? Sowing discord was something Sumu excelled at, and his words instantly captivated the other gods. The heavenly venerable of all laws' expression darkened as he looked at the gods who were eyeing him menacingly. He realized that something was wrong. According to normal logic, the gods would definitely unite to kill the strongest one first, and coincidentally, he was the strongest. No, we must create chaos. To break this deadlock, the only solution is to introduce external forces. He could no longer introduce human consciousness, as that would only provide Su with more assistance. However, this world is not only inhabited by humans. There are also extraordinary beings, nightmare beings, and demigods. Upon realizing this, the heavenly venerable of myriad laws immediately activated his power. Outside, countless golden rays erupted from the towering golden giant, intertwining to form endless chains that directly sealed off heaven and earth. All the extraordinary beings, nightmare creatures, and demigods in the world were bound by golden chains, their consciousness pulled into the body of the golden giant. The once empty starry sky of consciousness became crowded again. In the past, it was not easy for the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws to do such a thing, but now that he has merged with the gods and the authority of the creator, he is basically equivalent to half a creator, and it is almost as easy as a thought. Although Sumu, as the god of nightmares, has absolute control over the nightmare creatures, his origin has long since merged with the other gods. They are now one, and all the gods have control over him, which is equivalent to no one having control over him. Nightmare creatures are in a state of confusion, and their behavior is basically based on the patterns of their own nightmares. They attack indiscriminately. Although they are too weak to be considered by the consciousness of the gods, their large numbers make up for it, almost exceeding the number of humans. Everyone has nightmares, but not everyone has only had one nightmare. Such a number is enough to threaten the consciousness of the gods. It's not that the gods can't deal with them, but that none of them are willing to expend too much of their own consciousness. Once their consciousness weakens, they are likely to be besieged and eliminated first in this battle for the creation. Compared to the madness and chaos of the nightmare creatures, the demigods were much smarter. They were scattered in dark corners, like jackals watching a pack of tigers fight, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They also wanted to be the creator. Taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, the celestial venerable of all laws temporarily escaped the siege of the gods and gained a chance to catch his breath, but this also added many uncertainties to the final outcome. At this moment, Sumu made another move. He controlled the golden giant's body, trying to pull human consciousness back in to increase his chances of winning. However, the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws quickly realized this and immediately fought for control of the body to stop Sumu's actions. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Primordial Angel broke through the layers of nightmare creatures, crossed the battlefield, and rushed to Sumu's side. Meanwhile, the Celestial Venerable of Longevity also arrived near the Celestial Venerable of Myriad Laws. Clearly, they intended to take advantage of the stalemate between Sumu and the Celestial Venerable of Myriad Laws to launch a sneak attack. The two were forced to stop their wrestling match and instead engage in battle with other deities, outside world. Yang Dongqing and the others watched the golden giant from afar, leading the humans to retreat further away. "My power is dissipating," Yang Dongqing said solemnly. "The links to the law have all been severed, and we've all become ordinary people. Not just us, but all the extraordinary seems to have been taken back." Nangong Mengli's expression was equally grave. "However, because my physical abilities are still enhanced by the law, although they are slowly declining without the support of power, I must at least lead humanity away from here before I completely become an ordinary person. That's right, the battles of the gods are beyond our reach. We can only hope that our leader can defeat the gods." Zhen Wushang looked back, his expression worried. "It's definitely possible," Yang Dongqing said decisively. He glanced back and suddenly a confident smile appeared on his lips. "Because I've never seen him lose since I've known him. This time is no exception." Just then, something unexpected happened. People who were desperately trying to get away suddenly discovered that the towering golden giant was dissolving like a dream, disappearing without a trace in just a moment. Immediately afterwards, the 3,000 lost stars also dissipated. It was as if an invisible hand had wiped the extraordinary from the world in an instant. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring in astonishment at everything that had vanished. "What's going on? Did the leader win?" Zhen Wushang asked, stunned. However, no one was able to answer this question. In the starry sky of consciousness, "Xuantian, I have used my authority as the creator to banish myself to the endless void. This time, no one will come to your aid. Between us, it will be a fight to the death." The heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws' eyes were ferocious. His years of planning had been ruined by Sumu, and all his efforts had been in vain. Now, he has abandoned all plans, even at the cost of exiling himself and cutting off all escape routes. Now, all that remains is a desperate fight to the death. Banished to the endless void, even gods would find it difficult to find their way back. There is no concept of time or space here, nothing at all. The only chance to go back is to merge with the gods and the creator's authority and become the new creator. This is destined to be a battle to the death, a chaotic clash of billions of consciousnesses and gods, where only one person can survive and ascend to the highest peak. Looking at the ferocious-looking heavenly venerable of 10,000 laws and the chaotic battle of countless gods, a figure dressed in a black tuxedo was laughing amidst the crystalline blue nebula. Hovering above the black torrent of countless nightmare creatures, the smile gradually widened, a sickly blush appeared on the fair face, and the crystal blue eyes were filled with pleasure and madness. "He. Just what I wanted." A maniacal laugh echoed through the starry sky. Sumu was overjoyed. The boring life he had led for more than 10 years had left him feeling extremely empty. Now, this life-or-death battle with the gods made him feel the excitement he hadn't felt in a long time. At this moment, like the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws, he had exhausted all his means, and all that remained was the most primal and purest form of combat. This situation is out of control, with no backup plan, no preparation, and an unknown outcome. It's wonderful. Amidst Sumu's maniacal laughter, the final battle commenced. 1 year later, a full year has passed since that war of the gods, and the human world has undergone earth-shattering changes. With the disappearance of the extraordinary, everyone became ordinary, and the era of individual military power ruling the world came to an end. This sudden change plunged the human world into turmoil, and countless ambitious individuals who were once ordinary people rose to power. Some of them were wealthy businessmen, some were members of low-level gangs, or some were from families, but without exception, they were all ordinary people who had been suppressed by superhumans. As the supernatural disappeared, their ambitions began to swell. In just 1 year, hundreds of nations were established, and wars broke out among them as they fought for territory and people. Of course, many of these kingdoms were founded by former superhumans. Some superhumans who could not accept reality faded into obscurity, but others quickly changed their mindset and rapidly built up their power. However, this chaotic situation was quickly brought under control. With their powerful armies and world-leading technological advantages, the 7 massive empires quickly established themselves in the human world and re-established order. These 7 vast empires are empires ruled by the 7 deadly sins. Even though Yang Dongqing and the others became ordinary people, they were still kings of their respective empires. Back in the divine dream world, they carried out reforms and abolished the aristocratic system, which had already won the hearts of the people. During his more than 10 years in heaven, he led the empire to establish a firm foothold. The disappearance of the superhumans caused some turmoil in the empire, but the rebellion was quickly quelled. Perhaps some of them were not suited to be kings, but they were all members of the 7 deadly sins, and their mutual support was enough to handle any situation. In addition, the large number of extraordinary individuals in heaven previously hindered the development of its technology. Overall, heaven's technological level lagged behind that of the dream world. With these advantages, the 7 empires became the 7 strongest nations in the human world. 5 years later, the 7 kingdoms joined forces and completely pacified the world, thus ending the era of 100 kingdoms and ushering in the era of the 7 kings. Unlike the world of gods and dreams, this era of the 7 kings is very peaceful. There is no friction between the countries, because they all come from a common organization, have a common leader, and they are all waiting for their leader to return. Over the years, the members of the 7 deadly sins have held the 7 Kings Conference every year. In addition to discussing cooperation between countries, the topic they discuss most is when their leader will return. Time flies by, and they waited year after year. Their supernatural powers were gone, and the years left their mark on them. The meetings of the 7 kings became less and less frequent, and the topic of discussion shifted to whether the leader could ever return. 10 years later, the Council of the 7 Kings has not been held for a long time, and the topic of leaders seems to have been forgotten, with few people mentioning it anymore. In fact, they hadn't forgotten. They had simply buried it in their hearts. Some people began to waver, thinking that the leader might really not be coming back. Some firmly believe that the leader will return, but perhaps they won't live to see that day, 20 years after Sumu disappeared, Empire of Dark Night. The queen of this vast empire, which accounts for 1/7 of the world's population, stood alone by the window. The cool moonlight shone through the window and fell on her, as if draping her in a silver veil. A simple, elegant plain silk nightgown accentuated her tall figure. She stared out the window for a long time, lost in thought. Despite possessing all the riches and honors, her face showed only loneliness and desolation. Sigh. A faint sigh echoed in the empty, luxurious room. She went back to bed, took 2 sleeping pills, and slowly closed her eyes. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the window, illuminating her face and highlighting her exquisite features that had been etched with the marks of time. Even with a few wrinkles around her eyes, her beauty remained undiminished, instead gaining a touch of mature charm. Though the makeup is washed away, the love remains. Time never diminishes beauty. Lying in bed with her eyes closed, even with medication to help her sleep, she still couldn't fall asleep, her mind replaying that person's face over and over again. Suddenly, she realized that the moonlight shining on her face seemed to be blocked by something, as if a shadow had been cast. She opened her eyes, looked towards the window, and froze. Her beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably, her pupils trembled slightly, and tears quickly filled her eyes before silently sliding down her cheeks. Under the cool moonlight, a figure in an elegant black tuxedo stood by the window, a smile playing on her lips. "I'm back," Sumu said with a smile, his smile just as it had been 20 years ago, as if it had never changed. Looking at the face she had studied countless times in the darkness before her, Nangang Mengli smiled, her smile as radiant and beautiful as the moonlight blooming in the night. She gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, "Welcome home, Chief. The end." This video is over. Thank for watching this novel to the end of the video. Here a message from the original author of the novel. Hulu's 3rd book is finished. The words, "the end of the book," seem to have a depressing effect. Every time Mad writes these 3 words, he always feels uneasy. When I was a reader, seeing those 3 words would make me feel empty inside. After becoming an author, it didn't get better. In fact, it got worse. Later I understood, because these 3 words represent the end of a journey, the end of an experience, the destination, and the period. Reading a book is like taking a journey from the protagonist's perspective. The beauty of the journey makes you linger, and the end of the journey makes you sigh. Today, your journey has come to an end, and so has mine. However, there will be many new journeys in life, and I will have many new books to write. As usual, the new book will be released in 2 to 3 months, and the new journey will continue. I will keep writing, and I hope everyone will stay with me forever. Novels are my passion. I've dreamed of a day when I'm in my 70s or 80s and still writing, while my readers are also in their 70s or 80s and still reading my books. Then I can proudly tell my grandson that I have a group of friends I've never met, but who have been with me for half my life. They have witnessed my life, my triumphs and my declines. They have always been there. Maybe my readers will say then, "Damn, Hulu can hold out longer than me. Will I live to see the finale?" Grandson, if Grandpa passes away, remember to burn Hulu's novel for me. He wrote books his whole life, and in the end, only a few of us old fans are left to accompany him. I will go to the underworld to urge him to update. I've been urging him to update for the rest of his life. If I don't urge him for a day, I feel like something is missing. Ha ha! Just kidding. Wishing everyone longevity. Also, thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's meet again in 2 to 3 months.